The darkness dimmed. The dimness cleared. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. He pushed himself up on his hands looking around. Gradually he made out the scene before him. A single room of less than 10 square meters. Beneath him was a bed bought for 20 yuan from a flea market. And a rickety table begged from the landlord. And a brand new unopened helmet. Lin Feng was bewildered, then suddenly realized. This was that basement apartment I rented a few years ago. The hardest time of his life. Seeing his own thin but healthy body, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with tears. No doubt about it. I've been reborn. He pressed his lips tightly, his heart surging. The frustrations and disappointments of his past life. Am I going to go through them all over again? Impossible. He smelled the odor from the bed and frowned. The quilt hadn't been aired in days. Now that I have a second chance, what can I rely on? He stared fixedly at the helmet on the table. On the packaging box, a line of shiny golden characters read, "Tianyu, a game that changes the era." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This company wasn't lying, it was indeed an era-defining game. Not only was the game content rich, but the number of online players surpassed any previous game. In the later stages of the game, it even merged with reality. It directly triggered the great upheaval of Blue Star and the invasion of other realms. With Yifeng's in-game strength of Tier 6, a level 50, translated to reality, he was a somewhat famous expert. But he never even got to see the leader of the otherworldly army. He was killed instantly by a mere vanguard among the monsters. It was a truly frustrating death. And there were many like him who had no defense against the otherworldly army. Before dying, he even saw the top player in the game, the Sword Emperor Patian Tier 8, level 88 fall. Did Blue Star really perish in that past life? Yifeng felt a pang of loss. But in this life, I am starting over. Tragedy would not repeat itself. Yifeng got up from the bed, picked up the box, a sharp glint in his eyes. He opened the package, and with a mix of trepidation and anticipation put on the helmet. I wonder if my luck will be better this time. You are entering the world of Tianyu. Please select your character appearance. In Tianyu, you couldn't choose a class initially. You had to wait until level 10 or complete a promotion quest, and then choose your class. At this moment in Lin Feng's eyes, against a gorgeous and splendid background, many figures of different shapes and attires appeared. There were imposing ones wielding a large blade, elegant ones lightly holding a sword, and beautiful women with graceful figures smiling and throwing flirtatious glances. Each had their own charm. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. Select Swordman model no. 1. Whether it's ferocious or not doesn't matter. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. In his past life, to ensure survival, he chose a warrior model. Later he pursued the defensive shield warrior class. And what was the result? Wasn't he killed in one hit by that ugly minotaur from the other world? If I had a sword, at least I could have died a bit more stylishly. Yifeng quietly complained. Besides, perhaps this dashing and free-spirited swordman was his true calling. He convinced himself in his heart. After selecting the model, it was time for the most critical step in the game. Selecting talent. Congratulations. Your soul perfectly matches the model. You have obtained the SSS-Tier talent Universal Synthesis. Yifeng's heart pounded wildly. He almost shouted out loud. See, what did I tell you? The swordman is my true destiny. Wielding a sword is my true calling. In his past life, choosing a warrior model only gave him a C-tier talent. He had indeed been holding himself back. Yifeng secretly regretted. He was still quite familiar with talent tiers. F-tier and E-tier talents only gave a minor boost, basically the bottom of the player base. C-tier and B-tier talents provided a considerable boost, making one a solid mid-tier player. A-tier talents were already rare, belonging to the high-end players. S-tier talents were once in a billion geniuses, famous across all of Blue Star. SS-tier talents were even rarer, only a handful worldwide, protected by major powers. They were the bedrock of entire nations. In his past life, Yifeng never even had a chance to interact with them. And this SSS-Tier, how strong could it be? Lin Feng felt that his luck from 2 lifetimes had exploded absurdly. At that moment, the talent's attributes were displayed before him. SSS-Tier Talent Universal Synthesis. Description: can synthesize items of the same type in the world to upgrade them. Yifeng tried to scroll further. And then, nothing. Yifeng was dumbfounded. The ability to enhance items by synthesizing. That's worthy of being called SSS-Tier. Is this some kind of joke? Shouldn't an SSS-Tier talent give a billion-fold amplification? I pick up a beginner's wooden sword, and it gets upgraded to the heaven-destroying divine sword. But after synthesis, isn't it still a wooden sword? He was so distressed he wanted to return the system. But the background flickered and the character shimmered. Clearly the talent selection was ending. At the moment of Yifeng's helplessness, he suddenly heard a prompt. As the sole owner of an SSS-Tier talent, you will receive a chance to choose an auxiliary profession talent. Auxiliary profession. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. That meant things like alchemy, blacksmithing, gathering, and so on. Since he intended to be a sword-wielding class, naturally, he would pair it with blacksmithing. Having a divine sword forged by his own hands. What a sense of achievement. Select blacksmithing. Detected player highly compatible with blacksmithing profession. Acquired SSS-Tier forging talent Divine Artifice. Feng perked up. This talent sounded more reliable. SSS-Tier talent Divine Artifice activated after selecting blacksmithing as secondary profession. Description: your skill is supreme, your results are outstanding, you are the god of forging. If earlier after getting universal synthesis, Feng was half stunned, now he was completely stunned. What kind of nonsense description is this? Just stringing a few flattering words together and calling it a day. Just a few words of praise, and that's it. What about the effect? And it's marked as activated only after selecting the profession, making people wait eagerly. He was speechless. But deep down he still held a glimmer of hope. Could it be that my talent is so awesome that the system's impoverished vocabulary can't describe it, and I need to discover it myself? The more he thought about it, the more he believed it was true. Enter the game quickly. Please name your character. Feng fell into deep thought. What name should I choose? Sword 13. Yi Guqing. Sword God. He muttered to himself, hoping for a flash of inspiration. Sword Wandering. Sword Dominance. What sword? Inadvertently, he repeated the word sword several times. Player naming successful. The system's cold voice announced. Feng's vision went dark and he entered the game. He was completely bewildered. How did it succeed? I didn't even choose a name. And on the world channel of Tianyu, a message quietly appeared. Player SwordSwordSword has entered the game. Feng's arrival caused no waves in Novice Village No. 888, which was already teeming with players. At most a few players muttered a couple of words. With a name like that, is he a player who believes only in the way of the sword? Not quite. I suspect he might just have a bit of a stutter. Feng looked around in a daze. Just like that, I'm in. I haven't even chosen my name yet. Novice Village No. 888 was packed to the brim with players. Every NPC in the village was surrounded by a dense crowd. Players were attempting all kinds of rhetorical tactics to trigger quests. Big brother, I see you possess extraordinary valor. Is there anything you need help with? Scram. I'm your uncle. Hey gorgeous, your skin is so smooth. What kind of skincare products do you use? How dare you flirt with me? Do you have a death wish, kid? Village chief, I am the chosen one of destiny. If there are any quests to save the common people, please bestow them upon me without hesitation. My dog Da Huang hasn't been eating lately. Why don't you go take a look at him? No problem. Wait, what? Da Huang is a dog. Feng squeezed his way out of the crowd. According to his memories of his past life, besides the daily quests, there were indeed a few rare quests in this village. But they would also require a significant investment of time and energy. With his current standards, he looked down on them slightly. Feng shook his head. Forget it. Let's study this talent first. Since it synthesizes items of the same type, my primary goal is to find two identical items. Speaking of places like that, in the Novice Village, the weapon shop was the obvious choice. The novice wooden swords here were in unlimited supply. Feng walked into the weapon shop and waved his hand grandly. Boss, give me 10. He glanced inside his inventory, 100 copper. He quickly changed his tune and asked, how much for a novice wooden sword? A dark-skinned man replied indifferently, 10 copper each. Feng looked down at his bare body. If not for the mysterious glow enveloping him, this would have been a moment of utter social death. Then I'll take 2 first. The 100 copper gifted by the game was clearly meant for novices to customize their starting setup. Weapons, equipment, and potions. That was the standard setup for an experienced player. For any other player, buying only weapons like he did would make them look like a complete gaming novice. Even looking at it from another angle, even if he synthesized a decent weapon, it would be useless without defense and sustainability. But Feng had his own plans and did not dwell on it. With the 2 novice wooden swords in hand, he first checked their attributes. Novice wooden sword bound. Slot main hand weapon. Quality common. Required level 1. Damage 5. Exclusive to player Jianjian, non-tradable. Feng's vision went dark. Jianjian. No wonder he was puzzled about how he had entered the game without finalizing his name. It turned out that just because he had muttered it a few times, the system actually gave him this name. Is there something wrong with you, system? But even if he was indignant and furious, a player could only have one character. No deleting, no recreating. He could only accept his fate. He comforted himself. 3 swords, it still looks quite sharp and aggressive. I will surely slay all enemies who stand in my way. The attributes of the 2 novice wooden swords were naturally identical. Once prepared, Feng instinctively summoned his talent effect. 2 square boxes appeared before him. He attempted to place the 2 newly purchased novice wooden swords inside. The system then prompted him. The items to be synthesized are both bound to the player. After synthesis, they will remain bound and non-tradable. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Besides, it's not like I have any unbound ones anyway. You have synthesized novice wooden sword common and novice wooden sword common. You have performed a normal synthesis. Proficiency 1. You have synthesized a novice wooden sword common. Feng rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Synthesizing 2 novice wooden swords yielded yet another novice wooden sword. And the quality is still common. He felt his blood pressure rising. Did I get tricked by the system? He almost felt the urge to log out of the game. But rationality told him to keep a calm mind. Keep calm, keep calm. Patiently, he took a look at the newly synthesized weapon. Novice Wooden Sword Bound 1. Slot main hand weapon. Quality common. Required level 1. Attributes damage 7. Exclusive to player GNG and non-tradable. Although most aspects of the synthesized Novice Wooden Sword remained unchanged, Feng spotted the change at a single glance. The bonus damage had gone from 5 points to 7 points. Though the increase was minor, it still lifted his spirits. How is this even a common grade weapon anymore? Even the next tier fine grade only has this much damage. The only difference is that fine grade weapons have one more basic attribute. The next moment, he grew excited. There is definitely potential here. A single synthesis increases it by 2 points. If I keep going, I could synthesize this wooden sword into an iron sword. He went on to buy 2 more wooden swords. He tried to see if the previously synthesized wooden sword could be combined with a new one. The system prompted that there was a discrepancy in attributes, and the outcome of the synthesis would be unpredictable. Erring on the side of caution, Feng canceled the action. He then proceeded to synthesize the 2 newly purchased wooden swords. You have synthesized Novice Wooden Sword Common and Novice Wooden Sword Common. A lucky minor critical strike occurred during synthesis. Grade increased by 100. Proficiency 10. You have synthesized Novice Wooden Sword Fine. Feng was ecstatic. So it doesn't just go up step by step, or it can actually trigger a critical strike. Straight to fine grade. He could not wait to inspect the attributes of the new weapon. Novice Wooden Sword Bound 1. Slot main hand weapon. Quality fine. Required level 1. Damage 10. Strength 5. Exclusive to player GNG and non-tradable. Feng was stunned. Is this a bug? Aren't fine grade weapons supposed to have only 7 damage? How did it increase by so much? Could it be? His heart raced. He did some quick calculations in his head. A single synthesis increased the damage from 5 to 7. A critical strike upgraded the grade, increasing the damage by 50, which boosted it from 7 to 10. Doesn't this mean that under my synthesis, not only can basic attributes be enhanced, but the grade can also be upgraded? A normal synthesis is a guaranteed minimum, while a minor critical strike is like winning the lottery. His eyes lit up. This talent definitely has serious potential. Having tasted success, Feng immediately purchased 2 more novice wooden swords. This drew a puzzled glance from the blacksmith at the forge. Other customers came to buy weapons, yes. But this fellow one after another. Is he trying to reverse engineer my wooden sword craftsmanship? Though I sell these wooden swords purely as a public service, not for profit. His eyes were filled with pity. Young man, if you want to make money, you're looking in the wrong direction. Feng, immersed in his synthesizing, didn't notice the blacksmith's gaze at all. This time, combining the 2 brand new wooden swords yielded no critical success. Instead, through normal synthesis, they became ordinary wooden swords with 7 damage. Perfect. He combined the 2 wooden swords with 7 damage. You have synthesized a novice wooden sword fine. Its attributes were identical to the one from the minor critical success earlier. 2 fine-grade swords. Feng's breath quickened. If these are combined again, even without a rarity upgrade, the attributes would skyrocket. A flash of light. The 2 fine-grade novice wooden swords merged into one. He immediately checked the attributes. Novice Wooden Sword Bound 2. Slot main hand weapon. Quality superior. Required level 1. Damage 33. Strength 10. Agility 10. Critical rate 2. Critical damage 20. Combo. Each basic attack has a 30 chance to trigger combo, striking twice in succession. Bound to player GN cannot be traded. Feng blinked. Has the system bugged out again? Weapon and equipment qualities are ranked common, fine, excellent, superior, legendary. Shouldn't it be excellent above fine? How did it jump straight to superior? The attribute boost is absurd. He hurriedly checked the system notification and finally spotted the key detail. You have used Novice Wooden Sword Fine and Novice Wooden Sword Fine for synthesis. You achieved an extraordinarily fortunate major critical success in synthesis, 100 chance to upgrade by 2 quality tiers, proficiency 100. You have synthesized a Novice Wooden Sword Superior. Feng felt as though the god of fortune had possessed him. First a minor critical, and now a major one. This talent seems pretty overpowered. Moreover, he noticed another notification. Your proficiency has reached 100. Universal Synthesis has been upgraded to level 2. Feng was astonished. No wonder he hadn't felt this talent was impressive before. It needed to be leveled up. Through his consciousness, he viewed the upgraded talent. SSS class talent Universal Synthesis. Description: can combine items of the same type in the world to obtain enhancements. Level 2, 102, 1000. Current uses available 2020. Feng understood it all at once. Accumulated 100 proficiency to reach level 2. The next level would require 1000 proficiency. As for the usage count, that must be the number of syntheses allowed per day. It looks like quite a lot. But within these uses, if he could land a few critical successes, he'd level up quickly. If no criticals triggered, it would take many days to upgrade his talent to the next tier. Feng had no patience for that. He suddenly felt motivated. He had to earn money fast, synthesize, and level up. However, weapons were off the table for now. A superior grade weapon was more than enough to decimate the small monsters outside the village. After buying 6 weapons, he had 40 copper coins left. He could start working on equipment instead. He turned and walked out of the blacksmith's forge, heading toward the equipment shop. The blacksmith was somewhat stunned. Could this young man have mastered my weapon crafting techniques after studying just 6 novice wooden swords? Impossible. He shook his head. Absolutely impossible. He must simply be out of money to continue his research. Feng had no idea that his repeated purchases of novice wooden swords had triggered such an intense psychological reaction in the blacksmith. He was indeed running low on funds, but he could still afford 2 novice cloth garments. Novice cloth garment bound. Slot armor. Quality common. Required level 0. Defense 2. Bound to player Jian cannot be traded. Feng curled his lip. With these pathetic attributes, could they even withstand a rabbit's bite? Fortunately, he could still synthesize. He placed the 2 garments into the synthesis frame. Suddenly golden light flared, nearly blinding him. Holy crap. What the heck? After the light faded, Feng checked the notifications. You have used Novice Cloth Garment Common and Novice Cloth Garment Common for synthesis. You achieved an invincible fortunate super critical success in synthesis, 100 chance to upgrade by 3 quality tiers, proficiency 1000. You have synthesized a Novice Cloth Garment Superior. Your proficiency has reached 1000. Universal Synthesis has been upgraded to level 3. Feng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This wasn't an SSS class synthesis talent. He must have gotten himself an SSS class luck talent. Critical hits at every turn. These criticals are making my heart race. What a rush. Feng's eyes gleamed as he looked at the newly forged garment. Novice Cloth Garment Bound 1. Slot Armor. Quality Superior. Required level 0. Defense 7. Stamina 5. Vitality 5. Dodge rate 2. Blocks 30 damage. Regeneration each time attacked automatically restores 30 health points. Bound to player Jian cannot be traded. Feng couldn't resist giving a thumbs up. Tell me, is it strong? Strong. No, extremely strong. The armor was settled in one go. Feng had 20 silver coins remaining. Being the obsessive compulsive person he headed to the herb shop. This huge sum had to be spent. But his aggressive momentum deflated instantly upon seeing the prices of the potions. Among dozens of potions, only 2 were within his budget. The minor health potion for restoring health, and the minor mana potion for restoring mana. Moreover, a minor mana potion cost 20 copper coins per bottle. Buying them wouldn't allow for synthesis anyway. Fortunately, he hadn't learned any skills yet. The 2 special effects on his weapon and armor were both passive and didn't consume mana. 2 bottles of minor health potion would be just right. Before synthesizing, he took a look. Minor health potion common. Effect restores 30 health points, cooldown 1 minute. Low restoration, long cooldown. Not bad, truly trash. Now that he possessed the synthesis talent, he loved the feeling of turning trash into treasure. A flash of light, and the synthesis succeeded. Feng was somewhat disappointed. No golden light meant no supercritical success. You have used minor health potion common and minor health potion common for synthesis. You achieved a fortunate minor critical success in synthesis, 100 chance to upgrade by 1 quality tier, proficiency 10. You have synthesized a major health potion, fine. Feng was somewhat surprised. This time, even the name had changed. It shouldn't be too bad, right? Major health potion, fine. Effect restores 90 health points and automatically recovers 10 health points per second for the next 1 minute, cooldown 1 minute. Feng couldn't help but grin. Not bad. Useless against small monsters, but probably a great helper when fighting bosses. In an instant, all 100 of Feng's copper coins were spent. Compared to other players who were fully armed with 6 pieces of equipment, Feng's 1 sword and 1 armor looked rather shabby, but he could barely count as half-armed. Moreover, his attributes far surpassed those of other players. Feng opened his status panel. Player Jian. Level 0. Attribute Strength 10, Agility 0, 10 Stamina 0, 5 Endurance 0, 5 Spiritual 0. Damage 53. Defense 7. 5. HP 300. Mana 0. Critical rate 2. Critical damage 170. Dodge rate 2. Coins 5. Feng looked at the zeros with a hint of helplessness. In the Tianyu world, a player's starting attributes are all 0. With the recharge system not yet available, these 100 copper coins are the only way to grow stronger at the start. Whether one pursues heavy offense or heavy defense depends entirely on the player's choice. And with a standard loadout of a weapon plus 4 basic pieces of equipment along with 4 vials of small HP potions, most players would only have 5 points in defense. In this regard, Feng holds only a slight edge. But in terms of damage, the gap is much larger. Ordinary players wield a novice wooden sword and deal only 5 damage. Feng has already reached double digits, a full 10 times theirs. Even players with an S-rank attack talent cannot reach this value. Since that is the case, a spark of inspiration strikes Feng. There is a quest he can take. He hastened to the back of the village to a dilapidated thatched hut, where he found a white-bearded old man. In his past life, this elder was known as the Shinsho village treasure, all because the old man held more opportunities and richer rewards in his hands. Only that ordinary players would find it hard to complete, and even harder to take on the task. Yi Feng bowed respectfully. "Old sir, I pay you my respects." The old man stroked his beard, initially somewhat nonchalant, but when he looked up he froze. "Kid, I sense a fate between us," Yi Feng thought with a sly smile. "If not for fate, I wouldn't come to you." He also saw that his own damage far surpassed that of ordinary players, which gave him the idea. This old man bears in his past life a famous quest. Completing it would grant a transfer certificate to a hidden profession. The requirements to take the quest are somewhat harsh. It must be the highest damaging player in the region. Each player only has one chance to trigger it. If the conditions aren't met, there won't be many opportunities left. Yi Feng seized the moment and arrived just in time, indeed catching up. Yi Feng bowed again. "Old sir, if there is anything you need help with, please command me." The old man nodded, full of praise. This young man not only possesses formidable strength, but is also so polite. He has a bright future. Deep in the outskirts of the village there is a stronghold where many bandits and hooligans oppress the villagers and commit crimes. As he spoke, Yi Feng also received the quest application. Ding, legendary boss Donghua offers you the S-rank exclusive quest, Punish Evil, Uphold Good. Accept. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. S-rank exclusive quest. In his past life, it was clearly an A-rank rare quest. It means every newbie village has a chance to obtain a hidden profession. How could it be this time that accepting it makes it the only quest upgraded to S-rank? He breathed a little heavier. Does that mean that as long as he accepts, would other newbie villages not have this quest? Thinking of this, he did not dare to delay. "I am willing to contribute to the village." The old man nodded in approval. "Go ahead, youngster, I have faith in you." Yi Feng saluted and stepped out of the thatched hut. He checked the quest prompt. Quest, Punish Evil, Uphold Good, unique. Level S rank. Description: deep beyond the village there are two strongholds full of brigands and roughs who harm villagers and passers-by. I choose one and wipe it out within 30 minutes to obtain a corresponding hidden profession guide scroll. Quest deadline within 3 days. Yi Feng vaguely remembered. These two strongholds are both level 10 monster hubs. Not only are there many monsters, but each also houses a boss. With Yi Feng's current strength going, there would surely be suicide. Fortunately, the deadline is long enough, giving him time to grow. And Yi Feng has another bold idea. He will see if it's feasible later. Exiting the village, the bustling crowd of players makes him feel as if he has stepped into a market. Level 1. Little wild rabbits are being chased by players. Of course, some players are chased as well. Screams rise and fall one after another. But such moments are brief. Because the chases last only a few seconds, the pursuing monsters are overwhelmed by several other players. After all, there are many monsters, but the number of players is even larger. Not worth fighting over. Yi Feng continued outward. With his strength, there was no need to contend with these players for rabbits. He quickly passed through the level 1 monster area. Crossing a small stream, he arrived at the level 2 monster region. Here the number of players is noticeably smaller. Although the level 2 big rooster moves slowly, it ambles in place. Those who dared to face it were almost entirely 5-man squads. In this region, besides the level 2 big rooster, there is also a level 3 little yellow duck. The cute little yellow duck looks rather adorable next to the ferocious big rooster. Yet compared to the rooster, it uses a beak-based close-range assault. The level 3 little yellow duck with its crisp calls launches a ranged attack. Yi Feng had just arrived and saw a squad dealing with the big rooster. If he accidentally came a bit too close to the little yellow duck, it attacked with a few quacks. 2 low-health players collapsed instantly. They turned into white light and died on the spot. This left the remaining 3 members of that squad panic fleeing. Even other teams in the area instantly adjusted their positions, keeping a greater distance from these little yellow ducks. Yi Feng walked forward calmly. Nearby teams were astonished. "Bro, are you alone? There's danger ahead." "Exactly, these little yellow ducks pack a punch. I'd be careful not to be killed in one shot." "Don't say little yellow ducks. Big roosters aren't something a single person can handle either. Don't go showing off." Although some warned, others mocked. Yet Yi Feng did not alter his steps. He only returned a calm smile and stepped into battle. The moment he raised his novice wooden sword, the big rooster's stats appeared before his eyes. Big rooster. Tier common. Level 2. HP 100. Attack 15. Defense 3. Yi Feng nodded slightly. No wonder, with just 1 level difference, it requires a 5-man level 1 team to engage. This big rooster is far stronger than the little wild rabbit. At this stage, players entering the game are basically level 0. Even if ordinary players purchased a full set of newbie gear, they would still have roughly 5 attack and 5 defense. HP would be around 50. Facing the level 2 big rooster, they could only barely break through its guard, while its defense and HP were crushing. Even in exchanges, a player could endure at most 5 hits. If the big rooster lands a critical, it could end a player's life in just 3 or 4 hits. However, for Yi Feng, this slow-moving low HP monster is perfectly suited to him. Just as the big rooster fixed its gaze. With the battle state engaged, Yi Feng was the first to draw his sword. Minus 84. Critical hit. Cluck cluck. The giant rooster let out a tragic screech and collapsed to the ground instantly. A beam of white light drifted toward Yi Feng's body, and beneath the rooster's corpse a piece of equipment dropped. One-hit kill. Even Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback by this. He could not help but pull up the system notification. You participated in the Battle of Squad Rush In and Fight. Your damage contribution exceeded 70. You have received all rewards from this battle. You have slain level 2 normal monster giant rooster. You have gained 28 experience points. Only then did Yi Feng understand. It turned out that this giant rooster was the very same one that had nearly annihilated the little yellow duck squad earlier. Its health had already been partially depleted by them, and he had happened to land a critical strike, precisely emptying whatever health remained. That was how he had achieved this one-hit kill performance. The experience this rooster provided was also quite generous. After all, normal players all begin at level 0 when they enter the game. They typically need to run errands and complete tasks in the newbie village, accumulating experience bit by bit. Only after reaching level 1, boosted by the attribute points gained from leveling up, would they dare venture beyond the village to challenge monsters of their own level. Yet Yi Feng had bypassed this entire process entirely. He challenged a level 2 monster directly at level 0. You completed a kill across 2 levels. You have gained an additional 40 experience. A level 2 monster would normally provide 20 experience points to a player of the same level. But for Yi Feng, an additional level crossing bonus was added on top. Advancing from level 0 to level 1 requires 100 experience points. In other words, Yi Feng only needed to slay 4 giant roosters to reach level 1. Yi Feng contentedly picked up the equipment dropped by the rooster. It was a level 2 coxcomb hat. Its quality was merely common and the attributes it granted were nothing special. The key issue was that he could not even equip it yet, so he tucked it away for now. Since killing the giant rooster had been so effortless and the level crossing bonus was so generous, Yi Feng could not help but set his sights on the level 3 little yellow duck nearby, with ill intentions. Little duck, obediently surrender yourself to death. Just as Yi Feng was slowly sneaking toward the little yellow duck, the players of a certain squad who happened to be watching this side went absolutely berserk. What the heck? It took all 5 of them constantly repositioning and working together in perfect harmony to deal with that level 2 giant rooster. And yet it was settled by that lone individual. Moreover, if they had not misseen it, it appeared to be a one-hit kill. The 5 exchanged glances, scarcely believing their own eyes. This is absolutely insane, isn't it? Is the game bugged out? Cluck cluck. Just as the 5 stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had witnessed, the giant rooster they had been besieging for several minutes finally flew into a rage before their very eyes. What is this? Looking down on me, brother rooster? And you dare zone out? A flurry of consecutive attacks instantly snapped the players back to their senses. Careful. Fall back. Drink health potions quick, drink them now. Setting aside the 5 players now scrambling frantically under the rooster's assault, Yi Feng had already made his way before the little yellow duck, studying it closely. Little yellow duck. Grade normal. Level 3. Health 150. Attack 25. Defense 5. Skill Sonic Attack unleashes 150 of attack power with a 30 chance to reduce target's speed by 50 for 3 seconds. Minus 52. Yi Feng struck an exploratory slash. The little yellow duck's health bar instantly plummeted by a third. Quack. And as it let out a sharp cry, a small white orb struck Yi Feng's body. 22. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. No wonder those players just now had been sent fleeing in disarray by this deceptively adorable little duck. Even with his own defense, he had taken this much damage. Wouldn't other players be one-hit killed in at most 2 strikes? This creature is terrifying beyond measure. It must not be allowed to live. Yi Feng dared not take it lightly and pressed his attack. Minus 55. Just as his second sword thrust forward, the little yellow duck also made its move. Quack quack quack. Minus 24. Minus 36. Yi Feng felt his body stiffen, his stride falter. This little duck had actually unleashed 2 consecutive attacks. Basic attack, chained into a skill. Even more outrageous. The slow effect had even triggered, causing Yi Feng's third sword to miss its mark. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Now this is interesting. Seeing Yi Feng take the hit, the little yellow duck cawed even more gleefully. It waddled right up to Yi Feng, tilted its head back, and launched another attack. How could Yi Feng allow this little creature to run rampant? He weathered its attack and delivered another sword strike in return. Quack. The little yellow duck had not expected this human to be so tenacious. After taking its triple combo head-on, it still stood firm and unshaken, while it itself had been slain in 3 sword strikes. It let out a cry of unwillingness before toppling over and crashing to the ground. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. That was no easy feat. It took 3 whole strikes to finish it off. His attack power was still not strong enough. After this brief lamentation, he checked his spoils. You have slain level 3 normal monster Little Yellow Duck. You have gained 48 experience points. You have obtained 30 copper. A level 3 Little Yellow Duck normally provides 30 experience points. With the 60 level crossing bonus, that figure had ballooned straight to 48 points. This efficiency was several times faster than ordinary players. Although nothing had dropped this time, Feng was not discouraged. At his current killing speed, getting equipment was only a matter of time. Moreover, this time 30 copper had dropped as well. For Feng, that was equivalent to 3 pieces of newbie equipment. If lucky, he might even combine them into one fine quality item with decent attributes. Brimming with motivation, Feng threw himself back into the hunt for giant roosters and little yellow ducks. Meanwhile, several squads nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Even a level 3 little yellow duck was no match for this person. Was he not far too powerful? Are you even human, or some kind of specter? A sharp-featured young man stared blankly ahead, murmuring to himself. The others wore expressions of equal reverence and admiration. The 5 of them had struggled desperately even against a level 2 giant rooster. Yet this one person had not only one-shot killed a rooster. He had even handled the level 3 little yellow duck with ease. Had they not seen with their own eyes that Feng wore the same newbie cloth armor and wielded the same newbie wooden sword as themselves, they would have assumed Feng's prowess stemmed from superior equipment. Yet with identical gear and weapons, the disparity was this immense. What kind of class and talent must this person possess? They fell into profound contemplation. At this moment, Feng had finally caught sight of monster tracks once more. A solitary giant rooster. Drawing from his earlier experience, Feng slew it with ease. Although no critical strike had triggered relying on his formidable attack power, it had only taken 2 strikes to finish the job. You have slain level 2 normal monster giant rooster. You have gained 28 experience points. You have obtained 20 copper. With a flash of white light, you have leveled up. You have gained 2 free attribute points. After slaying a mere 3 monsters, Feng leveled up to level 1. If word of this got out, the players back in the village laboring over errands and mail deliveries, as well as those outside desperately chasing rabbits, would surely weep in unison. Upon reaching level 1, all of his attributes increased by 1 point. He also gained 2 free attribute points. Feng allocated all of them into Constitution. His current attack power still relied heavily on his synthesized outstanding grade novice wooden sword. Allocating these 2 points into strength would yield a negligible boost to his attack. It was far better to invest in Constitution to boost his HP and enhance his survivability. The 100 HP provided by these 2 points of Constitution made Feng significantly more durable. Facing clusters of roosters, he showed not a shred of fear. He withstood their cacophony of clucking while relentlessly dealing damage. Although his level had risen and the bonus for fighting higher-level monsters had decreased slightly, his efficiency remained incredibly high thanks to his overwhelming attack power. After clearing just a small area, Feng leveled up once again. Upon reaching level 2, he again allocated his 2 free attribute points into Constitution. Feng then opened his inventory. He had just slain nearly 10 roosters, and though they hadn't dropped many copper coins, he had unexpectedly obtained 2 rooster comb hats. Although both possessed common attributes and were essentially identical, Feng still felt a flicker of excitement. He could synthesize again. You have synthesized rooster comb hat common with rooster comb hat common. You have completed a normal synthesis. Proficiency 1. You have synthesized a rooster comb hat common. Seeing the result, Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed a critical success was not so easily triggered. However, even though it was still a common rooster comb hat, its attributes had nonetheless improved, rising from the original 3 points of defense to 4. One should not underestimate this single-point increase in defense. If the original rooster comb hat could only fetch 50 to 100 copper coins, this upgraded one was easily worth 150 or even 200 copper coins. This was because the number of equipment slots available to each player was strictly limited. For 2 level 2 players, if every single piece of your gear was just slightly better than theirs, the collective difference across a full set would elevate you to an entirely different tier. While you were still grouping up to fight level 2 monsters, others might already be soloing them. The discrepancy in experience gain and other spoils would become massive. Once a gap formed in the early game, it became incredibly difficult to close later on. Feng, of course, knew this all too well. However, the equipment he synthesized was currently bound to him for personal use. No matter how valuable this rooster comb hat was, it didn't matter to him. Furthermore, the low drop rate of equipment left him with few opportunities to utilize his talent for now. Just then, a message in the regional chat caught his attention. Emperor Brother Hai buying rabbit fur at high prices. PM me if you have any. Feng's eyes narrowed. Rabbit fur was a material dropped by level 1 monsters like little white rabbits and little wild rabbits. Others might not yet know why this man named Brother Hai was buying rabbit fur. After all, it wasn't a rare item. Aside from turning in a few ordinary quests, what other use could it possibly have? But as a reincarnator, Feng naturally knew that this was tied to a hidden quest. If one could gather 100 pieces of rabbit fur, they could spend a certain amount of copper coins at a specific NPC to synthesize a certain item, and this item would prove highly useful in the early stages. Now that he had recalled this, Feng wasted no more time and established his next objective. Clear the monsters in this area and obtain that item. You have slain a level 2 and gained 20 experience points. You have slain a level 3 and gained 36 experience points. Just as Feng initiated his rapid slaughter mode, clearing out roosters and little yellow ducks one by one, an unusual rooster suddenly caught his eye. Frenzied rooster. Rank leader. Level 2. HP 200. Attack 30. Defense 6. Skill Pounce launches a 200 attack with a chance to reduce the target's defense by 3 points. Feng quietly marveled at his good luck. To think he would run into a leader monster. Although its attributes were a massive step up from a normal rooster, and it even possessed a skill, Feng's attributes still utterly overwhelmed it thanks to the boost from his 2 outstanding great items. After swiftly initiating the fight, he unleashed a clean volley of attacks. Even when the creature in its fury triggered its skill and dealt decent damage to Feng, it was still far from enough to threaten his full constitution build. In less than a minute, Feng had slain it. You have slain the level 2 leader monster Frenzied Rooster. You have obtained 40 experience points. You have obtained 50 copper coins, whether in experience or copper coins. Leader-grade monsters yielded far more than common ones. Furthermore, an item of equipment dropping with a faint shimmering glow brought Feng an unexpected pleasant surprise. After clearing out the remaining common monsters in this small area, Feng hurriedly made his way back to the novice village. With this piece of equipment, his plans could be executed even more smoothly. Weaving through the bustling crowd, Feng arrived at the village square. Players setting up stalls could be seen everywhere here. Although the game servers had only been online for just over an hour, the massive influx of players had already jump-started the circulation of various items. Just by casually browsing a few stalls, Feng spotted all kinds of level 1 equipment. Rabbit fur hats, rabbit fur leggings, rabbit fur bracers. It was practically a complete rabbit fur set. In fact, gathering the entire set of rabbit fur equipment would indeed trigger a set bonus. A set bonus of 5 to all attributes was highly practical for the early game. Yet Feng looked down on these items, even though his synthesis talent allowed him to upgrade them. Level 1 wild rabbits had no leader-grade equivalents, meaning they dropped fine-grade equipment at best. Moreover, the base attributes of level 1 equipment were simply too low. Even if synthesized, the improvement would be minimal. Feng was disinclined to waste his time on them. Crafting the item he needed as quickly as possible was the priority. After scanning the area, he found a spot and sat down. He then set up his stall. This newly established stall quickly caught the attention of the surrounding players, and its title left them utterly astonished. Selling top-tier excellent grade gear, buying rabbit fur. In an instant, over a dozen players crowded around, eagerly opening Feng's stall display. Bright red rooster comb hat. Slot head. Quality excellent. Required level 2. Defense 6. Constitution 3. HP 100. It really was an excellent grade piece of equipment. The first few players to open the stall felt their breath catch in their throats. One had to know that common monsters could drop fine-grade items at best. Only leader-grade monsters had a chance of dropping excellent-grade equipment. While everyone else was still grouping up to fight mobs, this handsome guy had already slain a leader-grade monster. The players standing closest immediately felt a sense of awe toward Feng, and as they discussed it, spreading word of the item's attributes. Even more players gathered around Feng's stall, though most were just there to join the commotion and witness what might be the very first excellent-grade item in the game. A few still couldn't wait to start asking for the price. Brother, how much for this equipment? Boss, do you accept huaxia coins for transactions? Feng was somewhat surprised. So quickly would a whale enter the market. However, his goal was not huaxia coins, so he naturally shook his head and declined. I only accept copper coin transactions. The highest bidder wins. These words instantly killed the interest of some merchants hoping to snag a bargain. It seemed this person was no ignorant novice. After several people dispersed, the remaining onlookers began calling out their bids one by one. 2,000 copper coins. I'll give 2,500. I bid 2,800. Though the price climbed higher, Feng's expression remained unchanged. Come now. This could very well be the first excellent grade equipment on the entire server. Its stats were extremely practical. It could significantly boost any player's survivability. There was no way he would sell at such a low price. Just as he was about to pack up and try elsewhere. 100,000 copper coins. Feng looked up. A burly muscular man flashed a simple honest smile at him. This bid also drew gasps from the onlookers. Good heavens, 100,000 copper coins. Isn't he rich? At the current exchange rate of 10 copper to 1 huaxia coin, that's equivalent to 1,000 bucks. Someone recognized the bidder's identity. That's Eternal Guild's top tank boss, Eternal Guardian, a renowned veteran player in the gaming community. For the Eternal Guild, this amount is pocket change. Eternal Guardian chuckled softly, clearly unconcerned with the others' discussions. Instead, he felt a twinge of pride. Eagerly, he asked Yifeng, "Brother, what do you think? Can we make a deal?" Before Yifeng could respond, another voice abruptly interrupted. "I bid 15,000." Both Yifeng and Eternal Guardian turned around simultaneously. A man dressed head to toe in rabbit fur gear offered a smile. "Brother Hai of the Imperial Dynasty, you've taken a liking to this equipment too." Eternal Guardian greeted him as an old acquaintance. Upon hearing the name, Yifeng's heart stirred. Wasn't this the player who had been buying rabbit fur earlier? So he's someone of note. Seeing Yifeng's thoughtful expression, Brother Hai spoke again. "I serve as vice president of the Imperial Dynasty Guild. If you're a skilled player without a guild, consider joining us. Benefits are exceptional." Eternal Guardian rolled his eyes. "Xiao Haizi, don't divert the topic. I bid 2,000." Brother Hai's eyes widened in anger, but at the price he softened. 2,000 copper coins. He truly couldn't afford it. As a guild vice president, he certainly couldn't drain the guild's funds to buy equipment for himself. He felt somewhat resentful. "Does the Eternal Guild give you such authority?" Eternal Guardian tilted his head triumphantly. "Do you understand the value of being the top tank?" His demeanor was almost provocative, as if daring the other to argue. Brother Hai sighed helplessly, a hint of regret in his heart. Just as he prepared to withdraw from the bidding, his glance fell upon the stall's name, and his expression brightened. "Skilled player, do you accept rabbit fur as partial payment?" Yifeng nodded. "I'm buying it as well, of course." Brother Hai steadied his resolve. Firmly he declared, "The market price for rabbit fur is 50 silver. I have 110 pieces valued at 5,000 copper coins, plus 16,000 copper in currency, totaling 21,000 copper, for your hat." Eternal Guardian saw that Yifeng seemed tempted and grew anxious. He hadn't expected this tactic and quickly interjected. "I bid 2,000. Boss, wait half an hour. I'll transfer the funds immediately." Brother Hai's face darkened completely. This dog deliberately competing with him. He felt utterly powerless. He had thought he would be eliminated again. But then Yifeng's voice came. "If you have 200 rabbit furs and give me an additional 2,000 copper coins, the item is yours." Brother Hai hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Agreed. Let's proceed as you say." The two quickly completed the transaction. Eternal Guardian was stunned. "Rejecting my copper coins, yet accepting rabbit fur. Is the fur really that valuable?" Seeing Yifeng rise to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Boss, add me as a friend. Consider me next time you have good items." Yifeng would naturally not turn down a friendly gesture. This fellow bid decisively and maintained a good attitude. He might prove useful in the future. He added both Eternal Guardian and Brother Hai as friends. After declining Brother Hai's guild invitation, Yifeng hurried toward the heart of the village. A gleam flashed in Brother Hai's eyes. As expected, this player with the peculiar name was also acquiring rabbit fur for that very item. However, he had long ago synthesized that item after accidentally triggering a quest. And not only had he equipped himself and his guild mates, if not for competing for this top-tier equipment, the 200 sets of rabbit fur he had acquired could have synthesized 2 more items, enough to outfit the captains of both core squads in the guild. Nevertheless, with this equipment, he would be fully capable of challenging the level 3 Little Yellow Duck. Combined with the bonus from that item, he was confident that soon he would possess the strength to challenge boss-level monsters. By then, when facing Yifeng again, who would prove stronger remained to be seen. Yifeng arrived at the thatched hut once more and saw the white-bearded old man again. Upon seeing him, the old man's expression shifted in surprise. "Boy, have you already completed the quest?" Yifeng laughed. "You jest, elder. That's a level 10 monster zone. Even if I leveled up at rocket speed, it's impossible to clear it so quickly." The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked curiously, "Then what brings you here?" Yifeng wasted no words and directly produced the rabbit fur. "I heard this can be exchanged for something useful here." The old man took the rabbit fur. "Since it's you, I won't say much. 100 sets of rabbit fur can be synthesized into one item, which will prove useful in this novice village." He formed a strange hand seal with both hands. Whoosh! The 100 rabbit furs vanished. In the next moment, a fluffy object was handed over. Lucky rabbit foot. Type special accessory. Quality fine. Defense 2. Item drop rate increased by 100. Currency drop rate increased by 100. Effective only within the novice village. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Exactly this item. Equivalent to the defense of novice cloth armor plus doubled item and currency drops. An absolute must-have artifact for players in the novice village. However, in his past life, he only learned of this item from the forums on the second day. By then the price of rabbit fur had skyrocketed, making it nearly impossible to acquire. By the time he gathered enough to exchange, he had already reached level 8. He enjoyed the bonus for only half a day before leaving the novice village. In this life, merely 2 hours after launch, he had already obtained it. Rebirth truly brought tremendous changes. However, Yi Feng felt no sense of satisfaction. Yi Feng produced another 100 units of rabbit fur. I must trouble you again, old sir. The elder regarded him in astonishment. Each person may equip only one of these. What do you intend to do with so many? Yi Feng smiled. I have quite a few friends. I thought I might have some made for them as well. The elder rolled his eyes but accepted the materials without the slightest hesitation. After repeating the same process, another rabbit's foot came flying toward him. There are no more, I presume. I need to rest now. Yi Feng nodded. Rest well, old sir. Holding the two rabbits' feet, Yi Feng attempted a synthesis as he walked. You have synthesized the lucky rabbit's foot fine with another lucky rabbit's foot fine. This item is a special equipment type. Its usage count will be doubled. You completed a normal synthesis. Proficiency 4. You synthesized a lucky rabbit's foot fine. It had worked. Yi Feng swallowed hard. When he had seen Emperor Hai's purchase offer earlier, the idea had come to him in an instant. If this item could be synthesized, its attributes would improve once more. Its usefulness would increase enormously. He had not expected it to work, but it truly had. The synthesized attributes had not disappointed him either. Lucky Rabbit's Foot 1. Type Special Accessory. Quality Fine. Defense 3. Item drop, rate 150. Copper drop, rate 150. Effective only within the beginner village. Although its quality had not changed, the increase in defense was negligible. Yet the enhancement to its special attributes was nothing short of a tremendous leap. Besides, I can continue synthesizing it. Yi Feng exclaimed inwardly with excitement. As he walked on, Yi Feng did not waste any time. He visited every shop in the beginner village. Thanks to his good fortune, his weapons and armor had been synthesized to respectable quality. For the time being, achieving any further significant improvement would be difficult. Yi Feng began to focus on the accessory shop. Only 2 types of rings were sold there. One increased defense while the other increased attack. Yi Feng chose the attack boosting ring. After a total of 16 syntheses, he finally obtained an excellent quality item. Swift Beginner Wooden Ring. Slot Accessory. Quality Excellent. Required Level 1. Attack 15. Agility 6. Each basic attack increases attack speed by 10, stacking up to 3 times. The stacks reset when the target dies. Each player has 3 accessory slots, 2 ring slots, and 1 necklace slot. The beginner village's accessory shop did not sell necklaces, so Yi Feng synthesized another ring. His luck was slightly worse this time. It took a full 32 syntheses of the basic ring before he finally obtained an excellent quality item. Nimble Beginner Wooden Ring. Slot Accessory. Quality Excellent. Required Level 1. Attack 22. Agility 6. When your movement speed exceeds that of your target, your damage is increased by an additional 10. This had originally been a common quality ring with only 1 point of base attack. Through Yi Feng's talent, all things synthesis, not only had its quality risen to excellent, but its attributes had been transformed completely. Its base attack alone was comparable to that of a level 5 fine quality or even excellent quality weapon, not to mention the additional 12 points of agility. It also possessed 2 highly practical special effects. The 48 beginner wooden rings had nearly depleted all the copper coins in Yi Feng's possession. He no longer had enough money to synthesize equipment for slots such as boots, headgear, and belts. Thus, he left the beginner village. It was time to earn some money. Level 4 Monster Zone. The monsters that inhabited this area were white boars and black boars. White boars possessed high health, while black boars dealt greater damage. As soon as Yi Feng arrived, he found himself caught between a pincer attack from 1 black boar and 1 white boar. White boar. Rank Common. Level 4. Health 300. Attack 40. Defense 18. Black boar. Rank Common. Level 4. Health 200. Attack 50. Defense 15. Both monsters possessed considerably higher attributes than Little Yellow Duck. An ordinary level 3 or 4 player without several pieces of fine quality equipment would have found them difficult to deal with. But for Yi Feng, whose 3 pieces of equipment were excellent quality and 2 were outstanding quality, the black and white pair of boars were scarcely a threat. Minus 125. Minus 132. With only 2 sword strikes, the black boar collapsed. Thanks to his agility of as much as 14 points, Yi Feng easily evaded the white boar's attack before cutting it down with 3 sword strokes. You have slain the level 4 common monster black boar. You gained 56 experience points. You gained 45 copper. You have slain the level 4 common monster white boar. You gained 56 experience points. You gained 45 copper. Even when facing level 4 monsters after reaching level 2, he still received an additional 40 experience. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 required 900 experience points. At this rate, he would need only a little over 10 boars. Compared with an ordinary player, his experience gain was more than twice as high. To Yi Feng's delight, the lucky rabbit's foot had already begun to take effect. Although neither monster had dropped any equipment, the increase in copper rewards was astonishing. After spending more than half an hour clearing every black and white boar in the area, Yi Feng had successfully reached level 3. Advancing to the next level required 1600 experience points. The experience bonus for defeating monsters above his level had begun to diminish. Even after defeating every monster within sight, Feng was still 500 experience points short. Because most players had yet to reach this area, the monsters here respawned rather slowly. Feng therefore did not linger. He returned to the previous monster zone. The big rooster boss had previously contributed a rather decent piece of equipment. He decided to see whether he could find another little yellow duck boss. By sheer coincidence, he had only just arrived when he spotted a little yellow duck noticeably larger than the others. However, there were two of them. They were also surrounded by a full dozen ordinary little yellow ducks. Around this loosely formed group, no fewer than 10 player parties had gathered. Yet none dared approach. They remained nearby searching for scattered big roosters that had spawned. When they noticed that Feng seemed about to charge into the flock of little yellow ducks, one player could not help but shout, "It's dangerous over there. Be careful, don't throw your life away." Feng nodded. Immediately a flash of sword light erupted. Damn, does this guy not understand human speech? Charging straight in like that. He'll be dead in 3 seconds. Quack. Before the player's words had even faded, a piercing duck's cry rang out. The two players who had warned Feng exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. A one-hit kill? Were our eyes playing tricks on us? Gazing at the fallen little yellow duck, Feng inwardly acknowledged that he had been fortunate. Relying on his high resilience, he had not bothered to lure the monsters apart and defeat them one by one. Instead, he had chosen to trade attacks while standing his ground. Unexpectedly, his first strike had landed a critical blow and instantly killed a little yellow duck. As he weaved through the flock of monsters, the effects of his rings began to take effect as well. With the additional damage they granted, he could even kill a little yellow duck with a basic attack. In only a few minutes, the dozen or so little yellow ducks had all become corpses. Their cries of anguish rose and fell in rapid succession under the dumbfounded gazes of the nearby players. Feng had already begun dealing with the two isolated little yellow duck bosses. Little yellow duck. Rank boss. Level 3. Health 450. Attack 55. Defense 11. Skill sonic stimulation. Unleashes an attack at 300 power and then deals 30 damage every second for 10 seconds. The attributes of this elite yellow duck were even slightly higher than those of a level 4 wild boar. The accompanying skill was remarkably potent as well. In their very first exchange, Feng fell victim to its attack amidst the most ear-splitting duck quacks imaginable. A full 100 points of damage caused his health to plummet in an instant. However, all 6 free attribute points Feng had earned from leveling up had been allocated entirely to Constitution. Combined with the 3 points automatically granted upon each level increase, his health pool now totaled a staggering 450 points. Having gauged the extent of his opponent's threat, Feng naturally refused to be intimidated. He pressed forward resolutely, enduring 2 consecutive sonic wave attacks, while unleashing a relentless barrage of his own. Thanks to the additional properties granted by his ring, his attack speed was exceptionally swift. Just as his health dwindled to less than half, the 2 elite yellow ducks collapsed in swift succession, falling prey to his deadly strikes. You have slain the level 4 elite monster yellow duck. You have obtained 96 experience points. You have obtained 150 copper coins. The experience and copper coin rewards were naturally quite satisfactory. What truly captured Feng's attention, however, was an equipment piece that had been dropped. Quaking duck bill ring. Slot accessory. Quality fine. Level requirement 3. Attack 4. Strength 2. Your normal attacks have a 30 chance to trigger an additional sonic wave strike, dealing 150 extra damage to the target. Although this fine-grade equipment dropped from a wild monster fell considerably short of what Feng could synthesize through his talent, it remained a commendable item for ordinary players. The accompanying special effect in particular proved remarkably practical. Feng deliberated for a moment, then opened his friends list and sent a message to Emperor Hai. Help me gather some rabbit fur. Market price with a 20 fluctuation is acceptable. A few seconds later, a reply arrived. Sorry about that, expert. Our team needs it too. We really don't have any extras. Without further explanation, Feng sent over the ring he had just acquired. This time a full 10 seconds elapsed before the other party responded. Holy crap, that's insane. But immediately following came a flurry of messages. Big shot, what does this mean? Are you just showing it off, or are you thinking of selling it? If you want to sell it, boss, just name your price. I'll scrounge up the money right away. Witnessing such an enormous reaction, Feng naturally understood the true value of this ring. He suppressed his laughter with great effort and replied, I was originally planning to trade it with you for some rabbit fur, but since you need it too, forget it. I'll get in touch with Eternal Guardian instead. No. Don't contact that bastard. Big shot, I'll trade you rabbit fur for it, at market price. The moment Feng's message was sent, he received Emperor Hai's 3 desperate pleas in rapid succession. Shortly thereafter, the message window flickered incessantly. Big shot, how about 200 units of rabbit fur at 200 copper coins each? Is that enough? Noticing Feng's silence, the other party grew even more anxious and sent over a remote trade request placing 214 units of rabbit fur on the table. Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The other party was willing to spend 100 copper coins just to initiate a remote trade, and had voluntarily offered up every last bit of rabbit fur he possessed. It was evident that Emperor Hai had truly taken a fancy to this ring. Since the other party was being so accommodating, Feng saw no reason to play hard to get any longer. He placed the ring directly on the trading interface. The opposite party clicked confirm without hesitation. After Feng confirmed and the transaction was completed, the message window flickered once more. Thanks a million, big shot. If you have any other good equipment, you absolutely must let me know, brother. I'll pay top dollar, no question. Feng was equally straightforward. Right now, I just need rabbit fur, quantity unlimited. If you can supply enough rabbit fur, I'll prioritize you for equipment even better than this. After sending these messages, he continued his search for monsters. Meanwhile, in another level 3 monster zone of the newbie village, Emperor Hai could barely contain his excitement. He had never anticipated that Feng would speak in such terms. In his estimation, a fine-grade equipment piece with such exceptional attributes was already sufficient to secure his position firmly within the top echelon of current players. An equipment even better than this. What could it possibly be? Fine-grade weapons and armor. Or perhaps, an extraordinary thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it possibly be excellent grade equipment? He couldn't help but swallow hard. If expert Jin truly possessed something of that caliber, he absolutely could not afford to miss this opportunity. Thinking this, he immediately exercised his authority to post an announcement within the guild. Unlimited acquisition of rabbit fur. Bulk purchases can accept premium prices. RMB transactions supported. Fearing this safeguard might prove insufficient, he specifically reached out to several guild leaders with whom he maintained good relations. Brothers, do me a favor. I'll take all the rabbit fur from your side. The recipients were initially inclined to refuse. What a joke. Everyone knew these days that rabbit fur could be synthesized into lucky rabbit feet, a highly practical utility item. After synthesizing it themselves, they could distribute it among other important guild members. How could they possibly have surplus to spare? However, once Emperor Hai offered a 50 premium, they all agreed without hesitation. Under these circumstances, they decided to adjust their plans accordingly, restricting usage to core members alone. As for the others, some sacrifices would simply have to be made. After all, given the scale of their guild and their leveling speed, they would spend no more than a few days in the newbie village. Conversely, the substantial funds offered by Emperor Hai would allow them to maximize their own profits. The sudden surge in demand for rabbit fur also roused the interest of many merchants who began contemplating hoarding supplies for profit. Emperor Hai, however, promptly deployed his ultimate weapon, a 100 premium with RMB transactions accepted. At this point, everyone promptly retreated from the fray. Good grief, this fellow was an absolute madman. They simply could not compete. Watching the rabbit fur being steadily collected from below, Emperor Hai still felt the quantity fell short. If the expert truly could produce excellent grade items, what would this mere rabbit fur amount to? No, he had to accelerate the pace. He began reaching out to additional contacts. Feng carefully navigated past several boulders and opened the treasure chest on the ground. Earlier within this dense forest, he had slain a level 6 venomous serpent. Though the process hadn't been particularly arduous, it had nonetheless consumed a considerable amount of resources. The venom attack unleashed by the creature had proven genuinely troublesome, causing him considerable inconvenience. Fortunately, upon its defeat, the treasure chest it had been guarding finally became accessible. As the progress bar completed, a faint crimson light shimmered into view. Feng retrieved the item from within the chest, a pale red fruit. Attribute fruit. Quality rare. Requirement usable below level 10. Randomly increases 2 attribute points. Feng was somewhat astonished to think it was actually this item. In his previous life, players had only obtained one around the second day, and that was after achieving the newbie village boss first kill. He had never expected that in this life it would come to him with such effortless ease. Although each fruit granted merely 2 attribute points at random, one had to consider that before completing the level 10 class advancement, players gained only 2 free attribute points per level during the newbie period. Moreover, these bonus attributes differed from the all attribute points gained from leveling up. They could be converted into free attribute points through attribute reset items. However, Feng did not choose to use it immediately. This attribute fruit was merely the lowest rare grade. As he recalled, higher grades, fine and excellent, existed as well. Those granted even more attribute points. Since each tier had an upper limit on the number of attribute fruits one could consume, it was naturally preferable to use higher quality ones. Once the gap in attribute points began to widen, it would only continue to expand thereafter. Feng understood this truth from profound personal experience. In his previous life, he had lacked such capability. In this life, he was determined to achieve the very best. What was more, he had a bold conjecture in his heart. Unfortunately, even after searching this dense forest thoroughly several times, he found no further trace of any treasure chests. He did, however, slay dozens of venomous snakes, which was a modest harvest. He had even discovered a level 6 boss-tier venomous snake. After a brief struggle, Feng successfully took it down. You have slain the level 6 boss-tier monster venomous snake. You have gained 196 experience points. You have obtained 450 copper. With the 60 bonus for defeating a higher level foe, the experience from the boss-tier snake was quite substantial. The copper coins were even more impressive. Boosted by the lucky rabbit's foot, the rewards were nothing short of luxurious. This only solidified Feng's resolve. He had to find a way to acquire more rabbit fur to synthesize an even higher quality lucky rabbit's foot. Just then, a message on the world channel caught his attention. Prague Xiaofeng, you people from the Blood Guild are utterly shameless. We agreed to form an alliance to take down the boss together. In the end, we were the ones wiped out while you guys ran away. Immediately after, numerous players with the Prague prefix joined in the condemnation. Feng read through them one by one. As it turned out, a player from the Prague Guild had discovered the tracks of a level 5 boss in a hidden map. Their guild lacked the strength to challenge it, yet they were unwilling to let it go. So they contacted the stronger Blood Guild from the same city, hoping to pool the strength of both guilds to bring down the boss. To their surprise, after the Prague Guild sacrificed a staggering 50 players, they realized that with the general player base currently at level 1 or 2 and level 3 at most, they stood absolutely no chance against such a behemoth. Not only did the Blood Guild flee the moment things went south, but they also completely reneged on the compensation they had promised for the players' deaths. This ignited the fury of the Prague Guild players. However, their collective outrage was futile. The onlookers merely cracked a few jokes, and soon no one cared anymore. To make matters worse, the higher-ups of the Blood Guild openly mocked them on the World Channel, claiming the Prague Guild was too weak and foolishly trying to reach heaven in a single bound by killing a boss to gain fame, completely overestimating themselves. Feng cared little for their grievances and feuds, but he was highly interested in the boss. In his past life, he had never participated in any boss-clearing campaigns in the Novice Village. Nor did he know where the Novice Village's bosses spawned. Now it seemed his chance had come. He sent a private message to Prague Xiaofeng. Brother, are the boss's coordinates for sale? Prague Xiaofeng, you're just here to watch the drama, aren't you? Don't bother me. Seeing that the other party did not believe him, Feng felt a bit troubled. He couldn't very well just transfer money over directly, could he? Showing the other party his equipped gear would certainly convince them that he was genuinely asking for a price. However, his gear had been synthesized multiple times and possessed absurd attributes, making it inconvenient to reveal. After some thought, he sent over a screenshot of the attribute fruit he had just obtained. Instantly, the other party replied, "Holy crap, where did you get this? Is it for sale?" Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as they were talking, it was a start. It dropped from a level 6 monster. "If you give me the exact coordinates, I'll give it to you for free." Feng had expected the other party to agree immediately. To his surprise, several minutes passed without a response. He continued to reason with them. "These coordinates are only valuable right now. Once others search near that area, they'll be worthless." As it turned out, the moment he sent the message, the other party replied. Opening the message log, Feng saw a lengthy message from the other party. "I don't want the item. Expert, since you can fight level 6 monsters this early, you must be very strong. If you can promise to vent some anger for our guild after killing the boss, I'll give you the coordinates for free." Feng was somewhat surprised. It seemed he was dealing with a person of high principle, someone who would rather forego material gain just to make a stand. He was naturally more than happy to oblige. Furthermore, in his past life, although the Prague Guild always fell just a bit short of becoming a top-tier guild, their reputation had always been excellent. Conversely, the Blood Guild was notorious for being insidious and overbearing. Even Feng had been bullied by them once. In this life, slapping them back in the face would serve as revenge for his past self. He quickly replied, agreeing to the request. Inside the safe zone of the Novice Village, a group of players was gathered near the resurrection point chatting. Leading them was none other than Prague Xiaofeng, who had just been demanding justice on the World Channel. However, as he spoke, he suddenly fell silent. The hearts of the others sank. "It's over, even our leader has given up. It seems we are destined to suffer this loss." Just as they were preparing to put the matter behind them, Prague Xiaofeng suddenly looked up in pleasant surprise. "Brothers, I found an expert to avenge us." His words elicited a mix of expressions from the others. "How are we getting revenge? Which guild leader is this expert? Is he going to help us fight our way back? How much money do we need to pay? As long as we can vent this anger, we can pool our money together." "That's right, Brother Feng, don't worry, we're all willing." Seeing everyone united against their common enemy, Prague Xiaofeng felt a warmth in his heart and waved his hand. "No need for us to pay." The expert said to watch the public channel in an hour. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. No money. Could it be he was helping for free? Were there really still such chivalrous people nowadays? And what did "watch the public channel in an hour" mean? In such a short time, no matter how powerful the experts guild was, it was impossible for them to possess the strength to slay a boss. Could he mean hunting down a few higher-ups of the Blood Guild to vent their anger? Not to mention the others being completely baffled. Xiaofeng himself hadn't understood what the other party meant even after sending the coordinates. However, he believed the expert wouldn't lie to him. The strength symbolized by the attribute fruit was one aspect. On the other hand, even if the other party failed, he had nothing to lose. What if they actually pulled it off? Yifeng's promise was of course no empty boast. This excursion, benefiting from the drop rate boost of the Lucky Rabbit's foot, had yielded over 2,000 copper coins from monster drops alone. This was enough for him to perform another round of synthesis. On his way back to the village, Yifeng did not spare any suitable monsters he encountered, accumulating quite a bit more copper and even looting several pieces of level 2 and level 3 gear. Aside from a decent level 3 fine-grade hat that increased constitution by 2, which he sold to Eternal Guardian for 3,000 copper. He quickly liquidated the rest at low prices upon entering the town. In total, he made over 2,000 copper, bringing his total savings past the 8,000 copper mark. With money in hand, Yifeng felt confident. He first went to the equipment shop to purchase novice cloth hats. Originally, a level 0 novice cloth hat was of common quality, offering a mere 1 point of defense, better than nothing, but barely. After Yifeng purchased 8 of them, he upgraded them to fine grade. The defense rose to 6, and it also rolled a Constitution 3 attribute. This left Yifeng rather dissatisfied. It seemed his consecutive critical successes with his weapon and armor earlier had indeed been sheer luck. Under normal circumstances, it took a full 4 rounds of synthesis to successfully upgrade a tier. Nevertheless, the basic attributes had improved significantly. Yifeng continued to buy novice cloth hats. This time, after only 2 syntheses consuming 4 hats, he successfully synthesized a fine grade 1. It had a base defense of 4 and Constitution 2. This was his first time encountering such a large discrepancy in attributes within the same quality. He placed the 2 pieces together to test them. Inconsistent synthesis counts detected among the items. Synthesizing will alter the base attributes. Proceed with synthesis. Yifeng examined the attributes of the 2 cloth caps before understanding what it meant. The first cloth cap bore the number 4, while the second displayed a 2. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. They were merely novice cloth caps. Even if the synthesis yielded worthless results, the loss was well within his tolerance. You have performed a standard synthesis. Proficiency 1. You have synthesized a novice cloth cap fine quality. Yifeng shook his head. Still no critical hit. The advancement had failed. He was about to purchase more and attempt again when a system notification appeared before him. This item has reached its maximum synthesis limit and cannot be synthesized further. Yifeng hastily looked over. Novice cloth cap, bound 5. Slot head. Quality fine. Required level 0. Defense 7. Stamina 5. Yifeng could scarcely believe his own eyes. 6 points of defense plus 4 points of defense had become 7 points of defense. 3 points of constitution plus 2 points of constitution. After synthesis, it somehow remained at 3 points of constitution. What kind of absurd effect was this? Previously, synthesizing items with identical attributes had always yielded a direct 50 enhancement. Why were the results so dismal with differing attributes? Yet upon careful calculation, he began to comprehend. 6 points of defense and 4 points of defense yielded an average of 5 points. A 50 increase with decimals removed amounted to precisely 6 points. The same logic applied to the 3 and 2 points of constitution. Yifeng fell into contemplation. By this reckoning, synthesizing high attribute equipment would prove rather disadvantageous. He would need to exercise caution henceforth. Moreover, Yifeng had not anticipated that after merely 5 syntheses, no further combination would be possible. However, judging by the system notification, it appeared that higher quality equipment possessed a greater synthesis limit. Still worth anticipating. With the cap temporarily complete, Yifeng turned his attention elsewhere. Both belts and boots cost 30 copper each, so he began with the boots. He started with 16 pieces, synthesizing them one by one. Ultimately, 2 fine quality boots emerged. Both had undergone 4 syntheses. Yifeng drew a deep breath. Now it remained to be seen whether advancement was possible. If advancement failed, it would mean the boots were capped at fine quality. Yifeng exhaled deeply and opened his inventory. Lightstep novice cloth shoes, bound 5. Slot feet. Quality excellent. Required level 0. Defense 9. Agility 5. Movement speed 10. Yes. The instant Yifeng beheld the quality, he could not resist pumping his fist. He had finally broken through. He could continue his attempts. He promptly purchased 16 more pairs of cloth shoes in one go. Yet the final outcome was beyond anything he had imagined. Not a single piece of excellent quality emerged. Not even fine quality appeared. After numerous syntheses, what materialized in his inventory were, astonishingly, 2 pieces of ordinary quality. Even their attributes remained unchanged, still merely defense 1. Disbelieving, he continued synthesizing these 2 shoes. This item's synthesis count has reached the maximum for advancement to the next quality. Forced advancement successful. The system notification nearly caused him to spit blood. The equipment that appeared made his vision darken. Novice cloth shoes bound 5. Slot feet. Quality fine. Required level 0. Defense 2. Intelligence 1. This must be the most pathetic fine quality equipment imaginable, mustn't it? Feng grumbled inwardly. What he failed to realize was that this was the standard fine quality equipment an ordinary player would encounter. The items he had synthesized far exceeded the normal ceiling. Feng was somewhat exasperated. 480 copper coins spent, and this was all he had to show for it. Most vexing of all, this wretched item had already reached its limit. Of course, even without reaching the limit, he could never bring himself to synthesize it with other fine quality equipment. That would be a waste of perfectly good items. He could only sell it to the shop. Do you wish to sell novice cloth shoes bound for 5 copper coins? The purchase price offered by the system shop caused Feng's vision to darken once more. System-produced items normally purchased for 30 copper should be bought back at half price, 15 copper. How did his get discounted to barely a third of that? Could it be because of the binding? What a tremendous loss. He couldn't be bothered to sell it anymore. He'd keep it as a memento. Worst case, he'd just keep synthesizing. Feng gritted his teeth and purchased 32 pairs of novice cloth shoes in one go. The result? After only a few syntheses, a system notification appeared. Today's remaining synthesis attempts 10. Feng was startled. He had nearly forgotten that the universal synthesis function carried a daily attempt limit. At levels 1 and 2, only 10 and 20 attempts were permitted daily. Through several fortunate critical hits, he had luckily advanced to level 3, granting him 100 daily syntheses. He hadn't expected the count to dwindle to just 10 so quickly. With such limited attempts, he could ill afford to squander them. Feng began formulating a careful plan. With so few attempts remaining, attempting belts would yield nothing worthwhile. Better to focus entirely on boots and see if a miracle could occur. He first selected 4 pairs of once synthesized shoes and attempted synthesis on each. No fine quality emerged. Another 4 pairs, fortune smiled, and 1 fine quality pair appeared. He set the fine quality pair aside and continued with the ordinary ones. Luck proved less favorable this time. 8 pairs were required to produce a single fine quality pair. Yet his synthesis count had dwindled to merely 2. With no other options remaining, Feng resigned himself to synthesizing these 2 items. Whoosh. Lightstep novice cloth shoes bound 5. Slot feet. Quality excellent. Required level 0. Defense 12. Agility 6. Movement speed 10. He observed the quality and synthesis count. Feng could not help but swallow hard. That was close. Had it failed to reach excellent, it would have been another item stuck at the 5 synthesis cap, a mere 5 copper piece destined for the shop. Fortunately, the heavens had shown favor. By this point, Feng had actually calmed down. 1 final synthesis attempt remained. Give me something good. Feng roared inwardly as he confirmed the synthesis. Whether it was merely his imagination, he could have sworn a flash of golden light had just streaked before his eyes. With trembling hands, he opened his inventory. The background color of the boots had changed. Feng's heart leaped with joy. It had advanced. It had reached outstanding quality. However, the color appeared different from his weapon and armor. Could it be that? Wild elation surged within Feng as he looked closer. Fleetfoot novice cloth shoes bound 5. Slot feet. Quality legendary. Required level 0. Defense 30. Agility 18. Stamina 10. Movement speed 30. Blink teleport to a random location within 10 meters. Usable once per hour. Holy, it's actually legendary. Feng could not restrain himself from cursing aloud. What an unbelievably pleasant surprise. What an utterly unexpected twist. After reviewing the system notification, Feng saw, as expected, that this final synthesis attempt had by an extraordinary stroke of fortune triggered a minor advancement. From excellent, it had skipped outstanding entirely and ascended straight to legendary. Moreover, it had gained a special ability. Your synthesis has surpassed the maximum quality producible by equipment in this region. You have been granted a special synthesis privilege. You may perform a guaranteed 100 advancement synthesis on 2 designated items with a small chance of achieving an even higher grade. This synthesis is not subject to the daily synthesis limit. Seeing such a prompt, Feng burst into joyous laughter. Though this privilege sounded rather extraordinary, he could not think of how to use it for now. First, he admired the freshly acquired legendary grade equipment. Defense surpassing even that of armor. Double-digit base attribute bonuses. Movement speed enhancement equivalent to several pairs combined. Along with the exclusive trait reserved for legendary grade and above, no mana consumption. Absolutely invincible. With these boots, Feng faced the boss he was about to conquer, brimming with absolute confidence. Glancing at the message bar, 40 minutes had already passed since his conversation with Prague Little Wind. Feng set out from the equipment shop. Since he had promised, he could not go back on his word. Time was short. Passing by the market stalls, Feng spent 3,000 copper coins to purchase 5 bottles of minor agility potions. This item could only boost movement speed by 30, with a duration of merely 10 minutes. Ordinary players typically used it to save their lives when facing danger. Players like Feng who used it merely for traveling were indeed rare. However, bolstered by his equipment, his agility points were already quite high to begin with. Combined with the movement speed enhancement from his legendary grade boots, he already felt as though he were striding like the wind. After drinking the potion, he became even swifter, racing like lightning itself. While players in the area cried out that it was a hack, some attempted to approach and investigate, but before they could draw near, Feng had vanished from sight. Having consumed all 5 potions, Feng arrived at the boss's territory. This was a spot by a river. Here dwelt a crab of enormous proportions. It lay quietly upon the shore. Its 2 massive pincers gleamed with a cold light, looking rather terrifying. Feng did not rush forward rashly, but first examined the creature's information. Intestineless gentleman. Rank boss. Level 5. Health 1000. Attack 112. Defense 45. Skills Iron Pincer combo launches 2 consecutive attacks at 150 damage and reduces the target's defense by 15 points. Desperate Bite deals 200 points of true damage to targets within range and reduces the target's health by 10 points per second for 10 seconds. Feng finally understood why the players of the Prague Guild had been utterly wiped out. Its base attributes had no shortcomings whatsoever. Ordinary attacks alone were enough to grievously wound or even instantly kill players with low health. Neither of its 2 skills was weak. One reduced defense combined with single target combo strikes specifically designed to counter health tanks. The other was an area of effect attack. True damage coupled with sustained health drain thoroughly dismantled Zerg rush tactics. With boss attributes like these, even top players of major guilds, unless they collectively leveled up beyond 5 and possessed formidable resistance, had absolutely no qualification to challenge this boss. However, Feng glanced at his own attributes, and instead of being alarmed, he felt delighted. Comparing himself to the creature, this boss did not seem so fearsome after all. Just as he was contemplating how to engage the monster, this boss here has an owner. Please leave. Several players bearing blood-colored suffixes above their names approached. Feng could not be bothered to exchange words with them. Such remarks might still work on other solo players. He was not afraid. Besides, he had already promised Prague Little Wind to cause some grief for the Blood Color Guild. This was clearly a perfect opportunity. He paid them no heed and launched his attack directly at the boss. The men moved to obstruct him, but were halted by their leader. Let him fight. Such a reckless player who doesn't know his own limits will come to his senses the moment the boss one-shots him. The group ceased their advance in unison, faces alight with gleeful anticipation. Indeed, what was a solo player but a lamb to the slaughter against a boss that even their guild's elite squad dared not challenge? 45. Feng's casual sword strike startled them. What? He actually breached the defense. They had witnessed the Prague Guild's party attack this boss before. Against the boss's formidable 45 defense, not a single player had managed to breach it back then. Yet this fellow actually dealt double-digit damage. Whether it was a special skill or simply extraordinarily high attack power, it filled them with a sense of foreboding. Hastily, they opened their message bars and began reporting. Boss, bad news. Someone's here to steal the boss. Blood Color Creator, which guild? How dare they contest with us? Can they even hurt it? It's a solo player. One sword strike dealt 45 damage. Blood Color Creator, damn, harass him first. We're on our way. The reporting player breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the boss knew. At least they bore no responsibility. By the time the boss arrived, this player would likely have failed. They could wear down a portion of the boss's health, and their guild could conveniently swoop in for the spoils. 140. Minus 140. 2 high-value damage numbers floated above Feng's head. The men could not help but cheer the boss on. Awesome, take him down. This boss combo skill dealt devastating damage and additionally reduced the target's defense. Previously, no player from the Prague Guild had been able to withstand these 2 strikes. Yet under their astonished gaze, Feng did not fall. How is this possible? They had no time to wonder why a skill that dealt 200 or even 300 damage to others only inflicted 140 on Feng. What baffled them was this: losing 280 health in an instant yet still alive. Was this fellow allocating all points to vitality? But if he had allocated everything to vitality, how could he possess such devastating attack power capable of breaching the boss's defense? The men felt their minds reeling. Feng, having taken the opponent's skill, remained utterly unruffled. With his all-vitality allocation and the vitality bonuses from several pieces of equipment, his health had already reached 1450 points, even surpassing the boss itself. This minor drain, he could endure it. Now that the opponent had expended its skills, its basic attack damage was even lower. He simply abandoned any thought of kiting and engaged in a direct stand-and-trade fight with the creature. Minus 48. Minus 72. Although the opponent dealt greater damage to him, Feng's occasional critical strikes managed to pull some ground back. Minus 82. Critical combined with his formidable 40 points in agility. His attack speed was noticeably superior to the opponent's. The boss's health depletion gradually outpaced Feng's. If the two continued this simple and brutal exchange of blows, the first to die would undoubtedly be the boss. Feng fought with effortless ease. The blood-colored guild members watching from the sidelines were beside themselves with anxiety. Just as they could bear it no longer, the boss finally unleashed its fury once more. -200. -10. It was the true damage skill. The blood-color members rejoiced. This time this fellow should be one shot. Yet to their stunned disbelief, Feng still refused to fall. On the contrary, his strikes came even faster. Still not dead. How much health did he actually possess? The men grew frantic. Everyone attacked together. He shouldn't have much health left. The 5 of them encircled him in unison. Their various weapons swung toward Feng. They had assumed that no matter how high his defense, with all 5 of them attacking together, Feng would surely be unable to withstand it. But reality once again struck them dumb. Miss, miss, miss. The consecutive miss seemed to mock them. They could not even breach his defense. The men themselves were left utterly shaken. Meanwhile, their attacks had instead given the wounded boss an outlet for its fury. 224. With a casual bite, a player collapsed. The men's expressions changed drastically. They began to flee. Feng seized the opportunity to use the major health potion from his pack. 90. 10. By the time the boss pursued and eliminated the blood-color guild members one by one, Feng had already recovered over 300 health points. When the boss once again turned its attention toward him, Feng actively re-engaged in the stand-and-trade fight. Watching intently, the boss's health had already dropped to less than 1/10. Yet suddenly, it let out a furious roar. A buff appeared above its head. Blood Frenzy. When health falls below 10, it reduces defense by 90, increases attack by 100, increases attack speed by 50, and resets the cooldown of all skills. With the appearance of this buff, the boss's eyes turned blood red as it went completely mad. Its double claws swung continuously, its speed increasing noticeably. 180. -305. -305. The combination of normal attacks and iron claw strikes caused Feng's health to plummet almost instantly. If things proceeded as expected, the opponent would immediately unleash a true damage skill. If it connected, Feng would die. In the blink of an eye, the moment the boss's iron claw rose again, Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared 10 meters away. This was the trait flash on his legendary grade boots. The boss's skill missed entirely, and it toppled forward. When Feng returned to face the boss after its skill ended, he delivered just one sword strike. -188. The giant crab crashed to the ground. No. A scream echoed from afar. Blood-colored creator god gazed upon the slain boss and let out a heart-wrenching roar. He had rushed with core players only to arrive and see his guild's prized boss slain by someone else. He could not accept this reality. His mindset completely collapsed. Who are you? How dare you steal our guild's boss? He glared viciously at Feng, who remained unmoved, bending down to collect the boss's dropped loot. Several glowing orbs shimmered in considerable quantity. Do not touch it. Blood-colored creator god shouted in desperation. Watching Feng pause, he softened his tone. Brother, let us handle the boss drops. I will share half with you based on their value. Otherwise you would struggle to sell them and gain an enemy in our guild, which is not worth it. He believed his words were masterful, combining leniency with authority. A sensible opponent would know how to choose. He did not expect. Feng merely sneered, then collected all the loot. Offend your Blood Red Guild. I already did. So what? Blood Red Guild members stood frozen. Watching their trembling leader, they silently pitied Feng. This kid is finished. He will have a hard time in this game from now on. As predicted, blood-colored creator god was completely infuriated. Destroy him. A group surged forward. Miss, miss, miss. Countless misses floated up, interspersed with Feng's swift strikes. 182. -95. One strike killed instantly, another inflicted severe wounds. Seeing such damage, Feng furrowed his brow. His attack power was still too low. Being swarmed by a group of players was a waste of time. Rather than dealing with them one by one, he activated his speed and left the area. Chase him. Blood-colored creator god shouted. He had not expected the opponent to simply refuse to engage, nor had he expected such swift movement speed. He commanded loudly, leading his men in a frantic pursuit. I will make this kid regret being alive. Shortly after Feng killed the boss, several striking system announcements appeared on the World Channel. Player Jian has achieved the first kill of the Novice Village boss, earning 5 free attribute points and 1 permission point as rewards. Player Jian has completed the first kill of an exceptional level boss, earning 10 free attribute points and 2 permission points as rewards. The consecutive system announcements left the viewing players in an uproar. Our team is still challenging elites, while theirs has already started on bosses. Is the gap between people really this great? If I am reading this correctly, the announcement only shows one person's name. Did they solo the boss? Soloing an exceptional level boss is terrifying. What exactly is an exceptional level boss? Is it a tier above rare? Just killing one boss gives 15 free attribute points more than leveling up several times. Is this really fair? What are permission points? Do they also increase attributes? It feels like we are not playing the same game. The players expressed their shock and admiration for Feng. Among the crowd watching the spectacle, a few from Prague Guild had a realization. Was this what the boss meant when he told us to watch the global chat? The big shot helped us kill the boss. This is great, this will really infuriate the Blood Red Guild, ha. But Little Wind of Prague pondered thoughtfully. According to the boss's intent, this should be more than just this, right? And in his expectant gaze, a message on the World channel caught everyone's attention. World Jin, you trash from the Blood Red Guild. This is what happens when you exploit others. For Prague, the Prague members were moved to tears. They felt their deaths were worth it. Feng was not afraid of the Blood Red Guild members, although dozens of them had arrived. But based on the current player caliber, no one could break his defense. Feng was already invincible. Killing them all would only waste more time. The key issue was that he did not want to waste time on such meaningless matters. Right after he killed the boss, messages on his friend list had already been flashing non-stop. Imperial C brother boss, you are amazing. First kill of the boss. Imperial C brother, the surprise you mentioned earlier, does it refer to the boss drops? If there is anything I can use, contact me immediately. I have already acquired over 10,000 units of rabbit fur. Eternal Guardian brother, I used to think you were only slightly better than me. Now I see I overestimated myself. Amazing. Eternal Guardian, do not forget your brother when you have good items. Money is not a problem. Feng replied to Eternal Guardian first. Brother, sorry. This time the items are already reserved. I will contact you next time if there is a chance. Then he began organizing the loot from the boss kill. You killed a level 5 exceptional boss monster, Wu Gongzi. You gained 600 experience points. You obtained 2,500 3,750 copper coins. Just the experience points and copper alone were generous enough. The drops further excited Feng. Deadly Fury Twin Hammers. Location, weapon rarity, legendary, required level 5 attack, 50 strength, 15 agility, 15 critical rate, 3 critical damage, 50 ignore defense chance, 2 advanced combo, 50 chance to execute an additional attack after a normal attack. Exquisite all-rounder necklace. Location, accessory, rarity, legendary, required level 5 attack, 15 strength, 10 agility, 10 vitality, 10 critical rate, 3 critical damage, 50 attack speed, 10. Fatal Guard. When you take damage exceeding your total health, your vitality will be locked at 10 of your current maximum, and you will gain an invincibility state lasting 5 seconds. Perhaps because it was the first kill. As an exceptional level boss, Wu Gongzi directly maxed out its drops, releasing the highest quality it could produce. Under normal circumstances, it might take dozens of kills before a legendary item drops. Yet the attributes of both legendary pieces were all top tier. They could elevate any level 5 player to a top tier expert. However, Feng did not favor heavy weapons like twin hammers. He listed it for sale instead. For the other piece, the necklace, he decided to equip it himself. After all, the Novice Village equipment shop did not even have a necklace slot. To obtain it through synthesis would require relying on outdoor drops, collecting slowly over time. Currently, that seemed far off. Beyond the 2 equipment pieces, there were also 2 skill books. Rotating Great Gear Quality Excellent Grade Max Level 5 consumes 50 points level in mana to deal AoE damage equal to 50 of base attack within a 33 range. Deals an additional 10 damage when wielding heavy weapons such as 2-handed axes, swords, hammers, spears, or halberds. Crushing Aura Quality Superior Grade Max Level 6. When dealing crushing damage to targets, an extra 100 damage is added. Feng was thrilled to find these 2 skill books. The active skill was a powerful AoE ability with impressive range. Its potential to reach 5 levels was substantial. The other skill was not merely superior grade. It was a rare passive ability. Its growth potential was virtually limitless. And while other players might find its description confusing, Feng understood perfectly. Feng knew exactly what it meant. The so-called crushing damage referred to a special bonus triggered when the gap between target's attack and defense exceeded 10-fold. At a 10-fold difference, damage reached 200 of the original. At a 100-fold gap, it climbed to 300. Beyond that, Feng did not know. And this skill at just level 1 could further amplify such bonus damage. A truly divine technique. Though for ordinary players, achieving this effect was difficult. After all, by the time such a massive gap existed, they would likely be facing far weaker targets than themselves, essentially stomping noobs. Pushing damage higher held little significance in those cases. But for Feng, his talent destined him to dominate at every level. This skill would widen that gap even further against same-level opponents. It even opened the possibility of fighting across tiers. He had to learn this skill himself. Additionally, the boss had dropped an attribute fruit. Of superior quality, it granted 5 random attribute points. He placed it alongside the rare grade item from the treasure chest earlier. After sorting through his loot, Feng opened his friend list and directly sent the twin hammers, and the AoE skill compendium to Emperor High Go. Fatal Rage twin hammers, and rotating gear. You seem to have collected quite a bit less rabbit fur. A full minute passed before the other party replied. Holy crap. Holy crap. Senior, are you playing on a private server? This stuff is too overpowered. I've been collecting rabbit fur consistently. If it's not enough, I'll add more money. I want both the weapon and the skill, just don't contact anyone else. Senior, besides the rabbit fur, I'll throw in another 500 Huaxia coins. Just don't sell to anyone else. Yifeng hadn't expected such an intense reaction. 500,000 Huaxia coins stirred something in him. In his 5th-tier city, that sum could buy an entire apartment. Despite being tempted, he declined decisively. Once he continued synthesizing rabbit fur upward, the attribute boosts would be immeasurably valuable to him. 500,000 coins meant nothing in comparison. Continue collecting the rabbit fur then. I'll keep the items reserved for a day. Emperor Haigu understood. Senior. The rabbit fur and coins won't be an issue. Please hold them for me. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Yifeng closed the messaging window, he noticed his mailbox flashing. Upon opening it, he was somewhat surprised. It was actually rabbit fur sent by Emperor Haigu, over 10,000 portions. Accompanying the delivery was a brief message. Senior, take these rabbit fur for now. I'll keep collecting. Seeing his competitive drive awakened, and such an astute response, Yifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. He simply replied with an acknowledgement and logged off. Though the mountain of rabbit fur was tempting, his synthesis quota for the day had been exhausted. He could only watch helplessly. After grinding in the game for several consecutive hours, fatigue was setting in. Balance between work and rest was essential. Slowly removing his helmet, Yifeng exhaled gently. Compared to his dominance and reverence in the game, in reality, he was merely an exploited worker crammed into a 10-square-meter single room looked down upon by others. However, things would improve once the game launched its official currency exchange service. He declined Emperor Hai Ji's offer of Huaxia coins, not only because the rabbit fur held greater immediate value for him, but also because he wished to avoid exposing his real identity prematurely. Picking up the thermos, he drank several cups of cooled boiled water. Then Yifeng opened his door. The weather was pleasant, the sunlight warm. He carried his quilt to the rooftop. Some neighbor had strung up a few wires across the space. Despite their crooked appearance, they could easily support the weight of his quilt. After hanging up the quilt, Yifeng hurried downstairs, planning to grab some shredded potato rice. In this modest eatery with just 6 tables, he unexpectedly overheard others discussing Tianyu. This game is incredibly fun. It completely eclipses all the virtual games I've played before. The only downside is the abysmal drop rate. I've been slaying rabbits for hours on end, and all I got was a common grade piece of equipment. What a ripoff. What kind of gear do those top players wield? Could they be fully equipped with fine grade items? Forget fine grade. They might even have excellent grade gear. I heard that boss level monsters can drop excellent grade equipment, which has one more base stat than fine grade items. Sai, when will I ever have that kind of luck? Don't even think about it. Let's stick to killing rabbits for now. The Imperial Guild is buying rabbit fur at premium prices, and lots of people are farming it specifically, making decent profits. Alright, let's finish eating and get back in the game. I'm going to clear out all the rabbits in the starting village. Watching their enthusiastic demeanor, Yifeng smiled, faintly seeing echoes of his past life. Without his heaven-defying talent, he'd likely be in their shoes now. But this time around, reborn into a new life, his greatness was destined. He would not only climb to become the strongest in the game step by step. He needed to amass sufficient power in reality before the coming crisis struck. With renewed vigor coursing through him, he finished his meal and stepped out of the small restaurant. He wandered toward the nearby park. Breathing in the fresh air, his feet finding comfort on the resilient rubber track, he lingered until dusk fell, reluctant to leave. This sense of ease was something he hadn't experienced in a long while. In his previous life, no matter what work he did, he was always exhausted for meager wages. Even with the era-defining Tianyu online game, he hadn't achieved anything significant in his past life. When the Otherworld invasion came, he perished as cannon fodder. This time he would never let that happen again. Back in his small room wrapped in quilts that smelled pleasantly fresh, he drifted off to sleep quickly. In his dream, he single-handedly battled the Otherworld vanguard, with only his sword becoming a hero of humanity. But amid the cheering crowds, a colossal hand descended from the sky and crushed him into paste in an instant. Before his death, he heard the mocking laughter of the invaders and the desperate wailing of his fellow humans. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm rang again. Yifeng bolted upright, drenched in sweat. Was it just a dream? He exhaled deeply, catching his breath, and glanced at the alarm clock. Such a nightmare would never come to pass. He logged back into the game. Upon opening his talent, Yifeng discovered that his synthesis attempts had refreshed. He hurriedly made his way to the depths of the village. The elderly man looked up in astonishment. You want to exchange for more rabbit feet? Yifeng nodded and initiated the trade. Damn. The old man stared wide-eyed, cursing outright. Did you drive the rabbits to extinction? Yifeng felt a bit apprehensive. You're not telling me you can't exchange them, are you, elder? The old man grew furious. Who do you think you're looking down on? His hands flashed with light once more. In a mere instant, tranquility was restored. Feng looked at the 110 lucky rabbit feet in his inventory, somewhat astonished. Elder, this technique of yours is truly incredible. The elderly man smugly stroked his sparse beard, smiling without a word. Yet he snapped back to reality a moment later. You brat, you're not trying to use me to resell these, are you? This is improper, highly improper. He shook his head. After a brief moment, he murmured thoughtfully. From now on, once these items are fully exchanged, they can only be used by you. As for the ones you resell this time, I shall let it slide. Don't even think about exploiting me again. He feigned anger while secretly observing Feng. He hoped to catch a glimpse of disappointment or regret in Feng's eyes. To his surprise, Feng was overjoyed. In this way, his own synthesis would remain completely unaffected, while others would have no incentive to hoard rabbit fur. This was entirely beneficial and harmless to his continued acquisition of rabbit fur. He could not help but bow deeply to the elderly man. Watching Feng's retreating figure, the old man was left utterly bewildered. Did this brat fail to comprehend my meaning? Why is he thanking me instead? It makes no sense. Finding a quiet spot, Feng eagerly began his synthesis. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Fine with Lucky Rabbit Foot Fine. This item is a special type of equipment. The consumption of attempts is doubled. A minor lucky critical strike occurred during synthesis. Tier increased by 100, proficiency 20. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Excellent. A critical strike on the very first try was a magnificent start. This greatly bolstered Feng's spirits. However, the subsequent syntheses were merely ordinary ones. The rabbit feet in his inventory remained at the fine grade. Feng halted his movements. He could not synthesize blindly. After all, the number of synthesis attempts was limited. As a special type of equipment, the Lucky Rabbit Foot doubled the consumption of attempts. This meant he could only synthesize 50 times. He had to employ a strategy. Otherwise, it was highly likely that wasting so many rabbit feet would only yield a bunch of low-quality items with maxed-out synthesis attempts, which would be far too inefficient. Under his deliberate selection, results quickly manifested. Needless to say, fine-grade items were produced, and even excellent-grade ones appeared frequently. Furthermore, the rabbit feet transitioned from only increasing defense to boosting basic attributes. And when he paired two excellent-grade items to synthesize once more, his luck surged, yielding 2 consecutive outstanding-grade items. The attributes now included options to increase HP and mana, leaving Feng ecstatic. Deciding to strike while the iron was hot, he placed the two together and chose to synthesize. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Outstanding with Lucky Rabbit Foot Outstanding. This item is a special type of equipment. The consumption of attempts is doubled. An incredibly lucky major critical strike occurred during synthesis. Tier increased by 2 ranks with 100 certainty, proficiency 200. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Epic. Feng had originally prayed. If he could just forge a legendary item, all these rabbit feet would not have been wasted. But he had not expected the goddess of luck to seemingly favor him so deliberately today, granting a major critical strike that elevated the item by 2 whole tiers. When he opened his inventory, his heart pounded with excitement. What would his very first epic grade equipment look like? Lucky Rabbit Foot 4 Evolvable. Type Special Accessory. Quality Epic. Defense 60. Constitution 20. Endurance 18. Agility 15. HP 3000. Mana 1500. Evasion 1. Automatically restores 1 HP per second out of combat. Item drop rate increased by 1500. Gold drop rate increased by 1500, only effective within Tier 3 maps. The attributes of this equipment instantly made Feng's breathing turn shallow and rapid. The 60 points of defense alone surpassed the values of level 10 legendary grade armor. Not to mention the all-around enhancements to 3 basic attributes, HP and mana. It made his resistances far more formidable. With such attributes, no one in the novice village should be able to harm him. Furthermore, as a rare grade attribute that only appeared on outstanding grade equipment and above, 2 had appeared directly on the Lucky Rabbit Foot. They were the highly practical evasion and automatic HP regeneration. Although the values were relatively low, this was merely a level 0 piece of equipment, after all, making it already exceptional. Besides, after synthesizing the equipment, there was another pleasant surprise. First time synthesizing epic grade equipment, rewarded with the evolvable attribute. To other players, this term would be utterly baffling. But Feng knew full well just how rare of an attribute this was. It meant that as long as he gathered the corresponding materials, he could evolve this piece of equipment, upgrading it to level 5, or level 10, or even higher. Feng believed he could certainly achieve this. And this was merely the reward for his first synthesis of an epic grade item. What if it were the first synthesis of a mythic grade item? Feng recalled a legendary playstyle among players in his past life. However, mythic grade was still a bit too distant for him at the moment, so he put it out of his mind for now. As for the final and most crucial attribute, After several syntheses, the drop rate multiplier had risen to an extremely terrifying degree. What thrilled Feng even more was that even the original restriction to the novice village had been extended to Tier 3 maps. This set his mind racing with possibilities. In other words, if he synthesized it a few more times, perhaps even elevating it to mythic grade, would this restriction become even less limiting? Could it even apply across all maps? Feng was stunned by his own hypothesis. If that were the case, the value of this equipment would be astronomical. In a splendid mood, he directly mailed that legendary grade skill book to Diwanghage. Keep it up. If the progress on gathering rabbit feet is satisfactory, I can even give you the weapon ahead of schedule. This gesture deeply moved Diwanghage. The moment he received the skill, he had already acknowledged Feng as his big brother. And after repeatedly asking for Feng's bank account number only to be refused, he urged his subordinates to accelerate the collection of rabbit fur. He resolved that he must handle this task flawlessly for his big brother. Feng had originally planned to use half of today's synthesis attempts on the lucky rabbit foot. To his surprise, it took a mere 8 syntheses, consuming 16 attempts. To produce such an exquisite item, it would be difficult to upgrade it further in the short term. He simply put away the remaining rabbit feet and headed toward the weapon shop. Now his overall resistance was sufficient to face any hazard in the novice village. He even possessed immense confidence regarding the quest he had accepted from Donghua. However, his attack power, which he had once taken pride in, had now unexpectedly become his greatest shortcoming. This was intolerable. He decided that all remaining attempts would be dedicated to weapons. He would strive to forge another epic grade item. Arriving at the novice village weapon shop once more, Feng began his purchases with practiced ease. With his current wealth, buying the 10 copper coin novice wooden swords posed absolutely no financial burden. He had already accumulated experience in synthesizing. If an item failed to rank up after 3 syntheses, he would set it aside directly. Before long, he had forged another outstanding grade weapon. Novice wooden sword bound 2. Location, main hand weapon. Quality superior. Required level 1. Damage 30. Strength 12. Stamina 10. Attack speed 10. Damage 10. Pierce defense upon attacking reduces target's defense by 15 points for 1 minute. Player Jin exclusive, cannot be traded. Feng had expected the weapon resulting from synthesis to resemble what he was already carrying. Instead of just improving base stats, agility had been converted into stamina. The bonus attributes were entirely different as well. That was why when he synthesized these 2 superior items, an idea suddenly struck him. He shifted the one with higher damage backward and placed this new one in the front. Do you want to set the item in synthesis slot 1 as the primary synthesis material? After synthesis, it will have a higher chance of inheriting the bonus and rare attributes from that position. Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after selecting confirm, a brilliant flash appeared and a brand new weapon was forged. Novice wooden sword bound 3. Location, main hand weapon. Quality superior. Required level 147. Strength 16. Agility 10. Critical hit rate 4. Damage 15. Pierce defense upon attacking reduces target's defense by 22 points for 1 minute. Player Jin exclusive, cannot be traded. Although it failed to advance a tier, the attributes of this weapon still caught Feng's eye. It retained the percentage damage bonus, which he valued most. Moreover, it also inherited the critical hit rate from the other weapon. The special traits were enhanced compared to the original weapon, performing even better. And the newly appeared system prompt opened up an entirely new world for him. First slot exchange and synthesis position lock has been unlocked. By consuming 1 additional item of the same quality as the synthesis material, you can lock 1 base attribute. By consuming 2 additional items of the same quality as the synthesis material, you can lock 1 special attribute. When below 2 traits, inheritance from the primary slot is default. Consuming 1 item of higher quality than the synthesis material allows inheriting a trait from the secondary slot independently. Feng was overjoyed. With this, future syntheses would become much more interesting. Since he had plenty of synthesis chances, he decided to run some experiments. With such a relaxed mindset, fortune favored him. In just 40 attempts, he not only synthesized 5 superior items to lock his desired special attributes, he even crafted a legendary grade weapon. Although its special attribute was quite ordinary, it was more than enough to replace the trait. Among these 5 superior weapons, most lacked good special attributes. But one weapon stood out with high base damage. Its trait was quite impressive. General's Fury, when attacking a target, reduces the target's defense by 20 and deals 50 splash damage to 3 additional nearby targets. Feng was practically beaming with joy. Wasn't this just an area attack skill? No doubt about it. He'd do it. He selected the weapon with the highest base damage and placed it in the secondary slot. He put the weapon with the perfect attributes in the primary slot. Then he arranged the remaining 4 superior weapons in their respective positions. He locked the critical hit rate and damage increasing special attributes. He also used the legendary weapon to replace the trait with the desired one. Just give me the result. Yi Feng mentally shouted with nervousness. He closed his eyes and waited for what felt like several minutes. Only after his anxious feelings subsided did he slowly open his eyes in the game. Novice wooden sword bound 4. Location, main hand weapon. Quality legendary. Required level 1. Damage 114. Strength 33. Agility 30. Critical hit rate 9. Critical damage 50. Damage 33. General's Fury when attacking a target reduces the target's defense by 50 and deals 75 splash damage to 5 additional nearby targets based on the initial damage value. If the attack results in an instant kill, the splash damage increases by an additional 50. Pierce defense upon attacking reduces target's defense by 50 points for 1 minute. Player Jian exclusive, cannot be traded. After reading the weapon's attributes, Yi Feng could only think of one thing. Holy crap, this is invincible. He couldn't wait and rushed to the wilderness. Quickly bypassing the low-level monster areas, he left only a blurry silhouette for the passing players. His sudden appearance drew countless gasps of astonishment. Yi Feng arrived once again beside the wild boar zone. As player levels and strength increased, some teams were already able to challenge level 4 monsters. The black wild boars and white wild boars, once completely ignored, were now in high demand. The area was completely empty. Not a single monster remained. Yi Feng turned his gaze further into the distance. That area was primarily inhabited by level 5 and 6 wolves. The monsters formed dense packs, appearing incredibly numerous. Looking around, few players dared to challenge them. It was perfect for his testing. Just as he prepared to draw the monsters closer, suddenly a player came sprinting toward him at full speed, screaming miserably, "Captain, run!" Behind him, 6 or 7 wolves chased relentlessly. Directly in his path, 4 players waited. Witnessing this scene, everyone was startled. Damn it! They scattered in every direction immediately. As the player passed Yi Feng, he couldn't resist shouting a warning. "Bro, move." Yi Feng glanced at him. Zhang Xinshaoyin was a decent guy after all. He nodded with a smile and headed straight toward the wolf pack. Run. These were excellent test subjects. And since this guy couldn't handle them himself, taking over didn't count as monster stealing, right? After reminding him, Zhang Xinshaoyin didn't slow down. He couldn't help but glance back. To his astonishment, the player he'd just warned was still standing foolishly in place. Does this guy not understand human speech? Not even their battle god squad dared to fight these wolves head-on, and this lone player. Just as his heart raced with anxiety, he saw a sword flash, striking the lead wolf. Boom. After the sword light descended, the wolf collapsed instantly. One-hit kill. Zhang Xinshaoyin couldn't help but stop in his tracks, staring dumbfounded. And the sword light hadn't even dissipated yet. Instead, it split into several smaller sword lights, enveloping the rest of the wolf pack. Hum. After a series of sword resonances, the wolves fell one by one. Although from his position, he couldn't see the damage numbers Yi Feng was dealing. But when he was drawing monsters earlier, he had seen clearly. These wolves had over 400 HP and 20 defense. He could barely breach their defense. Yet before this mysterious player, they couldn't withstand a single strike. Wait. His gaze sharpened. All 6 wolves fell to one blow. Absolutely terrifying. Recovering himself, he opened the squad channel. It's fine, come back. When his teammates arrived, they looked confused. Where are the wolves? Did you lose them? Zhang Xinshaoyin pursed his lips. Over there. The 4 of them focused their eyes and saw several wolf corpses. All of them couldn't help but sharply inhale through their teeth. Looking at the scene before them, everyone was utterly astonished. I thought you lured quite a few wild wolves earlier. How did they all perish in the blink of an eye? Which formidable squad accomplished this? Their team leader Zhang Shingango wore an expression of sheer disbelief. The members of their squad were all university classmates bound by an exceptionally close bond. Though their strength was hardly top tier, their coordination was remarkably seamless. After successfully farming boars without sustaining a single wound, they couldn't resist the temptation to challenge wild wolves 1 tier higher. He believed that with their synergy there was hope to contend with 1, even 2 wild wolves. The experience gained from overcoming higher-level enemies was something he had long coveted. But what he hadn't anticipated was the fierce aggressiveness of the wild wolves. Zhang Xinshaoyin went to lure the monsters and drew several straight toward them. Should things go awry, their entire squad would be wiped out. Yet such a ferocious wolf pack had been annihilated so swiftly. What kind of squad is this? One god single-handedly slaughtered them all. Zhang Xinshaoyin protested loudly, as though Yi Feng's achievements might somehow credit him as well. The squad members all turned their gazes toward Zhang Xinshaoyin. They wanted to see whether he had been frightened into incoherence by the wild wolves. But after they approached and examined the scene closely, everyone fell silent. The corpses upon the ground told the truth. One by one, their jaws dropped. Zhang Shingango seized Zhang Xinshaoyin's arm with trembling excitement. One person surpasses even the finest squad. This is a top-tier god. Where is this god? We must make acquaintance and curry favor. Zhang Xinshaoyin turned around and was immediately baffled. The god was just here moments ago. Gazing at the intact wild wolf corpses untouched, By harvesting, everyone brimmed with delight. These wild wolf hides alone are worth quite a sum of copper coins, yet the god doesn't even deign to collect them. After slaughtering the wolf pack, Feng had merely gathered a few drops and departed with effortless grace. His recent sword trial had pleased him enormously. The 2 enhanced traits upon his weapon had reduced the wild wolf's defense to naught, granting him a devastating crushing advantage. With his current attack power of 227 points, he dealt a staggering 454 points of final damage to the lead wolf, a one-hit kill. The instant kill further amplified his splash damage effect. At a cumulative 125 splash damage, not a single wolf escaped annihilation. They fell one by one in rapid succession. You have slain the level 6 ordinary boss monster wild wolf. You have gained 72 experience points. You have gained 70,1050 copper coins. You have slain the level 6. After reaching level 5, the mere 20 cross-level bonus proved rather underwhelming. But blessed by the epic tier Lucky Rabbit's foot, the copper coin yield had skyrocketed, judging by the current black market exchange rates among players. Each wild wolf equated to over 110 yuan in drop value, and that was merely the baseline, under the same 1500 drop rate bonus. 6 wild wolves yielded a full 5 pieces of equipment for Feng. Though all were ordinary grade with mediocre attributes, the Zhanshan squad would have been consumed with envy had they witnessed it. For them, dropping 1 piece of equipment per 10 monsters was already considered fortunate. A rate of 5 out of 6 was simply unfathomable. Feng, however, was far from satisfied. Such quality and attributes were unworthy, even as synthesis materials. At his agility of 75 points, he surged into the wolf pack area in an instant. The area teemed with dense clusters of wild wolves, each group numbering 3 to 5 at minimum. A brilliant gleam ignited in Feng's eyes. Let us begin. Sword light flared as mournful howls echoed throughout the wolf pack. Blessed by the 2 traits of his epic weapon, no wild wolf could withstand a single strike. The devastating splash damage rendered him unstoppable, moving through the pack as though no enemies existed. Even the 2 pack leaders required only a few additional blows to fell, until he delivered one final strike and found no beast remaining before his eyes. Only then did he realize. Had this entire area been cleared so swiftly? Feng checked his status panel. He had reached level 6. He was merely a few hundred experience points away from level 7. Another pack leader level wolf would have been sufficient to trigger a level up. As for his backpack, contained no fewer than 60 ordinary grade equipment pieces, 5 fine grade items, and 2 excellent grade artifacts. This quantity was slightly less than Feng had anticipated. A rough calculation revealed that ordinary monsters dropped items at a rate of approximately 1 in 10, and that was only for ordinary grade loot. Dropping fine grade equipment carried less than a 1% probability. Ordinary players truly endured hardship. After sighing, he pressed onward in his search. Along the way, he remained industrious. Having cleared the wolf pack, aside from a mountain of junk equipment, the pack leaders had dropped 2 attribute fruits. In his past life, he recalled these items had an exceedingly low drop rate. The Lucky Rabbit's foot bonus must have been responsible for this outcome. He had already collected 2 rare grade, 2 fine grade, and 1 excellent grade fruit. It was time for a small synthesis. Combining the 2 rare grade fruits directly produced 1 fine grade fruit. Its attributes matched normal fine grade fruit, randomly bestowing 3 attribute points. Feng then synthesized the remaining 2 fine grade fruits. No critical hit occurred, the result remained fine grade. However, the attribute increase had risen to 4 points. With both fine grade fruits sharing this first synthesis effect, Feng placed the superior one in the primary position to continue. A radiance flashed. Attribute fruit 2 quality excellent requirement usable within level 10 randomly increases 7 attribute points. Impressive. Feng nodded. The twice synthesized excellent fruit exceeded standard excellent quality by 2 attribute points. Vaguely recalling from his past life before level 10, prior to the first advancement profession change, each player could consume at most 2 attribute fruits. Moreover, the highest quality droppable at this stage was merely excellent grade. Already graduated. Feng was about to use it when a sudden thought struck him. Others were capped at excellent grade at this stage, but he possessed synthesis talent. Could he breach this limitation? Without hesitation, he tossed both excellent grade fruits into the synthesis. You have synthesized attribute fruit excellent with attribute fruit excellent. A fortunate minor critical hit has occurred during synthesis. Grade elevation boosted by 100, proficiency 20. This item's current synthesis ceiling remains at excellent grade. Further elevation is impossible. The item's effect has undergone partial transformation. You have synthesized free attribute fruit excellent. Though attribute fruits were classified as special items, doubling synthesis consumption. The unexpected critical hit and grade elevation delighted Feng immensely, while the novice village's ceiling prevented quality advancement. The transformation proved valuable. The original random increase became a designated free attribute point allocation. Though random increases could be reset with washing point items, savings on such costly materials was considerable. This successful synthesis bolstered Yifeng's confidence considerably, though the net gain amounted to merely 10 points. Using both maximum capacity fruits yielded only 10 points more than other players. Seemingly insignificant. Yifeng as a veteran understood crucial details. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the first rotation, advancement missions awaited. Based on mission difficulty completion, proportional attribute points would be awarded. Though 10 extra points seemed trivial, now the compounding effect after profession advancement would prove substantial. From the 1st through 9th rotation, each advancement mission granted such benefits. Those initial 10 points would accumulate into a tremendous advantage by the 9th rotation. Yifeng recalled the enemy commander's scornful words during the Otherworld invasion. The so-called strong ones of your world possess such inferior foundations. Further advancement is simply impossible. He hadn't fully comprehended its meaning at the time. Reflecting now, poor foundation referred precisely to low base attributes after game reality fusion. As for what lay beyond the 9th rotation, his past life memories were unclear. Yifeng gritted his teeth. If our foundation was weak in the previous life, then in this life he would forge an unshakable foundation. When they met again, he would crush that wretched skull. Armed with such battle fervor, Yifeng tore through everything before him. Level 7 wild buffaloes. Level 8 hippos. Level 9 giant elephants. Against his steel-like defense and the devastating damage amplified by his traits. They were all mercilessly butchered. Even the giant elephant pack leader with its thick hide and regenerative ultimate skill survived merely dozens of additional seconds. It instead contributed 2 excellent grade equipment pieces and 1 excellent attribute fruit to Yifeng's collection, supplementing the earlier drops. Ready for another synthesis wave. Beep beep beep. As Yifeng prepared to synthesize his newly acquired attribute fruits, a notification sound rang within his mind. An external call had arrived. Coincidentally, his recent clearing of several high-level monster zones had filled his backpack to capacity with dropped equipment. Yifeng hurried back to the novice village found in secluded spot and quickly logged out. Yifeng had barely removed his helmet when a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Upon opening the door, he found a simple-faced man halting his knocking mid-motion. "Little Yi, sorry to disturb you." The visitor was his landlord Li Jianjun, who rarely came by unannounced. Yifeng felt puzzled yet politely inquired, "Li, what brings you here?" Yifeng wondered whether rent was due, though he did not voice the question aloud. Li Jianjun scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "I'm selling this basement in the next few days and won't be able to continue renting it to you. If it's convenient for you, please pack up your things by tomorrow." Fearing Yifeng might misunderstand, he hastily added, "I'm absolutely not trying to raise the rent in a roundabout way. I'll refund your deposit and this month's rent in full. Little Yi, I really apologize." Yifeng waved a hand in dismissal. This landlord had always been decent to him, often accommodating when rent was delayed. He wouldn't resort to any underhanded tricks. Yifeng nodded, indicating his understanding, and said he would pack up as soon as possible. Just as Li Jianjun was about to leave, Yifeng found himself asking quite inexplicably, "Li, did something happen at home? Why the sudden decision to sell the basement?" Li Jianjun paused in his steps. "It's my nephew. He heard that gaming can make big money and thought this place of mine would be perfect for a small workshop, getting a few people together to play games." Gaming can make big money. Yifeng was dumbfounded. As the current #1 player of Tianyu, he hadn't earned a single cent yet. Where did your nephew hear such news? Could he be like me, someone who traveled back in time and knows that Tianyu will one day change the world? Li Jianjun offered a wry smile and shook his head. Who knows what's gotten into that boy's head? He says some big shot in the game completed some kind of first kill and a single piece of equipment can sell for hundreds of thousands. He insists the game has real prospects, so he's dead set on buying my basement and bringing people in to game professionally. Yifeng's gaze turned peculiar. The big shot he's referring to wouldn't happen to be me, would it? No wonder in my past life I only started making money over a month after launch and moved out of this basement. The game has only been live for 2 days, yet here his landlord is knocking at his door. So it's because of the butterfly effect. He had altered his own fate. Yifeng was caught between laughter and tears. But since things had already come to this, there was nothing to be done. The pressing matter now was to find a new place to live. An orphan with no relatives to speak of, Yifeng had just lost his job and had no savings to fall back on. Even with the deposit and refunded rent, it wasn't nearly enough to secure a suitable new residence. Besides having been granted a second chance at life, he possessed the heaven-defying golden finger of universal synthesis, and his start in the game had been remarkably smooth. He no longer wished to remain in such a damp, cramped, and gloomy space. How should he make money? Yifeng grew anxious. Should he follow Emperor Hai's request, provide his account number, and sell weapons for Huaxia coins? But in an instant he dismissed the thought. As the game progressed and reached a certain stage, it would begin physically enhancing players in real life. Should he engage in offline transactions, his true identity would be far too easily exposed. Without an absolute lead in power, revealing himself in such a way was exceedingly dangerous. In his past life, there had been cases of top players whose real identities were exposed only to be secretly tracked down by powerful financial conglomerates and placed under their control. Feng refused to take such a risk. But what other method could convert a portion of his in-game assets into cash? He racked his brains in deep thought. The major events of the game flashed through his mind one by one. Ah yes, a sudden revelation struck Feng. In his past life, the announcement enabling currency exchange between the game and reality seemed to occur once players could leave the starter village and enter the main city. The most basic requirement for leaving the starter village was reaching level 10. As for the other conditions, Feng wasn't entirely certain. But now he had a clear goal. He would reach level 10 as quickly as possible, fulfill the requirements to leave the starter village, and unlock the treasure pavilion. Then he could simply toss a few items up for auction, safely selling them for huaxia coins, and withdrawing them to his bank card. By that time, renting a decent place would be child's play. Even buying a house wouldn't be too difficult. With this thought, Feng was suddenly filled with motivation. He put his helmet back on and re-entered the game. Upon logging in, he first glanced at his character panel. Player Jian. Level 8, 15788100. Stats: Strength 8, 33, Agility 8, 75, Endurance 8, 5, Vitality 24, 5, Spirit 8. Attack 248. Defense 149. Health 6,450. Mana 1,580. Critical rate 9. Critical damage 214. Dodge rate 2. Free attribute points 17. Gold 112,578. Copper. Equipment: Novice Wooden Sword, Epic Lucky Rabbit's Foot, Epic Novice Cloth Garment, Excellent Novice Cloth. Shoes: Legendary Swift Novice Wooden Ring, Outstanding. Light Novice Wooden Ring, Outstanding. Skills: None. With his current stats, Feng could surpass even same-level bosses. The quality of his equipment far surpassed that of every other player. After synthesizing the Lucky Rabbit's Foot to epic grade, copper coins were no longer in short supply. After clearing several maps moments ago, his funds had broken through the 100 mark. However, his level still had some distance to go before reaching 10. As Feng pondered where to find a suitable spot for rapid leveling, a flashing system announcement caught his eye. Player Emperor High's party is the first to clear Howling Cave on normal difficulty, earning a random outstanding grade equipment reward. The world channel erupted into an uproar. Someone's already cleared the level 5 dungeon. I've only just reached level 4. They say that dungeon is packed with monsters way tougher than outdoor areas. Just how strong must Emperor High's party be? Those clear rewards are amazing. An outstanding grade piece must be worth at least several thousand copper coins, right? It's just normal difficulty, what's there to make a fuss about? Watch our Blood Guild clear hard difficulty any moment now. You mean that Blood Guild that lets others tank the boss while running away themselves? I heard the boss you guys painstakingly guarded got soloed. Haha, I heard that too. The one who soloed it is seriously badass. What a fierce name too, Jian. Three Swords Bro is probably already preparing to clear hard difficulty, right? I'm so hyped. Feng's gaze sharpened. Had it not been for this system announcement and the chatter on the world channel, he would have almost forgotten that the starter village had 2 dungeons. One was Howling Cave, accessible at level 5. The other was Shadow Abyss, a level 10 dungeon. The monsters within were somewhat stronger than those in the wild, and the drop rates were naturally much higher as well. For Feng, the massive hordes of monsters and abundant experience points were what he valued most. He spent 1000 copper coins at the warehouse NPC to rent a large backpack with a whopping 100 slots. He stored all his various spoils into it. The starter period was truly inconvenient. Backpack space was heartbreakingly limited. Feng shook his head. Fortunately, the level 5 dungeon dropped small backpacks that increased slot capacity. Perfect. He could farm some while he was at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With his current stats, clearing a level 5 dungeon was effortlessly within his grasp. Without much preparation, Feng headed straight out of the village toward the dungeon's location. Along the road, Feng also encountered many fellow travelers heading the same way. After all, high-quality gear cannot be obtained by wild drops alone, making the hunt for it far too difficult. Common monsters have a chance to drop rare-grade items, yet there isn't even a 1 chance. And boss-level foes aren't guaranteed to drop either. As for superb-grade equipment, the current pinnacle among players, the drop rate from boss-level foes tops out at 1. And while bosses are so rare that most players never even see one, often being wiped out by elite squads of the great guilds. As for outstanding grade, it's even rarer. Thus far, the novice village has only seen a single outstanding grade boss, and Feng has already cleared it. Thus, dungeons have become essentially the only way for ordinary players to obtain decent gear. Naturally, crowds flock to them. When Feng reached the dungeon entrance, he found a sea of people, and among players there were all kinds of party postings. Senior squad of 4 with 1 missing. Find a tank with high HP and the skills to dive in. 2 tanks seeking brutal DPS. The more violent, the better. Since you cannot advance before level 10, essentially no one has a defined class. In truth, players' stat distributions basically fall into 2 camps, those with strong resistances and those with high output. So the team requirements were simple. Feng merely cast a casual glance and paid no further attention. He went straight to the dungeon entrance where he unexpectedly ran into 2 acquaintances. One was Haigu the Emperor, who had just cleared normal difficulty. Seeing Feng, his expression lit up with joy and he bowed with the utmost respect. The other was Yongheng Shouhu, whom he had met briefly before. Seeing Haiji's astonished expression, his face showed utter surprise. This guy, usually so proud and aloof, how could he be conquered by this sword? Feng gave a light greeting to the two and was about to enter the dungeon when Haigu held him back. Boss, are you planning to solo? Feng nodded. Haiji's face showed admiration and he continued, normal or hard? Feng hadn't yet answered when the player beside him let out a snort. Are you joking? A solo player daring to run a dungeon on his own is already out of his mind. What difficulty are you asking about? Surely you Emperor Guild folks aren't the kind to seek spectacle. Haigu turned back in anger. The voice came from a member of Yongheng Shouhu, a player with a great sword on his back, named Yongheng Xiaosa. He gave the other a disdainful look, then spoke calmly. You think you're a trash team? Even challenging normal difficulty, is this hard for you? The other party was provoked. Who's the trash team? If you hadn't discovered the dungeon a little earlier, we wouldn't finish later than you. He was about to speak further, but Yongheng Shouhu's gaze stopped him. Too late is too late. Although you cleared normal first, we will take the first clear of this hard. With that, he smiled at Feng and nodded, then led his team into the dungeon without looking back. Haigu glared hatefully. Boss, we're going in too, we can't let them grab the lead. Feng nodded and likewise entered the dungeon. Difficulty hard. He had intended to try easy first to acclimate, but the Eternal Team's reminder pushed him forward. The first clear of hard difficulty should yield decent rewards, it's worth aiming for. And this idea strengthened after the first battle inside the dungeon. His confidence grew even more. Tu Lang, you rank normal, level 5, HP 600, ATK 82, DF 33. Even as a normal tier monster, its stats rival those of an outdoor boss. Its attack and defense were beyond what ordinary players of this level could withstand. Even with Feng's current stats, it took 2 strikes to slay it. Moreover, the experience was double that of wild monsters, and the drop was nearly 400 copper. It was still a very good value. Not to mention, there were drops of 2 items far beyond what wilds could provide. And among them, there was a peculiar piece of equipment. Small pouch. Quality normal. Location special. Backpack slots 10. Its attributes were modest, yet they stirred Feng. If this item's drop rate is good, what would its synthesis yield be? -28. -66. Under the simultaneous strikes of Yongheng Shouhu and Yongheng Xiaosa. The level 5 Earth Wolf fell slowly. A support member stepped forward and picked up the drop gear, very excited. Captain, a small pouch dropped. Yongheng Shouhu nodded with satisfaction. The hard mode drop rate is indeed good. Oh, just 3 monsters produced a drop. Yongheng Xiaosa looked triumphant as he lifted his head. This time we must crush the Emperor Guild under our feet. -52. -78. -63. Yongheng Shouhu nodded. Although his cousin's temper was a bit volatile, his in-game power was solid. Especially after killing a level 5 boss and luckily dropping an excellent grade weapon. His attack power rose significantly, becoming the guild's top damage dealer. Yet the usually cautious him still spoke calmly. Don't celebrate, yet speed up and finish the dungeon quickly. This time we will definitely crush the Emperor Guild beneath our feet. -52. -78. -63. Haigu gripped a heavy weapon with both hands, releasing a skill. The 3 monsters pulled by the team instantly showed damage. When his skill finished, the other teammates rushed forward, each taking their turns. Before long, the 3 monsters were dead. Haigu drank a mana-restoring potion and looked at the team's harvest with satisfaction. Although this tactic places high demands on the team, mana potions were not interrupted. Yet the efficiency was first-rate. He believed Eternal Guardian's advance pace would not match his. The boss's skill was truly handy, not wasted the investment of so much experience. He looked at the rotating gear now, at level 3A, and clicked in disdain. If only it could pair with that legendary grade weapon. With that thought, he spoke to the vice president beside him. Lao and speed up the below-ground rabbit fur procurement, but don't worry about the price. Diwang Pingan smiled wryly. Big brother, you've urged me 5 times today. Already now the casual player's rabbit fur is basically in our hands. Haigu nodded. Don't slack off, this thing is very important for our guild's development. Diwang Pingan posted the message in the guild, but inwardly, he still had doubts. Even if every guild member had a lucky rabbit's foot, it would only raise output a little. Compared to other top guilds, at most it was just some minor games. Seeing the boss's face, it seemed there might be other uses for this thing. After understanding the monster's attributes and attack patterns, Feng quickened his pace. Leveraging his high agility in a few exchanges, he drew dozens of Tu Lang. Facing a wolf pack that could make other players' faces pale, Yi Feng showed no fear. Miss. The Tu Lang could deal tens of damage to Yongheng Shouhu. Even Yi Feng's defenses couldn't be broken. He didn't bother moving, simply standing still and unleashing mindless output in all directions. 485. Minus 363 splash, minus 526 crit, minus 394 splash. With the weapon's 2 defense-reducing properties, Yi Feng's every sword strike delivered crushing damage. A single swing could shave off more than half of a Tu Lang's HP. Even splash damage could reach over 300. If a critical hit triggered, the damage would be even higher still. Unfortunately, if a crit occurred, the crushing damage bonus would be lost. If both damage types could be calculated together, Yi Feng mused, would he be invincible? Yi Feng shook his head. Had he been dreaming too much? Perhaps it was better to keep one's hopes modest. Amidst the flashing sword lights, earth wolves exploded in showers of blood. Amidst the continuous roaring and relentless attacks, Yi Feng remained immovable, his expression utterly calm. The scene seemed to possess a distinct allure. In no time, all the earth wolves around Yi Feng had been cleared out. Equipment pieces were swiftly gathered by him. Yi Feng glanced at his experience points. Even though he had already reached level 8, slaying the level 5 earth wolves came with a 60 experience reduction. Nevertheless, it still granted him several thousand experience points. He was one step closer to leveling up. Over 30,000 copper coins had flooded in, pushing his savings even higher. When he opened his inventory to check how many small purses had dropped, ready to attempt combining them, yet the sight before him left him stunned. Was it really full? He had only cleared a single wave of monsters just now. All 50 inventory slots were densely packed with equipment. Yi Feng suddenly gained a new appreciation for the 1500 drop rate boost. Fortunately, the small purse drop rate was quite high. There were a full 15 pieces. Yi Feng surmised this dungeon was designed as a beginner's benefit. Otherwise, such special equipment would be exceedingly rare in the open world. Among the 16 pieces, 2 were surprisingly rare quality. Their attribute granted 20 inventory slots, which was already a substantial increase. After all, the 3 special equipment slots allowed for stacked equipping. If he could collect 3 rare pieces, his inventory capacity would effectively double. This would prove far more convenient for large guild logistics. However, Yi Feng was not satisfied with this alone. He steadied himself. He picked up the common small purses and began combining them. Since their attributes were fixed, the improvements were consistent. Without upgrading their grade, they would simply increase from 10 to 15 slots. But if a small critical hit occurred and upgraded the grade, it would surge directly to 30 slots. 14 common pieces were combined in quick succession. 2 rare, 14 common. After another round of combinations, it transformed into 7 rare pieces and 4 common ones. Finally, as his daily combination attempts were about to run out, a high-quality item dropped. Bountiful small purse, quality, transcendent position, special stamina, 1 vitality, 300 points, inventory slots, 200. The small purse that had been upgraded to transcendent quality not only boosted inventory capacity to an extraordinary level, it even added 2 base attributes. For Yi Feng, this meant significantly improved survivability. After equipping it, his inventory immediately became much more spacious. Taking advantage of the remaining special equipment slot, Yi Feng equipped another excellent grade small purse, though it only provided 8 stamina points and 80 additional slots. But it could still serve a practical purpose. As for the 2 rare small purses from the original drops, Yi Feng planned to sell them directly later. After organizing his inventory space, Yi Feng continued forward. With the inventory space cleared, all sorts of equipment were coming his way. Thanks to the previous experience, Yi Feng moved with greater proficiency. He not only lured all the remaining monsters over in one go, but also swept up 3 boss-level creatures in a single net. If the monsters hadn't all been cleared first, the boss wouldn't have respawned. He had even considered clearing everything out at once. This battle was extraordinarily simple. The surrounding earth wolves posed no threat to him whatsoever. Even the boss-level monsters encircling on the outer ring hadn't managed more than a few attacks before they perished from accumulated splash damage. You defeated the level 5 boss-class monster Savage Earth Wolf. You earned 200 experience points. You obtained 304,500 copper coins. You defeated the level 5 boss-class monster Savage Earth Wolf. You defeated? This wave of clearing directly pushed him to level 9. He also accumulated over 5,000 copper coins, surpassing the 2,000 copper milestone. This time, since he had drawn in more monsters, including 3 boss-level enemies. More equipment had dropped as well. The 80-slot excellent grade small purse was completely full. Yi Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward. Next, it was time to take down the boss. Minus 118. Minus 120. Minus 125. The Savage Earth Wolf's triple bite caused Eternal Guardian's face to pale slightly. This boss was quite formidable. His own team was struggling against just one, and there were 2 more not far away. It seemed conquering this difficulty mode would be genuinely challenging. After Eternal Freehand unleashed a single target burst skill to defeat the boss, he shook his head repeatedly. I'm spent, my mana is depleted, and the skill cooldown still has 10 minutes remaining. Let's rest a bit before continuing. If our setup is struggling this much, the Imperial Guild likely has it even harder. There's no need to rush. Everyone else agreed, heartily sitting cross-legged one by one to recover their condition. Boss is amazing. Eternal Sea Brother spun his body, and with the skill bonuses, both Savage Earth Wolves collapsed one after another as their last health points were depleted. The remaining team members surrounded him with delight. Eternal Sea Brother caught his breath. Tackling this guy was truly exhausting. Glancing at the heavily depleted supplies in his inventory, he waved his hand. Everyone rest for now. We'll need to face the boss later. Proceed steadily. Yes, boss. Eternal Sea Brother checked his experience points, hesitated briefly, then chose not to level up. Instead, he invested everything into skills. Rotating Big Gear Quality Excellent Grade 46 costs 200 mana to deal group damage equal to 100 of base attack within a 4x4 area, with a 25 chance to stun a single group target. Deals 25 increased damage when wielding dual-hand axes, swords, hammers, spears, and other heavy weapons. Cooldown 2 minutes. Gazing at the damage now boosted to 100, along with the brand new stun effect, Eternal Sea Brother couldn't help but flex his fist. Incredible. This skill given by that big shot truly has boundless potential. But the cost is indeed massive. If not for his excellent grade armor, granting spiritual enhancement, and a ring that directly boosted mana, he wouldn't have been able to use this excellent grade skill. Just one skill has already elevated him so greatly. What level of strength must the benefactor possess? Eternal Sea Brother was suddenly startled. The big shot might not lag far behind his team's progress if soloing entirely on his own. Eternal Sea Brother fell into deep thought. Aru, a note soaring as high as Pavarotti's echoed through the darkness. Deep within the cave, a colossal earth wolf, its body bristling with barbed spines and eyes burning crimson, slowly emerged. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The boss had finally spawned. Bloody Wolf Tier Transcendent Boss Level 5 HP 2000 Attack 185 Defense 72 Skills Frenzied Bite 3 consecutive 120 attacks inflicting bleed for 30 seconds. Blood Cry restores HP equal to 50 of damage dealt. Yi Feng couldn't help but gasp at the boss's stats. The base attributes were acceptable. Though notably higher than equivalent level bosses, they remained within Yi Feng's capacity to handle. These two skills were truly formidable. One dealt massive single target damage, while the other passively drained health. In an instant, Yi Feng made his decision. Strike first, and you'll dominate. Just as the boss finished its howl and prepared to move, Yi Feng had already drifted forward. The bloody wolf had barely raised its claw when Yi Feng's sword struck. Minus 480. Blood splattered everywhere as the bloody wolf twisted in agony, letting out a pained roar. Yi Feng felt relieved. It seemed his passive ability was working as intended. Under the cumulative defense reduction effects, the boss's seemingly rugged hide proved alarmingly fragile. Yi Feng had easily dealt double the expected crushing damage. The boss's health bar dropped a fifth in an instant. But the boss was no pushover. Its attacks came just slightly slower than Yi Feng's. Right after Yi Feng landed, he was met with a ferocious counterattack. Minus 36. 36. Minus 36. Yi Feng shook his head. Nothing more than that. After the boss activated its skill attack, 3 health recovery effects appeared above the wolf's head. 18. 18. 18. Seemingly surprised that the healing fell short of expectations, a flicker of confusion crossed the boss's eyes. Yi Feng decided to stop holding back. If your ultimate move was only this weak, there was no point in wasting time. Minus 486. 515. Critical hit. With 2 consecutive strikes, the boss's health plummeted by another half. Witnessing its agony, it began to raise its head for another howl. Noised. A blade of light sliced down from above, ending its life instantly. The bloody wolf collapsed slowly, its eyes filled with unwillingness. On the ground, several streams of light instantly appeared. A major drop. Yi Feng's eyes lit up with delight. You have slain the level 5 superior tier boss monster Bloody Wolf. You have gained 40 points. You have obtained 2,030 copper coins. Even with the 60 decay effect applied, the drop of experience and copper coins was still substantial. Moreover, no fewer than 6 pieces of equipment lay scattered upon the ground. Among them, beyond the 5 superior tier equipment pieces covering each armor slot, there was also 1 piece of legendary quality. Bloodstained defensive armor slot chestplate quality legendary, required level 5 defense, 25 endurance, 7 vitality, 7 HP, 500 block damage reduction, 50 points evasion rate, 2 bathed in blood. Upon taking damage, automatically recover 30 HP. If a single hit exceeds 70 of your maximum HP, additionally recover 10 HP, cooldown 10 minutes. These stats caught Yi Feng's attention for a few extra glances. Unfortunately, they held no use for him. The novice cloth armor he had synthesized performed better anyway. The soul special effect was practically useless to him, but it could fetch a decent price. Feng mused thoughtfully. Beyond the 6 pieces of equipment, the boss had also dropped 2 attribute fruits and 2 skill books. One attribute fruit was excellent grade while the other was superior grade. As for the skill books, one was similar to the single target burst attack used by the boss, though its effect was nowhere near as powerful. It held little value for Feng either. The other one, however, was rather interesting. Bloodweeper quality superior grade maximum level 6 after dealing damage to a target recover HP equal to 5 of the damage dealt. Recovery capped at 1 of your maximum HP. Ineffective against targets more than 5 levels above you. While this skill shared the exact same name as the one the boss employed, its effects were worlds apart. Not only did the healing fall significantly short, but there were also numerous restrictions. For an ordinary player, even at its maximum level of 6, it would merely provide a slight boost to survivability. But for Feng, this skill book held boundless potential. It might not be impressive now, but what about after synthesis? He carefully stowed it away. Once he accumulated a few more superior tier skills, he would attempt to synthesize them. For now, 2 more stages remained. Having organized his inventory, Feng accelerated his pace. The second stage's enemies were largely similar to those of the first, except the levels had risen from 5 to 6, with stats improved across the board. Feng cleared it swiftly without much effort. Even the boss posed no real threat to him, yielding 5 superior tier equipment pieces and 3 skill books. Nothing among them caught Feng's eye. However, the 2 superior tier attribute fruits impressed him enough to store them with care. Familiarized with this dungeon's layout, Feng's pace through the 3rd stage matched the speed of the 2nd without faltering. Even with the further increases in level and stats for both ordinary mobs and captains, they stood no chance against him. It was only when he prepared to eliminate the final boss of this stage using the most straightforward and brutal method that something unexpected occurred. -182. -182. -182. The bloody wolf swung its razor-sharp claws. Yongheng Xiaosa, let down by a moment of carelessness, was instantly defeated. Seeing this, Yongheng Shouhu anxiously shouted, "Watch out. Everyone scatter." But it was already too late. With the strongest DPS eliminated, the bloody wolf charged through the party unchallenged, picking off each remaining member one by one. Helpless Yongheng Shouhu could only withdraw from the dungeon. Alone, he stood no match against the beast. It would be wiser to preserve his strength and plan a more methodical approach later. Just as his body began to flash with white light, signaling his exit from the instance, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Guild Emperor and that powerhouse. I wonder how much longer they can hold out. Fall back quick. Emperor Hai-Gu shouted, issuing commands. He ordered the entire team to disengage from combat and retreat to a rest area. Watching his teammates nearly depleted of health and their backpacks completely empty of supplies, a trace of reluctance flickered across Emperor Hai-Gu's expression. There's no way we're clearing the boss of the 2nd stage. A teammate beside him exclaimed in amazement. I never expected the monsters in this hard mode dungeon to be this formidable. Boss, what should we do? Emperor Hai-Gu sighed deeply. What else can we do? We can't simply throw our lives away and waste time and experience. Everyone withdraw. After failing the first attempt at clearing a dungeon, we still receive an additional chance. Let's exit, regroup, and come back better prepared. The others nodded in agreement. Though they had failed to clear the stage this time, their leader's decision had deeply moved them. Standing together, they all chose to exit the dungeon. Several streaks of light flashed, and the 5 of them materialized simultaneously outside the instance. The first thing they noticed was Yongheng Shouhu. Emperor Hai-Gu looked somewhat puzzled. Why are you the only one? Yongheng Shouhu shook his head bitterly. Everyone else is dead. Seeing the group of 5 appear together, he looked genuinely astonished. You haven't lost anyone. Emperor Hai-Gu's expression remained calm. The 2nd stage boss is indeed quite challenging. We couldn't force it, so we withdrew first. You've already reached the 2nd stage? The speaker was Yongheng Xiaosa and the other 3 who had jogged over from the resurrection point. His eyes clearly betrayed disbelief. How is that possible? We haven't even. Enough. Yongheng Shouhu interrupted him, his expression complex. He knew Emperor Hai-Gu well. Though the man tended to be flamboyant, he never boasted without basis. There was also no reason for him to lie to Yongheng Shouhu. He simply could not fathom it. Their levels and combat strength should have been roughly comparable. So why was there such a massive gap in their dungeon clearing progress? Reading the other's expression, Emperor Hai-Gu immediately understood. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Huh. Your Yongheng guild claimed you'd clear the dungeon before us, yet you can't even get past the 1st stage. That's hilarious. The other 4 teammates also wore expressions of pride. It seemed they hadn't done too badly after all. Yongheng Shouhu's face darkened as he muttered under his breath. What are you gloating about? You withdrew too, didn't you? Emperor Hai-Gu snorted. That's what we call a strategic retreat. We're going right back in. Yongheng Xiaosa could no longer contain himself. Even if you got lucky and advanced slightly faster than us, you still couldn't get past the second stage. Do you really think charging in again guarantees success? Emperor Hai Ji's expression faltered. True enough. On another attempt, his teammates would need to grow significantly stronger, and their primary DPS, would need to level up considerably more as well. But how could they improve in such a short time? His mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Right, he could ask the powerhouse again. If he dared to solo through this dungeon, his strength must be on an entirely different level. Perhaps he could glean some valuable items from him, giving them another chance on the next attempt. Where's that powerhouse? He asked Yongheng Shohu eagerly. Yongheng Shohu paused. I haven't seen him either. The two exchanged glances, their mouths falling open in astonishment. Could it be that the powerhouse was still inside the dungeon? -402. With a single slash of his sword, Yi Feng watched another chunk vanish from the health bar of the level 7 boss before him. Just 1 or 2 more strikes, and it would be finished. Suddenly, the cavern began to tremble and shake. The boss underwent a transformation. A crimson aura enveloped its body, rendering Yi Feng unable to land any attacks. Before long, the boss's metamorphosis concluded. What now stood before Yi Feng was an enormous rhinoceros, its frame several times larger than before. Yi Feng took a cautious step backward, and a system notification appeared before his eyes. You reduced the boss's HP below 10 within 1 minute, triggering a hidden condition. The boss has advanced. Killing it quickly can trigger hidden conditions. Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the transformed boss. Ancient Rhinoceros. Tier Legendary Boss. Level 7. HP 500, 01000. Attack 214. Defense 105. Skills: Ancient Guardian. Blessed by the aura of its ancestors, it possesses a shield equal to 50 of its maximum HP, automatically refreshing every 5 minutes. Ancient War Cry inflicts 300 fixed damage to targets within a 5x5 area with a chance to cause stun. Slow regeneration, automatically recovers 0.5 of maximum HP per second. When HP falls below 20, this rate increases to 1. Holy crap. Upon reviewing the creature's attributes, Yi Feng blurted out a crude exclamation. This thing seemed rather than a little fierce. Seizing the moment while the boss had just finished transforming and showed no intention of attacking yet, he stepped forward and delivered a thrust. -142. This damage sent a chill through his heart. The crushing damage bonus was gone. He calculated silently and realized that even after his weapon's 2 armor-piercing effects, he still needed at least 280 damage to achieve the crushing effect. Any other player would have been utterly dumbfounded by this. How could one possibly increase damage while inside a dungeon? Weapon swaps were impossible, and stat points alone were far from sufficient. Yi Feng, however, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had some reserves. Without further hesitation, he took the 2 points from leveling from 8 to 9, along with the 15 points remaining from his previous boss first clear reward. A total of 17 free attribute points, all allocated to strength. Instantly, his damage increased by 34 points. Then Yi Feng eagerly stepped forward to test his newfound power. 544. Although this strike was still diminished by the boss's shield, the reappearance of the crushing damage effect settled Yi Feng's nerves considerably. This was in the bag. Though the transformed boss possessed only half the HP of its peak form, the shield worth 5,000 points effectively compensated for this deficiency. For an ordinary player, if their damage proved insufficient and they failed to shatter the shield within 5 minutes, they would have to face an entirely refreshed shield. But with Yi Feng's damage output, he naturally had nothing to fear. With the crushing damage effect in play, only a few strikes were needed to drain the shield's HP entirely. The boss's few attacks against him during this time could only be described as utterly harmless. There was no helping it. His absurdly overpowered resistances were practically a bug within the novice village. But once the boss's shield fell and it realized its attacks were having no effect, it flew into a complete rage. -300. An ear-splitting roar erupted, and a damage number floated above Yi Feng's head. For any ordinary player, this single blow would have been enough to claim half their life. But Yi Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. This young master has nearly 6,000 HP. Roar all you want. Having tanked the war cry head-on, Yi Feng closed in and delivered another strike. -618. Critical hit. With a 9 chance, Yi Feng landed yet another critical blow. The boss began to panic. It twisted its massive frame in a desperate attempt to evade. But after Yi Feng had finally shattered the shield, how could he possibly let it escape? He pursued it with a relentless barrage of strikes. 50. A green number floated above the ancient rhinoceros's head. The auto-recovery effect had activated, but against Yi Feng's strikes that routinely dealt 400 to 500 damage. This bit of HP regeneration was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Even when its HP dropped below 20 under Yi Feng's assault, that figure only rose to 100. Still, it could not stave off its ultimate fate. -555. Boom. The boss could hold out no longer and fell to the final sword strike. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Feng sheathed his weapon and began examining his spoils. You have slain the level 7 legendary boss monster, Ancient Rhinoceros. You have obtained 1680 experience points. You have obtained 2,131,500 copper. Just the experience and copper alone were enough to draw an exclamation from Yi Feng. Truly worthy of a legendary tier, magnificent. And the 8 pieces of equipment scattered across the ground left him utterly spoiled for choice. 2 excellent tier, 5 legendary tier, and 1 epic tier. Belt of the Ancient's Vigor. Slot belt. Quality epic. Required level 7. Defense 20. Vitality 15. Endurance 15. Spirituality 15. HP 1000. MP 300. Block damage 100. Dodge rate 4. Ancient Sanctuary upon activation grants a shield equal to 50 of maximum HP. Cooldown 3 minutes. Minor regeneration automatically recovers 0.5 of maximum HP per second. Effect increases to 1 during combat. Luxurious attributes and extraordinarily practical ones at that. Yi Feng couldn't help but give this epic tier piece a thumbs up. Although he already possessed 2 epic items himself with even stronger attributes. As the first epic tier equipment self-produced in the game, this piece was more than enough to elevate any player's resistances by several tiers. It could rightly be called the foremost divine artifact in the current game. It would certainly fetch an excellent price. Yi Feng mused. Even the 4 attribute fruits obtained in one go failed to stir much feeling in him. However, the 8 skill books pleased him greatly. Although they were all of excellent tier, Yi Feng could understand why. Before reaching the first job advancement, the highest tier of skill books that could appear was excellent. It simply came down to variations in strength and effect. Legendary skills would only appear upon reaching the first job advancement. As for epic and mythic skills, Yi Feng had rarely seen them even in his past life. Based on his deductions, they likely dropped only from high-tier monsters. But for him, this posed no obstacle. Once his synthesis attempts recovered tomorrow, he'd get right to work. After pocketing the skill books, Yi Feng unexpectedly discovered a stone radiating an extraordinary glow. Epic Evolution Stone. Level 5. Description: can upgrade the corresponding epic tier equipment to the level of the Evolution Stone. This was actually the real prize. Yi Feng nearly cried out loud. His heart surged with excitement. From the description, it could only raise equipment below level 5 up to level 5. But for Yi Feng, this item was incredibly useful, as everyone knew low-level equipment, even of legendary or epic quality, while potent in the early game, became somewhat inadequate as levels rose. Their base stats couldn't even compare to high-level excellent gear or white items. Although special attributes and effects remained useful, their numerical values were no match for high-level legendary or epic equipment either. This Evolution Stone's function was precisely to elevate low-level equipment with good attributes to a higher level. In essence, it was growth-type equipment. If this item were used on Lucky's rabbit foot, not only would its base attributes see a tremendous boost, but even its special attributes and effects would be further enhanced. However, Yi Feng did not act rashly. Instead, he tucked it away. This item wasn't meant to be used so casually. He already had a plan in mind. With the Ancient Rhinoceros's death, the entire dungeon had been cleared. A system notification appeared before Yi Feng. Congratulations on clearing the hard difficulty dungeon Howling Cave. Your rating is SSS. As a clear reward, you may randomly select 2 items from the final boss's drops, or designate one specific item. In his past life, Yi Feng had never received an SSS rank evaluation upon clearing a dungeon. He hadn't known such a reward existed. Yet he could still discern which item among the rewards was the finest. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Designated selection: Epic Evolution Stone. You have obtained Epic Evolution Stone X1. You are the first to clear this dungeon difficulty. Rewards are doubled. You are the first to achieve an SSS rank evaluation. Rewards are doubled. You have obtained Epic Evolution Stone X6. Yi Feng was overjoyed beyond measure. The rewards could be doubled like this. System, you are truly far too intelligent. This also stirred within him a flicker of motivation. It seemed that henceforth he could not afford to overlook any dungeon's first clear. The reward of a full 6 Epic Evolution Stones lifted his spirits immensely. He sauntered out of the dungeon humming a little tune, not even noticing the crowd of people gathered at the dungeon's entrance. It wasn't until Emperor Haigu called out to him that he finally noticed. Oh, what are all of you gathered here for? Both squads were equipped with gear no higher than excellent quality, so naturally none of them could have cleared the dungeon before him. Yi Feng was somewhat puzzled. Emperor Haigu offered an awkward smile. We couldn't beat the BOSS, so we just came back out. Big shot, you. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Just cleared it moments ago. This boss truly has some strength to it. Emperor Haigu assumed Yi Feng was referring to the outstanding rank boss of the 3rd stage, and could not help but give an appreciative thumbs up. Big shot is still amazing. We couldn't even get past the 2nd stage. Yi Feng naturally did not bother to explain that what he had actually meant was the epic rank boss after its evolution. He patted the other's shoulder. Then keep at it. Emperor Haiga shamelessly sidled closer. Big shot, do you have any equipment you don't need yourself? Could you spare some of your cast-offs for your little brother here? Yongheng Xiaosa could stand it no longer and sneered coldly. Any equipment that man deems beneath him. What kind of garbage must that be? What good would it do you? You're actually counting on picking through other people's scraps to clear a dungeon. What a joke. Faced with his taunts, Emperor Haigu showed not the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, in that case, your Yongheng guild must certainly look down on the big shot scraps, wouldn't you say? Yongheng Shouhu's face shifted for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Although he felt that Yi Feng, having cleared the dungeon, might have obtained some fine drops, and was somewhat tempted, picking up that thread of conversation at such a moment would be beneath the dignity of a top-tier player like himself. While he hesitated, Yongheng Xiaosa had already responded impatiently. Don't worry, we absolutely won't compete with you for the scraps. Then I can rest easy. Emperor Haigu chuckled and made a cupped fist gesture of gratitude. Big shot, this way please. He gestured for Yi Feng to step aside to a secluded spot to speak. Yi Feng smiled as well. Since the lad was so perceptive, he supposed he could do him the courtesy. As he passed by the Yongheng Guild squad, he could not help but shake his head. He had originally been thinking that last time he had failed to make a trade with Yongheng Shouhu. This time the drops were quite abundant, and he could have spared them some. He hadn't expected the people from this guild to be so arrogant. It was no longer necessary then. Yongheng Shouhu caught the look on Yi Feng's face, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had missed something. Meanwhile, Emperor Haigu had invited Yi Feng aside, and could hardly wait to begin. Big shot, you heard it too. Their stance is awfully proud. Why don't you just offload everything from this hall that you don't need to your little brother here? In his mind, Yi Feng had completed the dungeon's first clear and had done so solo. At the very least, he must have obtained a considerable amount of outstanding rank equipment. If Yi Feng would sell him even 1 or 2 pieces, his squad's chances of clearing the dungeon would rise significantly. Adopting a humble posture was a small price to pay. Yi Feng's expression seemed very pleased, but the words he spoke made Emperor Haiji's heart leap. My haul this time is quite substantial. Are you certain you alone can stomach it all? Emperor Haigu was immediately thrilled. From the big shot's tone, there were serious goods to be had. Before he could even speculate, Yi Feng had already sent over a trade invitation. Emperor Haigu watched with eager eyes. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, until the trade window was completely filled. Take a look. See if there's anything you need. Emperor Haigu could not restrain himself and began examining them one by one. But the very first piece made his eyes widen. A level 7 outstanding rank breastplate. Scrolling further, the light in his eyes only grew brighter. A level 7 outstanding rank ring. A level 6 outstanding rank belt. A level 6 outstanding rank boots. After viewing 2 full rows of equipment, he felt his breath beginning to falter. So many outstanding rank pieces. There were even enough leftovers to outfit his entire body. But when he cast his gaze further down, the excitement from moments ago had wholly transformed into awe. Legendary rank equipment. Heavens above. He nearly cried out in shock. At a time when players regarded outstanding rank equipment as the ultimate pursuit, the big shot had actually produced a piece of legendary rank gear. This piece, he had to obtain it. He steeled his resolve. The rest could be looked over casually, he told himself. Yet as he continued browsing, he could not help but blink. Are my eyes deceiving me? Why does it seem like every piece of equipment after that is legendary rank? He swallowed hard. Big shot. Are we even playing the same game? He was beginning to question his very existence. A hard mode dungeon could drop legendary rank equipment. A full 5 pieces no less. He looked upon Yi Feng as though gazing upon a deity. Big shot, if you accept offline Huaxia currency transactions, I'll take them all. Beneath his expectant gaze, Yi Feng shook his head. Huaxia currency isn't convenient at the moment. Emperor Haiji's face fell. If you won't accept Huaxia currency, I can't really produce anything else either. Although Yi Feng had not named a price, the attributes on these pieces of equipment were so extraordinary, so far ahead of the current mainstream players by several tiers. Even if he pooled every last copper coin from his entire guild, it likely would not be enough. Although he had been steadily collecting rabbit fur, its value could only go so far. Only now did he truly understand. The words Yi Feng had spoken earlier about him possibly not being able to stomach it all had been no jest. Reading the other's expression, Yi Feng immediately understood. It's fine. I can lend you this equipment first. We can settle the account later. Emperor Haigu could hardly believe his own ears. Big shot, you mean? Lend them to me first. You're willing to trust me? He was truly moved. After years of gaming, he had never experienced anything like this. Thank you, big shot. I swear I will not betray your trust. Yi Feng nodded and completed the trade directly. He did this not for the sake of the Emperor Guild's reputation, nor for Emperor Haiji's face. It was because in the memories of his past life, Emperor Haigu was a renowned whale of a player famed for his generosity and sense of loyalty. During the invasion of the Otherworld, he was also one of Huaxia's primary forces in resisting it. His character was exemplary. In his past life, the man had given everything he had, yet still met with death in the end, an outcome that left countless people of Huaxia sighing in lamentation. In this life, he was willing to help the man grow faster. Besides, he trusted that the aid he offered now would be repaid many times over in the future. After the trade, he gave the man a few instructions. Besides continuing to collect rabbit fur, he asked him to gather a few more items. Skill books of any quality. Epic evolution stones. He had originally wanted to commission the acquisition of attribute fruits as well, but on second thought those things had an inherently low drop rate. Right now the combined total held in the hands of all players might not even match what he already had. It was better to let everyone discover the use of that item naturally on their own. Before reaching first job advancement, he intended to push his strength to its absolute limit. The words spoken by the otherworld invader were still vivid in his memory. Your foundations are far too weak. You could never possibly take that step. What that step referred to he still did not know to this day. But as for weak foundations, he understood it to mean the accumulation of base attributes. In this life, he would lead the players of Huaxia to build a solid foundation. Having traded all the equipment on his person that suited Emperor Hai Ji's needs, Feng took his leave. The epic rank equipment would be a touch premature to reveal at this point. Once he reached level 10 and unlocked the treasure pavilion, that would be the moment for this divine gear to shine in all its glory. For now, he had to hurry onward to the next dungeon. Having secured his new gear, Diwang Hage was brimming with confidence. Upon returning to the dungeon entrance, he casually displayed a few pieces of equipment gifted by Feng, instantly eliciting gasps of admiration from his teammates. This filled Diwang Hage with immense pride. Among his companions, some were elite professional-grade players, while others were wealthy, heavy-spending players just like himself. Naturally, they readily appreciated the value of the equipment he presented. Seeing his teammates' confidence swell after putting on just a few exquisite-grade items, Diwang Hage felt too embarrassed to flaunt the legendary-grade gear he wore. He truly feared that doing so would utterly demoralize them. As they rallied their spirits preparing to re-enter the dungeon, Yongheng Shouhu and his group were just about to depart. After much deliberation, they concluded that even if their party's overall strength improved slightly, clearing the dungeon would still be an insurmountable feat. They decided to temporarily abandon this dungeon and head back to the wilderness to level up. To their surprise, Diwang Hage and his squad were marching forward with heads held high, ready to charge in. Are you confident? Yongheng Shouhu couldn't help but ask. It's a sure thing. Diwang Hage raised his head proudly. His teammates' eyes were also filled with intense anticipation. In an instant, the five of them entered the dungeon together. While Yongheng Shouhu remained lost in thought, Yongheng Xiaosao scoffed. Do they really think they're invincible just because they picked up a few scraps? Who gave them such courage? He simply stopped in his tracks. Big brother, why don't we let the others go level up first? Let's wait here for a bit. I refuse to believe they've gained the strength to clear it in such a short amount of time. Even if that Jianjian were a GM, he couldn't have generated a bunch of overpowered gear this quickly. Yongheng Shouhu was also driven by intense curiosity, so he agreed. The two of them waited at the dungeon entrance. Inside, however, the Diwang squad was experiencing a completely different dynamic. Hey, slow down. Let me get a hit in. Don't kill them all. My exquisite grade sword hasn't tasted blood yet. Out of the way. I'll tank this mini-boss alone. If I even flinch, I lose. The first two stages, which had once caused them endless frustration, were now an absolute breeze. Having equipped exquisite grade gear and weapons, the teammates' resistances and damage output had reached a whole new level. The battle became incredibly effortless. As for Diwang Hage, who was decked out in several legendary grade pieces, he had undergone a complete transformation. A single weapon alone boosted his damage by 80 points. Combined with the strength attributes from his ring and necklace, his damage output directly broke through the 150 mark. This caused his whirling cog skill to unleash devastating off-the-charts damage. Furthermore, the boosts to spirituality and mana from his equipment allowed him to unleash skills without any pressure. Spending less than a third of their previous time, they once again stood before the boss of the second stage. And this time they emerged victorious. 3 minutes later, the five of them felt as if they were in a dream. The massive beast that had just tortured them to the brink of death was defeated so easily this time. Looking at their gear, they grew even more curious about the powerhouse Diwang Hage had mentioned. Just what kind of miraculous existence was this expert Sanjian? Riding on their momentum, they successfully cleared the third stage as well. Looking at the S-rank evaluation they received, they felt a sense of disbelief. Had they really just cleared the hard mode dungeon like that? After selecting their rewards and exiting the dungeon, their expressions remained somewhat dazed. Seeing their expressions, the waiting Yongheng Shouhu and Yongheng Xiaosao were taken aback. Exiting so quickly surely meant they hadn't cleared it. Judging by their looks, they must have failed at the second stage again. Just as Yongheng Xiaosao was about to step forward to mock them, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Two parties have now cleared this dungeon difficulty. The dungeon record feature is now unlocked. The top 3 record-holding parties will receive fixed daily rewards. They actually cleared it. Yongheng Xiaosa's face turned grim. Yongheng Shouhu stared at his old rival in sheer astonishment. How could they have done it in such a short time? What kind of miracle drug did this guy take? The two rushed to the dungeon entrance, where they saw a stone monument slowly rising from the ground. Inscribed clearly upon it was, Dungeon Speedrun Leaderboard Hard. No. 1 Jian clear time, 8 minutes 21 seconds. No. 2 Diwang Hage, Diwang Feng Xiao Diwang, Zhanhuan Diwang Zhanshin Diwang, Yijian, clear time, 19 minutes 31 seconds. No. 3 vacant. Leaderboard rankings are finalized daily at 2400. Rewards are as follows. 1. 5 exquisite grade equipment pieces selectable. 2. 5 excellent grade equipment pieces selectable. 3. 5 excellent grade equipment pieces random. Seeing Diwang Hage's clear time, both of their expressions turned sour. This was a time they had absolutely no hope of surpassing anytime soon. And when they saw Yi Feng's clear time, their heads spun in disbelief. In that amount of time, they hadn't even managed to breach the first stage. It seemed that for now this top spot was completely insurmountable. However, upon seeing the rewards listed below, their spirits were instantly rejuvenated. Even if they couldn't compete for first or second place, securing the third place rewards would still be highly lucrative. Exchanging a quick glance, the two bolted back toward the novice village. They needed to purchase supplies, boost their strength, and aim for third place. Meanwhile, Diwang Hage stared gleefully at his and his teammates' names on the stone monument, feeling immensely satisfied. This leaderboard was truly a beautiful sight. As for the powerhouse in first place, that person was a complete monster. There was no comparing to him. Catching a glimpse of the two members from the Yongheng Guild sprinting away, Diwang Hage quickly realized what was happening. Seeing that they couldn't compete with his squad, they were clearly trying to snatch the third place spot. He opened his inventory, which was filled with dozens of equipment pieces dropped during the dungeon run, which he had gathered as the party leader, along with some unused exquisite grade gear that Yi Feng had temporarily lent him earlier. He retrieved everything and mailed them to the leader of another top-tier squad in his guild whose strength was on par with his own. Along with the items, he sent their insights on clearing the dungeon. Almost instantly, the other party replied, "Holy cow, guild leader. Did you raid a boss's nest? What a massive harvest." Diwang Hage replied swiftly, "Cut the chatter and get your team geared up immediately. With this equipment and our strategy guide, secure that third place spot in the dungeon right now. If the Yongheng Guild beats you to it, don't expect any salary this month." The other party answered without hesitation, "Don't worry, guild leader. If I fail to clear it with such incredible resources, I'll bring you my head on a platter." Diwang Hage closed the chat window. "Alright guys, the dungeon is taken care of. Let's head to the wilderness." His teammates eagerly responded, "I feel like I could take on 10 at once. Bring on a world boss. I want to test my strength against it." Brimming with confidence, Diwang Hage led his teammates as they dashed into the wilderness. "Monsters, your daddy is here. Prepare to meet your doom." Yi Feng walked through the wilderness. He gazed at his panel with a troubled expression. Having completed a dungeon run, he was not far from reaching level 10. Yet compared to when he was at level 6 or 7, his actual combat power had seen little noticeable improvement. The goal required to complete that hidden quest still felt somewhat uncertain. With his remaining synthesis attempts growing scarce, attempting to forge weapons for additional attack power was no longer practical. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. It was time to work on his skills. To synthesize, he first needed to establish a base foundation. What Yi Feng drew out first was the reward for being the first to slay the boss. Crushing Dominance Aura Rarity Extraordinary Grade Maximum Level 6. When dealing crushing damage to a target, an additional 100 damage is added. This was a passive skill. Its potential was quite good. Yi Feng casually selected another extraordinary grade skill and placed them both into the synthesis interface. Would you like to enhance the skill effect in the primary synthesis slot or automatically synthesize into a random skill of the same grade? Without hesitation, Yi Feng chose enhancement. After consuming one skill book, 2 synthesis attempts were deducted. The skill's effect increased from an additional 100 damage to 150. This fell within Yi Feng's expectations. He continued to place extraordinary grade skills upward. The damage increase continued to climb. 200, 250, 300. For consecutive attempts failed to advance the grade. Yi Feng stopped. The margin of improvement left him somewhat dissatisfied. The skill enhancement only added a fixed amount based on the original stats rather than stacking multiplicatively on the already improved skill. The currently synthesized 4 times Crushing Dominance Aura now provided an extra 300 damage boost. For other players, dealing a crushing effect would yield double damage. But for Yi Feng it quadrupled. For now this would have to suffice. Yi Feng rifled through his backpack searching for another passive skill with a similar effect. None was to be found. He attempted synthesizing with lower grade materials instead. All 6 premium grade books were consumed, yet the result remained the same. 3 premium grade skills with only a 50 effect increase. Stubbornly refusing to accept defeat, he tried with rare grade books. The results were identical. Only effect boosts, no grade advancement. Skill progression was proving difficult. Feng frowned. However, scanning the synthesis interface, he noticed a line of small text. Consecutive skill synthesis, 10 times to activate special synthesis method. Consuming 5 skills of the same grade guarantees 1 grade advancing synthesis with randomly generated attributes. After calculating the odds from earlier, Feng felt this method seemed more promising. He tossed in 5 premium grade books. Please give me something good. He felt a flicker of anticipation. These 5 skills, if placed in the outside world, would significantly boost the strength of top-tier squad players from either the Imperial Guild or the Eternal Guild. His investment had been substantial. You have successfully synthesized the extraordinary grade skill Critical Surge. The name sounded promising. Feng perked up. Critical Surge rarity, extraordinary grade, maximum level 6. When your attack triggers a critical hit, critical damage is increased by 50, and an additional fixed damage equal to 10 of total damage is dealt. This was also a passive skill. Like Crushing Dominance Aura, it only activated under specific conditions. Based on Feng's estimation, at maximum level the critical damage increase would be considerable. The supplementary fixed damage should also add meaningfully. So how to evaluate this skill? Looking at the ratios alone, the numbers seemed decent. But this only triggered once per occurrence. For average players, landing a critical hit was already difficult. When they did crit, the damage was merely higher. The supplementary portion wasn't particularly impactful. Compared to direct active skills, this seemed somewhat inferior. Yet for Feng, who could continue enhancing it further, this was quite acceptable. After 4 consecutive syntheses, the enhanced critical damage rose to 100. The supplementary damage effect became 30. Feng hesitated. Remaining in his backpack were 3 extraordinary grade skill books. His synthesis attempts for today were nearly exhausted. Should he try one more push for grade advancement? Gazing at the 2 extraordinary grade skills he'd already synthesized 4 times each, Feng felt a growing urge. The Crushing Dominance Aura effect was sufficient for now, so he chose to invest everything into pushing Critical Surge. He took out 1 extraordinary grade skill and threw both in. Come on, give me some luck. Whether his inner plea somehow aided him, he couldn't say. A burst of light flashed. You have synthesized Critical Surge Extraordinary with Earth Split Blade, Flash Extraordinary. A extraordinarily fortunate critical success has occurred during synthesis. 100 grade advancement across 2 tiers, proficiency 200. Success. Feng broke into a grin. Not only had it advanced in grade, but twice over. Yet his joy didn't last long. This item's current synthesis ceiling is extraordinary grade and cannot be advanced further. The skill's characteristics have undergone partial metamorphosis. You have synthesized Damage Surge Extraordinary. Though unable to advance, the grade disappointed him somewhat, but there was no helping it. Before reaching Tier 1, the highest grade skills players could learn were extraordinary. Despite his strong synthesis talent, it seemed he couldn't break through this limitation. Yet this so-called metamorphosis piqued his interest. Opening his backpack, he eagerly examined the results. Damage Surge 5, Rarity, Extraordinary Grade, Maximum Level 6. When your attack triggers a critical hit, critical damage is increased by 200, and an additional fixed damage equal to 50 of total damage is dealt. Your total damage bonus will not be affected by other damage bonus methods. Critical hits can coexist with other bonuses. After reading the skill description, Feng's body stiffened. The damage increase was secondary. If his understanding of this metamorphosis effect was correct, was he saying critical hits could now coexist with crushing effects? In that case, once he dealt both crushing and critical effects simultaneously, wouldn't that mean double bonuses, coupled with the extra 50 fixed damage? Feng felt slightly dizzy. No. This was too intense, too overwhelming. He couldn't wait to test it immediately. Although neither skill had reached its maximum synthesis count, he had already confirmed that even learned skills could continue synthesizing as long as their level wasn't upgraded. But, would you like to learn Crushing Dominance Aura for 1000 experience points? Feng was stunned. Such a high experience requirement. He quickly switched to another skill. Would you like to learn Critical Surge for 1000 experience points? Feng finally remembered. In his past life, after reaching level 10 and successfully undergoing Tier 1 job advancement, the maximum grade of learnable skills had risen from extraordinary to legendary. After Tier 4 and Tier 7, players could even learn epic grade and mythic grade skills. But in reality, even at Tier 3 or Tier 4, extraordinary grade skills remained the mainstream. Players possessing legendary grade skills were few and far between. Even those wishing to learn them needed to carefully accumulate experience. However, doing so would slow his leveling progress. Only upon reaching Tier 4 or Tier 5 would learning such skills become more feasible. But if he refused to learn skills and charged ahead recklessly, Feng remained uncertain. This quest was of great importance. He had to complete it flawlessly. After some thought, he decided to proceed, cautiously checking things as he went. He headed toward the mountain fortress marked on his quest. Along the way, he discovered several unexplored areas. Given his current strength, clearing them was effortless. Not only did he gain nearly 1,000 experience points, he also accumulated close to 2,000 copper coins. However, most of the monsters encountered were ordinary. Elite enemies were scarce. Aside from dozens of level 6 to 9 equipment pieces, 10 skill books had dropped as well. Among them 6 common grade, 3 rare grade. Only 1 was premium grade. Just as he finished clearing the wild monsters within his sight, almost able to see the mountain fortress, a system notification caught his attention. You have discovered the dungeon Blackstone Canyon. A faint portal of light materialized silently before Feng. A flutter of excitement stirred within him, and he promptly stepped forward. Do you wish to enter the level 10 instance Blackstone Canyon? Currently selectable difficulties, normal, hard. A glimmer of delight crossed Feng's features. This was exactly what he had been seeking. Fortunately, the attempt counts for both difficulties did not interfere with one another. Feng selected easy difficulty without hesitation and promptly chose to enter. Passing through the luminous gate, his vision blurred momentarily. He found himself standing within a vast expanse of terrain. The walls of the canyon rose on either side with formidable steepness. A river coursed through the center, its surface shimmering beneath the sun's radiant glow. The moment he entered the instance, the once still world stirred into life. Behind the stone walls above, monstrous silhouettes peered out from the shadows. Within the river below, grotesque creatures of bizarre forms continuously surged upward before sinking back into silence. Feng furrowed his brow. This terrain posed considerable challenges. Were he accompanied by an entire party, they could divide their forces to engage the threats from both above and below. Alone, however, the task grew far more troublesome. Shaking his head, Feng ceased his deliberation. Since he had already entered combat, would come first. Berserker Crab, rank normal, level 10, HP 1000, attack 118, defense 62. Though merely an ordinary level 10 creature, its attributes were by no means feeble after the instance's enhancement. 2 strikes of his blade were required before Feng felled a single one. Fortunately, the moment he stepped into the river, the monsters swarmed toward him in unison. A single slash of his sword sent damage values blossoming above the heads of several creatures. Feng resolved to sprint at full speed through the river. Innumerable monsters launched their attacks against him in rapid succession. Regrettably, none could inflict the slightest harm upon him. Just as he presumed the instance could be cleared with such ease, a sudden blow landed. -21. An unexpected strike caused his body to stagger momentarily. He focused his gaze. It was a tiger chieftain that had leaped down from the upper canyon. Its attack power reached a staggering 180 points, nearly comparable to a level 5 elite boss. Nevertheless, the creature's HP and defense were vastly inferior to those of a boss. Nor did it possess any formidable skills. Feng neither dodged nor evaded, absorbing 2 attacks head-on before swiftly slaying the beast. You have slain the level 10 elite monster, Furious Tiger. You have gained 900 experience points. You have obtained 1080, 16,200 copper coins. Feng was rather pleased with this amount of experience. He quickened his pace. Since even an elite creature could inflict such limited damage upon him, he abandoned all restraint and began drawing monsters freely. He darted back and forth between the upper and lower reaches of the canyon. Within 10 minutes, he had successfully eradicated every monster in sight. Even the boss that ultimately spawned could not withstand his onslaught for a full minute before being slain with overwhelming force. Feng had lost less than 20 of his HP, yet his gains were by no means meager. 6 pieces of level 10 elite grade weapons, several of fine grade, 15,000 copper coins, 5 attribute fruits. Even the skill books he needed most, those dropped in abundance, as many as 30 in total. Though only 2 were of elite grade, the others spanned fine and elite qualities alike. There were also 2 ordinary grade books thrown in for good measure. Beyond his astonishment at these numbers, Feng harbored his own suspicions. The skill book drop rate in this instance was extraordinarily generous. Even setting aside the bonus from his Lucky Rabbit's foot, the rate remained impressive. Perhaps it was a benefit designed for players completing their Tier 1 class advancement. Congratulations. You have cleared the easy difficulty of the instance Blackstone Canyon. Your evaluation is SSS-rank. As a reward for clearing, you may randomly select 2 items from the final boss's drops or designate 1 item of your choosing. Though the easy difficulty had also earned him the highest evaluation, its drops were admittedly mediocre. Feng opted for the random selection without hesitation. Randomly selecting. You have obtained attribute fruit 1 elite ground splitting / elite. You are the first to clear this instance difficulty. Reward doubled. You are the first to achieve an SSS rank evaluation. Reward doubled. You have obtained attribute fruit elite 6, ground splitting / elite 6. Feng had not anticipated this. The random selection had granted him quite the pleasant surprise. Not only had fortune bestowed upon him 2 of the most valuable items available, With the double reward multiplier, it amounted to a modest, yet satisfying harvest. Upon clearing the instance, Feng's level had also risen to 10. Although all his attributes increased by 1 point, he had additionally gained 2 free attribute points. However, facing level 10 monsters again meant there would be no bonus experience from surpassing their level. Yet Feng was powerless to change this. Before Tier 1, levels were automatically assigned. Only after class advancement and tier promotion could one manually allocate them. After leveling up, his remaining surplus experience had dwindled to barely over 5,000 points. Yet learning a skill required a full 9,500 points, more than he possessed. Was he truly unable to learn an elite grade skill before reaching Tier 1? Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Just as his mind wandered and his gaze drifted idly across the world channel, a message caught his eye. Master OGZ Reborn selling experience pills. Big shots who want to save time message me privately. Poor players don't bother. Feng tapped the screenshot attached to the message. Basic experience pill, quality rare, increases experience gained by 100 for 30 minutes. This item was quite promising. Feng's heart stirred with interest. Although the duration was relatively brief, it would suffice for his current needs. He promptly sent a message to the seller. Jian, how much? Master OGZ Reborn, 0 copper, no bargaining. Though the price was hardly cheap, Feng could not be bothered to haggle. Jian, how many do you have? I'll take them all. Within a secluded mining cavern, a burly man swinging a pickaxe suddenly halted his movements. He gazed at his message interface in a daze. He was none other than Master OGZ Reborn, a veteran life skill player utterly devoted to crafting who had resolved to become the foremost divine artisan of Tianyu. Though he was currently only level 4, far beneath the mainstream level of other players, fortune had smiled upon him. Upon entering the game, he had received a hidden quest. He had acquired a rare special grade mining skill. Not only was his mining efficiency vastly superior to that of ordinary life skill players, but there was also a chance he might unearth special items. As he continuously explored the wilderness maps and discovered this hidden mining cavern, his good fortune multiplied. He had unearthed 2 attribute fruits and sold them at premium prices. His latest batch of freshly crafted experience pills had drawn considerable attention from others. Among his current friends, none could afford such rare items. He had simply decided to call out across the world channel. To his surprise, a response came almost instantly. He had impulsively quoted an extravagant price, yet the other party had accepted without hesitation. The buyer had even inquired how many more he had. A pill of this quality. He had spent nearly an entire day in this mining cavern to dig up merely 2. And the other party wanted more. Was this genuine wealth or a swindler? Just as doubts gnawed at his mind, he caught sight of the buyer's name. Jian. Master OGZ Reborn shuddered with sudden realization. Wasn't this the very player who had been the first to clear the level 5 hard instance? Moreover, the first elite grade boss had also been soloed by him. At the time, he had even mocked the Blood Guild. Having confirmed the buyer's identity, delight bloomed in his heart. This was a true big shot. He no longer hesitated. 2 rare grade pills, 1,800 copper if you want them, boss. 4 normal grade ones remain at 5,000 copper each. While sending the message, he prepared a catalog entry for the rare grade pills and sent it along as well. He had assumed that upon seeing him produce so many at once, the buyer would need time to deliberate and haggle. He was still calculating his absolute minimum price when the very next second a reply arrived. I'll take them all. Let's trade. Faced with the remote trade dialog box that the other party had proactively initiated, Master OGZ Reborn was utterly stunned. Was this big shot truly so extravagantly wealthy? Not only did he refuse to bargain, but to save time, he had even spent extra to execute a remote trade. He was filled with genuine admiration. He hurriedly placed the several experience pills into the trade window one by one. After the other party confirmed the trade, he gazed at the 5,600 copper coins now resting in his inventory. A sense of unreality still washed over him. Based on the current exchange rate at which wealthy players were purchasing copper coins, this amounted to several hundred real-world yuan. Was this game truly so lucrative? Though he had resolved to become a professional player even before entering the game, now that he had truly earned money through the game, when all of this became tangible reality, he could not help but feel his nose tingle with emotion. His decision had not been wrong. This game held boundless promise. Feng gazed at the 6 experience pills that had newly appeared in his backpack, his heart brimming with delight. Though these basic experience pills offered a respectable boost, their duration was regrettably brief. Their practical effect was rather mediocre. At this stage, even top-tier players would hesitate before using them so liberally. Yet with his innate talent for synthesis, he possessed the means to transmute worthless scraps into treasures. He swiftly combined 4 ordinary grade pills one by one. In an instant, they were forged into 2 of uncommon grade. The experience bonus surged to 75, while the duration held steady at 30 minutes. Undaunted, he pressed onward with his synthesis. This time fortune smiled upon him ever so slightly. A rare grade pill was crafted. Basic experience pill 2. Quality rare. Experience gained increased by 225, lasting 30 minutes. Though decent, Yifeng remained far from satisfied. This magnitude of enhancement could hardly guarantee he would grind sufficient experience from a single run of a hard difficulty dungeon. Without ample experience, mastering new skills would remain an elusive dream. His audacious attempt at the hidden quest still lingered in his mind, riddled with uncertainty. Synthesize once more. He retrieved the remaining 2 rare grade pills and set them into the synthesis. This time the god of fortune withheld his favor. The result remained rare grade. A mere 150 enhancement. He stared at the final 2 synthesized pills. Yifeng abandoned all thoughts of cost-effectiveness, gritting his teeth as he placed the 2 pills together. All in. A flash of light erupted and Yifeng instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. A full 30 seconds elapsed before he dared to open his eyes and peer into his backpack. Basic experience pill I3. Quality excellent. Experience gained increased by 420, lasting 60 minutes. Success. Yifeng clenched his fists in exhilaration. Though fate had not blessed him with extraordinary luck to elevate it by 2 or 3 tiers in one stroke, ascending from rare to excellent was nothing to scoff at. Not only had the enhancement magnitude surged dramatically, but the duration had also stretched to a full hour. If this item were to be put up for sale now, he was certain someone would pay 100,000 copper coins for it. Nevertheless, selling it was never an option he would entertain. Since the synthesis had proceeded so smoothly, Yifeng saw no reason for further deliberation. The hard difficulty dungeon beckoned. Time to continue the conquest. We finally cleared it. Yongheng Xiaosa stood triumphantly before the boss's corpse, his jubilant shout echoing through the chamber. Yet the teammates flanking him wore no expressions of joy. As the party's captain, Yongheng Shouhu felt an overwhelming weariness settle upon his shoulders. Though they had ultimately conquered the hard difficulty dungeon, the investment had been staggering. Not only had they procured excellent grade equipment at exorbitant prices from the marketplace, but every team member had also consumed 2 attribute fruits. Each had mastered at least 2 skills, and their inventories were stuffed to the brim with rare grade health restoration potions. Nearly 2 grueling hours had been spent before they finally emerged victorious. Their reward was a meager D rank evaluation. Upon tallying the boss's drops, Yongheng Shouhu's expression darkened further. These yields failed to cover even a fraction of their total expenditure. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yongheng Xiaosa caught sight of their team's name etched upon the leaderboard, his chest swelling with insufferable pride. He ceaselessly boasted of their accomplishment to every passing player. Yongheng Yonghu, however, felt a creeping despair gnawing at his heart. Such an exorbitant price, paid merely to scrape onto the rankings, and still lagging behind the Emperor Guild's record. Was this stubborn pride truly worth the cost? Had his unwavering support of Yongheng Xiaosa been a miscalculation all along? Just as doubt began to cloud his thoughts, a system announcement scrolled across his vision. Player Jian has become the first to clear Blackstone Canyon on normal difficulty, earning a random excellent grade equipment reward. Yongheng Shouhu's eyes narrowed in sharp focus. Blackstone Canyon. That name was utterly unfamiliar to him. Could it possibly be a level 10 dungeon? While we still struggle pitifully through level 5 dungeons, others have already conquered far higher challenges. Failing to forge a connection with such a formidable player now seemed like a grave misstep. Yongheng Shouhu was consumed by regret. Everyone push harder. Let's aim to hit level 10 by tomorrow and pioneer the level 10 dungeons. Emperor Hage declared with triumphant swagger. He led his squad in a relentless slaughter through the level 8 monster territory, while his teammates gazed upon him with undisguised adoration. As expected of our brother Hai, such legendary equipment draped upon him. Such devastating damage output. They had all heard the rumors. The Yongheng Guild had only just managed to clear a level 5 hard difficulty dungeon. Their pace lagged behind ours by several folds. And that was merely their progress from mere hours ago. Now we had grown incomparably stronger since then. The Yongheng Guild had been left far behind in our dust. We shall be the first team to conquer the level 10 dungeon. Just as their spirits soared with fervent ambition, player Jian has become the first to clear. This player is truly fearsome. Has he conquered yet another new dungeon? The expressions of the 4 men froze in unison. Emperor Hage's countenance, however, betrayed no change. Instead, he remarked with bemused curiosity, "Why is the big shot only clearing normal difficulty? Hard difficulty should be coming soon too, right?" A teammate ventured cautiously, "Boss, didn't you just declare we'd only pioneer the new instance tomorrow? But this player has already." Emperor Hage silenced the speaker with a sharp glare. "When I said pioneering, I naturally meant excluding the big shot from consideration. Surely you don't think we should compare ourselves to someone of that caliber?" The chastened teammate offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Emperor Hage shook his head dismissively. "How could any of you possibly fathom the magnitude of the big shot's prowess?" Yifeng stepped into the hard difficulty dungeon. Compared to normal difficulty, the terrain remained virtually identical. Only the monster's attributes had been elevated by a substantial margin, and their numbers had swelled considerably. Under such harrowing conditions, ordinary player teams would tread with utmost trepidation. Yet Feng remained utterly unfazed. After all, they couldn't breach his defenses. Whichever direction the monsters launched their attacks mattered little. On the rare instance an elite monster deployed a skill against him, the damage amounted to mere dozens of points. Thus he unleashed his full arsenal, focusing wholeheartedly on clearing the swarming foes. You have slain level 10 normal monster biting fish. You have gained 300 experience points. You have obtained 365,400 copper coins. You have slain level 10 elite monster furious tiger. You have gained 1800 experience points. You have obtained 21603240 copper coins. You have slain level 10. Compared to normal difficulty, hard difficulties, experience and copper rewards had directly doubled. Watching the experience accumulate bit by bit, Feng's heart settled into tranquil certainty. His movements grew more deliberate, his focus more absolute. He became wholly immersed in the rhythm of battle. Until, at last, a chorus of furious roars erupted in succession. 3 monsters of varying sizes materialized simultaneously. Only then did Feng realize with sudden clarity. The final stage had arrived. He swept his gaze across their attributes. Though all 3 were excellent grade BOSSES, their attributes differed, but slightly. The most massive among them stood as the most formidable by far. Sky-roaring tiger. Rank excellent grade boss. Level 10. HP 10000. Attack 224. Defense 118. Skills: Tiger's Mountain Roar unleashes a sonic wave attack, dealing attack x 150 damage and inflicting the target with 5 seconds of stun. Tiger's Majesty deals attack x 150 damage to all targets within a 6x6 area, inflicting an additional 500 damage to those struck. 3. Make a tiger when companions remain on the field. HP recovery speed increases by 100. When companions are absent, attack increases by 50. Having scrutinized the attributes, Feng had grasped the situation entirely. This creature's base attributes were passable, comparable to the level 7 legendary boss he had previously encountered. The 2 offensive skills posed no genuine threat either. However, that final skill 3, Make a Tiger, proved rather troublesome. It appeared he must first eliminate the 2 smaller tigers. Having resolved upon his strategy, he lunged forward in a single stride, charging toward one of the flanking bosses. Facing Feng's charge, the opponents naturally refused to let him off. The 3 tigers launched a coordinated assault against him. -66. 102. -72. With the activation of Tiger's Roar of the Forest, a stun icon appeared above Feng's head, freezing him in place. Yet right before being stunned, he managed to swiftly execute a slash. -1000. Upon seeing this figure, Feng's expression relaxed completely. As it turned out, after clearing the previous monsters, he had accumulated enough experience, a total of 100 points, to fully master the crushing aura. Now under the crushing effect, he could unleash a staggering 5-fold damage. One of the wounded tiger cubs let out a roar of agony. Lifting its sharp claws, it attacked with even greater ferocity. 5 seconds later, the stun effect dissipated, though Feng's health had plummeted by a full 120 points. However, the boss, the Howling Sky Tiger, had already exhausted its 2 active skills. Now it was his turn to perform. 1086. -520. Critical hit. Although the crushing effect currently could not coexist with critical hits, causing his damage to actually decrease significantly when a critical hit occurred. Fortunately, his current critical rate was not high, so Feng did not dwell on it. Instead, his desire for experience points intensified. Once he farmed another 100 experience, he could learn the pre-prepared skill critical boost. When that time came, the critical and crushing effects could coexist, and his damage output would skyrocket. For now, however, he had to make do with this. Because Feng chose to directly tank the 3 bosses, the beasts abandoned all formation and simply swarmed him in a chaotic melee. Yet this chaotic assault allowed every single one of Feng's sword strikes to trigger a cleave effect. The 2 smaller tigers possessed only 800 health points. Within a few strikes, their health bars were nearly depleted. Seizing the opportunity, Feng landed a decisive blow on the Howling Sky Tiger. -1024. -768. Cleave. -768. Cleave. Reeling from the pain, the Howling Sky Tiger retreated. Meanwhile, the sword light split into 2, slashing toward the other 2 bosses on either side. The 2 instances of cleave damage perfectly emptied their health bars. 2 beams of white light rose simultaneously. You have slain the level 10 boss monster, Changwei Tiger Eye. You have gained 1500 experience points. You have obtained 5007500 copper coins. You have slain the level 10 boss monster, Changwei Tiger 2. You have gained 1500 experience points. You have obtained 5007500 copper coins. The 2 bosses alone provided a whopping 300 experience points. This made Feng marvel. as expected of a hard difficulty dungeon, and indeed the unmatched bounty of a solo run. Staring at its suddenly deceased companions, the Howling Sky Tiger froze in shock. Bereft of its two minions, its health plummeted rapidly. Feng closed in, and with a few swift slashes battered it into agonizing shrieks. Though it seized the opportunity of its cooled-down skills to unleash its two major offensive abilities, biting and clawing at Feng relentlessly, Feng, bolstered by high resistances, completely ignored its amplified damage. Tanking through the 5 seconds, he surged forward with a barrage of attacks. Ultimately, when Feng's health was down to just over 1000 points, the Howling Sky Tiger collapsed first. You have slain the level 10 boss monster Howling Sky Tiger. You have gained 2100 experience points. You have obtained 6000 copper coins. The 3 bosses alone had contributed over 500 experience points to Feng. The vast expanse of shimmering loot on the ground filled Feng with immense anticipation. Once he gathered them one by one and inspected them, he could not help but gasp in shock. 2 level 10 legendary grade weapons. 14 level 10 excellent grade equipment pieces for various slots. 3 excellent grade and 5 outstanding grade skill books. And a staggering 8 attribute fruits. Furthermore, as a double reward for his first clear and SSS grade evaluation, Feng was randomly awarded an additional legendary grade weapon and an excellent grade attribute fruit. This ultimately brought his tally of legendary grade weapons to 6, while his attribute fruits stood at 7 excellent grade and 9 outstanding grade ones. Only after leaving the dungeon did Feng's racing heart gradually calm down. He sat in meditation, chugging health potions to rapidly recover. He had very few synthesis attempts left now. For the time being, he lacked the capacity to further upgrade or digest these gains. Next, it was time to complete the quest. Glancing at the quest prompt, he saw that time was running short. He approached the mountain stronghold step by step. This was the location of the hidden quest he had accepted at the very beginning. According to the quest requirements, he needed to enter the stronghold and slay any one of the bosses on the 2 mountain peaks within half an hour to complete the quest. The reason for such tight time limits and choices was that the stronghold itself was massive and the distance between the 2 peaks was considerable. Generally speaking, choosing just one to complete was already an arduous task. But Feng's ambitions went far beyond this. He recalled that in his past life, someone who completed this quest had shared a secret. Defeating either boss within the time limit would grant a class change token for a hidden class, and a powerful 4-star class at that. One must know that classes range from 1-star to 5-star. 1-star and 2-star classes were the most common. 3-star classes were relatively rare, and anyone who successfully changed to one could be considered an expert. A 4-star class made a player a formidable powerhouse. As for 5-star, Feng had barely seen a handful in his past life, representing the absolute pinnacle. They were the legendary figures of the game. In this life, his goal was to complete this quest in the most flawless manner possible, aiming for that legendary 5-star class. Checking the preparations in his inventory, Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward. You have entered the target area. Quest countdown 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Target completion 01. Right as Feng stepped into the stronghold, the quest prompt quietly materialized. Starting the timer already. Feng cursed inwardly. He quickened his pace. Before him rose 2 mountain peaks, one to the left and one to the right. At the foot of each peak stood a closed wooden barricade. Behind the barricades, numerous guards could be seen. In a guidepost from his past life, the author claimed to have completed the quest through wit, first bribing the guards to open the barricade. Then he sweet-talked his way up to meet the boss and finally lured the boss to an isolated spot to slowly wear it down. He believed this to be the optimal solution for the quest. After all, there were too many bandits in the stronghold. Whether fighting his way up or getting surrounded, it would waste too much time. Just to defeat the boss with his mixed setup of excellent and outstanding gear, which was already top tier among players, he had barely managed. He believed no one else could possibly find another way to complete it. But Feng's pursuits were different. He naturally would not resort to such methods. He strode directly forward and slashed at the barricade. Minus 1,300. Crushing effect. The barricade shuddered but remained standing. Feng was slightly surprised. No wonder the player from his past life relied on wit to complete this quest. Otherwise, just breaching this barricade alone would consume a significant amount of time. However, for Feng, this was not a problem at all. Against a barricade with 0 defense, every single one of his attacks triggered the crushing effect. 1,300. Crushing effect. With another slash, the barricade collapsed with a resounding crash. The bandits behind it shrieked in panic and rushed toward him. Feng glanced at them. They were merely ordinary level 8 monsters with less than 1,000 health points, easily one-shot with a single strike. However, he did not linger to fight. Instead, he used an item from his inventory. Beginner Swiftness Pill 1. Upon use, movement speed is increased by 50 for 15 minutes. Only effective within the Novice Village map. Feng had purchased several bottles of this Godspeed pill before his arrival. Its initial effect merely increased movement speed by 30, but after a single synthesis that boost had risen to 50. Upon consuming it, his speed surged instantly. The bandit rushing forward with a raised blade froze in a daze. The figure before him had already vanished. Feng darted swiftly through the mountain peaks. He had no time to spare for the monsters he encountered along the way. Only when he spotted a cluster of more than 5 would he strike with a well-timed slash. As the sword light flashed, the splash effect was triggered. Instantly, a whole swath of them collapsed. As for smaller groups of monsters, he did not even bother to deal with them, as it would be a waste of time. Speeding along the path, he reached the summit in just a few minutes. A burly, massive man sat upon a giant stone throne draped with a tiger pelt, throwing his head back to drink. Spotting Feng's sudden intrusion, he raised his heavy broadsword, his expression twisting in fury. Beside him, no fewer than 4 chieftains charged forward in unison. Feng merely delivered a swift, piercing thrust, dealing damage to all 5 simultaneously before turning on his heel to leave. He feared that if he eliminated these monsters first, the quest would immediately conclude, ruining his carefully laid plans. Thus, Feng walked down the mountain path at a leisurely, unhurried pace. This was primarily because his speed was far too great after using the Godspeed pill. Fearing the bandits would fail to keep pace and drop out of combat, he slowed down. Leading a train of bandits behind him, Feng arrived back at the foot of the mountain peak. Without waiting for the bandits to surround him, he hurried to the foot of another peak. Without a word, he struck the identical wooden barricade twice with his sword. You have breached the defenses of 2 mountain peaks simultaneously. This may increase the quest difficulty. Seeing the quest prompt, Feng was not alarmed, but rather delighted. An increase in difficulty was exactly what he wanted. Employing the same tactic, he repeated the process. The monsters residing on this peak were known as mountain bandits. Their attributes were largely similar. Ordinary monsters were level 8, chieftains were level 9, and the BOSS, just like the bandit leader, was a level 10 excellent great entity. Before long, a dense swarm of mountain bandits was lured down the peak by Feng using the exact same method. Just as the monsters from both locations rushed out from their respective bases and converged, a change occurred. Your actions have enraged both the bandits and the mountain bandits, triggering the Brothers United buff. Brothers United: when monsters belonging to the Feng stronghold enter the same combat state, all of their attributes are increased by 30. Instantly, the attributes of both the bandits and the mountain bandits surged in unison. Though their levels remained unchanged, their combat strength had increased significantly. Glaring at Feng the provocateur, they began to howl and clamor. "Seize this invader. I'll chop off his head and kick it like a ball." The 2 bosses bellowed in fury, one after the other. Yet facing the dense swarm of monsters closing in on him, Feng felt a wave of relief instead. To be honest, though his plan was well conceived, he had still feared that his act of attacking 2 peaks of the stronghold simultaneously might be restricted by the game mechanics. To his surprise, everything went remarkably smoothly. Although the attributes of both the ordinary monsters and the chieftains had risen, the Brothers United buff grew even stronger once the 2 bosses entered the same area. Both of them received a 50 boost to their base attributes. However, to Feng it made little difference. After all, there were still a full 10 minutes remaining on the quest timer. More than enough. To avoid killing one first and completing the quest prematurely, Feng employed a bit of finesse, constantly circling around the 2 bosses. He searched for the perfect positioning to ensure that every single strike could hit both bosses simultaneously. Under the influence of his splash effect, the surrounding monsters fell in wave after wave, and the boss's health pools declined steadily in unison. As for the chieftains, they had already perished without anyone even noticing. And so it went. With 5 minutes left on the quest timer, only 4 monsters remained on the battlefield. As Feng delivered his final sword thrust, several damage numbers floated up in unison. The health bars of the 2 minions and the 2 bosses were instantly emptied. In a flash, not a single monster remained before Feng. You have slain the level 10 boss grade monster Feng Stronghold Second Chief. You have received 21000 experience points. You have received 6000 copper coins. You have slain the level 10 boss grade monster Feng Stronghold Third Chief. You have received 21000 experience points. You have received 6000 copper coins. Just as Feng stared at the kill notifications, assuming the quest had been successfully completed, suddenly a blood-red prompt flashed before his eyes. You have overachieved in your quest, triggering the unique hidden condition Awakening of the Grand Chieftain. You may choose to escape the Feng Stronghold to complete the quest normally. Alternatively, you may choose to confront the powerful Grand Chieftain to earn hidden rewards. Faced with this binary choice, Feng did not hesitate for a single second. I choose to fight. Although this mysterious Grand Chieftain was described by the system as extremely powerful, Feng remained completely fearless. You have accepted the unique, exclusive hidden quest Awakening of the Grand Chieftain. The boss Feng Stronghold Grand Chieftain will spawn in 3 minutes. Having accepted the quest, Yifeng quickly gathered the loot scattered on the ground. As this was a special quest, the drop rate here was visibly lower. Even with a 1500 drop rate bonus, Yifeng only picked up fewer than 10 pieces of excellent grade gear and dozens of other items of various qualities. However, skill books contributed a significant portion of his haul. Just the 6 excellent grade skill books alone made Yifeng feel that this trip was well worth the effort. Yet the most crucial item, the class change certificate, did not drop directly. It would likely only be obtained upon returning to hand in the quest. Just as Yifeng finished organizing his spoils, a sudden anomaly occurred. Buzz, along with a violent tremor. Between the 2 mountain peaks, a blood-red figure slowly emerged from a shrine-like building. This was a man of colossal stature. His face was hideous, marred by several deep scars, and his fierce gaze radiated a sharp, murderous intent. Spotting Yifeng, the man narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. So it was you who killed my second and third brothers and disturbed my cultivation. Yifeng nodded. Indeed. And not only did I kill them, but I will kill you as well. Huh. Ignorant child, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Let us see what strength you truly possess. The fierce man threw his head back and laughed, his voice booming like a great bell. A cold gleam flashed from the great sword in his hand as he charged directly forward. Raising his own sword, Yifeng first checked his opponent's attributes. Haifeng's Stronghold, Grand Chieftain. Tier Legendary Grade Boss. Level 10. HP 20000. Attack 288. Defense 145. Skills: Torrential Rain Swordplay ignores 50 of the target's defense, dealing consecutive attacks of 9011, 013, 0150 of attack power with a 50 chance to inflict a 5-second stun effect. Ruthless Annihilation upon use restricts the target's HP recovery capability for 10 minutes. Resurrection: when within a certain range of the shrine, HP recovery speed increases by 100 while attack power is reduced by 75. The opponent's attributes caused Yifeng's gaze to narrow. Although a legendary grade boss was within his expectations, the several skills the opponent possessed still caught him somewhat by surprise. This was a formidable foe. With just a single clash, Yifeng confirmed his suspicion. Minus 1008. Crushing effect. Minus 189. Minus 210. 231. Minus 273. Although Yifeng unleashed a crushing effect with his very first strike, the opponent's torrential rain sword technique dealt impressive damage as well. Not only did it instantly deplete over 900 of Yifeng's health points, but the final strike also triggered a stun effect, causing his body to instantly stiffen. I despise crowd control skills. He grew anxious, yet there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, during these 5 seconds of relentless assault, the boss only managed to shave off slightly over 100 of Yifeng's health. The moment he regained control of his body, Yifeng hastily retreated, intending to consume a health-restoring pill to recover his state. System: you have been afflicted by the opponent's skill extermination. You cannot use recovery items of this tier for the next 10 minutes. Damn, Yifeng gritted his teeth. The moment he initiated the confrontation, the surrounding area was sealed off. He could not leave until the quest was completed. Furthermore, the quest carried a strict 10-minute time limit, making it impossible to win by stalling. Since there was no other way, Yifeng stopped hesitating. He lunged forward, locking himself in combat once more. He refused to believe that the opponent could continuously unleash such a devastating offensive skill. As expected, once they clashed again, Yifeng quickly gained the upper hand. Without the defense reduction debuff or extra modifiers, the boss could only inflict a meager 100+ damage on him. In contrast, Yifeng's strikes consistently triggered crushing effects starting at 1000 damage. Even though the opponent's health was as high as 200, Yifeng still had over 300 health remaining. If this war of attrition continued, the boss would undoubtedly be the first to fall. However, just as the boss's health was about to drop below 100, the boss suddenly slipped away, retreating swiftly toward the ancestral hall. By the time Yifeng realized what was happening and gave chase, he discovered that the opponent's health was rapidly regenerating. In the blink of an eye, it had risen back to 11000. This really is a goddamn revival. Yifeng cursed inwardly. This boss's skill was truly absurd. The regeneration speed was simply outrageous. Although the opponent's attack power had plummeted significantly, barely posing a threat to Yifeng anymore. Yifeng's offensive efficiency had also been greatly mitigated. Under the boss's deliberate evasion, his damage could barely keep pace with the regeneration rate. The two remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes, with the boss's health stubbornly hovering at 100. Looking at the quest timer, which showed only 3 minutes remaining, Yifeng grew anxious. Was the quest going to fail just like this? He refused to accept it. The opponent's skill was simply too cheap. Yifeng's mind raced as he desperately sought a solution. In truth, breaking this deadlock was not impossible. He either had to restrict the opponent's health regeneration, allowing him to wear the boss down over the remaining 3 minutes, or dramatically boost his own attack power. Once his damage output surpassed the regeneration rate, the opponent would naturally be unable to resist. However, at this stage of the game, there were no means available to suppress healing, and boosting attack power was far from simple. Feng pondered as he scanned his character panel. When his eyes swept across his experience points, he was startled. When on Earth had his experience accumulated to such an extent? Only then did he realize. Earlier, to complete the Stronghold quest, he had not resorted to the clever shortcuts used by the player in his past life. Instead, he had slaughtered every single monster across both peaks. With his experience elixir still active, he had naturally amassed a colossal amount of EXP. In that case, could he learn another skill? A thought struck Feng. While his sword continued to flash in combat, his consciousness navigated his inventory and selected a specific target. System, you have consumed 1,000 experience points to learn the excellent grade skill, crit damage amplification. It's done. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his swordplay instinctively faltered for a brief second. Sensing the pause, the boss was overjoyed. Is this brat finally exhausted? With this thought, the boss flickered and stepped out of the Ancestral Hall's range. Although staying there guaranteed his safety as the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He refused to act so cowardly. He wanted to launch a counteroffensive. Kid, if you have the guts, face me again. Watching the boss beckon him with a provocative finger, Feng wore a peculiar expression. Buddy, you've gotten ahead of yourself. Since that's the case, I shall oblige. Let us test the might of my newly enhanced excellent grade skill. Buzz. Both of their swords thrust forward simultaneously. Minus 325. Critical hit. Perhaps fueled by the sheer frustration he had pent up. The boss's strike landed as a direct critical hit. A massive number floated above Feng's head. Yet before the boss could gloat, the sheer force of Feng's counterattack filled the boss's eyes with terror. Minus 834. Critical hit. Minus 800. Crushing effect. Minus 817. True damage. The boss's health instantly plummeted, dropping below the 100 threshold once more. He had never expected Feng to suddenly unleash such explosive power. He scrambled back to the front of the Ancestral Hall. Feng naturally gave chase. Even he had not expected his very first strike to land a critical hit. The effect of crit damage amplification left him immensely satisfied. Reaching the Ancestral Hall, Feng slashed forward directly. Unfortunately, this strike failed to land a critical hit. It only dealt the standard 100 crushing damage. The terror on the boss's face instantly turned into delight. Haha, so it was just a one-trick pony. Yet before his voice could fade, Feng unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes, and the critical hits appeared once more. Another 2000 plus damage was dealt, instantly dropping the boss's health to 8000. Although a portion of it regenerated under the resurrection effect, it continued to steadily decline under the oppressive weight of Feng's onslaught. 7000, 6000, 5000. Witnessing his imminent defeat, the boss could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he charged out of the Ancestral Hall's range. His sword flared with sudden brilliance as he unleashed the torrential rain sword technique. In that instant, Feng's figure vanished. Blink. With the activation of his boot's special attribute, the boss's attack struck empty air. The evasion was a success. Feng was overjoyed. He accelerated his blade. The boss, now wearing an expression of utter despair, realized his defeat was inevitable. No longer retreating to the Ancestral Hall, he desperately traded blows with Feng. System quest time, remaining 1 minute. Just as the system notification flashed, Feng landed yet another critical hit. 3 damage numbers floated up simultaneously as the boss crashed heavily to the ground. Feng was the last man standing. Phew. Phew. Feng took several deep breaths. This was the most grueling boss fight he had experienced since entering the game. Even with 2 excellent grade skills and a full set of top-tier equipment, it had been this arduous. He felt that it would be utterly impossible for other players to complete it. Under such brutal conditions, the rewards ought to be extremely handsome, right? Feng waited with high anticipation. In the very next moment, a series of system notifications flashed by. System, you have slain the level 10 boss tier monster chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. System, you have obtained 4200 experience points. System, you have obtained 1500225000 copper coins. Just the experience and copper coins alone made Feng cry out in delight at the sheer value. Yet the system notifications continued. System, you have overachieved in the S-grade quest, Punish Evil Promote Good. The reward tier for this quest has been upgraded to SS grade. Please claim your rewards from NPC Donghua. System, you have completed the SSS grade unique hidden quest, The Chief's Awakening. You have received the hidden item reward Medal of Barrier Breaking. System, you have slain the hidden barrier breaking boss of the Novice Village. You have unlocked the teleportation portal to the main city, and you have been rewarded with 5 authority points. The completion of the main quest was well within Feng's expectations. However, the appearance of this chief was indeed something he had not anticipated. Acquiring this hidden reward caused his breathing to quicken slightly. SSS-grade barrier-breaking metal. These terms heightened his anticipation to the absolute peak. And when he beheld the attributes of this item in his inventory, his breath caught in his throat. Barrier-breaking metal growth type. Type special accessory. Quality legendary. Attack 30. Defense 15. Health 500. Mana 200. Critical rate 2. Evasion rate 2. As the first individual to accomplish the feat of barrier breaking, you possess the ability to enter maps beyond your current tier. Currently allowed tier bypass 1. This effect can be enhanced by securing the first kill of the barrier breaking boss in maps of each tier. Although the quality of the equipment was merely legendary, the base and special attributes it granted were not exceptionally high, and it possessed only a single trait. Yet this solitary trait far surpassed countless other bonuses. If Feng had not previously understood the true meaning of barrier breaking, he did now. Put simply, after demolishing the greatest obstacle of the novice village, he had gained a unique ability, the privilege to enter maps one tier higher than his own, advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and Tier 2 to Tier 3. For other players, this might merely offer a sense of novelty, allowing them to witness maps and monsters unseen by others. But for Feng, this practically maximized the benefits of defeating higher-level monsters. Furthermore, this trait was upgradable. As long as he continued to claim the first kills of the most powerful barrier-breaking bosses in each tier's map in the future, this trait would grow even stronger. Entering Tier 4 from Tier 2 or Tier 6 from Tier 3 would no longer be a mere dream. Contemplating the bountiful rewards from bypassing tiers, Feng was momentarily spellbound. After indulging in his reverie for a moment, he returned to reality. No matter how powerful this trait was, it required formidable strength to exploit. Possessing the privilege to bypass tiers without the strength to challenge and slay higher-level foes would render it utterly useless. Better focus on the present, he thought. Feng gathered the various spoils dropped by the chief and began to take inventory. There were 3 legendary-grade weapons and pieces of equipment, all boasting excellent attributes. There were also 2 excellent-grade skill books, both of which the boss had previously unleashed. One was Ruthless Extermination and the other was Storm Swordplay. Feng was quite interested in Storm Swordplay. Although the 2 passive skills he had already learned were incredibly powerful, he did indeed lack an active offensive technique. Storm Swordplay possessed significant potential. He eagerly anticipated what it would become after synthesizing it a few times. Aside from these, there were also 15 excellent-grade attribute fruits, which left Feng utterly dumbfounded. However, upon closer reflection, he understood. As a barrier-breaking boss, it seemed this item was guaranteed to drop at least once. Under the 1500 bonus of the Lucky Rabbit's Foot, the drop rate was pushed to its absolute limit. This served as a pleasant surprise. This abundance of fruits should be more than enough for him to synthesize and use before his class advancement. Storing away his spoils, Feng set off on his return journey. He still had his regular rewards to claim. A hidden class was after all his ultimate goal. Meanwhile, in the level 10 monster zone, Diwang Hage was leading his team members in a fierce battle. After slaying a leader monster, everyone was overjoyed. "Boss, can we go run the dungeon now?" as someone suggested. The others also looked on with anticipation. With the boss's strength combined with theirs, the easy difficulty would surely be a breeze. Diwang Hage shook his head. "No rush. Let's grind a bit more experience. Once I level up my skill one more time, we'll aim to clear both the easy and hard difficulties in one go." The team members gasped in astonishment. As expected of the boss, your standards are incredibly high. Just as everyone was showering him with praise, several system announcements suddenly flashed across the screen. Player Jian has slain the legendary grade novice village barrier-breaking boss, receiving a reward of 10 free attribute points and 5 authority points. Everyone was stunned, turning their gazes toward Diwang Hage. "Boss, what does barrier-breaking boss mean? How are the rewards so incredibly generous?" Diwang Hage rolled his eyes. Who was he supposed to ask? He had never heard of it either. But a powerhouse was indeed a powerhouse, once again walking far ahead of everyone else. He thought enviously. Yet the system announcements were not over. All players in Novice Village know. 888 have received a temporary boost of 5 points to all attributes for 24 hours. Additionally, the teleportation channel to the main city has been opened ahead of schedule. Other Novice Villages, please keep up the effort. This announcement nearly made everyone leap to their feet. Holy crap, isn't that our Novice Village? Such a blessing actually fell into our laps. An increase of 5 to all attributes lasting for a whole day. With such a massive advantage, our Novice Village is invincible. We can actually go to the main city early. Our guild members are definitely going to take photos and show off. Diwang Hage was also thrilled, his heart filled with immense awe. A powerhouse was indeed a powerhouse, forever stronger than one could ever imagine. In the level 8 monster zone, Yongheng Shouhu was steadily tanking a boss-tier monster. Beside him, Yongheng Xiaosha was relentlessly dealing damage. He muttered as he fought. Where on earth did this Jin come from? I've never seen this ID in other games before. Could he be a new expert trained by the Diwan Guild? But his arrogance is only temporary. Once we reach the main city and advance our classes, just watch how I crush him. Yongheng Shohu wanted to say something, but ultimately shook his head. Player Jian has slain the legendary. Received 10 free. Received 5 authority. The system announcement flashed by leaving both of them stunned. Yongheng Shohu glanced at Yongheng Xiaosha and curled his lip as if to say the guy is already at this stage. How exactly are you going to crush him? Yongheng Xiaosha's face flushed red. Just as he was about to speak, another system announcement flashed by. All players in Novice Village know. 888. Yongheng Xiaosha shut his mouth completely. Forget it. Having benefited from the guy's achievement, he really couldn't bring himself to criticize him anymore. We'll see who's truly better in the future, he thought fiercely to himself. Meanwhile, in other novice villages, these two system announcements stirred up a massive uproar. What a... We are still fighting level 7 and 8 monsters, and this novice village is already able to go to the main city early. The top-tier players in our village need to step up. I want to go see the main city too. Stop talking nonsense, buddy, upstairs. I recall you can't even clear the level 5 hard dungeon. Are you going to the main city just to become fertilizer for the monsters? Who on earth is this Jian? Looking at the name, he doesn't seem to be a guild player. Are solo players really this strong? Probably a pay-to-win player. His strength is just bought with cash. Just another fool with too much money. In a certain novice village before a level 10 dungeon, two players stood in silent confrontation. One of them was a female player clad in equipment that shimmered with radiant light. None of her gear seemed ordinary. Her name was exceptionally simple, Qian Duo. At this moment her expression was rather grim as she gritted her teeth. What is this guy's background? Currency exchange hasn't even opened yet, so even throwing money around shouldn't be this effective, the other person comforted. Maybe he just got lucky. Don't be angry. Once currency exchange opens, won't the world be yours? Qian Duo nodded. I've been prepared for a long time. Based on my assessment, this game has incredible potential. I'm ready to make a serious investment. The player opposite her was inwardly startled. Her real-world family background was among the absolute wealthiest in Huaxia. How staggering would her serious investment be? He began to silently mourn for Jian. Brother, your days of glory are numbered. Treasure them while you can. Yi Feng sprinted all the way, eagerly returning to the novice village. Once again he met Donghua. The old man was leaning against a tree, humming to himself. He seemed to be singing a few lines of traditional opera. Seeing Yi Feng appear, he looked somewhat surprised. What are you running back here for, kid? Yi Feng handed over the quest items dropped from slaying the 2nd and 3rd chiefs of the Hefeng stronghold. I'm here to hand in the quest. A sharp light flashed in Donghua's eyes. I truly didn't misjudge you. You actually pulled it off, kid. Holy crap, why are there 2 of them? Upon receiving the items, Donghua let out a strange cry. Suppressing a laugh, Yi Feng said, Didn't you say that everyone in that stronghold is wicked and heinous? I figured just punishing one of them wasn't quite enough, so I took care of both. But... Donghua stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He had only spoken in passing. Who would have thought this kid would actually take it seriously? Now that he had brought back 2 quest items, what was he supposed to do? Seeing that the old man seemed to want to back out of the deal, Yi Feng quickly put on a different expression. Could it be that I did something wrong by ridding the people of these evils? So if I encounter something like this again, I'll just mind my own business. This is truly disheartening. Veins bulged on Donghua's forehead in anger. Stop putting on an act for me, kid. So what if you over-completed the quest? You won't be shortchanged on your reward. With a grand wave of his hand, 2 items appeared in Yi Feng's inventory. Gale Blade Dancer Class Advancement Certificate. Description: used before the first transition to advance to the 4-star Hidden Class Gale Blade Dancer. Tempest Swordsman Class Advancement Certificate. Description: used before the first transition to advance to the 4-star Hidden Class Tempest Swordsman. A wide grin spread across Yi Feng's face. He really gave him two classes, and both were highly sought-after offensive roles. It seemed his gamble had paid off perfectly. Great wealth must indeed be sought through danger. Seeing Yi Feng's ecstatic expression, Donghua suddenly chimed in. I must warn you, these items can only be used by yourself. Even though you have an extra choice, there isn't much of a difference. Only then did Yi Feng notice. Both class advancement certificates were marked as bound. Ha, dumbfounded, aren't you? That's what you get for trying to play mind games with me. Donghua laughed heartily, seemingly under the impression that Yi Feng was frustrated. To his surprise, Yi Feng's expression remained entirely unchanged as he simply nodded. He had planned to synthesize them anyway, so whether they were bound or not made no difference. Donghua snorted. Keep pretending, kid. Your heart is probably bleeding right now. Yi Feng, however, turned around and quietly walked over to a nearby corner. The strength of a class directly dictated his future development, so he naturally had to be prudent. Back when he synthesized his first legendary equipment and broke the gear quality limit of the novice village, he had obtained a special synthesis privilege. It allowed him to perform a guaranteed 100 tier-up synthesis of 2 designated items with a small chance of triggering an even higher tier advancement. Now it was time to use it. He solemnly placed the 2 class advancement certificates together. Swordsman in front, blade dancer behind. Subconsciously, he still preferred using a sword. Designated synthesis. 2 beams of light lit up on the synthesis interface, flickering as they merged together. In an instant, a light infinitely brighter than before burst forth. Yifeng instinctively closed his eyes. Under the tree, the dazed Donghua suddenly shuddered. What was that noise just now? It felt like something major happened. He looked around and closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. Yet he found no trace of anything. Could it be that I am making a fuss over nothing? Donghua tugged at his beard, lost in thought. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. This synthesis was clearly different from his previous ones. It seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. 2 4-star hidden classes should surely guarantee a 5-star class, right? He thought gleefully as he opened his inventory. There he saw a brand new class advancement certificate. Sword Cultivator class advancement certificate. Description: used before the first transition to advance to the 5-star unique exclusive class Sword Cultivator. Due to the unique nature of this class, you may choose an additional subclass, and the star level effects of both classes will accumulate up to a maximum of 9 stars. Upon choosing a subclass, your required experience to level up will increase tenfold. After reading the description, Yifeng's heart surged with a mix of shock and joy. Just as he had anticipated, the Synthesize class advancement certificate was not only 5-star, but also a unique class. Furthermore, it was a sword-based class, his absolute favorite. What surprised him even more was that even the star levels of his subclass could accumulate. Other players might not understand what this meant, but he knew all too well. A higher star level meant gaining far more attribute points upon leveling up, and the accumulation of attribute points would not only make him more powerful in the game, but it would also grant him greater confidence when the game merged with reality in the future, allowing him to face external dangers. Once again, he recalled the words of the Vanguard from the otherworld. The people here have far too weak of a foundation. A cold gleam flashed in Yifeng's eyes. In his past life, that might have indeed been the case, as Planet Blue failed to withstand your invasion. But starting now, that ends. Having secured his class, Yifeng still had one more thing to attend to. Opening his friend list, he sent a message to Diwang Hage. How much rabbit fur do you still have left over there? Beep, beep, beep. Just after sending the message, Yifeng received mail from him. Opening it, he found a staggering amount of over 1,000 pieces of rabbit fur. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. Not bad. To gather so much rabbit fur, this guy had really put in the effort. He truly was worthy of the favors Yifeng had granted him beforehand. He was someone worth keeping close. Collecting the rabbit fur, he turned back around and walked up to Donghua. Old man, help me exchange some more rabbit feet. Donghua said in surprise, what do you need so many for? This stuff can only be used here and will be obsolete very soon. Despite his words, he still took the rabbit fur from Yifeng. But in the next instant, he let out a sharp cry. This many. Can they not be exchanged? Yifeng felt a bit tense. Donghua sighed, only you, kid. If it were anyone else, I would have told them to get lost. Exchanging so many at once takes a massive toll on me. With a solemn expression, a brilliant light erupted from his body, completely enveloping the rabbit fur. In the next moment, the light faded. His face had grown visibly paler. Even his voice sounded much older. Hurry up and leave, I don't ever want to see you again. Yifeng took over the 1000 plus lucky rabbit's feet. He felt bewildered. Could it be that he had truly drained the old man's vital energy? At this thought, he couldn't help but bow deeply to Donghua. Thank you, elder. After Yifeng left, Donghua looked at his retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. The golden window for this item is coming to an end. It's time to make some adjustments. Even though I don't know what you're up to, those who come after you won't have such good luck. Leaving this place, Yifeng grew more uneasy the more he thought about. He hurriedly messaged Diwang Hage. Rabbit fur, there's no need to collect anymore. The other side replied just as quickly. Got it, boss. And then I'll send you the rest of the items first. And ding ding, Yifeng opened the email. And he saw what the other party had sent. 4 excellent grade skills, 24 superior grade skills, and 102 rare grade skills. There were also various qualities totaling more than 30 attribute fruits. Yifeng was moved. He boasted a 15-fold loot rate and several first-kill high-quality bosses, which yielded considerable rewards. The other party had managed to gather these things in such a short time, which was no small feat. After all, Diwang Hage was the leader of a guild, and his underlings had needs. He calculated roughly and replied, thanks a lot for now, there's no need to collect. Does the boss mean you won't cooperate with me? Don't say that, my admiration for the boss is boundless. Seeing the other party's anxious look, Yifeng offered a wry smile. That's not what I mean. I'm headed to the main city now. I'll soon advance to a higher tier, so I won't need these things. After explaining, he couldn't help adding one more sentence. You should start preparing as early as possible over there. After your class advance, the game truly begins. Learn the highest tier skills possible, and eat all attribute fruits, if you can choose the high-quality ones. Having spoken his piece, Feng closed the chat window. If the other party could hear him, he believed they would thank him later. In his previous life, many players sought quick progression and cut corners. They didn't master all skills, or even eat attribute fruits, and yet took on the advancement tasks. They appeared to be one step ahead on the surface, but their basic attributes were far weaker, and their skill ceilings lagged behind, even more, making later development increasingly difficult. They couldn't compare with those who laid a solid foundation and then unleashed a counterstrike. Not to mention, once the game fused with reality, those with poor foundations were essentially cannon fodder. In this life, Feng could not compel other players to reach perfection, but timely reminders to those around him were still possible. Just as he prepared to head to the main city to change his class, a system announcement arrived. Trigger conditions detected. The system will update soon. Please log off within 10 minutes. Trigger conditions detected. The system. Feng halted in his steps. With all his hard work, the currency exchange should be online soon. He would finally rise. Dwang Hage closed the chat window, looking elated. Brothers, the boss has given new instructions. And the other team members gathered curiously. In the meantime, under Dwang Hage's directive, their guild had been frantically collecting items. But in the end, it all went to Dwang Hage alone, said to be sent to the boss. Other items aside outstanding grade skills and attribute fruits were things every player coveted. Ordinary players couldn't afford them, and neither could these core players who were not short of money. Yet they still couldn't make use of them. Though they had been friends for years, they did not blame Dwang Hage. Still, they couldn't quite understand. Why curry favor with a lone player? Would the boss really become pedantic over this? And now the other side finally responded. They felt encouraged. Next, our guild's core and frontline members must master all outstanding grade skills and consume all outstanding grade attribute fruits. But upon hearing Dwang Hage's words, several people gasped in disbelief. Boss, this is impossible. If a few of us chip in, we could afford it. Other frontline members, to achieve this, it might take another day or two to advance. Since the boss opened the channel for us newbies to enter the main city early, many guilds are itching to get in as soon as possible. Why should we delay our own pace? Dwang Hage waved his hand. Don't ask me why. This is the boss's deliberate instruction. There must be a purpose, and we will carry it out. You few are fine. As for the frontline members, if not, I'll subsidize a bit to ensure no one falls behind. Hearing this, the others said nothing. Then we'll follow the boss, they replied. If it's inconvenient for you, boss, we can chip in a bit as well. Dwang Hage feigned anger. Get lost. Do you think I need your scattered coins? With all these supremely top-tier items on me, if I let them out, they'd be snapped up in a frenzy. Arm all the members as much as needed. He pondered quietly. Trigger conditions detected. The system will update soon. A sudden system notice left them all stunned. Dwang Hage's emotions surged. The boss had just issued instructions, and the system update loomed. It seemed something monumental was about to unfold. Seizing this early advantage, Feng felt he had done the right thing. Brothers, log off, have a bite to eat to greet the new era. After logging off, Feng tidied the things in the house. The landlord's deadline was near. After the system updated, he would have money. He could move to a bigger place. He found a Sichuan restaurant nearby, 3 dishes, and a soup to replenish his energy. Money would come soon anyway, so such trifles mattered little. After finishing his meal, he strolled outside, stretched his body, and then returned to his room. Before the game fused with reality, he was just an ordinary man. When hungry, he ate. When tired, he rested. He opened his phone and saw countless posts on the forums speculating about the update. Things were bustling. He scrolled through casually and saw a few posts about himself. The newbie village's first person is him. Stories behind the mysterious player. One-man army defeats top guilds. This man is formidable. Angel guild leader willing to recruit SwordSwordSword with a 1,000,000-year salary. Feng didn't even read the contents. Just the eye-catching headlines told him the posts were mostly nonsense. The last post, even its title, made him laugh out loud. A 1,000,000-year salary. Who were they looking down on? It wasn't until an official post appeared on the forum announcing the updates that Feng finally logged into the game. As soon as he entered the game, a massive dialog box appeared. System update. 1. Open the treasure vault, supporting Huaxiao coin for recharge, exchange, and withdrawal. 2 major newbie villages open barrier break bosses who defeating them can prematurely unlock the main city passage. 3. Open maps for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. 4. Open class change functionality. In the main city, you can select basic professions via NPCs or use items to choose hidden professions. 5. Open guild functionality. Tier 1 legendary and above bosses can drop corresponding items. 6. Open permission score exchange functionality. 7. The newbie village rabbit fur item is changed to bound drops, and exchanges for bound items are synchronized to bound use. Feng read them one by one. The treasure vault opening was within his expectations. In the previous life, when enough level 10 players reached a threshold, the system automatically opened the main city passage, which then opened the treasure vault. This life, fate had him unexpectedly slay the hidden barrier boss, pushing this progress forward significantly. Other features opening would follow naturally. Yet the last 2 points gave him pause. He had completed a number of first kills earning around 10 authority points, but he had never known what they were for. Now it was finally open. He could study it in depth later. The rabbit fur change also alarmed him to a close call. Fortunately, after his last exchange, he sensed something amiss and had Dewang Hage halt further collection. Otherwise, they would have fallen into his hands. Fortunately, those exchanges were enough to craft and use. After reading the system announcement, Feng headed toward the central village passage. All was prepared. It was time to complete the class change. The main city where Feng arrived via teleportation was named Mingguang. It stood as one of the 10 great main cities. Though the buildings within were not numerous, the city spanned a vast area. The location for job advancement sat at the very center of the main city. A towering spire pierced the clouds, strikingly prominent against the skyline. Feng walked straight inside. The interior space was exceptionally spacious. With no other players present, it felt remarkably desolate. Yet the positions of 4 NPCs could still be spotted at a glance. Since Tianyu was a game with extremely high freedom, the profession options within it were quite diverse as well. They were roughly categorized into 4 types: melee, physical, ranged, physical, melee, magical, and ranged magical. Within each major category, players could choose different subtypes based on their preferences. For instance, in the melee physical category, there were warriors, knights, swordsmen, and so on. The ranged physical category also included archers, magic swordsmen, and others. The magical categories were equally diverse. Ice mages, fire mages, priests, warlocks. These were merely the basic professions. If players were lucky and took on certain special quests early on, they might have the opportunity to obtain rare professions. And those who obtained hidden professions like Feng were even rarer still. In his past life, even among the well-known top experts in Tianyu, those possessing 5-star professions made up only a small proportion. Those with hidden professions were even more few in number. Thinking of this, Feng's mood was still a bit excited. In his past life, he had been ordinary and insignificant, ultimately reduced to cannon fodder, dying with unresolved regret. In this life, he had obtained a heaven-defying talent from the start, and with his foreknowledge secured the best possible beginning. The gears of fate were now to be pushed forward by his own hands. His hidden profession was named Sword Cultivator, which naturally fell under the physical attack category. But as he approached, he hesitated slightly. Was he considered melee or ranged? He took out his profession certificate and tested it with both NPCs, only to discover that both could trigger dialogue. In other words, he could freely choose between melee or ranged. Such a surprise caught him somewhat off guard. Concerning his future development, Feng carefully considered his options. Melee was a traditional profession type. Its profession trait increased HP by 50% based on constitution points. For stat allocation, it leaned towards strength with secondary investment in constitution and endurance. The overall characteristics featured high physical attack power and decent resistance, making it a versatile profession with a solid foundation and strong potential, whether grinding mobs or engaging in player combat. However, its drawbacks were equally apparent. When facing ranged attackers and magical damage, it became an easy target. As for ranged physical professions, the archer served as the representative class. Its primary characteristic was longer attack range. Stat distribution emphasized strength and agility. It offered faster attack speed and an advantage in critical hit damage. However, its resistance was naturally considerably weaker, and if caught in close combat by melee opponents, it would almost certainly be dominated. While also ranged, its area of effect attacks lagged behind magical classes with only slightly better flexibility. Yet its peak burst damage could not match that of magical professions. In his past life, this category did not attract many players. This was because mastering such a profession required excellence across all aspects. Equipment, skills, even mechanical proficiency, all had to be strong. Only when these reached a high level could one compete with other profession types. In his past life, no true experts had emerged in the physical ranged category. By all logic, choosing physical melee would have been the safest option for Feng. With more attribute points than others and a synthesized talent, he would always have an edge over other players, whether in base stats or equipment and skills. Choosing melee would essentially keep him invincible against anyone he faced. Feng's brows relaxed slightly. No wonder they were professionals able to discern sophistication from a mere melody. Let me start with 50, and what other ores do you have? 50 for 10,000 copper coins. Would that work? We have copper or mithril stone, quartz stone. The price quoted was surprisingly reasonable, catching Feng somewhat off guard, and he readily agreed. He opened the various ores sent by the other party. Copper ore, when added during crafting, there is a chance to increase the weapon's base attributes. Mithril stone, when added during crafting, there is a chance to increase the weapon's base attributes. Xian. Iron stone, when added during crafting, there is a chance to grant the weapon special attributes. Each of these ores clearly indicated their respective functions. Yi Feng selected a few of each type totaling 10 pieces. In the end, the transaction was completed for 20,000 copper coins. The other party's straightforward manner suited Yi Feng's tastes well. He also mentioned that he would prioritize purchasing any materials they had in the future. Meanwhile, the other party was keen to find out whether Yi Feng was involved in crafting. This was hardly a secret worth guarding, so Yi Feng shared what he knew with them. His guidance earned him continuous gratitude from Ozhizi Zaishi. With materials secured, Yi Feng began his crafting. Though he possessed an SSS-rank talent related to forging, it could only be activated after selecting a secondary profession, something unavailable to him at present. Opening the crafting formula, Yi Feng placed 5 iron or stones onto the anvil first. He wanted to see what could be produced through direct forging. A progress bar moved slowly. 1 minute later, you have consumed 10 stamina points and crafted a clear breeze sword. The freshly forged weapon remained unappraised, its attributes hidden from view. It required a special appraisal talisman to reveal those properties. Since Yi Feng was the only player currently in the main city, naturally no one else possessed such an item. He was forced to spend 500 copper coins to purchase one from the blacksmith. The merchant offered 3 tiers of appraisal talismans at this location, each corresponding to different quality levels: excellence, brilliance, and legend, with prices varying accordingly. Since this quest recipe could only produce items up to excellence rank, Yi Feng naturally would not waste 100 copper coins on a legendary grade talisman just to gamble on luck. The 200 copper excellence grade option, though affordable, carried the risk of diminishing the attributes of a superior grade item if appraised with an inferior talisman. Yi Feng had no intention of suffering such a loss. NPCs would not disclose such knowledge directly in the early stages. Players had to explore and learn through their own experience. If not for his memories from his past life, Yi Feng surely would have wasted considerable funds. After applying the appraisal talisman, the first weapon he forged in this lifetime was officially revealed. Clear Breeze Sword, usage level, first stage, quality common, damage 50, crafted by player Jian. Normal forging. Yi Feng blinked, doubting his eyes. Only a single attribute. Ever since obtaining the universal synthesis talent, he had rarely encountered low-quality equipment. Although this damage output rivaled that of a level 10 excellence grade weapon. Yet receiving a plain white item straight away left him at a loss for words, torn between amusement and frustration. It seemed that ordinary players would not find it easy to make profits through crafting. With only 10 attempts allowed by the recipe, Yi Feng abandoned his playful attitude. For his second forging, he solemnly placed a copper or stone onto the anvil. 2 minutes later, you have consumed 20 vitality points and crafted a clear breeze sword. By now, Yi Feng had already purchased 9 more brilliance grade appraisal talismans. Immediately after forging, he applied one. Clear Breeze Sword, usage level, first stage, quality rare, damage 60, strength 10, crafted by player Jian. Special forging. This time, a rare quality item had emerged. The base attributes had improved, and the additional bonuses were commendable as well. Yet the time and vitality consumed made Yi Feng frown. To verify his suspicion, he chose to add a mithril stone and Xian iron stone for this forging. This forging attempt took a full 5 minutes. It also consumed 30 vitality points. Clear Breeze Sword, usage level, first stage, quality excellent, damage 75, spirit 10, attack speed 5, crafted by player Jian. Special forging. Although the crafting quality had reached a higher tier than before. However, Yi Feng felt a touch of helplessness. His current maximum vitality stood at only 200 points. Having crafted merely 3 weapons, already consumed 60 points of it. If he wished to adopt the approach of combining base ores with 2 additional specialty ores for each piece, the remaining stamina would barely suffice. A foreboding sense began to settle upon him. Unable to resist, he asked the blacksmith for advice. With a knowing smile, the merchant recommended a certain vitality elixir to him. Small stamina potion, quality rare, upon use restores 20 vitality points. This item may be used up to 10 times per day maximum. Would you like a bottle, young man? Only 1000 copper coins. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Your blacksmith shop's heart is truly ruthless. Yi Feng declined the purchase, leaving the merchant somewhat disappointed. He decided to continue experimenting first and see how things progressed. 20 minutes later, Yi Feng halted with a grim expression. He had originally believed that adding extra ores beyond the basic iron requirements would certainly elevate the quality. Unexpectedly, after 4 more attempts, only 1 excellent grade piece emerged. Among the remaining 3, 2 were rare grade. Worse still, 1 turned out to be merely common grade. 5 iron or stones cost 100 copper, and 2 specialty ores added another 200 copper. According to the current exchange rate circulating among players, this equated to approximately 15 Chinese yuan. To think he had only produced a single common grade weapon. Conservatively estimating, Yi Feng had suffered a loss of at least 14 yuan. It was only then that he truly understood what probabilistic chance meant in the ore descriptions. However, once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be retrieved. He was determined to achieve the highest rating for this quest. With gritted teeth, he had no choice but to purchase more stamina potions from the blacksmith. You have courage, young man. I believe you will become a master crafter. Facing blacksmith Oliver's praise, Feng curled his lip slightly. Old man, stop trying to fleece me. Give me 4 bottles then. Spending 4,000 copper coins, Feng did not consume them immediately. Using the item this way would yield too poor a cost-effectiveness ratio. He still had several synthesis attempts remaining for the day. It was time to put them to use. After combining 2 bottles, they transformed into small vitality potions that restored 30 points. Feng shook his head. Such a marginal increase was rather unsatisfactory. Yet when he synthesized the remaining 2 bottles again, a pleasant surprise quietly arrived. You have encountered an exceptionally fortunate critical success during synthesis, gaining a 100 boost of 2 quality tiers and 100 proficiency. You have synthesized Small Vitality Divine Water. Small Vitality Divine Water quality brilliance upon use restores 150 vitality points. This item may be used up to 10 times per day maximum. Feng's spirits lifted immediately. What remarkable fortune! His expenditure of so many copper coins had not been in vain. A single bottle would suffice for 5 more special forgeries. After consuming the potion, Feng contacted Ozhizi Zaishi once more to replenish his supply of ores. Gathering his momentum, he proceeded with the remaining syntheses in succession. The final results were quite acceptable. 3 rare grade items and 2 excellent grade pieces. However, there was still no brilliance grade item among them. This prompted Feng to silently sigh at how slim the odds of obtaining such quality truly were. Fortunately, he was not reliant upon mere chance. He still had his synthesis talent to assist him. After consuming his remaining synthesis attempts, he successfully synthesized an impressive creation. Qingfeng Sword 3. Usage Tier 1. Quality excellent. Damage 280. Stamina 40. Spirit 35. Attack speed 12. Auto recover 5 mana per second. Player Jian Special Craft. Although it had undergone 3 syntheses, the basic attributes of this weapon had been elevated to an extraordinarily exaggerated level. But the additional attributes were truly abysmal. Feng had no intention of changing weapons. He went directly to Oliver and said, "I've finished crafting." The other party had originally appeared somewhat indifferent. But upon taking the weapon, his face drained of all color in shock. How was this crafted? He stared with wide eyes, his face filled with utter disbelief. The weapon Feng submitted had completely exceeded his imagination. He was certain that even if he had crafted it himself, he could never have produced such a masterpiece. Could it be that the person standing before him was a future master craftsman? Oliver's expression softened, and as he looked at Feng, a newfound warmth crept into his gaze. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work, the future belongs to you. With the other party's recognition, Feng also received a system notification. You have completed the quest crafting talent. Your quest rating is SSS. You have obtained the secondary profession blacksmith. You have activated the SSS level talent masterful craftsmanship. Not only was the quest completed, but the talent was also activated. Feng was overcome with excitement. Masterful craftsmanship. Tier 1. Crafting vitality consumption reduced by 20. Crafting time consumption reduced by 20. Probability of producing high-quality results during special crafting increased by 20. A full 3 enhancement effects made Feng sigh in admiration at the prowess of an SSS level talent. Moreover, this talent could still be upgraded. Such effects at the initial level were already remarkable, if it were upgraded further. After reviewing the talent, Feng couldn't wait to open the profession panel. He wanted to know whether obtaining a secondary profession could truly raise the star limit of his primary profession. Player Jian. Level 10. Profession Sword Cultivator Blacksmith 9-star. It truly became a 9-star profession. Fierce passion blazed in Feng's eyes. Now his heart could finally be at ease. The invincible path of this life had officially begun. In his excitement, he even ignored Oliver's attempts to engage him in conversation. Although he knew that chatting with the other party for a while might yield corresponding quests. But at this moment, he only wanted to complete the advancement first. After all, only after advancement could he officially level up and experience how powerful the 9-star profession truly was. The advancement NPC was not far from the blacksmith shop located on the 2nd floor of the job hall. After going upstairs, Feng directly selected to initiate dialogue. Would you like to spend 1,000 experience points and 1,000 copper coins to accept the first advancement quest? After advancement, all your attributes will receive a corresponding percentage boost based on the difficulty of the advancement quest, and rare grade or higher difficulties will grant permanent special attributes. Accepting the quest required experience and copper coins. Feng had finished learning his skills earlier with just enough experience left over, which happened to be sufficient. As for the attribute improvements after advancement, he already knew about them and merely skimmed through quickly. He went directly to the interface for selecting advancement difficulty. Normal grade advancement, learn 2 normal grade or higher skills already met requirement advance. Upon seeing the first condition, Feng paused. He had almost forgotten that he had only learned 2 skills. Before Tier 1, the maximum number of skills one could learn was 3. After advancement, they could still be replaced. However, the number and quality of replacements would be influenced by what was learned previously. If he advanced now, he would permanently lose 1 skill slot. This was naturally unacceptable. To learn another excellent grade skill, he still needed 0 experience points. Feng had no choice but to halt the advancement quest for now. He went directly outside the city. The terrain here was more than 10 times larger than that of the newbie village. At a single glance, there was no end in sight. Even within his field of vision, he could see all manner of densely packed monsters. Relying on his superior strength, he walked straight toward them. Gray Mouse. Tier Normal. Level Tier 1, Level 0. HP 3000. Attack 216. Defense 94. Even the lowest level Tier 1 monster had a full 300 HP. Its attack and defense could even compare to the boss of the newbie village. Although the skills attached to this little mouse were very ordinary, there was one characteristic that made him take a second look. Tier suppression. Your attacks against the target will be reduced by 10 and you will receive an additional 10 final damage. This was precisely the marvel of advancement. Every tier exerted suppression against targets of lower tiers. Don't think this was just the weakest gray mouse outside Mingguang City. Such suppression effects still applied to Feng. However, he paid it no heed. With 2 casual sword strikes, the crush effect activated and he slew it with ease. You gained 110 experience points. You completed a cross-dire kill, earning an additional 100 bonus effect. You ultimately gained 220 experience points. In his past life, Feng was just an ordinary player. Even dealing with monsters of the same tier that were stronger than him was difficult, let alone cross-dire challenges. Only now did he realize how high the experience bonus for cross-dire kills was. He tried changing to another location. This time he encountered a Tier 1, Level 5 monster. Its attributes had improved considerably, with HP reaching as high as 6000. However, under his 2 or 3 sword strikes it too fell with ease. You gained 150 experience points. You completed a kill 5 levels above your own, earning an additional 100 experience. You completed a cross-dire kill, earning an additional 100 bonus effect. You ultimately gained 450 experience points. Feng nodded. 20 per level above and 5 levels above doubled it. Combined with the cross-dire bonus, it doubled twice over. But even so, each one only yielded a few hundred points. The ones of 0 points needed to learn a skill still felt impossibly distant. He still needed some item bonuses, Feng thought. He opened the treasure pavilion. Speaking of which, this was the biggest update content after the system update, yet he hadn't used it yet. Although the update hadn't been long, there were still quite a few things in the treasure pavilion. Equipment and weapons of various levels. Skills of different qualities. Feng even saw attribute fruits for sale, but they were all marked with outrageous prices, presumably waiting for people to bargain. He searched for experience pills and found that none were being sold. He opened the friends list and quickly sent over a message. Bro, do you still have experience pills? Newbie Village Level 8 Monster Area. Utizi Zaishi stopped his excavation and said to the 2 players beside him, I'm replying to a message for someone. Opening the message panel, seeing it was Jian, his spirits lifted. It's actually him. This big shot who repeatedly completed first kills, making it onto the broadcast as easily as eating or drinking, possessed truly formidable strength. Precisely because of this person's existence, he felt this game had more prospects than any game he had played before. Originally preparing to work alone, he couldn't help but absorb 2 friends as members of his small team. Big shot, I have some. He sent over several types of experience pills he had excavated from his inventory. He had originally expected another substantial sum to be deposited into his account. Unexpectedly, these are all limited to newbie village use. Do you have any that work in Tier 1 maps? The big shot had already started killing monsters in Tier 1 maps. Utizi Zaishi's face was filled with shock. Ojizi Zaishi desperately wanted to tell him that he possessed an abundance of items the powerhouse needed and urged him to buy them. However, within the confines of the novice village map, he truly had not unearthed anything the other party desired. He could only reply bitterly, I don't have any, boss. Experience pills of that tier can likely only be obtained in Tier 1 maps. There is really nothing I can do on my end. After sending the message, there was no reply, just as he thought the deal had fallen through. Then come to the Tier 1 map to mine. I will buy whatever you dig up at a high price. The other party's proposal was tempting, yet he still hesitated. Noting his unusual behavior, the other 2 asked, Brother Tai, why are you standing there frozen? After a brief hesitation, he decided to mention it to them. To his surprise, both objected in unison. Are you joking? We are only level 5, and you just reached level 7, Brother Tai. Going to that kind of map is suicide. Even if we find a spot without monsters, who knows how long it will take to mine anything. The time wasted is simply not worth it. Ojizi Zaishi also found their reasoning sound. For a professional player like him, the fundamental principle was stability. A losing business was absolutely out of the question. He too felt that Jianjianjian's proposal was somewhat idealistic. Thus he had no choice but to reply tactfully. I'm sorry, boss. Our levels are still too low, and we might not survive in a Tier 1 map. I worry we might delay your important matters, so perhaps we should forget it. He assumed that saying this would prompt the other party to give up. To his surprise, less than a minute after sending the message, a reply came back. That is easily solved. Come to Mingguang City. I will power level you and help you find a suitable spot. Once you mine what I need, I will still buy it at a high price. Ojizi Zaishi was stunned. Could it really be done this way? Was it truly worth going to such lengths for an item that only granted a 50% experience boost with such a short duration? Just as he was struggling to comprehend, a notification chimed. He instinctively opened his mail and saw the 200 copper coins sent by Feng. This is the deposit. I will pay the rest once the items are secured. Ojizi Zaishi's eyes went wide. Understood, boss. We'll be right there. He had never seen anyone willing to pay a deposit before even seeing the goods. This was clearly a genuine powerhouse. He had to cling tightly to this thigh. He could not help but swallow hard. Waving his hand at the two who were still working diligently, he commanded, "Pack up, we're heading to the main city." The two gaped in astonishment. Brother Tai, have you lost your mind? How can you believe something so unreliable? Ojizi Zaishi's face darkened. Although these two were friends who had joined him, they were essentially his teammates and subordinates. Questioning his decision outright, without asking for the reason, made him feel his authority was being undermined. If you want to make money, follow me. Otherwise, I can no longer carry you. Let us part ways amicably. Hearing this, the two were stunned. However, they quickly recovered their composure. All right, Brother Tai will listen to you. Ojizi Zaishi nodded. There was still hope for these two. Instantly wearing a smile, he explained to them as they walked. The boss sent the deposit directly and said he would power level us. The two were both shocked and thrilled. Brother Tai, why didn't you say so earlier? If that's the case, this is absolutely worth doing. Exactly. Such generosity, what is there to hesitate about? Ojizi Zaishi laughed heartily. Pick up the pace, let's rendezvous with the boss. Feng's promise to Ojizi Zaishi was not a whim, but rather a decision made after careful deliberation. For he realized that no matter how powerful he was, there were still many areas he could not attend to. While bosses dropped top-tier equipment, weapons, and even skills, he had never seen auxiliary items like experience pills drop. As for mining the ores himself, it was simply not cost-effective. Therefore, establishing good relations with such specialized talents and even spending some money and time to nurture them was highly necessary for him. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, he met the three hurried arrivals at the Mingguang City teleportation array. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he led them out of the city. At the city gates, the four formed a party. He first set the loot distribution to leader loot, then began configuring the experience allocation. Party play granted an experience bonus. With 4 players, the total experience gained was 130. He adjusted it so that the 3 of them received 40 each, while he took only 10. Had the minimum allocation per person not been capped at 10, he would have given them all of it. Even so, the 3 were already overwhelmed by his generosity. Upon reaching the wilderness, Feng immediately launched an attack on Tier 1, Level 5 monsters. The 3 had barely registered the monster's attributes and were still marveling at the strength of Tier 1 creatures. In the next instant, they saw the carcasses of 4 monsters collapsed on the ground, followed by a rapid succession of system notifications. You have received 60 experience points. You have defeated a target 5 levels higher. You have defeated a target of a higher tier. You have ultimately gained 180 experience points. Seeing their experience points instantly surge by 540, all 3 were dumbfounded. To acquire this much experience on their own, they would have to defeat at least 7 or 8 monsters of their own level, which would take at least 10 minutes. Yet with the boss, it took only a few seconds. What was more, they did not even have to lift a finger. The 3 exchanged glances, first smiling wryly, and then erupting into sheer ecstasy. Although they felt somewhat embarrassed, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. While their emotions surged, Feng had already slain several more nearby monsters one by one. Among them was even a leader-class monster which could not withstand even a few strikes of his sword. I can level up. My experience is full too. Witnessing his teammates' shock and excitement, Ojizi Zaishi was also filled with anticipation. He was only 1,000 experience points away from rising from level 7 to level 8. Normally, he would have to grind for half an hour. Now is it not just a matter of a few sword strikes from the boss? And so the 3 happily followed Feng. Along the way, they admired scenery vastly different from the novice village, and watched various monsters meet the exact same demise. In less than half an hour, all 3 had reached level 10. Meanwhile, Ojizi Zaishi did not idle. Drawing upon his experience and analyzing the terrain, he located a mine. A few Tier 1, level 10 monsters patrolled the entrance. Seeing the monster's massive pool of 800 health points and 800 attack power, Ojizi and the others trembled in fear. Just as they were about to urge Feng not to act rashly, they watched him dispatch them effortlessly with a few swift strikes. Why are you standing there frozen? To be able to slay such high-tier monsters so easily had the boss already reached Tier 1 level 10. The three speculated in awe. Feeling as though they were in a dream, they entered the mine in a daze. Once he confirmed there were no monsters inside, Feng departed. Seizing this opportunity, he scouted the surrounding area. Near the mine, they were already wandering farther from the main city. Feng even spotted a gathering ground of Tier 1, level 15, and level 20 monsters. He tested them out. These ordinary monsters possessed only around 300 defense points and just over 100 health points. They were barely within his capacity to challenge. However, with his current damage output, it was too time-consuming and highly inefficient. At one point, he was nearly trapped when surrounded by a dozen Tier 1, level 20 monsters. Just as he was retreating from the area, he unexpectedly discovered a concealed cave entrance. Outside the entrance stood a brilliant blue teleportation portal. It was actually a Tier 1, a level 10 dungeon. Feng was overjoyed. Right at that moment, a message arrived from OGZ Zaishi. Boss, we've got a drop. Beginner experience pill. Quality rare. Grants a 50 boost to experience gained for 60 minutes. Effective on Tier 3 maps and below. After reviewing the pill's attributes, Feng shook his head. The effects of this quality tier are a bit lacking. Let me know if you find any better ones. No sooner had he sent this message than a reply came back. Boss, a top Tier 1 just dropped. Take a look. Beginner experience pill. Could it be an excellent quality? Feng hastily tapped open the item screenshot the other player had sent. Beginner experience pill. Quality excellent. Grants a 200 boost to experience gained for 60 minutes. Effective on Tier 3 maps and below. An excellent tier pill. Feng blinked. What a pleasant surprise. Normally lower quality pills, if gathered in sufficient quantity, could synthesize into something decent as well. The problem was he had nearly exhausted his synthesis attempts for the day. Whatever remained had to be conserved carefully. This excellent tier pill had arrived at precisely the right moment. After waiting several more minutes, OGZ Zaishi unearthed another rare tier pill. Feng collected all three pills together. Originally following their established pricing, he figured it would only be fair if he offered an additional 700 to 800 copper coins himself. But OGZ Zaishi repeatedly insisted that Feng's help in leveling them up was already worth 300 copper coins. In the end, he accepted only 400 from Feng. This left Feng regarding him in a notably higher light. Having received the items, he first attempted to synthesize the two rare tier pills together. If it didn't proc a critical success, he planned to use the excellent tier pill directly. But what he hadn't anticipated, the two rare tier pills triggered a major critical success. They merged into a single excellent tier pill. The experience boost reached a staggering 300. Seizing the momentum, Feng tossed both excellent tier pills straight into the synthesis interface. A flash of light, and Feng's heart stirred. It seemed. Another critical success. Beginner true experience pill. Quality legendary. Increases final experience gained by 750 team members receive 50 of the effect lasting 60 minutes. Effective on Tier 3 maps and below. Feng felt as though his luck today had exceeded all reasonable limits. 2 consecutive critical successes, and the final product left him thoroughly satisfied. Not only had the experience boost transformed from a base experience increase into a final experience increase, it could now also affect team members. A thought struck him. What if he brought OGZ Zaishi along as well? This player hadn't even class changed into a support profession, yet already demonstrated such tremendous usefulness. In the future, this one was bound to become a talent worth nurturing. Grind more experience, strive to learn several high-quality skills. It would prove immensely helpful going forward. He had just sent the message to OGZ Zaishi when, suddenly, a message arrived from Emperor Hage. Boss, we've reached the main city too, and are about to do our class advancement. Do you have any instructions for us? I'm outside the city. Coordinates 388, 425. Bring 2 people and come over. Shortly after Feng sent the coordinates, Emperor Hage arrived with 2 other players. You're pretty quick, aren't you? In response to Feng's teasing, Emperor Hage chuckled sheepishly. Well, I didn't want to hold up your business, boss. Bought a few swift potions. The teammate behind him curled his lip. A swift potion costing 500 copper each, and it's being used just for traveling. Who knew what had gotten into Hage's head to make him rush like this? Feng nodded. This fellow at least has some brains. Might as well do him a favor. Already preparing for your class advancement. Are your skills and everything sorted out? Had Feng not asked, it might have been fine. The moment he did, Emperor Hage couldn't help but launch into grievances. Attribute fruits are manageable. We swept the entire treasure pavilion at high prices. All of us managed to max out at excellent tier. But skills. There's no way to max those out. Learning an excellent tier skill costs 100 experience. We can't even scrape together enough for 1, let alone 2 more. He had already learned the excellent tier skill purchased from Feng earlier. The other 2 slots had remained empty all this while. He genuinely wished to carry out Feng's instructions, so after clearing the level 10 dungeon, he had hurried to the main city without delay. Originally, he had assumed the monsters on this Tier 1 map would yield far more experience than those in the newbie village. He hadn't expected the base experience to be only marginally higher. Even with the 100 bonus from challenging higher-level content, he saw no hope whatsoever of learning an excellent tier skill. Feng smiled. It is indeed a bit difficult to learn excellent tier skills before Tier 1 advancement. That's precisely why I called you over here, isn't it? Emperor Hage's eyes lit up with excitement. Boss, you have a solution. Just then a Synthesize arrived as well. Feng's message had mentioned only himself, so he hadn't brought his two companions along. Feng gestured toward him. This is a friend of mine. Together with the three of you, I'll form a party and grind some experience with you all. Synthesize puffed out his chest, his expression brimming with pride. Feng formed the party and led the four exhilarated players to the entrance of the dungeon. He selected a difficulty and entered directly. You have entered the Tier 1 Level 10 dungeon. Difficulty normal. Emperor Hage and the others were thoroughly astonished. Challenging a dungeon 10 levels above us. When they saw that even the lesser monsters inside possessed over 10,000 HP. Even Emperor Hage, who had complete faith in Feng, felt a twinge of doubt stirring in his heart. When the group was still 3 or 4 meters from the monsters, Feng came to a halt. Emperor Hage stepped forward eagerly. Boss, should I go aggro the mobs? Feng shook his head and flicked his sword skyward in a single stroke. Minus 1,380. Critical hit. Minus 1,200. Overwhelm. Minus 1,290. True damage. Minus 193. Sword type damage. The leading monster staggered 4 damage numbers instantly blooming above its head. And the 4 monsters flanking it were all struck as well. Minus 3,047. Minus 3,047. Minus 3,047. Minus 3,047. A single sword strike, maimed 1 and wounded 4. All 4 players stood dumbfounded. Emperor Hage pressed his lips together with a bitter smile. He knew the boss was powerful, but he hadn't known just how terrifyingly powerful. Are we even playing the same game? He had watched with absolute clarity moments ago. Those monsters had over 100 points of defense. Just how much attack would the boss need to deal such devastating damage? What he didn't know, however, was that Feng himself was somewhat surprised as well. As the monsters he encountered grew ever stronger, particularly with defense and HP climbing ever higher. Feng too felt that his damage was starting to fall a touch short. Just before entering the dungeon, he had already consumed 2 legendary tier attribute fruits he had synthesized earlier. All 20 points of free attributes had been allocated to strength. That added another 40 points of damage. Combined with the strength-boosting leg armor he had equipped, his attack power had now broken through the 400-point threshold. Only then was he capable of unleashing such staggering damage. What surprised him was that at this attack range there was no damage fall-off at all. This range class is absolutely exhilarating. Watching the 5 monsters leading the charge closing in about to reach him, Feng stepped back a few paces and unleashed 2 more sword strikes in swift succession. Emperor Hage and the others had barely retreated to the side when 5 corpses greeted their eyes, along with rows upon rows of system notifications. You have slain the common grade monster Windrunner Cat. According to the team distribution rules, you have received 480 experience points. The basic true experience elixir has taken effect. You have received an additional 1800 experience points. In total, you have obtained 280 experience points. Emperor Hage could not help but rub his eyes, wondering if his sight was playing tricks on him. He had done some research before coming here. A Tier 1 level 10 monster normally yielded 200 experience points. Even with the 150 bonus from the dungeon's normal difficulty, it would only amount to 300 points. Defeating a monster 1 tier and 10 levels higher granted a 400 bonus, raising it to 1200 points. As for the experience distribution, Feng had set it to be shared equally among the 5 party members. At 40 per person, that was exactly 480 points. Yet with the use of this mysterious experience elixir, it surged by over 1,000 points. Did the final experience actually skyrocket to over 220 points? He turned his gaze toward OGZ Reborn, hoping to understand what was happening, only to find that OGZ Reborn was equally dumbfounded. If it was already this astounding for the team members, Feng as the party leader enjoyed the full bonus of the legendary grade experience elixir. A grand total of 4080 experience points left him highly satisfied. At this rate, slaying just 25 monsters would yield enough experience to learn another excellent grade skill. After cautioning the others to stay safe, he stepped onto the battlefield and began fighting with rising fervor. Meanwhile, the excitement of the 4 team members was beyond words. Over 2000 experience points per monster meant they would amass 1000 points after defeating 50 of them. Emperor Hage had originally believed that acquiring an excellent grade skill during the novice stage was a pipe dream. Now hope suddenly bloomed before him, and he even began browsing through the treasure pavilion. He resolved to upgrade his remaining 2 skills to the excellent grade. The 2 companions he had brought along were also eagerly sharing the news with the 2 absent team members. This provoked intense envy from the other side. Moving with elegant grace, Feng darted across the battlefield, relying on his swift footwork to systematically eliminate the monsters within the dungeon one by one. The leader grade monsters had their health pools increased to 300, requiring slightly more effort. As for the boss grade monster, its health skyrocketed to a staggering 12000. Feng could no longer trigger the crushing effect, dealing only slightly over 100 points of damage. Fortunately, his inventory was packed with a vast array of high-quality equipment. He selected 2 level 10 excellent grade rings to equip. For the other slots, he scraped together pieces that boosted his strength attribute. Finally, he managed to push his damage output back to 10 times the enemy's defense, restoring the crushing effect. With his damage surging past 500 points, a single sword strike unleashed devastating power. It did not take him long to dispatch the boss of the first stage. However, Feng encountered some trouble in the second and third stages. Both of these bosses possessed health regeneration skills which proved to be highly troublesome. This made the battles arduous for Feng. Fortunately, relying on his patience and precise execution, he successfully cleared the dungeon just as the effects of the experience elixir expired. Congratulations, you have cleared the normal grade dungeon Cat Demon Cave. Your rating grade A. Despite taking a significant amount of time, Feng still secured a grade A rating by ensuring 0 casualties for the entire party. His teammates were filled with awe, but Feng let out a sigh. This was the first time he had received a dungeon rating below SSS, which meant there would be no extra rewards. Fortunately, the spoils were still quite bountiful. Setting aside the countless equipment pieces and skill books that nearly filled his inventory to the brim, the experience points alone were a massive harvest. Emperor Hage and the other 3 each obtained over 8,000 experience points. Feng, on the other hand, raked in a whopping 1.7 million points. Forget about excellent grade skills. This was more than enough to learn a legendary grade skill. Upon exiting the dungeon, the 4 of them expressed their profound gratitude. OGZ Reborn and Emperor Hage insisted on transferring money to Feng, but he flatly refused. For one, guiding them this time was an exceptional circumstance, and the experience elixir was synthesized purely out of sheer luck. Such outstanding results might not be replicated in the future. Secondly, although the gains seemed staggering, Feng's class was highly unique, requiring 10 times the experience of ordinary classes to level up. In the future, it would be difficult enough just to sustain his own progress, let alone carry others. Furthermore, from Tier 1 to Tier 3, one could already learn legendary grade skills. Faced with a learning cost of 1 million experience points at every turn alongside doubled requirements for leveling up, Feng would have plenty of headaches to deal with in the future. Bidding farewell to OGZ Reborn, Feng led Emperor Hage and the others back to the main city. After spending 1,000 experience points to learn the excellent grade Torrential Rain Sword art, Feng once again stood before the advancement NPC. With his skills fully learned, he had now met the basic requirements for advancement. Naturally, he would not consider a standard advancement. He continued reading further down. Rare grade advancement, defeat 1 Tier 1, level 0 common monster within 2 minutes. Upon failure, you may challenge again after 2 hours. Do you accept? Superior grade advancement, defeat 1 Tier 1, level 0 leader monster within 3 minutes. Upon failure, you may challenge again after 6 hours. Do you accept? Truth be told, the requirements for these 2 options were not low. However, the rewards upon completion were vastly superior to the challenge-free common grade advancement. Even so, they were still not what Feng desired. He scrolled further down until the final option appeared. Excellent grade advancement, defeat 2 Tier 1, a level 0 leader monsters within 6 minutes. Upon failure, you may challenge again after 12 hours. Do you accept? For a player who had not yet undergone advancement, directly challenging Tier 1 monsters was already no easy feat. Let alone leader grade monsters, and 2 of them at that. It was safe to say that even if other players were to reach level 10 now and attempt this difficulty, their chances of success would be microscopic even with decent equipment and skills. Yet Feng accepted without a moment's hesitation. With a flash of light, he entered an exclusive space. It was entirely empty, shrouded in near total darkness. You have commenced the excellent grade advancement. Time remaining 5 minutes and 59 seconds. No sooner had Feng steadied his stance than the challenge began. He also saw 2 expressionless men standing before him, one on the left and one on the right. Advancement Examiner 1. Rank Leader Grade. Level Tier 1, Level 0. HP 8000. Attack 362. Defense 115. Skill Rapid Strike deals 120 and 140 attack damage to the target and stuns them for 2 seconds. Although the opponent's attributes were significantly higher than those of the bosses in the Novice Village, Feng had soloed a fair share of bosses, all of whom were far more powerful than this. However, a specific trait possessed by the opponent caught his attention. Tier suppression. Your attacks against the target will be mitigated by 10, and you will receive an additional 10 final damage. This was the exclusive trait obtained only after advancement. Suppression from a higher tier. Yet for Yi Feng its impact was negligible. 2292. Critical hit. -2080. Crushing effect. -2186. True damage. -327. Sword damage. Yi Feng thrust his sword forward, striking at one of them. With his critical rate boosted by his class traits, he was fortunate enough to land a critical hit. 4 damage numbers instantly floated above the head of the man on the left. This was due not only to the skill's bonus modifiers, but also to the unique traits of the Sword Cultivator class. The target's health plummeted by more than half in an instant. Meanwhile, the other man beside him was hit by over 500 points of splash damage. With just a single strike, the 2 Tier 1 leader grade opponents were left critically wounded. Even Yi Feng had not expected it to be this easy. With 2 swift slashes, both of them collapsed simultaneously. Yi Feng's vision blurred, and he found himself standing back in front of the advancement NPC. The NPC froze for a moment before regaining composure. Adventurer, your strength is truly remarkable. Would you be interested in challenging an even more extreme advancement? Yi Feng was startled. Had he not already completed the highest difficulty? How could there be more? Just then a system notification flashed before his eyes. You spent 5 seconds to complete the excellent grade advancement quest. Your quest rating is SSS, activating a hidden advancement quest. There really was one. Yi Feng's interest was piqued. Yi Feng was quite astonished by this hidden advanced challenge. In his past life, it seemed no one had ever shared the existence of such a thing. He could not tell whether the top players of that era had simply failed to meet the trigger conditions or whether his circle had been unworthy of such knowledge. This life, however, brought a delightful surprise. Legendary advancement, defeat 1 Tier 1 Level 0 outstanding rank boss monster within 10 minutes. Upon failure, the quest will vanish, though you will still receive the standard outstanding rank advancement reward. Do you accept? Yi Feng blinked after reading the quest description. That's it. If he had been somewhat uneasy before, now his heart was utterly unruffled. It was merely a Tier 1 Level 0 outstanding rank boss. He had just conquered a Tier 1 Level 10 creature in the dungeon. This would be even simpler. The only thing that gave him pause was the time requirement. He resolved the encounter in less than 5 minutes and stepped back out. The crackle of firecrackers echoed through the great hall. Fireworks blossomed beyond the walls of the main city. Amidst the jubilant celebrations, Yi Feng completed his advancement. Congratulations, you have completed your first advancement. Your level cap has been raised to Tier 1, Level 20. You have gained 3 skill slot positions with a passive skill cap of 1, which may be freely swapped and relearned using items before your 4th advancement. You have completed a legendary advancement and received a reward of 50 increase to all attributes. Legendary advancement slots remaining 8. It has been detected that your starting village has completed a breakthrough quest for the first time. Attribute rewards are doubled effective for the top 10. You have received a reward of 100 increase to all attributes. You have gained a bonus of 5 critical rate. As the first to complete the advancement, your special attribute enhancement effect is increased by an additional 50. You have gained a bonus of 5 critical rate. You have obtained the advancement trait Tier Suppression. Tier Suppression against targets 1 tier below you, effective against both monsters and players. You gain a 10 final damage bonus and a 10 initial damage reduction. This effect cannot be negated by equipment attributes, traits, or skill effects. Yi Feng had not anticipated this. The original 50 all attribute boost had, through his inadvertent triggering of the breakthrough, been doubled into an even greater reward. It was an unexpected blessing. And being the first to complete the advancement, his special attributes had been increased by an additional 50, a cause for double celebration. As for Tier Suppression, it was a trait innate to every advanced being. Even those who completed the most common advancement would possess it. There was nothing particularly rare about it. Just as Yi Feng was thinking this, a system announcement materialized, abruptly rendered in colossal text. Player Jian has completed advancement as the first, receiving a reward of 20 free attribute points and 5 authority points. Player Jian has completed their first advancement as the first. The current Tier Suppression effect is enhanced by 50. Player Jian has completed a legendary advancement as the first. Tier Suppression effect permanently increased by 20 stackable authority points. Again, Yi Feng sniffed, wondering what these were actually used for. The free attribute points were merely icing on the cake, but the enhancement to Tier Suppression sent him into an absolute frenzy. He opened his character panel. Sure enough, the effect of Tier Suppression had already undergone a transformation. Tier Suppression against targets 1 tier below you, effective against both monsters and players. You gain an 18 final damage bonus and an 18 initial damage reduction. This effect, a full 18 enhancement. And with every subsequent advancement, there would be a permanent 20 increase. Amidst his excitement, Yi Feng's heart pounded wildly. If he were always the first to advance each time, would he receive a 50 current increase every single time? If that were truly the case. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No need to get too worked up. The next advancement would reveal the truth. What he looked forward to most now was discovering what effects his unprecedented 9-star profession would yield upon leveling up. Do you wish to spend 1,2,100 experience points to level up? A 10-fold experience requirement meant that even a single level demanded a staggering 1,2,000 points. Fortunately, after the dungeon run and learning his skills, he still had 7,000 points remaining. Level up. You have advanced to Tier 1, Level 1. Based on your current tier and profession star rating, you have received an upgrade reward of 10 to all attributes. Based on your current tier and profession star rating, you have received 10 free attribute points. With each level up, the number of attribute points automatically granted by profession classification remained fixed. Tier 1 granted 10 points per level. Tier 2 would grant 20 points per level, and so on. As for free attribute points, they varied from person to person. Calculated by star rating plus tier. A 1-star profession would only gain 2 points. A 5-star profession would gain 6. Each level beyond that added 1 more point. The higher the level, the more attribute points one accumulated. This indirectly constituted a form of power suppression inherent to leveling itself. Thus, attempting challenges across levels, or across entire tiers, was exceedingly difficult in practice. As the likely sole 9-star profession in the entire game, Feng naturally received 10 free attribute points. And this was merely for leveling up once. He clicked to level up once more. Do you wish to spend 1,4,400 experience points to level up? You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 2. Based on your current tier and profession star rating, you have received an upgrade reward of 10 to all attributes. Based on your current tier and profession star rating, you have received 11 free attribute points. Another 11 free attribute points secured. For a 5-star profession, it would have been merely 6. At low levels, the difference might not seem pronounced. But as levels mounted, the disparity grew ever more apparent. And as tiers rose higher, the gap became nothing short of astronomical. Feng felt as though a golden path stretched out before his very eyes. He allocated all 10 points to strength and chose not to continue leveling for the moment. The attribute gains from leveling were indeed substantial. But compared to the allure of cross-tier challenge bonuses, they paled somewhat. With his class transfer and advancement complete, a weight lifted from Feng's heart. His daily synthesis attempts had not yet refreshed, leaving no room for further significant improvement. He opened his inventory. Since he had already advanced, these pre-tier 1 equipment pieces could now be sold off. He opened the treasure pavilion and listed several items based on other players' asking prices. Currently, players across the realm were leveling up at a rapid pace. Level 5 equipment had become mainstream, while level 10 gear was likewise in high demand. Feng's current rented lodging had reached the end of its lease, and he wished to find somewhere better. This was the perfect opportunity. He had just listed 2 weapons at 5,000 and 2,000 gold yuanbao respectively, when a message suddenly arrived in his friend's panel. Emperor, hi, good big shot, are you clearing out your equipment? Jian, yes, selling them for some real-life cash. Feng made no effort to conceal his purpose. Ever since the treasure pavilion opened, players could choose to sell their goods either in in-game currency or gold yuanbao. Gold yuanbao served as an intermediary between in-game currency and real-world money. Its exchange rate to real currency stood at 1:1. Players could top up with real money to acquire gold yuanbao, or like Feng, sell items to obtain gold yuanbao, then withdraw directly into their bank accounts as huaxia coins. Though the system automatically deducted a 10 handling fee upon withdrawal, compared to offline transactions, it was both far more convenient and infinitely safer, especially for Feng, who feared leaking any real-life information. Having received Feng's answer, Emperor Hai Gu replied promptly. Diwang Hage bro, you previously borrowed a lot of equipment from me without paying. I calculated based on current market prices, and it comes to about 1 million. Just list something and set the price to 1 million gold coins with my name, and I'll buy it. Feng never expected the other party to still remember this matter. Even more unexpectedly, they had considerately included tuition fees in the calculation. Since the other party was so forthright, he did not decline either. He retrieved an excellent grade level 5 item from his inventory and listed it. The other party had gained considerable experience grinding alongside him, so reaching this level should have been effortless. With an item of the same level, clearing monsters would be considerably easier. Your item, Knight Demon Armor, was purchased by player Diwang Hage for 1 million gold coins. Feng had barely listed it when he received a system notification. Diwang Hage, thanks boss. This gear stats are incredible, hee. Feng smiled faintly. Thinking the other party might also be preparing for an advancement, he offered a word of advice. Strive to complete the Excellence tier advancement flawlessly, and you will qualify to challenge the Legendary tier. You will gain 10% more attributes than Excellence tier. A level 0 Excellence tier boss will not be difficult for you. There are only 8 slots remaining. We come from the same newbie village, and with the additional attribute bonus after breaking through barriers, there are only 9 slots left for us. A moment later, Diwang Hage received. I will forever cherish your guidance, boss. Feng saw that the other party understood his meaning and said no more. He found the cash out option on Treasure Pavilion and linked his bank card. You have cashed out 1 million gold coins. The amount will be credited to your bank card within 5 minutes. Please check later. The cash out was successful. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. He quickly logged out of his character. Removing the helmet at top speed, Yi Feng found his phone charging by the bed. The slightly cracked screen lit up, revealing a text message he had just received. Your card ending in 8801 received an online banking deposit of 999999.00 yuan on December 2nd at 2218. Balance 10000058. 24 yuan. ICBC. The cash out arrived, and his deposits broke through the million mark. Having been poor his entire previous life, he never expected to earn his first pot of gold so quickly after Rebirth. Yi Feng clenched his fist in excitement. Aya, I finally have money. He could not restrain himself and shouted aloud, his voice trembling. Bang bang bang. At that moment the door rang. He opened it, and saw the landlord's concerned gaze. Xiao Yi, are you alright? Yi Feng gave an embarrassed smile. I am fine, brotherly. Alright, I will go look for a place later, and move out by tomorrow morning. Then sorry to trouble you. My nephew keeps urging me, saying this game is full of gold everywhere, telling me not to delay his making money. The landlord looked somewhat embarrassed and explained. Wooming Mountain connects too. Suddenly the landlord's phone rang with a loud and clear melody. He glanced at it, and answered with a bitter smile. Oh wait, what is it? Although he did not put it on speaker, Yi Feng could still hear the other party's urgent voice through the earpiece. Uncle, is the place ready? My team cannot wait any longer. The landlord frowned, displeased. Is it that urgent? Xiao Yi said he can find a house tomorrow and free it up for you. How can I not be anxious? Someone just sold a piece of equipment and got a full 1 million yuan in hand. We need to hurry up and get this going. The next 1 million is mine. The landlord was startled. 1 million yuan. What kind of game has items this valuable? Alright, I will tell you as soon as the room is available. Putting down the phone, the landlord shook his head with a wry smile. Sorry, Xiao Lin, that was embarrassing. Then he asked curiously, is this game really that extraordinary? Can things inside it sell for 1 million? Yi Feng nodded. There are quite a lot of players, and good items are indeed worth a lot. But I did not actually receive 1 million. I received 99000. Yi Feng thought to himself. After getting rid of the landlord, Yi Feng lay down. The pace had been intense these past few days with little rest. Now that he had completed his class advancement, it was a good start. He could finally get a good night's sleep. The next morning, Yi Feng woke to his 8 o'clock alarm. After getting up with renewed energy, he scanned a shared bike outside the residential complex. In the cool morning breeze, Yi Feng felt quite at ease. With money now, it was time to view some places. Soon he spotted a Maya real estate agency sign. The name brought him great affection. He remembered a game called Miracle MU he used to play back in school. It had an item called Maya Gem. There was a time when late nights at internet cafes, the constant ding of gems dropping was enough to make him and his classmates shout with excitement during their all-nighters. But that simple joy had grown rarer after adulthood. Shaking off his reverie, Yi Feng stopped the bike and walked straight ahead. In the cramped cubicles, real estate agents were either on calls with clients or scrolling idly through their phones. When someone pushed open the door, several young men and women perked up eagerly. But as they saw him dismount from a shared bike, their interest instantly faded. Only one young man glanced at Yi Feng and stepped forward to greet him. Honestly, he did not think someone who rode a shared bike and dressed simply could afford a nice place. But seeing the anticipation on Yi Feng's face reminded him of himself when he first arrived in this city. Forget it, might as well give this guy a hand. He thought this way, and his smile grew a fraction more genuine. Yi Feng pushed open the door and saw agents busy at their desks, just about to turn away and try another place. But before he could, a hand reached out toward him. Hello sir, are you looking to rent? Yi Feng looked up in surprise. Yes, I am looking for something suitable. As soon as he finished speaking, several hesitant young women quickly withdrew their gaze. That meant he wanted something cheap. These people were demanding with tight budgets, often visiting multiple places, but never committing. They would add them on WeChat and spend all day flirting. Hearing this now, they would rather skip the job entirely. Lu Prung, this one is yours, announced a sharp-featured middle-aged woman in a crisp voice. Though this deal would likely yield little profit or might fall through entirely, since it was her team member handling it, she also hoped to assert her authority through this assignment. Lu Peng guided Yi Feng to the meeting area and poured him a cup of hot tea. Leaning forward with a smile, he asked, what should I call you, sir? What kind of property are you specifically looking for? Yi Feng nodded. The young man's attitude was quite decent, so he stated his requirements directly. I hope the house has a spacious interior, and I would prefer a quiet surrounding environment. He had grown thoroughly weary of cramped basements in his previous life. In this one, he resolved to treat himself a little better. Lu Peng was momentarily stunned, then continued to inquire. What is your preferred size range, and what is your approximate budget? Yi Feng shook his head. The area shouldn't be too large either. Living alone, I wouldn't even be able to make use of all the space. An agent standing nearby could not help but burst into laughter. This person was quite something, asking them not to choose too large an area. Could you even afford a large one? Even saying you could only rent a 20 square meter studio would be more down to earth than posturing like this. Lu Peng turned and shot him a glare. He then turned back, a smile firmly in place. For a single occupant, 40 to 60 square meters would all work quite nicely. However, finding a place with a pleasant and quiet environment is a bit challenging. Properties meeting those criteria tend to be in rather pricey neighborhoods. Yi Feng nodded. Price is of no concern. Just recommend whatever fits my requirements. Lu Peng was taken aback and probed cautiously. If budget is not an issue, there are a few villas that would suit your requirements. Yi Feng smiled. A villa would also be fine. Can we go view the property now? Absolutely. Let me grab the keys and take you right over. Lu Peng rose excitedly. Judging by the man's tone of voice, this was a major client. He swiftly fetched the keys from his supervisor and made a quick trip upstairs. In haste, he whisked Yi Feng out the door. Settling into the passenger seat of the agent's Audi, Yi Feng felt rather surprised. Mate, your line of work pays quite well, doesn't it? Lu Peng offered a rueful smile. Brother, you're teasing me now? I could never afford a car like this. This belongs to our vice manager Zhao. It's normally reserved for entertaining distinguished guests. I just borrowed it for the occasion. Yi Feng teased. Aren't you worried I'll end up not renting a place and you'll get scolded by your boss? Lu Peng chuckled. I could tell at first glance that you're a man of distinction, brother. You wouldn't toy with a fellow like me. I'll make sure to find you a home that truly suits your taste. Flattery, after all, never misses its mark. Even Yi Feng, a man reborn across 2 lives, found such words quite agreeable to the ear. You're not like those snobbish ones. You've got a head on your shoulders. That's right. Nothing else may be my forte, but I do have a good eye for people. The two bantered merrily along the way, both in excellent spirits. In no time at all, they arrived at their destination. Brother, our complex is called Zhonghai Platinum Palace, an exclusive villa community. Although it was built some years ago, both the layouts and the environment rank among the finest here in Chang'an City. Every villa here features a north-facing entrance, granting residents the pleasure of their own private courtyard. The living room opens onto the courtyard. Step through the door and you're greeted by sunlight. The two strolled leisurely through the community. Exquisite landscaping unfolded before them, a vision of lush greenery, fountains and pavilions alike resembling a miniature park. Lu Peng led Yi Feng to a villa, unlocked the door, and guided him inside. At first glance, Yi Feng fell for the place. The decor was understated yet refined, the furnishings quietly elegant and brimming with quality, and every amenity thoughtfully appointed. Though the flat spanned just over 200 square meters, the use of space was remarkably well conceived. The inclusion of a private gym in particular caught Yi Feng's eye, lighting up his expression. After merely a single circuit of the place, whether illusion or not, his heart felt strangely warm, thoroughly at ease, and his mood lifted considerably. Lu Peng was still enthusiastically rattling off details. Each unit comes with a private parking space and an independent garden, and the surrounding amenities are fully equipped. All right, that's enough. Yi Feng raised a hand, cutting Lu Peng short. The agent didn't take offense and merely smiled. If this one doesn't suit your taste, brother, we can always look at others. This one's the one. I'll take it. What's the rent? Lu Peng was dumbstruck. Ah, brother, you're taking it. He pulled out the notebook he always carried, glanced at it, and said in a low voice. The owner's terms are a deposit plus 3 months rent up front with a minimum monthly rent of 30,000. So that's 120,000 in one go. The agency fee is 1 month's rent, and the owner requires the tenant to cover all of it. So the total is 150,000. Let's get the paperwork underway. Having taken a liking to the place, Yi Feng saw no point in haggling over the price. Why waste time negotiating when he could simply defeat a boss in the game and sell the loot for more than enough? Lu Peng had not expected such decisiveness from his client. He was even more astonished that Yi Feng, who had arrived on an unremarkable bicycle, proved to be such a hidden heavyweight. On the drive back, he could barely contain his excitement. His hands trembled ever so slightly on the steering wheel. Only after Yi Feng offered a reminder did his composure begin to settle. By the time the two returned to the agency, the staff spotted them back so quickly and fixed Lu Peng with teasing gazes. All that eagerness and for nothing. A fellow who came by bicycle looking at villas, probably just filming a video. No. Just as the others were having their fun at Lu Peng's expense, Sister Wang, please grab a contract for me. The middle-aged woman who had been looking after Lu Peng earlier was caught off guard. A contract? What for? To sign the agreement, of course. Sister Wang, what a rookie question that was. Lu Peng cast her a puzzled glance. The woman came down the stairs, retrieved the contract, and handed it to Lu Peng, still somewhat dazed. Hadn't those two gone off to view a villa? How had they returned with a contract in hand? Could this kid have actually landed a major deal? Brother Lin, please have a seat. The owner's representative will arrive shortly. Lu Peng took out a tin of premium tea leaves and brewed a cup, greeting him with a smile full across his face. When returning Vice Manager Zhao's car earlier, the man had been thoroughly impressed to learn that Lu Peng had clinched a villa rental so quickly. He had even broken out his treasured tea leaves, urging Lu Peng to attend to the esteemed guest with the utmost care. With a commission of 10,000 yuan on the line, how could Lu Peng not spare every effort to be the perfect host? In less than half an hour, a young woman wearing sunglasses arrived. She presented the property deed and other documents, signed the contract in haste, and departed. Lu Peng, fearing that Yi Feng might take offense, hurried to explain that she was not the owner herself, merely a friend. Yi Feng paid it no mind. To him, who the owner was made absolutely no difference. He swiped his card and completed all the formalities. Lu Peng followed him out, insisting on seeing Yi Feng back home. Yi Feng considered it for a moment, then did not refuse. When Lu Peng arrived at Yi Feng's basement dwelling, he was utterly stunned. The magnate, who had just splashed out 150,000 on a rental, living in a place this cramped and run down. He was half inclined to suspect Yi Feng of harboring some peculiar predilection, a scion of wealth indulging in a commoner's life for the novelty of it. Or perhaps he really had been that poor all along, and had just won a 5 million yuan lottery today. Whatever the case, it was a revelation. Seeing Yi Feng sort through his things, Lu Peng shrewdly leapt to assist. Aside from a few small keepsakes of sentimental value, Yi Feng discarded everything else of no use. 2 large suitcases were enough to hold it all. By the time the landlord had finished inspecting the property and begun calling her nephew, Lu Peng had already hoisted the suitcases onto his shoulders, eagerly hailed a cab, and seen Yi Feng's belongings delivered to the complex. It was rather amusing, actually. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential district, the two of them were nearly barred from entering. The moment their taxi pulled up, it was stopped by the security guard. Private community, no outside vehicles allowed. It was only when Lu Peng stepped out of the car, presenting the property ownership certificates and explaining that they were helping a newly leasing owner move in, that the astonished guard finally allowed them through. Even the taxi driver marveled, remarking that this was his very first time entering such an upscale neighborhood. After all, in a villa district of this caliber, the residents were either exceedingly wealthy or highly influential. The likelihood of them hailing a cab was practically non-existent. In the end, even the guard remained skeptical, going so far as to pursue them on his electric scooter to investigate. He only believed it upon witnessing Yi Feng unlock the front door with his key. For this reason, he even took a photo of Yi Feng, mentioning that among all the carless homeowners here, Yi Feng was truly one of a kind. He explained that he needed to ensure the other guards recognized Yi Feng's face to prevent any future misunderstandings or offenses. Although his tone was highly respectful, Yi Feng still felt slightly embarrassed. He silently resolved to acquire a car as soon as possible. Once Lu Peng and the guard departed, Yi Feng carefully inspected the villa, unable to suppress a smile. In his past life, whether in reality or within the game, his existence had been thoroughly disappointing. He never expected that heaven would smile upon him, granting him a second chance at life. Furthermore, he had acquired a heaven-defying talent, unlocking the potential to create infinite possibilities. In just a few short days within the game, he had effortlessly amassed millions of huaxia coins. He now resided in such a luxurious and secluded villa. Yet he did not let this newfound opulence cloud his judgment, fully aware that everything within the game was his true foundation for the future. Thus, he simply ordered some takeout, rested for a brief moment, and logged back into the game. Naturally, the delivery courier could not enter the estate directly. The security guard had personally driven a small cart to deliver the food to his doorstep. This made Yi Feng marvel at the sheer magic of wealth. Having settled his real-world affairs, Yi Feng returned to the game. Upon logging in, he first checked his status panel. Player Jian. Level Tier 1, Level 2 16140169000. Attribute Strength 101, Agility 40, Endurance 40, Stamina 110, Spirit 40. These were his current base attributes without wearing any equipment. By his rough estimation, even top-tier players like Emperor Haigo, who had consumed the maximum of 2 outstanding grade attribute fruits during the novice stage and completed the outstanding grade advancement quest, would only possess barely a fraction of his total attribute points. Even if they received further boosts from the novice village barrier breaking buff he had unlocked, they still could not hold a candle to him. The gap between him and ordinary players was even more astronomical, and this was merely prior to advancement. Once they advanced, the disparity in class star ratings would widen the gulf between ordinary players and top-tier experts even further. The reason Yi Feng was currently unequipped was that after advancement, it was not just the players whose attribute gains increased exponentially, the monsters did as well. Naturally, equipment would not lag behind. Even a common Tier 1 Level 5 piece of gear possessed base attributes superior to those of Level 10 excellent grade equipment. Although Yi Feng's synthesized equipment was significantly stronger than standard Tier 1 gear, he felt that crushing his foes as effortlessly as before would no longer be so simple. With a new day dawning, his synthesis limit had refreshed, and he prepared to give his strength a major boost. Previously, after his synthesis talent upgraded, he had thought 100 daily attempts were plenty. Now, however, it felt completely insufficient. To reach the next level, he needed a total of 200 syntheses. Even though he had triggered several critical successes during this period, he was still over 1100 attempts short. Under normal circumstances, this would take at least 11 days. However, while synthesizing skills previously, Feng had triggered a unique synthesis method. This provided him with a spark of inspiration. He casually selected 5 excellent grade skill books and tossed them into the synthesis slot. With a flash of light, a brand new outstanding grade skill was created. Not only that, but his synthesis proficiency also increased by 5 points while only consuming a single synthesis attempt. Using this method, he would only need about 200 more syntheses to level up again. That meant a mere 2 days. Furthermore, every single synthesis carried a chance of triggering a critical success. Feng decided to try his luck and see if he could achieve the upgrade ahead of schedule. Since his storage was filled with various skill books dropped by bosses he had previously slain, Feng experimented repeatedly. As the skills in his inventory dwindled, he purchased more from the treasure pavilion. Common grade skills were of little value, so he focused primarily on selecting fine and excellent grade skill books. Spending a whopping 100 copper coins, he nearly filled his inventory to capacity. You have synthesized life fortification excellent, lesser blink excellent, earth splitter excellent, mana boost excellent, and triple strike excellent. You have triggered a highly fortunate mega critical during synthesis. Item grade increased by 2 tiers with 100 certainty. Proficiency 500. You have synthesized chain lightning legendary. This legendary grade skill was meant for mages, so Feng had little use for it himself. It could only serve as fodder for synthesizing legendary skills in the future. Feng put it away for now. What truly caught his attention were the other system notifications. Your proficiency has reached 2000. Universal synthesis has upgraded to level 4. The leveling up of his talent was what Feng valued most. SSS grade talent universal synthesis. Description allows the synthesis of identical types of items in the world to upgrade them. Level 4, 755,000. Currently available, uses 200200. Finally, time to get to work. A sharp glint flashed in Feng's eyes. He first made his way to the teleportation array of the main city. Do you wish to spend 1 silver coin to teleport to the novice village? This update also introduced higher denominations to the currency system. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins. Feng had not expected that his first time using this new denomination would be for teleportation. Confirm. Although at the current exchange rate this was equivalent to over 300 huaxia coins. However, to execute his plan, Feng felt this small sum was of little consequence. Returning to the novice village, the scene before him was still a sea of people. Following the initial experiences of early players and extensive media coverage, Tianyu had reached an unprecedented level of popularity. A massive influx of players flooded in daily. Squeezing past the crowds, Feng arrived at the weapon shop and without a second thought began purchasing novice wooden swords. Yet after buying a mere 50 swords, a prompt popped up. Your inventory is full. Unable to purchase novice wooden sword. Feng stopped helpless. He had not anticipated that his outstanding grade small pouch with over 200 slots would fill up so quickly. Opening the treasure pavilion, he searched for a small pouch and saw various grades of this type of equipment. As a special category of equipment, nearly every player required one, making its price far from cheap. Rare grade pouches cost 200 copper coins, while excellent grade ones were priced at 100 copper coins. The few outstanding grade pouches available were listed directly at 500 copper coins. With his synthesis talent, Feng naturally refused to be ripped off. He first synthesized a few novice wooden swords to free up some inventory slots. Then he began purchasing small pouches to synthesize. Perhaps luck was on his side today. After a mere 20 syntheses, Feng stopped. Not only did he successfully synthesize 2 outstanding grade pouches, expanding his total inventory space to 500 slots, but his luck also spiked, yielding an item of even higher quality. True small pouch of infinite depths. Quality legendary. Slot special. Stamina 30. Health 1000. Health regen speed 100 inactive during combat. Inventory slots 660. Although as a special bag type equipment, its bonus attributes were only half of those on normal gear with only 3 lines of stats. Yet every single one of them was highly practical. The increase in health regeneration speed in particular significantly boosted Feng's sustain. Previously, with a passive recovery rate of 0.01 per second, it would take over 10 minutes to fully restore his health outside of combat. Now that duration had been slashed to less than 9 minutes. As Feng equipped all 3 of the brand new small pouches, he instantly felt a wave of relief. After purchasing a total of 100 novice wooden swords, Feng began the synthesis process. Rare, excellent, outstanding. The disappearance of ordinary swords one after another heralded the birth of higher qualities. After consuming a whopping 80 swords, Feng successfully synthesized another legendary novice wooden sword. Its base attributes were even a point higher than the one he currently held, though its accompanying trait was rather mediocre. However, Feng had not expected to roll any game-breaking traits anyway. He was already content just to have a crafting material of the same quality. But he was not done yet. Although the newly synthesized wooden sword also possessed both critical rate and critical damage attributes, it lacked the percentage bonus to additional damage. This meant that if he were to synthesize them directly, he would likely lose this crucial attribute from his original weapon. After a moment of deliberation, he continued synthesizing. After nearly 40 more synthesis attempts, Feng raised his head in pleasant surprise. Yet another legendary novice wooden sword was forged. Although its base attributes were low and its bonus stats were impractical, and its trait was worse than even an outstanding great skill, it was more than enough to serve as an attribute lock. Placing the 3 legendary weapons into the synthesis slots one by one, Feng initiated the process with high anticipation. Seeing the background of the weapon slot shift from purple to orange, Feng was overjoyed. It succeeded. Opening his inventory, he indeed saw the brand new weapon with its upgraded quality. Novice Wooden Sword Bound 5 Evolvable. Slot main hand weapon. Quality Epic. Required level 1. Damage 420. Strength 85. Agility 60. Attack speed 15. Critical rate 12. Critical damage 110. Damage 50. Pajun when attacking a target reduces the target's defense by 60 and deals splash damage equal to 75 of the initial damage to 6 additional surrounding targets. If the attack instantly kills, the target's splash damage is increased by an additional 50. This effect is halved against Tier 1 and above targets and ineffective against Tier 2 and above targets. Pajun when attacking reduces the target's defense by 80 points for 3 minutes. This effect is halved against Tier 1 and above targets and ineffective against Tier 2 and above targets. Exclusive to player GNG and non-tradable. It succeeded. Feng instantly felt an urge to burst into tears. After consuming a full 80 synthesis attempts, he had finally struck gold. Not only were the base stats comprehensively upgraded, but even the traits had seen minor increases. Perhaps because the weapon's base level was simply too low, this growth was somewhat faint. However, with the 3 glowing words, evolvable, staring back at him, none of that mattered. He retrieved the epic evolution stones he had been hoarding in his inventory. He clicked them onto the novice wooden sword. Do you wish to consume 5 epic evolution stones to evolve the novice wooden sword? Feng had obtained exactly 6 of them from his previous dungeon clears. It was just enough. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected confirm. With a flash of light, the evolution succeeded. Tempestuous novice wooden sword bound 5 evolvable. Slot main hand weapon. Quality epic. Required level 5. Damage 500. Strength 100. Agility 75. Attack speed 16. Critical rate 14. Critical damage 120. Damage 50. Pajun when attacking a target reduces the target's defense by 60 and deals splash damage equal to 80 of the initial damage to 6 additional surrounding targets. If the attack instantly kills, the target's splash damage is increased by an additional 60. This effect is halved against Tier 1 and above targets and ineffective against Tier 2 and above targets. Pajun when attacking reduces the target's defense by 80 points for 5 minutes. This effect is halved against Tier 1 and above targets and ineffective against Tier 2 and above targets. Exclusive to player GNG and non-tradable. Feng compared it with its previous state. He found that every aspect had been upgraded. Most importantly, this weapon could still undergo further evolution. If he could collect higher-grade epic evolution stones, he could continue to evolve it. However, lacking such materials at the moment, he had to put that on hold for now. In terms of synthesis, this weapon could already be considered fully optimized. Although there was still a chance to synthesize it to mythic grade, it would require far more synthesis attempts. After all, this was merely a transitional weapon, our relying on evolution for future upgrades would be more than enough. With his weapon sorted out, Feng was in high spirits. He turned around and returned to the main city through the novice village's teleportation portal. Now that his weapon was forged, it was time to test its edge once more. Stepping outside the city, Feng made his way familiarly to the Tier 1, Level 5 monster zone. Coincidentally, a pack of wolf cubs was there howling aggressively at him. Feng's eyes lit up as he thrust his sword forward. -4200 crushing effect. -210 sword damage. Although he failed to trigger a critical hit, a mere basic attack had dealt far higher damage than before. -3528 splash. -3528 splash. -3528 splash. Furthermore, 6 additional instances of splash damage erupted, completely engulfing the surrounding monsters. Feng took a step back to create some distance. He swung his sword once more. Tier 1 and Level 5 monsters only had a maximum health pool of 600 points anyway. How could they withstand such a beating from Feng? 7 monsters collapsed simultaneously. You have gained 256 experience points. You have gained 256 experience points. You have gained. Feng curled his lip. After advancing his class, even with a 3-level gap, providing a 60 bonus experience for fighting higher-level monsters, the rate of experience gain was still miserably slow. He glanced at his experience bar and instantly calculated that normal players would only need to slay over 100 monsters of the same level to level up. Yet due to his class, his required experience to level up was increased tenfold, meaning he would need to kill over 1,000. Fortunately, he had not come here to grind experience. Having tested his approximate damage range, Feng ignored the ordinary monsters and began searching the vicinity carefully. Before long, he located the corresponding dungeon entrance. Setting the difficulty to easy, Feng charged in alone. In less than 20 minutes, he walked back out. Although he had successfully cleared it, his expression was somewhat solemn. From this solo run, he had only secured an S-rank rating, receiving just one additional outstanding grade piece of equipment. Granted, under the relentless shredding effects of his weapon, the monster's defense was reduced to an extremely low level, allowing him to trigger crushing effects even against a Tier 1, Level 5 outstanding grade boss. However, the boss's attack of over 700 points could still deal nearly 500 points of damage to him. Once it unleashed its skills, the damage easily exceeded 1,000. Had he not invested all his attribute points into stamina before his first class advancement, giving him far more health than ordinary players, he might truly have struggled to survive. This served as a wake-up call for him. If the easy difficulty was already like this, soloing the hard difficulty with his current strength would be virtually impossible. Just as he was contemplating how to further improve, his message log lit up. Diwang Hage boss, I've completed my class advancement, and even unlocked a 4-star class berserker. Thanks to your advice, boss, everyone in our team has successfully completed their legendary grade class advancements. Feng was slightly surprised. Armed with the top-tier equipment they had purchased from him, it was only natural for Diwang Hage to complete the legendary advancement. But how did the rest of the team manage to pass? Upon inquiring, he learned that Diwang Hage had been passing his equipment around among his team members. By leveraging the superior stats of the gear, they had all passed smoothly. This made Feng marvel at the tight bond among them. After all, the equipment he had sold them was worth a staggering 1 million Huaxia coins. Lending it out so casually could easily tempt someone blinded by greed to keep it for themselves. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the other party revealed the purpose of his message. Boss, how should we progress from here? Should we suppress our levels first to level up our skills? Since the other party asked this, it seemed they wanted to grind skills by freezing their levels to hunt higher level monsters. However, after a brief moment of thought, Feng dismissed the idea. Rush to Tier 1, Level 10 first. The equipment upgrade at that level is substantial, so you can freeze your levels then. As a reincarnator, he naturally understood the game's mechanics. At Tier 1, a Level 5 and Level 15, whether in the wild or in dungeons, the highest tier bosses were only outstanding grade. Only bosses at multiples of 10 featured legendary grade entities, which would bring a massive leap in equipment attributes. Diwang Hage followed Feng's instructions implicitly. He immediately instructed the members of his core squad to prepare and begin grinding levels with all their might. All 5 of them had completed their legendary advancements, and with the barrier-breaking buff provided by Feng, their attributes were boosted by 100. Once they entered the wild, their leveling efficiency was remarkably high. Furthermore, after adding the friend recommended by Feng, the player named Ojizi Zaishi, Diwang Hage purchased several experience pills at a high price. After experiencing the potent effects of the pills, his gratitude toward Feng deepened even further. Meanwhile, in another main city, Qian Duoduo was absolutely furious. Qian Duoduo was in a thoroughly foul mood when she witnessed Feng completing his advancement first and reaping a bounty of rewards and enhancements. Envy gnawed at her heart with a bitter edge. She hastily quickened her own pace. Yet despite her urgent rushing upon reaching the main city and completing the excellent tier advancement quest, she was informed that no slots remained for the legendary tier advancement. This infuriated her beyond measure. Have Uncle Wang transfer this year's company dividends to my account. Her subordinate, a player named Qian Xiaoduan, went pale with astonishment. Miss, didn't you previously insist those dividends be preserved for expanding the company's market? Qian Duoduo ground her teeth. The company can develop perfectly well without this sum. Being constantly overshadowed in the game is absolutely unacceptable. Seeing her resolve unyielding, Qian Xiaoduan could only acquiesce with a helpless sigh. 10 minutes later, he logged back in. Miss, I've already deposited 10 million. How shall we proceed with our development? Qian Duoduo contemplated for a moment. Since we've already fallen behind in Tier 1 attributes, we absolutely cannot allow such a situation to recur at Tier 2. Devote full efforts to acquiring legendary tier attribute fruits and legendary tier skills. She paused. And guild tokens. We must seize the very first guild in Tianyu. Her gaze darkened with resolve. Jian, I'll permit your fleeting ascendancy for now. Can a lone champion, however formidable, possibly withstand an entire guild? Watch as I drag you down with merciless force. The members of Eternal Guardian had likewise ascended to level 10. However, when confronting the advancement quest, they had barely managed to complete even the excellent tier challenge. Naturally, they had no opportunity to challenge the legendary tier advancement. Moreover, since the preceding 10 slots had already been filled, they were unable to enjoy the additional enhancement bestowed by the breakthrough. While Eternal Xiaosa was still preening over his 40% attribute bonus, Eternal Guardian was contemplating a pressing question. Just how far has Jian progressed by now? Feng deliberated at length. His synthesis attempts remained limited. Synthesizing a complete set of Tier 1 equipment in short order was simply unrealistic. He could only make do for the time being. Having deliberated, he reached his decision. You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 3. You have received an upgrade reward of 10 to all attributes. You have obtained 12 free attribute points. You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 4. You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 5. You have received an upgrade reward of 10 to all attributes. You have obtained 14 free attribute points. Having expended over 420 experience, Feng ascended directly to Tier 1 Level 5. He gained an additional 30 points to all attributes and 39 free attribute points. He elected to preserve his free attribute points untouched. He first selected several pieces of equipment from his inventory. Wild Wolf Battle Armor. Equipment level Tier 1 Level 5. Quality excellent. Defense 50. Stamina 15. Endurance 15. Agility 15. Wild Wolf Leg Guards. Equipment level Tier 1 Level 5. Quality excellent. Defense 25. Stamina 15. Endurance 15. Health 500. Wild Wolf Helmet. Equipment level Tier 1 Level 5. Quality excellent. Defense 25. Stamina 15. Agility 15. Mana 200. These were the spoils harvested from the wilderness map and the recent dungeon. Though nothing particularly remarkable, fortunately, they all enhanced his foundational attributes. Feng equipped each piece in turn. As for necklaces and rings, none had dropped as of yet, a testament to their abysmal drop rate. Regarding boots, a pair of fine quality boots had dropped, but their attributes paled vastly against the legendary quality novice cloth shoes he currently wore, rendering a swap utterly unnecessary. Upon completing his equipment changes, Feng's character panel underwent a dazzling transformation. Player Jian. Class Sword Cultivator Divine, Artisan 9-star. Level Tier 1 Level 5, 317450256000. Attributes Strength 241, Agility 218, Endurance 118, Stamina 225, Spirit 70. Attack Power 1233. Defense 289. Health 15550. Mana 1900. Critical Rate 24. 5. Critical Damage 357. Dodge Rate 2. Free Attribute Points 39. Gold 87, Silver 3256, Copper. Equipment Storm Surge Novice Wooden Sword, Epic Lucky Rabbit's Foot, Epic Swift Strider Novice Cloth. Shoes Legendary, All-Encompassing, True Pouch Legendary, Wild Wolf Battle Armor Excellent, Wild Wolf Helmet Excellent, Wild Wolf Leg Guards Excellent, Blood Battle Ring Excellent, Heavy Strike Ring Fine. Skills Critical Damage Amplification 16, Excellent Crushing Aura 16, Excellent Rainstorm Sword Art 16, Excellent. Surveying his complete attributes, a surge of bold confidence welled within Feng. These attributes had already comprehensively overwhelmed the excellent tier bosses within the Tier 1 Level 10 dungeon. Coupled with the enhancements from his 3 excellent tier skills, the hard difficulty dungeon was well worth attempting. Before entering, he first reached out to a TZ Zaishi. After parting with a full 10 silver coins, he had the other party send over a batch of Tier 1 experience pills. Following a round of synthesis, he produced 3 final excellent tier experience pills that boosted experience gain by 400. Although they couldn't match the extraordinary multiplier of that previous true experience pill, and their applicability extended only to Tier 2 maps, and below, Feng deemed them sufficient for the present. Upon entering the hard difficulty dungeon, Feng devoted his full concentration. With his current attack power, even when encountering a boss, he could reliably trigger the crushing effect. His strikes would casually unleash damage exceeding 4000, and should a critical strike land, the devastation escalated exponentially. Ordinary monsters scarcely warranted mention. Even elite foes could be slain instantaneously. Thus, despite the hard mode monsters possessing a substantial attribute increase over normal mode, Feng's clearance speed had paradoxically accelerated. Just as he anticipated, an effortless SSS raiding the final boss brought him to an abrupt halt. Wind Spirit Demon Wolf. Quality Excellent Boss. Level Tier 1 Level 5. Health 80000. Spell Attack 800. Physical Defense 210. Spell Defense 300. Swift Wind Blade inflicts 120,150,180 of spell attack upon the target. Child of the Wind, when health falls below 20, a movement speed increases by 50. Although this creature possessed merely 2 skills, it proved to be a ranged spell-type boss, the first such encounter Feng had faced. He leaned forward for merely a probe, and 3 cyan wind blades materialized before him. -960, -1200, -1440. Cold sweat beading his brow, Feng hastily retreated. Since none of his gear provided any spell defense whatsoever, the creature dealt maximum value damage unmitigated. An ordinary player who had just completed advancement would have been instantly obliterated. Yet upon receiving damage, he observed a system notification. You have sustained spell damage for the first time. Your spell defense attribute has been activated. Feng glanced at his panel. His 70 points of spirit granted him 70 points of spell defense. Compared to the creature's attack, however, this meager resistance was scarcely better than nothing. A direct confrontation was impossible. Feng arrived at this conclusion in an instant. He began retreating while seeking an opportunity. After withdrawing a full 10 meters, he attempted a tentative swing of his weapon. 2028. Crushing effect. 3706. Critical damage. 2867. True damage. -430. Sword type damage. Beyond effective attack range by 20. Normal damage reduced by 50. Feng had not anticipated that an attack from such distance could still inflict harm. Although the damage was diminished, he had still whittled away over 900 of its health. He attempted to retreat a few more steps. This time the efficacy deteriorated further. Beyond effective attack range by 30. Equipment special effects weakened by 50. Normal damage reduced by 90. Special damage reduced by 50. Exceeding the effective attack range by 30. Equipment special effects reduced by 50. And normal damage reduced by 90. Special damage reduced by 50. Seeing such a notification, Feng was not alarmed, but delighted. He hadn't expected that exceeding the attack range could still deal damage. He tried moving even farther from the target. As a result, when he moved farther back, the notification showed that exceeding the effective attack range by 50 resulted in 0 damage. Having measured the range of his attack distance, Feng's confidence grew considerably. When the opponent advanced, he retreated. When the opponent retreated, he advanced. Within just a few minutes, the boss's HP had plummeted by a large margin. And then, the boss's movement speed suddenly increased. Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed the effect of Wind's Darling had activated. Feng could no longer employ the previous kiting tactics. Instead, he closed in and focused entirely on dealing damage. Although the boss's attacks struck him one after another, his HP was dropping at an alarming rate. Needless to say, his skills were powerful, delivering explosive bursts of damage instantly. Moreover, the opponent's magical attack happened to exceed Feng's magical defense by 10 times. This allowed him to trigger a double crushing effect. Even his ordinary attacks dealt over 1,000 points of damage. Fortunately, Feng could temporarily sustain himself by forcefully consuming potions. Most importantly, within their effective range, his damage output was even higher. After just a few strikes, the boss was the first to fall, while Feng had only 4000 HP remaining. Though the process had been rather perilous, the outcome was fortunately a success. You have slain the Tier 1 Level 5 Elite Boss Monster Wine Spirit Demon Wolf. You have gained 4500 experience points. You have gained 2 silver and 700 copper coins, 40 silver and 5000 copper coins. Since he hadn't activated an experience pill, his experience gain was quite mediocre. However, the copper coin drops were extraordinarily generous. Feng stepped forward to collect the rest of the item drops one by one. You have obtained Wind Spirit Staff Legendary. You have obtained Wine Spirit Robe Elite. You have obtained Wind Spirit Leg Guards Elite. You have obtained Wine Spirit Ring Elite. You have obtained Swift Wind Blade Elite. You have obtained Wind's Darling Elite. You have obtained 1 tier Attribute Fruit Legendary. You have obtained 1 tier Attribute Fruit Elite X3. Perhaps because it was a first kill, the boss dropped an incredible haul. It even dropped a legendary grade weapon. Wind Spirit Staff. Equipment level Tier 1 Level 5. Quality Legendary. Magical Attack 150. Spirit 20. Agility 20. Constitution 20. Attack range 3 meters. Attack speed 10. Spirit enhancement. After use, your spirit is temporarily increased by 100 points for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. As a ranged magical weapon, the attributes of this staff were nothing short of magnificent. Not only were the 3 primary stats practical, but both special attributes were perfectly suited as well. Its special trait was an exceedingly rare attribute amplification type. Although Feng could not use it himself, he felt that this weapon, if sold, would surely fetch an astronomical price. He casually opened the treasure pavilion and selected auction mode. He set the starting price at 200 gold yuan bao. The auction duration was set at 12 hours. Compared to the direct pricing sales mode, the upper price limit of auction mode was determined by the participating bidders. It might sell for an astronomical price, or it might fail to sell at a low price. The duration was related to the commission fee charged by the system. 3 hours meant 3. 6 hours meant 6. The maximum of 12 hours carried a commission fee as high as 12. Although this seemed quite disadvantageous, as the very first truly circulating legendary grade weapon, Feng was confident the price would be nothing less than extraordinary. He deliberately set a longer duration, allowing others ample time to compete. After listing the weapon, he was far more casual with the remaining equipment. Although he still chose auction mode, the starting price was only 100 gold yuan bao. The duration was set to the shortest of 3 hours. The 2 skill books were listed in the same manner. Only the final few attribute fruits stirred a ripple of emotion within him. Attribute fruit. Quality elite. Requirement minimum tier 1 to use. Randomly increases a stat by 20 points. Attribute fruit. Quality legendary. Requirement minimum tier 1 to use. Randomly increases a stat by 30 points. At this stage, compared to the attribute fruits from the beginner village, the enhancement magnitude was nothing short of tremendous. This was precisely why high-tier players grew so powerful. Setting aside the inherent and free attribute points gained from leveling, the attribute fruits they could consume, whether in quantity or individual value, far surpassed those available at lower stages. And Feng, blessed with his SSS-Tier talent, was destined to have a far greater opportunity to surpass others. He stored them away for now, planning to synthesize them before use. Congratulations on clearing the Tier 1 Level 5 hard difficulty dungeon. Your evaluation is SS-Tier. As a clear reward, you may randomly choose to receive 2 items from the final boss's drops. It was likely because his remaining HP had fallen below a certain threshold. This clear only earned an SS-Tier evaluation. The difference from SSS-Tier was the inability to freely select drops. Feng simply accepted it as it was. Randomly obtained Wind Spirit Leg Guards Elite Attribute Fruit Legendary. You are the first to clear this dungeon difficulty. Rewards are doubled. You are the first to achieve an SS-Tier evaluation. Rewards are doubled. You have obtained Wind Spirit Leg Guards Elite X6, Attribute Fruit Legendary X6. Feng blinked. He had previously assumed that only SSS-Tier evaluations came with doubled rewards. He hadn't expected the tier below, SS, to grant the same. Combined with the first clear difficulty bonus, he had randomly obtained 6 rather fine items. It was an unexpected delight. To maximize the benefits, attribute fruits needed to be fully synthesized before consumption. This quantity was still insufficient. Feng wasn't in a rush to deal with them. Instead, he examined this piece of equipment. Wind Spirit Leg Guards. Equipment level tier 1, level 5. Quality elite. Physical defense 15. Magical defense 15. Spirit 15. Agility 15. Though it appeared utterly unremarkable at first glance, Feng noticed that this was a piece of equipment that simultaneously enhanced both physical and magical defense. Although the dual resistance boost was considerably lower in value compared to focusing on a single stat, its well-rounded nature made it slightly more valuable in actual price than equipment boosting only a single attribute. Moreover, Feng feared no low numerical value. He could synthesize them. Having conveniently obtained 6 identical pieces all at once, he immediately began synthesizing. The first pair, when combined, remained at elite grade. The second pair likewise. Was advancement truly this difficult? Feng refused to believe it. On the third combination, a flash of golden light erupted. Wind Spirit Leg Guards of Wind's Blessing 1. Equipment level tier 1, level 5. Quality legendary. Physical defense 33. Magical defense 33. Spirit 30. Agility 30. Block 100 points. Attack range 1 meter. Wind's Blessing. When you take damage, your movement speed increases by 50 for 3 seconds. Trigger limit once per minute. This was actually a piece of equipment that could increase attack range. Feng was utterly thrilled. During his earlier battle with the BOSS, he had truly come to appreciate the importance of attack range. Yet this attribute appeared with extremely low probability on weapons and equipment. And relying on agility points to increase, it was even more arduous. With his current stats, he had only gained an extra meter. Just as Feng was about to gleefully equip it, a sudden thought struck him. He instinctively attempted to synthesize those 2 remaining elite-grade pieces that hadn't been upgraded. A lucky minor critical hit occurred during synthesis. Quality tier guaranteed to increase. Proficiency 10. You have synthesized Sharp Counterattack Wind Spirit Leg Guards Legendary. Another legendary. By now Feng's blood was boiling with excitement. He couldn't be bothered to examine its attributes in detail. He immediately placed the 2 legendary pieces together. All in. Just as his expectant gaze watched intently, a flash of orange light streaked by. Feng was utterly stunned. King's Wind Spirit Leg Guards 3. Upgradable. Equipment level stage 1, a level quality epic. Physical defense 62. Magical defense 62. Spirit 45. Agility 45. Strength 40. Constitution 40. Block 150. Attack range 2 meters. Wind's Blessing. When you take damage, your movement speed increases by 60 for 5 seconds. Maximum of once per minute. Sharp Counterattack. When you take damage, you deal 50 of the damage back to the attacker as counterattack damage. The true damage from mythic grade equipment or skills is ineffective. Feng simply froze in place. This piece of equipment perfectly fused the base attributes of 2 legendary grade pieces. And both traits have been enhanced. The newly added Sharp Counterattack stands out not only in its effect, but also has an exceptionally high priority. As long as the damage isn't real damage dealt by mythic grade gear or skills, he can counterattack all other damage. Especially notable is that this epic tier item has breakthrough potential. This gear through its evolution level can be used indefinitely. Feng equips it directly. All attributes show a slight increase. Even the newly added magic defense attribute has reached 177 points. This means that as long as the opponent's spell damage does not exceed 1770 points, they cannot deal crushing damage to him. According to his assessment, players at this stage are unlikely to reach it. Higher level bosses are not far away. After leaving the dungeon, Feng's steps did not slow. Back then, when he led a few people leveling up, he barely cleared tier 1 level 10 normal dungeon. He did not dare imagine hard mode. Now he is almost incomparable to then. At this moment, hard mode can be attempted as well. Tier 1 level 5 monster zone. Emperor Haigu is leading his squad against monsters. Player Jianjian was the first to clear the tier 1 level 5 hard difficulty dungeon, obtaining a random tier 1 level 5 exalted grade equipment reward. Emperor Jingang's expression stiffened. Minus 630. After killing the monster before him, he slowly spoke. The boss has cleared another dungeon again. What a diligent fellow. Several teammates exchanged strange looks. Isn't he formidable? What does diligence mean? Fighting level 5 monsters, even for them, requires enormous energy when fully focused. Seizing the moment, they prepared to rest for a while. Emperor Jingang suddenly exclaimed, "Three-sword master has listed several pieces of equipment and skills in Songbao Go." Everyone opened it and gasped. While a legendary wand, this stat is too strong. The team's ranged member Diwang Fashion is eager to try. "Big boss, should I take it down?" Emperor Haigu waved his hand. "Don't rush," the boss says. Level 5 gear doesn't upgrade much, will swap to level 10 later. What is a legendary? He squints. With the boss's capability, a full legendary set will be available later. I just fear you can't afford it. Diwang Fashion's eyes light up. Great. Then I'll go back and sell a Ferrari first. Fund the gear. Tier 1 level 0 monster zone. Qian Duo is leisurely fighting monsters. Although they didn't win a slot for legendary tier advancement with their stats, and gear, fighting monsters of the same level is still quite easy. There are few players advancing now. Oh, let's farm tier 1 gear and then try the dungeon. She had just proposed when she saw a system notice float by. Player Jianjian was the first to clear tier 1 level 5 hard mode dungeon, obtaining. Damn, how could this guy be so fast? Qian Duo could hardly believe it. They had tried challenging tier 1 level 5 monsters by overleveling. Though they could manage, it was exhausting and inefficient. That thought was abruptly abandoned. But how had the other side already started grinding the dungeon? Hard mode. The group stood dazed. Qian Xiaodong exclaimed with joy. Missed Songbao Go has stock. Qian Duo quickly opened Songbao Go and saw the Fengling Mahjong and several exalted grade skills. Which one should we buy? Facing Qian Xiaodong's question, she was a bit dazzled. Weapons must be secured. For skills, each tier has only 3 slots. Better to choose Fengji Chonger than risk a poor choice. The other one can be skipped. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly stopped. No, take them all. Qian Xiaodong looked at her in surprise. A hint of pride flashed in Qian Duo's eyes. I won't use them. Keep them for future members. We can't let opponents obtain them. Qian Xiaodong nodded. They planned to buy, but found the seller's auction mode. Qian Duo waved. You decide. Money is not a problem. In the main city at the Ascension, NPC Eternal Guardian and Eternal Dashing have just completed Ascension tasks. This exalted Ascension is truly difficult. If not for my final move, I would have been killed by the monsters. Indeed, this difficulty seems designed for top players. Ordinary players have no need to attempt it. Eternal Guardian advanced to a 4-star Shield Warrior, very satisfied. Eternal Dashing also did not lag behind, advancing to a 4-star Fire Mage. The two were chatting when they saw Feng clear the dungeon. Both froze. Eternal Guardian's expression turned a little awkward. Eternal Dashing was full of anger. Seeing this person is annoying. His luck is a bit ahead of us, and he still brags about it. After venting a few words, he suddenly saw a system prompt. Someone in Songbao Gu had consigned items. Opening it, he grew excited. Bro, there is a legendary wand. Eternal Guardian glanced and was moved. This attribute is really good. If you can take it, we can go over level grinding right away. Eternal Dashing raised his head. That must be taken down. It is auction mode. But 200k is not expensive. Ooh, I'll bid 300k and should win it. Just as he was about to bid, your price is below the current bid. Ooh, please rebid. Eternal Dashing was stunned. Reopening Songbao Go. In the next moment, he exclaimed, what the heck, which fool bid 500k? Feng had no idea that the few items he had casually consigned had caused such a frenzy among other players. By this time, he had already arrived at the tier 1 level 10 dungeon. In preparation for this difficulty level challenge, he had spent experience points to enhance his skills considerably. Crushing Halo had a synthesis slot available, but he left it alone for now. Critical Strike Amplification had already undergone advancement and evolution and could no longer be synthesized. From clearing the Tier 1 Level 5 dungeon, he had obtained over 2,000 experience points. Added to his existing experience. You have spent 2,000 experience points to upgrade critical damage amplification to level 2. You have spent 4,000 experience points to upgrade critical damage amplification to level 3. The upgraded skills attributes had transformed dramatically. Critical damage amplification synthesized to maximum. Quality excellent, 36. When your attack triggers a critical strike, critical damage increases by 280, and an additional fixed damage equal to 70 of your total damage effect is generated. Your total damage effect bonus will not be affected by other damage amplification methods, and critical strikes can coexist with other bonuses. For excellent grade skills, each level upgrade is equivalent to a 20 increase in base effect. After synthesis, the base attributes were actually equivalent to superior legendary grade or even ordinary epic grade in strength. After 2 consecutive level ups, the effect became even more remarkable. Seeing the changes in his skills, Yi Feng grew even more confident. Upon entering the dungeon, Yi Feng began pushing forward steadily. Although the boss here had been enhanced, making them far more powerful than their wild counterparts of the same quality. Their HP reached as high as 1,000 points. Their damage output exceeded 1,300 points. But their defense was only a little over 300. Under Yi Feng's dual defense reduction effects, he could still easily achieve crushing results. With his current attack of over 1,300 points, each strike routinely dealt numbers exceeding 5,000. When critical strikes landed, the results were even more absurd. 5,200. Crushing effect. -8684. Critical strike effect. -9718. Fixed damage. -1180. Sword type damage. A single ordinary attack dealt over 2,000 damage. Enough to make any player witnessing this scene question their entire existence. It also caused the boss's HP to plummet by a quarter in an instant. Under such overwhelming violent output, Yi Feng cleared the dungeon in less than 10 minutes. You have slain the Tier 1 Level 10 excellent grade boss monster, Blazing War Tiger. You have obtained 1,200 experience points. You have obtained 4 silver, 5,000 copper coins, 67 silver, 5,000 copper coins. You have obtained Flame Demon Blade Legendary. You have obtained Flame Demon Armor Legendary. You have obtained Tier 1 Attribute Fruit Legendary X2. You have obtained Tier 1 Attribute Fruit Excellent X5. Compared to the drops from the Tier 1 Level 5 difficulty dungeon, apart from the experience and copper coins being a step higher, in terms of equipment quantity and quality alone, there was actually little difference overall. But the equipment attributes were significantly better. Taking legendary grade weapons of the same tier as an example. Flame Demon Blade. Equipment level Tier 1 Level 10. Quality legendary. Physical attack 210. Strength 20. Agility 20. Constitution 20. Critical rate 5. Attack speed 10. Flame impact. Each of your attacks will automatically attach fire attribute damage equal to 20 of your base attack and has a 10 chance to trigger an area of effect flame attack. The other legendary grade armor was also considerably stronger than the same legendary grade Tier 1 Level 5 armor. Yi Feng sent the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment to Emperor Hai Gu, drawing exclamations of astonishment from the other party, pleading with Yi Feng to reserve these 2 pieces of equipment for him at all costs. After Yi Feng agreed, the other party sent an endless stream of flattery, as if words of praise cost nothing. Yi Feng, thoroughly annoyed, hastily closed the dialogue window. Leaving the dungeon, he remained at the same spot. After clearing the difficulty level, a new change had appeared in the dungeon. Below normal and difficulty, a new option had been added: Nightmare. The emergence of this difficulty level made Yi Feng truly take notice. As the highest difficulty available only to those who had cleared the difficulty level, Nightmare level monsters were far stronger than those in the difficulty level. Moreover, bosses of the highest quality available on the current map would appear. Legendary grade. Bosses of this caliber, upon being slain, would not only drop legendary grade equipment, weapons, and skills. There was also a small probability of dropping epic grade equipment and items. And for Yi Feng, who wished to evolve and enhance his epic grade weapon once more, this was the most likely place to obtain epic grade evolution stones. Yi Feng naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. Since his level was still Tier 1 Level 5, Yi Feng wanted to continue enjoying the experience bonus from fighting higher level enemies. He could not change his equipment for now. Without resting, Yi Feng entered the dungeon directly. The initial minor monsters he encountered already possessed a staggering 1,500 HP points, making even Yi Feng click his tongue in amazement. Fortunately, with his current attack power, landing a critical strike meant instant annihilation. Even without a critical strike, it only took 2 or 3 sword strikes to dispatch them. Although the clearing speed was not particularly fast, it was a steady and methodical advance. You have slain a Tier 1 Level 10 normal grade monster. You have obtained 1,000 experience points. You have slain a Tier 1 Level 10 elite grade monster. You have obtained 5000 experience points. You have slain a Tier 1 level 10 boss grade monster. You have obtained 1000 experience points. After using an item that amplified his final experience gain by 400, Feng's experience acquisition efficiency increased dramatically. After clearing 2 consecutive stages and reaching the final boss, Feng had accumulated a total of over 4 million experience points. And the final BOSS as he had anticipated. Roaring Sky Tiger King. Quality Legendary Boss. Level Tier 1, Level 10. HP 600000. Physical Attack 1750. Physical Defense 500. Magical Defense 300. Tiger Roar deals 200, 250300 physical attack to the target. Battle Roar body protection defense increases by 100 HP, increases by 50, lasting 5 minutes. Dignity of Legend when receiving any damage forcibly blocks 100 damage points. When HP falls below 30, HP recovery speed increases by 200. This legendary grade boss not only possessed high attack and defense, but also had an absurdly thick HP pool. Its accompanying skills were equally formidable. Feng's ordinary attacks could barely produce crushing damage. After being blocked of 100 points, the remaining damage fell short of 400. Against the boss's 600 HP, it was utterly negligible. Yet the boss's casual attacks could shave off over 1000 HP from Feng. A single skill could even deal nearly 100 damage. After only a brief exchange, Feng hastily retreated, his brows furrowing slightly. It seemed impossible to overcome. In reality, if any other player were to come, even relying on Zerg tactics, they could not accomplish what Feng had done. Just the forced block of 1000 damage alone. Ordinary players could barely inflict any damage on the boss. Not to mention its already considerable defense and despair-inducing HP pool. And now, Feng had fallen into a quandary. Would he need to level up several times and change his equipment to have any hope? After a simple calculation, Feng dismissed this notion. Even if he leveled up to Tier 1 level 10 and equipped himself with a full suit of same level excellent grade equipment, it would not bring about a substantial improvement. Solo challenging this boss would still be hopeless. After disengaging from combat, once more Feng took refuge in a corner. He had already devised a plan. Thanks to the harvest from the previous instances, the attribute fruits accumulated in Feng's backpack had reached an astonishing quantity. Among them alone, there were a full 4 of legendary grade. As for outstanding grade, there were over 20. The method Feng had conceived was naturally to start from the attribute fruits. He felt the time had come to perform a round of synthesis. With the experience from before, he now operated with great proficiency. He first synthesized the outstanding grade fruits one by one. In the end, he obtained 12 attribute fruits of the same quality. Far from being alarmed, Feng was overjoyed. Though the quality had not been elevated, the base attributes had all increased by 50%. What originally added 20 attribute points now added 30. It was already comparable to a normal legendary grade. Feng proceeded to synthesize them in pairs once more. This time he obtained 5 of outstanding grade and 1 of legendary grade. The attribute value of outstanding grade had risen to 40 points, while legendary grade reached as high as 60 points. Upon discovering that the increase was fixed with each enhancement, Feng altered his approach. No longer pairing them directly, he instead synthesized the outstanding grade fruits that had already been merged several times together with ordinary outstanding grade ones. When he saw that it still resulted in a fixed increase of 10 points, half the attribute of a normal outstanding grade, he had thoroughly confirmed his hypothesis. His supply of ordinary attribute fruits was no longer sufficient, so he cast a glance at the treasure pavilion. Scattered about were a few first-tier fruits available for purchase, but most were of common grade interspersed with a few of rare grade. Not even a single superior grade among them. Feng could synthesize them, of course, but he had no desire to squander his synthesis attempts on these low-quality items. He reached out to Emperor Hai. The man generously contributed 2 outstanding grade and 10 superior grade fruits. Feng did not treat him unfairly either. Without hesitation, he tossed over a legendary grade fruit. This left Emperor Hai utterly awestruck, so stunned, he couldn't even spare a thought for where such a quality attribute fruit might have come from. He only kept insisting that he had gotten the better of the deal and wanted to return the difference in value. Feng refused. Having obtained what he needed, Feng continued with his synthesis. After another dozen or so consecutive syntheses, he finally obtained one that had reached the synthesis limit. Attribute fruit, 5. Quality legendary. Requirement minimum tier 1 to use. Increases 135 free attribute points. Although legendary grade items could be synthesized up to 7 times. This fruit had already triggered a quality elevation critical strike, meaning it had reached its absolute ceiling. Feng used it without hesitation. With the remaining fruits, he continued his synthesis. This time no quality elevation occurred. After expending nearly all of his attribute fruits, Feng obtained one that had truly reached the synthesis ceiling. Attribute fruit, 7. Quality legendary. Requirement minimum tier 1 to use. Increases 165 free attribute points. After using both fruits, Feng had gained a staggering 300 free attribute points, the equivalent of leveling up 10 times in succession. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng had already decided how to allocate them. He placed 200 points into agility and the remaining 100 points into strength. Additionally, after sacrificing 2 outstanding grade skills, he had also synthesized his crushing aura to its maximum. Crushing aura 6. Level 16 outstanding grade. When dealing crushing damage to a target, additionally increases damage by 500. Effectively triggers when using skills O priority legendary grade BOSS. Upon the final synthesis, the skill underwent a metamorphosis, delighting Feng immensely. Seizing the momentum, he also synthesized his sole active skill. The final attributes of the skill at its synthesis ceiling were as follows. Rainstorm Sword Art 6. Level 16 outstanding grade. Consumes 1000 mana points, ignores 75 of the target's defense, and consecutively deals 1-3-5-1-6-5-1-9, 5-2-2-5 attack damage with a 75 chance to inflict a 10-second stun effect. Cooldown 30 seconds. Priority legendary grade. After 6 syntheses, this skill could truly be said to have undergone a complete transformation. Its base attributes had nearly doubled. Even the chance and duration of the stun effect had seen improvement. More importantly, although the quality remained outstanding grade after undergoing synthesis metamorphosis, its priority had risen to legendary grade. This meant that unless the opponent possessed a corresponding epic grade skill, this offensive skill could not be nullified. At the current stage, it was more than sufficient. To play it safe, Feng spent an additional 1.5 million experience points to raise it to level 4. Gazing at the now finalized crushing aura, Feng decided to go all in. He raised it to level 4 as well. Fully prepared, Feng launched his attack against the boss once more. After allocating his agility points, his attack range extended to a full 10 meters. The boss had no time to react before it was struck. Minus 15,840. Crushing effect. Minus 13,270. Critical hit effect. Minus 18,921. Fixed damage. Minus 2,401. Sword type damage. A single sword strike had accumulated a total of 5,000 damage. The boss's health bar plummeted in an instant. Feng rejoiced at the sight. The enhancement had paid off. Pressing his advantage, he unleashed his active skill. Rainstorm Sword Art. In an instant, the sky grew dark and heavy with moisture. A fine pattering rain began to fall. Within the rain, several sword techniques, imbued with razor-sharp aura, descended from the heavens, striking the boss one after another. Minus 34,214. 40,867. Minus 49,420. Minus 56,707. After 4 flashes of sword light, the boss let out an earth-shattering roar. Feng's skill had dealt a direct 1,800 damage. Additionally, it inflicted over 900 points of sword-type damage. Moreover, the level 4 Rainstorm Sword Art now had a stun trigger rate as high as 90. The boss was unfortunately struck. The stun lasted a full 16 seconds. Amid the boss's anguished howls, Feng's sword light flashed in every direction. Though his skills were still on cooldown, his normal attacks were formidable in their own right. Dealing tens of thousands of damage per second on average, the boss's health bar plummeted at a startling rate. Even when its health fell below 30 and its health regeneration rate increased under Feng's devastating onslaught, it was all for naught. In the very last second before the stun was about to expire, Feng landed another critical hit. The boss's health bar was instantly emptied. Its body, just as it was about to unleash its battle roar defensive skill, stiffened and crashed to the ground. Feng broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Had that last second given the boss time to release its skill, its health would have increased by another 200 points, and its defense would have doubled. The outcome would truly have been uncertain. Fortunately, his luck had held, and the boss's drops revitalized Feng's spirits even further. You have slain the Tier 1 Level 10 Legendary Grade Boss Monster, Blazing War Tiger. You have gained 300 experience points. You have gained 12 silver, 180 silver. You have obtained a guild establishment certificate. You have obtained Beginner Evolution Stone Epic X2. You have obtained Tiger's Roar/Epic. You have obtained War Tiger Armor Legendary. You have obtained War Tiger Necklace Legendary. You have obtained War Tiger Bracers Legendary. You have obtained War Tiger Greaves Legendary. You have obtained War Tiger Roar Legendary. You have obtained Battle Roar Protection Legendary. You have obtained Tier 1 Attribute Fruit Legendary X4. You have obtained Tier 1 Attribute Fruit Outstanding X10. A massive haul. A truly extraordinary massive haul in every sense. After picking up each item, Feng eagerly opened his backpack. The loot from this boss was the richest Feng had ever obtained since entering the game. Just the 300 experience points made him feel thoroughly satisfied. The massive drop of treasure only left him dazzled. A full 2 legendary skills and 4 legendary pieces of equipment, enough to make any player envy endlessly. And the epic grade weapon was without question the finest equipment available in the beginner maps. Tiger's Roar Slash. Equipment level stage 1, level 10. Quality epic. Physical attack 305. Strength 30. Agility 30. Constitution 30. Endurance 30. Critical rate 8. Attack speed 15. Damage 20. Tiger's Roar deals 160-2002-40 physical attack to the target cooldown 5 minutes. Tiger's Might reduces the target's defense by 50 and prevents them from using any vitality recovery items for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. The attributes of this weapon were truly extravagant. Feng carefully stowed it away. It would surely fetch a handsome price. He mused. Yet the 2 items that ranked even higher in the drop hierarchy than this epic weapon were the true highlights of this haul. The guild establishment voucher needed no further elaboration. With this voucher, one could establish a guild within the game, securing an officially recognized faction and becoming a true power in their own right. Feng was certain. This item, once released, would undoubtedly spark a fierce battle. As for the other item, it was something Feng had been longing for. Beginner Evolution Stone Epic. Description: can upgrade corresponding equipment below Tier 3 up to a maximum of Tier 3. Unlike before where it could only be enhanced to level 5. This evolution stone, however, worked across all tiers below 3. Feng took out his weapon to test it. To upgrade this item to Tier 1, 10 Beginner Evolution Stones Epic are required, but your supply is insufficient. Upgrade cannot proceed. Though the upgrade failed, the message somehow reassured Feng. As long as it could be upgraded further, that was enough. As for insufficient quantity, just grind, that's all. After all, beyond the dungeon he had already cleared, there was another stage 1 level 20 instance with nightmare difficulty available. Feng believed that with his strength, gathering 10 stones would be no problem. Not to mention, he still hadn't claimed his completion rewards. Congratulations on clearing the stage 1 level 10 nightmare difficulty dungeon. Your evaluation: SSS rank. As a completion reward, you may either randomly select 3 items dropped by the final BOSS or choose 2 specific items. The SSS rating on nightmare difficulty granted 1 additional reward slot compared to hard mode. Feng chose the specific selection. Selected Beginner Evolution Stone Epic Guild Establishment Voucher. You were the first to clear this dungeon difficulty. Reward doubled. You were the first to achieve an SSS rating. Reward doubled. You have acquired 8 Beginner Evolution Stones Epic and 4 Guild Establishment Vouchers. Feng nodded with satisfaction. With this, he only needed 2 more Evolution Stones to upgrade any epic equipment to Tier 1. And having 4 Guild Establishment Vouchers sparked an ambitious idea. He took out 2 and placed them together. You have used a Guild Establishment Voucher and another Guild Establishment Voucher for Synthesis. During the Synthesis, an invincible lucky super critical hit has occurred. Triple Tier Enhancement at 100, Proficiency 2000. You have crafted a Divine Tier Guild Establishment Voucher. Feng's breath caught. It was actually possible to synthesize them. And a super critical had triggered. As a special category item, it came with double the proficiency bonus. That single act alone had advanced him nearly halfway toward the proficiency needed for the next level. An incredible windfall indeed. And the new item, glowing red in his inventory, filled him with eager anticipation. Divine Guild Establishment Voucher Unique. Description: use this voucher to establish a one-of-a-kind Divine Tier Guild. All bonus effects are doubled, and at max level it can materialize into reality. This description left Feng utterly astonished. After a guild was established, each level gained granted corresponding stat bonuses to its members. The higher the level, the greater the bonuses. Simply with the doubled bonus effects, his guild was guaranteed to secure the position of strongest guild from the start. Not to mention the astonishing effect of materialization at max level. Others might not fully understand it, but Feng as a reborn individual knew exactly what materialization meant. This was an item capable of affecting reality itself. Even though Feng had been reborn and possessed an unrivaled talent, the power of this item still exceeded his expectations. What puzzled Feng was that in his past life, even in the mid to late game stages, when reality slowly merged and materialization became possible, it could at most manifest character attributes or equipment. Guild materialization was something he had never heard of. And this unique voucher also made Feng somewhat indifferent toward the other 2 guild vouchers. He was preparing to sell them directly. In his past life, guilds were not established until the 10th day after the game's launch. But in this life, Feng had doubled his pace, leaving him unsure of what price would be appropriate. He casually set a low price of 1 million gold coins and listed it for a 12-hour auction. And once he listed it, the entire game erupted. At the level 15 monster zone, Xian Duoduo was leading her team in grinding. Suddenly a system announcement flashed across the screen. Player Jian has become the first to clear the stage 1 level 10 nightmare difficulty dungeon, earning stage 1 level 10 legendary equipment rewards and 2 authority points. Duoduo's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Is this guy cheating? Her team had nearly purchased all the top-grade equipment from the Treasure Pavilion, confident that their current strength was among the absolute best players. Yet even with that, they could only fight monsters 5 levels above them. They did not even dare challenge the Stage 1 level 5 hard difficulty dungeon. And yet Jian had cleared the Stage 1 level 10 dungeon on Nightmare difficulty. Though she did not know exactly how much higher Nightmare difficulty was compared to hard, the opponent's unexpectedly rapid progress made Duoduo feel somewhat anxious. She could not help but urge forward. Has the magic staff not been acquired yet? Qian Xiaodun shook his head. The seller set the auction for 12 hours. Even if our bid is the highest, we cannot purchase it before time expires. Unless... Duoduo pressed. Unless what? Unless we buy it out outright. Then buy it out. But their buyout price is 1 million. That's quite high. Are you still worrying about such a small amount at a time like this? Quick, secure it. Duoduo's tone carried some impatience. Her assistant was usually sharp and perceptive. Why had he become so hesitant now? After spending 1 million gold coins to acquire the magic staff, Duoduo and her team quickly reached level 5. They prepared to swap their gear and challenge the Stage 1 level 5 hard difficulty dungeon. Just then, another system announcement quietly appeared. Player Jian has listed a guild establishment voucher at a premium price. Duoduo froze, her voice trembling. Could this be? She quickly opened the treasure pavilion. Clicking on it, she indeed saw the item she had been longing for. Qian Xiaodun was equally stunned. Based on our experience, this kind of item can only drop from a Stage 1 level 20 legendary boss. How could it appear now? Could the Stage 1 level 10 Nightmare dungeon also have a chance to drop it? Jian's luck is absurd. Ignoring Qian Xiaodun's muttering, Duoduo's eyes were already gleaming. Stop talking nonsense, bid it outright. Qian Xiaodun was about to act, but the next moment he grimaced. The seller hasn't set a buyout price. Damn it. Duoduo cursed under her breath. Then bid quickly. Whoever gets this gains the initiative. We cannot let it slip. Qian Xiaodun nodded. I will keep a close watch. Duoduo equipped the magic staff and examined her attributes, thoroughly satisfied. Let's go clear a dungeon. Duoduo instantly radiated confidence. She now possessed the server's #1 legendary weapon. Her team's configuration was also luxurious. They would surely become the second team to clear the Stage 1 level 5 hard dungeon. Player Jian has taken the lead in clearing the dungeon. Upon seeing the system announcement scrolling across the screen, Diwang Haigu remained perfectly composed without the slightest hint of surprise. To him, this was simply the expected prowess of a top-tier expert. A strength so absolute it defied explanation. Aside from sheer admiration, no other emotion remained in his heart. Instead, this system announcement reminded him of the request Feng had previously entrusted to him. Soon I'll be able to obtain the Tier 1, Level 10 legendary equipment phased out by the boss. Diwang Haigu was absolutely thrilled. However, the moment he saw the system notification that Feng had listed a guild creation token, his expression changed dramatically in sheer shock. How could such strategic resources appear so early? He immediately began discussing it with his teammates. We must secure this token at all costs. Our Diwang guild must be the very first to be established, claiming this exclusive glory. The others nodded in unison, their spirits burning with excitement. The boss probably obtained this by a stroke of luck, and there won't be another one anytime soon. We absolutely cannot miss this. Once it goes to auction, the final price will likely skyrocket. I'll chip in 2 million. I'll chip in 2 million as well. Several of them were top-tier wealthy heirs in reality, and they shared a close bond with Diwang Haigu. In this game, they had rediscovered a long-lost sense of excitement and challenge. Everyone expressed their sincerity. After chatting for a brief moment, they checked the treasure pavilion again, only to find that the auction price of the guild creation token had already surged to 5 million gold ingots. The group logged off one after another, transferring 2 million each to Diwang Haigu through their respective channels. As their leader, Diwang Haigu was naturally not one to be stingy. He topped up 20 million in one go before logging back into the game. His very first action upon entering was to place a direct bid of 8 million. He left the previous 5 million bid far behind, a look of immense satisfaction finally gracing his face. Brothers, we only need a bit more experience to reach Tier 1, Level 10. Let's give it our all. Meanwhile, in the main city, several members of the Eternal Guild were just about to log off when they saw the consecutive system alerts of Feng clearing the dungeon and listing items on the treasure pavilion. Eternal Xiaosha's eyes gleamed with excitement. Big brother, we must secure this. The Eternal Guild cannot afford to fall behind any other guild, not even by a single step. Eternal Shohu was just about to nod in agreement when he saw the rapid succession of new bids on the guild creation token, which had a starting price of 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 8 million. Eternal Shohu felt his vision go dark. These people treated money like dirt. How on earth were they supposed to compete for this? The words he was about to say were instantly swallowed back down. Instead, he patted Eternal Xiaosha on the shoulder. A little slower is fine. Sometimes being first isn't the only option. This guild creation token had sent massive shockwaves through the countless players who aspired to build a powerful guild in Tianyu. However, after several rounds of bidding, the soaring price had already discouraged the vast majority of competitors. Even though Tianyu was an epic-making virtual reality game with player numbers and influence far exceeding the PC gaming era. Even in the former king of pay-to-win games Fantasy Westward Journey, a single piece of top-tier equipment could fetch astronomical prices of several millions, nearly 10 million. Logically, it was only natural for even more valuable items to appear in Tianyu. Yet the bidding increments of Qian Duo Duo and Diwang Haigu were simply too outrageous, starting at 1 or 2 million with every bid. Seeing this fierce momentum, many chose to back down, unwilling to waste their money. Under these circumstances, the auction transformed into a personal stage for Qian Duo Duo and Diwang Haigu. Qian Duodua, however, remained unfazed. After resolving to invest heavily in Tianyu, he had instructed Qian Xiaodun to top up his account multiple times, bringing his current balance to a staggering 30 million gold ingots. Though somewhat surprised by Diwang Haigu's aggressive bidding, he did not back down in the slightest. Instead, he countered directly by raising the bid to 10 million. Still unsatisfied, he posted a message on the world channel. Qian Duodua, I am determined to claim this guild token. If you have the guts, keep bidding. Immediately after, another message popped up. Qian Xiaodun, the Money Empire Guild is recruiting players with 3-star classes and above. A-grade and S-grade talents are prioritized. Generous benefits await. These two announcements instantly drew a massive crowd of onlookers. Holy crap, a single token is being bid up to 10 million. Are there really this many rich people? This isn't just a token, this is a battle for the title of the #1 guild. It's worth every penny. Money Empire. What a domineering name. It looks like an incredibly wealthy guild. Their actions highly irritated Diwang Haigu, who had been focusing on leveling up. Diwang Haigu, you think you're the only ones with money. The Diwang Guild is also recruiting top-tier players. The title of the #1 guild belongs to us. Although his tone on the world channel was unyielding, he felt a surge of worry after sending the message. The 20 million they had pulled together might not even be enough. Most importantly, if he spent all his funds competing for this token, he wouldn't have any money left if the boss offered top-tier equipment later. Wouldn't that slow down his overall progress? With this thought, he couldn't help but open his friend list. Boss, have you farmed any good gear? His original plan was that if there was powerful gear available now, he would increase his investment and top up more money. In case he failed to win the guild token, he would crush Qian Duo Duo in terms of level and strength. Beep, beep, beep. With great anticipation, he opened the message from Feng. Tiger's Roar / War Tiger Armor, War Tiger Necklace, War Tiger's Roar, and War Cry Shield. These should suit you quite well. Diwang Haigu clicked on them one by one, his gaze turning completely blank. Legendary equipment, legendary skills, and an epic weapon. He knew the boss would have good items, but he never expected them to be this extraordinary. He couldn't help but swallow hard, hastily replying to the message. Boss, I want all of them. I'll top up my account right away. Just as he was about to log off, another message from Feng left him stunned. I see you're also bidding on the guild token. Do you guys want to be the first to establish a guild too? Diwang Haigu blinked. What did the boss mean by this? He replied cautiously. Yes, my friends and I plan to fully develop in this game. The benefits of being the first to establish a guild are simply too massive. Jian, you have good foresight. This game is more than just a game. No amount of investment is too much. Diwang Haigu's heart skipped a beat. The boss's words clearly carried a deeper meaning. This only solidified his already eager resolve. The boss is absolutely right. I am determined to win this token. I want all the weapons, gear, and skills as well. Once I finish topping up, please reserve them for me, boss. If Feng were to put these treasures up for auction as well, it wasn't that he couldn't afford them, but he would have to compete with far more people. He was deeply afraid of being too slow and missing out. Jian, no problem, I'll keep the gear for you. I actually have another guild token as well. If you fail to win the auction, I'll save this one for you. Diwang Haigu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He had another one. Endless ecstasy flooded his heart, and a bold plan instantly formed in his mind. Boss, I have an idea. After sending the message, he was in an incredibly high spirit and immediately began communicating with his teammates. Brothers, our guild is set. I've received inside information that this game has incredible prospects. No matter how much we invest, we are bound to make a profit. I've decided to sell one of my companies to go all in on this game. If you want to join, just chip in according to our previous ratio. If not, that's fine too. I'll cover the rest myself. The others were somewhat surprised by Diwang Haigu's decision, but in just a brief moment, they all declared their intention to follow his lead. They had been friends for many years and had long reached a level of unconditional trust. Since Diwang Haigu had set the tone, they were more than willing to play along. Diwang Haigu nodded in gratitude, his heart swelling with pride and ambition. Let's hold back for now, brothers. 12 hours later, our Diwan Guild will make its grand debut. Young Master Qian, the people from the Emperor Guild have stopped bidding. Qian Shaoduan, who had been in charge of the auction affairs, promptly reported to Qian Duoduo. Under Qian Duoduo's vehement protest, he had changed the form of address from Miss. A flicker of disdain flashed through Qian Duoduo's eyes. What Emperor Guild? Acting all high and mighty to challenge me. They are nothing more than this. Get the people ready to respond to the guild creation. Once we secure the token, I will make the name of the Money Empire resound throughout the entire gaming world. Yi Feng had no idea about the overt and covert struggles triggered by the token he had put up for auction. His agreement to help Emperor Haiguo was not simply because he valued the other party's wealth. Rather, it was because the man kept his posture humble, which made Yi Feng feel quite comfortable. Thus, he did not mind giving him a few pointers. In any case, just as he had said, no matter how much was invested, it would not be a loss. When the day came that the game merged with reality, he believed the other party would be deeply grateful to him. However, the plan proposed by Emperor Haiguo did strike him as quite interesting. The man would still maintain the appearance of competing for the token, but hoped that at the exact moment the auction ended, Yi Feng would sell him the other token at its original price. In this way, by spending the same amount of money, he could guarantee obtaining a token. By catching the opponent off guard, he could easily establish his guild one step ahead of Qian Duoduo. Such a strategy would allow Yi Feng to sell both of his tokens at the highest possible price. The only downside was that it might offend Qian Duoduo. However, Yi Feng did not care in the slightest. Having been reborn into this life, he would never fear anyone again. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, Yi Feng continued to sort through his recent harvest. After successfully clearing the dungeon and coming out, he had additionally obtained a piece of legendary grade equipment and 2 authority points. The attributes of the equipment were mediocre, so he merely glanced at it before putting it aside. However, the reappearance of authority points piqued his interest. He opened his attribute panel and saw a plus sign appearing next to the number 15 for his authority points. After clicking it open, a prompt appeared. You have activated the authority system. Your currently available authorities are as follows. Trading Expert. The transaction fee for selling items in the Treasure Pavilion is reduced by 20. Cost 5 authority points. Map Explorer allows entry into maps that are 1 tier higher than your current tier. Cost 5 authority points. Dungeon Expert. The maximum entry level for dungeons is increased by 5 levels. Cost 10 authority points. Dungeon Expert 2. The number of daily dungeon entries is increased by 1. Cost 10 authority points. Although there were currently only 4 selectable authorities, Yi Feng was still incredibly thrilled. In his past life, he had never even laid eyes on such a thing. In fact, until his death, he had not been able to obtain a single authority point. In this life, by taking the lead at every step, he was able to possess his current strength. Frankly speaking, all of these authorities were extremely useful. Trading Expert could save him a significant amount of money. Map Explorer would allow him to hunt monsters above his level or gather resources in higher tier maps much earlier. Dungeon Expert. I was even more direct. For instance, for a Tier 1, Level 5 dungeon, the minimum requirement was to be of the same tier, while players could no longer enter once they reached Tier 1, Level 10. If he chose this authority, he would still be able to enter even at Tier 1, Level 15. For those who wanted to break dungeon records or clear higher difficulties, this was practically akin to a cheat. Yet this option was completely useless to Yi Feng. If it could lower the entry requirements, such as allowing a Tier 1 player to enter a Tier 2 dungeon, he might actually consider it. After weighing all his options, he ultimately chose Dungeon Expert 2. For ordinary players, this authority did not hold much significance. It was nothing more than being able to enter a dungeon one more time. If a difficulty was unbeatable, trying again would still be a futile effort. However, Yi Feng was already capable of clearing all difficulties. If he had one more attempt, it meant that his gains from nightmare difficulty would double. Especially when he thought of the low-grade epic evolution stones, Yi Feng became even more resolute in his choice. After selecting the authority, a system notification floated by. Consuming 20 authority points will upgrade the level of this authority. Yi Feng took a deep breath. It seemed he would have to find ways to obtain more authority points in the future. Having acquired the authority, when he clicked on the dungeon entrance again, he was astonished to see that the available daily entries for each difficulty had been restored. This made him eagerly choose to enter once more. Running it for the second time, he was much more familiar with the layout. In just 15 minutes, he successfully cleared it. This time, no guild creation token dropped, causing Yi Feng to quietly marvel at his incredible luck earlier. Aside from the usual weapons equipment and skill books, an epic evolution stone dropped once again. No epic grade weapon appeared this time either, so Yi Feng casually chose another legendary grade ring. Although only one evolution stone dropped this time. Combined with the bonus reward from the SSS evaluation and his previous stockpile, it was just enough for Yi Feng to gather 10 stones. This got him thinking about which piece of equipment he should evolve. He had 2 pieces of evolvable epic grade equipment on him. One was a weapon and the other was a special piece of equipment, the Lucky Rabbit's foot. Reasonably speaking, special equipment was rarer and possessed greater potential for improvement. However, after the system maintenance, it was no longer possible to acquire rabbit fur from other players to exchange for the Lucky Rabbit's foot. This meant that the remaining 20,000 plus Lucky Rabbit's feet in Yi Feng's possession had become collector's items. Naturally, he wanted to maximize the utility of this equipment. He wanted to upgrade it to mythical grade before evolving its level. To this end, he had specifically made an attempt and discovered that consuming 10 low-grade epic evolution stones would guarantee a 100 success rate in synthesizing a low-grade mythical evolution stone. This allowed him to completely put his mind at ease. Having determined his direction of evolution, he took out his weapon. Do you wish to consume 10 epic evolution stones to evolve the tempestuous beginner's wooden sword? Yes. After the evolution stones vanished, the appearance of the beginner's wooden sword underwent a drastic change. A weapon with a sleeker design and a far more magnificent appearance emerged. Wind and rain thunder-stirring sword-bound synthesized to limit evolvable. Slot main hand weapon. Quality epic. Level requirement tier 1. Damage 1500. Strength 200. Agility 150. Attack speed 16. Critical rate 14. Critical damage 120. Damage 50. Pajun when attacking a target reduces the target's defense by 60 and inflicts splash damage equal to 80 of the initial damage to an additional 6 surrounding targets. If the attack deals a one-hit kill to the target, the splash damage is increased by an additional 60. This effect is halved against targets of tier 2 and above and ineffective against targets of tier 3 and above. Payu upon attacking reduces the target's defense by 250 points for 5 minutes. This effect is halved against targets of tier 2 and above and ineffective against targets of tier 3 and above. Exclusive to player Jianjian non-tradable. After the weapon was upgraded, its basic attributes increased significantly. Its base damage directly reached 1500 points. The dual stat attributes were also directly doubled, although the special attributes remained unchanged, which left Yi Feng feeling a bit disappointed. The increase in the priority effect of the traits still left him highly satisfied. Even when fighting against higher-tier monsters above his level, it would still yield a certain degree of effectiveness. Truly worthy of being epic grade. After equipping it, his damage instantly surged to 3003. With a divine weapon in hand, he naturally wanted to test its might. And just as he quickly cleared the simple difficulty, he saw his current damage. After equipping the epic grade weapon, Yi Feng's attack power surged dramatically. Facing the monsters, he triggered crushing damage almost endlessly. Under the crushing effect, even his casual strikes dealt over 200 points of damage. The splash damage swept through vast areas at once. His efficiency in clearing the battlefield was terrifyingly high. Even bosses possessed virtually no ability to resist him. Simple difficulty cleared in 3 minutes. Hard difficulty cleared in 5 minutes. Even the nightmare difficulty, which he had barely survived and cleared just moments ago, was completed in a mere 14 minutes this time. The speed of his clears had improved exponentially. By the time these 3 dungeon runs were completed, the effect of the experience pill expired. His unspent experience had accumulated to 10 million. Yi Feng made a rough estimation. Even though his class required 10 times more experience to level up compared to ordinary players, this massive pool of experience was still enough to propel him straight to tier 1, level 20 with plenty of experience to spare. However, he naturally had no intention of doing so. With the synthesized attribute fruits at his disposal, his growth and power was barely constrained by his level. Remaining at this level granted him substantial bonuses from the over-level experience mechanic, yielding immense benefits. In addition to the massive experience gained from clearing the dungeon 3 consecutive times, he had also reaped a bounty of items. The simple and hard difficulties offered no pleasant surprises. Only dozens of pieces of excellent grade equipment of various levels, and dozens of skill books of varying qualities. Though abundant in quantity, none of them were worthy of catching Yi Feng's eye. He could only store them all away for now to be dealt with later. The nightmare difficulty, by contrast, was far more rewarding. Although no epic grade weapons or equipment dropped this time, he did secure 4 pieces of legendary grade equipment with excellent attributes, which would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. As for attribute fruits, he obtained 3 legendary and 8 excellent ones, which was practically a full harvest. What surprised Yi Feng most, however, was that in addition to obtaining 2 more epic grade basic advancement stones, an equipment crafting recipe had actually dropped. Tier 1 ring recipe. Craftable quality common to excellent. Crafting uses 100 times. Among all equipment slots, jewelry had the lowest drop rate. Out of the hundreds of pieces of equipment in Yi Feng's inventory, he could barely find a few rings or necklaces. Thus, the drop of a ring crafting recipe was indeed a pleasant surprise, especially since achieving another SSS grade evaluation allowed him to choose any 2 dropped items. He naturally allocated these 2 slots to the evolution stone and the recipe. After putting away the 4 basic evolution stones, Yi Feng stared at the two identical recipes with great anticipation. Synthesize. A lucky critical strike has occurred during synthesis. The item's tier is guaranteed to increase by 2 ranks, and proficiency 1000. At the current stage, this item has reached its maximum synthesis limit at the legendary grade and cannot be upgraded further. The item's effects have undergone a partial transformation. You have synthesized tier 1 ring recipe. Seeing the critical strike, Yi Feng was overjoyed. With a consecutive 2-tier upgrade, could it be that an epic grade recipe was about to be born? But upon reading the subsequent prompt, his excitement subsided. He had encountered similar situations before when synthesizing skills and attribute fruits. However, he was highly curious about how this recipe would transform. Opening his inventory, he beheld the brand new recipe description. Tier 1 ring recipe. Craftable quality rare to legendary. Crafting uses permanent. Though it remained a mere couple of lines, the profound changes within them left even Yi Feng astonished. Not only had both the lower and upper limits of the crafting quality increased, but even the limited number of uses had become permanent. If one were to say that a recipe with 100 uses might only yield a minor profit for an ordinary crafter, then this brand new recipe would bring astronomical profits to anyone who possessed it. Not to mention, it was to be used by Yi Feng, who possessed an SSS grade crafting talent. It was no exaggeration to say that this single permanent recipe alone was enough to ensure Yi Feng would never lack money in Tianyu, securing a life of comfort in reality. However, Yi Feng's ambitions went far beyond this. Having acquired the recipe, he naturally had to craft something. First, he chose to learn it. Then he saw the materials required to craft a tier 1 ring. 10 units of copper, or along with other optional materials. Back when Yi Feng learned the tier 1 breeze sword recipe, it only required 5 units of iron ore. Furthermore, copper ore was slightly more expensive than iron ore. Yi Feng browsed the treasure pavilion. The current selling price was generally above 2000 copper coins. In other words, the basic materials alone would cost 2000 copper coins. At the current exchange rate, this equated to over 40 huaxia coins. Adding the rare ores used for enhancement, each craft would cost at least 100 huaxia coins. This made Yi Feng sigh in amazement. Crafting truly deserved its reputation as the most money-consuming profession. Ordinary people simply could not afford it. However, this small amount of money was no longer an issue for him. Unfortunately, the prices on the treasure pavilion varied wildly, and the quantities were limited. Yi Feng was too lazy to buy them out one by one, so he contacted Synthesize directly and asked him to send over a batch. Speaking of which, it was somewhat amusing when the other party asked Yi Feng how many units of copper ore he needed. Yi Feng's reply, "As many as you have," completely stunned Synthesize. Had he not been aware of Yi Feng's strength, he would have assumed he had run into a boasting scammer. After selling the more than 200 units of copper ore and over 30 various rare ores gathered by his 3-man team to Yi Feng in a single transaction for 300 copper coins, Synthesize stood motionless in the mine for a long time. Just as his two teammates thought he had disconnected, Synthesize's voice finally came through. "Brothers, we have truly met a real powerhouse, a genuine benefactor." In less than a single day, their income had exceeded 600 huaxia coins. While this was partly due to his professional talent and Yi Feng helping them level up, the game Tianyu had indeed shown him a potential unlike any game before. The other two nodded in agreement. Although as employees they only received a basic salary and a portion of commissions, today's income guaranteed each of them over 600 huaxia coins. Calculated this way, they would make nearly 200 a month. This made the two who had just resigned to join their real-life friends secretly rejoice in their decision. They were filled with anticipation for this job. Synthesize let out his emotions and calmed down. Since the powerhouse thought so highly of him and was willing to guide him, he had to ensure his own strength wasn't too lacking to be of help. Recalling his last visit to his hometown and the twins next door at Aunt Lynn's house who had dropped out of school due to their parents' passing, a plan formed in his mind. Having prepared the materials, Yi Feng began crafting immediately. You have consumed 10 units of copper ore and 5 units of dark iron stone to craft Shadow Ring. You have consumed 10 units of copper ore and 5 units of mithril stone to craft Blaze Ring. You have consumed. Yi Feng selected his materials, crafting them one by one. Your vigor is insufficient, crafting failed. Only when the system prompt appeared did Yi Feng stop. Glancing at the time, 40 minutes had already passed. After his previous advancement, he possessed 200 points of vigor. With a 5-level increase, another 50 points were added. The vigor consumed from crafting the breeze sword earlier had fully recovered over the past few hours. Yet even so, crafting just 10 rings had depleted his vigor down to a mere 10 points. This was even with Yi Feng's talent bonus, which reduced vigor consumption by 20. Any other player would have only been able to craft 8. Yi Feng was in no hurry to replenish his vigor. Instead, he first inspected the pieces he had crafted. An appraisal talisman cost 1000 copper. Yi Feng spent 1,000 copper to purchase legendary quality appraisal talismans first, and then applied them one by one. Shadow Ring. Quality fine. Required level tier 1. Physical attack 40. Strength 15. Agility 15. Attack speed 5. Blazing Ring. Quality excellent. Required level tier 1. Spell attack 50. Spirit 15. Constitution 15. Mana capacity 10. After examining the first two pieces, Yi Feng paused, puzzlement flickering across his features. Two excellent quality items from the lowest rarity tier blueprint should have been cause for celebration. Yet apart from the matching dual attribute bonuses, the base attack values diverged by a staggering 10 points. Yi Feng examined several more pieces. There were even two items of rare and fine quality bearing base attacks of merely 20 and 35 points respectively. He continued browsing downward. Another fine quality item came into view, yet its base attack soared to 50 points, rivaling pieces of excellent quality. Why such vast fluctuations within identical quality tiers? Yi Feng calculated roughly before comprehension dawned upon him. As it turned out, equipment dropped in the wilderness had specific tier levels, such as Tier 1 Level 5 or Tier 1 Level 10, each carrying distinct numerical values. Within the same level and quality bracket values remained roughly consistent. But crafted equipment harbored its own mysteries. Yi Feng discovered that whether weapons or accessories, they possessed only tier designations without specific level markers. This meant the base attribute range stretched far wider than anticipated. At their lowest, crafted pieces matched Tier 1 Level 5 standards, while at their peak they rivaled Tier 1 Level 20 equivalents. Combined with quality variations, the fluctuation range became truly astronomical. Only then did Yi Feng understand why so few people in his previous life had heavily invested in the crafting support profession. Guild-backed craftsmen aside, for solo players such unpredictability would shatter one's resolve. Yet this very randomness sparked delight within Yi Feng's heart. This profession seemed tailor-made for him. So long as he crafted in sufficient quantities, premium results would inevitably emerge. Wouldn't this mean that at Tier 1 Level 5, he could already equip rings equivalent to Tier 1 Level 20? Most crucially, with his SSS-rank, crafting talent producing high-value, high-quality equipment was well within his grasp. He could essentially wear superior equipment beyond his level across his entire build. Coupled with his synthesis talent, he could further merge crafted pieces to elevate their quality. Yi Feng drew a deep breath, his head spinning slightly. Heaven above, wouldn't this allow him to don Tier 2, or even higher tier, equipment while still at Tier 1? The path of a craftsman truly held boundless promise. His gaze upon the blueprint grew increasingly fervent. Unable to contain himself, he shouted toward Oliver at the blacksmith's forge. Boss, give me 50 vials of vitality potion. You have synthesized a small vitality elixir. Under Yi Feng's ceaseless synthesis efforts, the small vitality potions, originally capable of restoring only 20 vitality points, saw their effects steadily enhanced. When all 50 vials were finally consumed, he had synthesized 4 excellent quality small vitality elixirs. Their restoration values ranged between 150 and 300 points. Yi Feng purchased another 50 vials. Fortune smiled upon him this time. Not only did he produce 5 excellent quality elixirs, but he also struck critical luck with a legendary quality vial. Renewable Vitality Elixir. Quality Legendary. Restores 500 vitality points upon use. Storage limit 500,5000. Can be replenished using same quality items. Stored vitality may be consumed at any time without usage restrictions. This elixir alone restored a staggering 500 vitality points. Enough for Yi Feng to craft 20 rings. It also possessed storage functionality. Its sole drawback was requiring other legendary quality elixirs for replenishment. Yet for Yi Feng such matters posed no difficulty. He consumed the other 9 vials one by one, recovering 2,000 vitality points. At this point he had reached the maximum benefit threshold for ordinary vitality potions. After employing the legendary elixir, as well his temporary vitality cap, reached 2,500 points. Meanwhile, the storage capacity of his legendary elixir shifted to 0.5000, rendering it temporarily unusable. Yi Feng stowed it away. With synthesis attempts dwindling for the day, he ceased crafting vitality potions. His current vitality reserves sufficed for crafting 100 consecutive rings. Yi Feng patiently commenced crafting at the blacksmith's forge. Throughout this endeavor, crafting materials fell considerably short. After clearing out Ozhizi Zaishi's entire inventory, he procured the remaining necessities directly from the treasure pavilion. This sent waves of jubilation through mining players everywhere. Finally, someone was taking up crafting. Salvation had arrived. While forging away, Yi Feng stumbled upon a subtle technique. Initially, he had crafted 10 items consecutively before appraising them one by one. Later, upon discovering that high-quality rings once cataloged in his codex granted additional crafting attempts based on their quality, thereby accelerating his crafting talent's advancement, He adjusted his strategy. He shifted to crafting and appraising each piece individually. Your crafted flying flower ring has granted 1 crafting attempt. Your crafted soul-severing blade has granted 2 crafting attempts. Your crafted strike-breaker war ring has granted 3 crafting attempts. Yi Feng's hands stilled. For a starting rare quality blueprint, crafting fine and excellent quality pieces granted 1 and 2 additional attempts respectively. A 3-point bonus naturally signified legendary quality. Strike-breaker war ring. Quality legendary. Required level tier 1. Physical attack 70. Strength 20. Constitution 20. Agility 20. Ignore target defense 10. Damage 10. Strike-breaker. When you deliver a crushing blow to your target, you have a 50 chance to launch an additional attack. For a legendary accessory, this ring's base attributes were admittedly unremarkable, comparable to tier 1 level 10 wilderness drops. Yet its special properties proved exceptional. One attached trait perfectly aligned with Yi Feng's requirements. He carefully set it aside. This was prime material for synthesis. After crafting and appraising this legendary ring, Yi Feng's crafting attempts reached the 100-point threshold. His talent had leveled up. Exquisite craftsmanship. Tier 2, 1200. Vitality consumption during crafting reduced by 30. Crafting time reduced by 30. Chance of producing high-quality results during special crafting increased by 30. Though the enhancement magnitude was modest, Yi Feng found it acceptable. After all, advancing to the next tier required merely 200 crafting attempts. He resumed his crafting with renewed vigor. The Tier 2 exquisite craftsmanship reduced his vitality expenditure from 30 to 21 points per craft. Crafting time likewise shortened from 5 minutes to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Nevertheless, by the time all 100 rings were complete, a full 6 hours had elapsed. Despite the considerable time investment, Yi Feng's final results proved spectacular. 3 legendary pieces, 18 excellent pieces, 38 fine pieces. The lowest rare quality numbered merely 36. The relentless crafting left Yi Feng dizzy and bleary-eyed. Too exhausted to select appropriate rings for synthesis, he neglected even appraising his final 5 crafted pieces before hastily logging off. Removing his helmet, he immediately fell into a deep slumber. What a gloriously restful sleep it was. When Yi Feng awoke once more, it was already past 11 in the evening. Did I really sleep for over 4 hours straight? Even Yi Feng felt surprised. Continuous combat within the game proved rather draining. Once character attributes could be manifested in reality, things would improve. So Yi Feng reasoned. Donning his helmet once more, he re-entered the game. Before Yi Feng could even assess his spoils, frenzied notifications from his friend list caught his attention. Opening them revealed messages almost exclusively from Emperor Hai-Go. Messages from Diwang Hage popped up one after another. Boss, I've got the money ready. Just waiting for the auction to end. Boss, only 1 hour left. I'm so thrilled just thinking about the shocked look on Qian Duoduo's face. Ha. Boss, why aren't you online yet? Are you busy in real life? Boss, there's only half an hour left. You're not going to miss it, are you? It's over. Only 10 minutes left. Boss, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to start bidding against them now. Oh no. Did I oversleep? Yi Feng hurriedly opened the treasure pavilion. He saw a stream of bidding notifications. Qian Duoduo has bid 1500 ingots on your listed auction item guild creation token. Diwang Hage has bid 1600 ingots on your listed auction item guild creation token. Qian Duoduo has bid 1650 ingots on your listed auction item guild creation token. Diwang Hage has bid. Beneath the relentless back-and-forth bidding war, Yi Feng could almost envision the tense head-to-head confrontation between the two. At this moment, the current bid stood at Qian Duoduo's 5 million, and there were only 5 minutes left in the auction. Yi Feng opened his friend list and sent a message to Diwang Hage. Stop bidding. I'm back. In the next instant. Diwang Hage, boss, you're finally here. I'm practically in tears. Diwang Hage, that bastard Qian Duoduo is relentless. Boss, if you hadn't come online, I honestly don't think I'd have been able to win the bid. Jian, don't worry, you can relax. Diwang Hage, with you saying that, boss, I'm relieved. Should I gather my people at the guild NPC now to prepare for the guild response? Yi Feng was about to reply when he suddenly paused. Wait, I need to establish a guild too. Even though I have no interest in managing a guild or competing for dominance. But since this is the only god-tier guild that can be materialized into reality, leaving it in someone else's hands is out of the question. It must be kept under my own control. With this thought, he altered his message. He stepped out of the blacksmith shop. Behind him, Oliver watched with a face full of admiration. Forging continuously for 6 hours. Not only does he have patience, but he also has the financial power. He is a natural-born prodigy at forging. At the city square, Diwang Hage, who was browsing other players' stalls, received Yi Feng's message. He immediately began calling his teammates. Quick, gather everyone at the guild NPC. Someone asked in confusion. But hasn't the token been won yet? Damn it, cut the crap and move it. Diwang Hage snapped. In just 2 minutes, Diwang Hage gathered about 20 people and assembled them in front of the largest building in the city. After waiting for less than a minute, Yifeng appeared. Diwang Hage hurriedly went up to greet him. Boss. As the group arrived at the NPC, Yifeng got straight to the point. Lend me a few of your people. I'm going to set up a guild too. Diwang Hage was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. No problem, boss. He looked at his team, his eyes questioning. However, the members of his 2 main squads acted as if they hadn't noticed his gaze remaining silent. Only a few people at the very back of the group stepped forward. In that case, we'll go and help the boss respond to the guild creation. Diwang Hage froze once more. Although these individuals had names starting with Diwang, they did not actually belong to his guild. 2 of them were twin brothers in real life. They had built their business from scratch and achieved financial freedom at a young age. In fact, it was these 2 who had fully acquired the company he was planning to sell. They had entered the game out of curiosity about his actions, just tagging along to watch the fun. As for the others, they were all friends of the twins. Word had it that their real-world influence was also quite formidable. Together, this group consisted of 7 people. But that still wasn't enough. Diwang Hage looked around again. We're still short of 2. Who else can help the boss out? We'll do it. 2 girls stepped forward, which surprised Diwang Hage even more. Of the 2, one was his cousin in real life. The other girl was his cousin's best friend. He hadn't expected them to step forward at a time like this. He nodded to them gratefully. Then he cautiously turned to Yifeng and asked, Boss, how should we trade the token? Would you like to establish the very first guild, and I'll go second? Beside him, his teammates grew anxious. They had put in so much effort precisely to secure the first slot. How did it turn out that not only were they lending people to make up the numbers, but they also had to hand over the number 1 spot? Diwang Hage glared at them, silencing their complaints. Yifeng smiled faintly. How could he not see through the other man's little scheme? It was clearly a tactical retreat to gain ground later. Still, by putting it that way, Diwang Hage had given him plenty of face. With a knowing smile, he said, As for the trade, let's use the treasure pavilion. You've gone to all this trouble. Don't you want to be the first to establish a guild? Diwang Hage looked up in pleasant surprise. From the boss's tone, there was room for negotiation. No longer bothering to test the waters, he spoke directly. Of course I do. The prestige boost from establishing the very first guild is massive. Yifeng nodded but remained silent. He was also weighing his options. Although he was establishing a guild solely to ensure his own control when it materialized in reality in the future, whether he was first or second in the game made little difference to his fame. However, as the very first player to establish a guild, there would likely be some additional benefits. For instance, authority level. Yifeng wasn't particularly short on in-game currency or equipment right now, but he had already felt the tangible benefits of having a high authority level. Given the chance to obtain it, he was reluctant to let it go. Seeing this, Diwang Hage grew a bit anxious. Although he wasn't a reincarnator like Yifeng, who knew the absolute importance of the game. Having played for so long, he could sense that this game was completely different from anything he had played before. It could even be pursued as a lifelong career. Therefore, he absolutely had to fight for the title of the first guild. With that, he made up his mind. Boss, how about this? I'll add another 10 million. Could you let me have this opportunity? I will never forget this favor. The people around him were startled by the price. But on second thought, it seemed perfectly reasonable. The currency circulation in this game completely transcended their understanding and imagination. No matter how much money was spent, as long as one possessed fame and power in the game, it could all be earned back. Instead, they began to worry. With the boss's overwhelming strength that put him far ahead of everyone else, he surely wouldn't be short on money. Would he really hand over this opportunity so easily? Yifeng hadn't expected the other party to be so decisive. Even he was somewhat tempted by the offer. Just as he was weighing the importance of authority points against money, Diwang Hage could wait no longer. It's over. The boss clearly doesn't care about money. He could only grit his teeth and add, if there's ever anything inconvenient for you to handle in the future, boss, my guild members, and I will be at your beck and call. Please, boss, part with this opportunity. Yifeng hadn't expected Diwang Hage to adopt such a humble posture. In his past life, a major guild leader of this caliber was someone he could only look up to. In this life, however, he was acting like a loyal subordinate. This brought a wave of emotion over Yifeng. At the same time, he made his decision. Missing out on authority points just this once was fine. He could always find another opportunity to earn them back later. Befriending a major guild might prove useful in the future. Alright, our past cooperation has been pleasant, so I'll do you this favor this time. Seeing Yifeng relent, Diwang Hage was overjoyed. It was a deal. Thank you, boss. As for the guild token, you can list it for 200 gold ingots. Yifeng said in surprise. Wasn't the other party's final bid 5 million? I can just sell it to you at that price. Diwang Hage waved his hand. There are still transaction fees to consider. We can't have you cover that. Besides, boss, you're risking offending a top-tier whale like Qian Duo to help me. It's only right that I pay a bit more. As for the other 10 million, boss, do you want cash or an in-game transaction? When Yi Feng indicated that he preferred an in-game transaction, Diwang Hage immediately arranged for someone to log off and top up. Yi Feng didn't keep him waiting long either. He first listed the last guild creation token for 2 gold ingots, designating Diwang Hage's ID as the buyer. The other party naturally purchased it immediately. With his teammates in tow, he eagerly rushed over to the NPC. Soon a system announcement echoed declaring the successful creation of the Diwang Guild. By this time the person who had logged off to top up was back online. Yi Feng casually pulled a piece of equipment from his inventory and traded it to the designated ID for 1 ingots. With this, the 2 guild creation tokens had brought Yi Feng a total income of 48.5 million gold ingots. Yi Feng didn't even have time to savor this sudden wave of immense wealth. He first led the few people who had stayed to help him respond to the guild NPC. Do you wish to use the guild creation token and consume 100 silver to establish a guild? Yes. Please choose your guild's name. Xinyu. Although the name was just a spontaneous thought of Yi Feng's, it carried his high expectations for this god-tier guild. You have successfully established the guild Xinyu. The guild is currently level 0. Please work hard to increase the guild's prosperity and level up soon. Yi Feng opened the guild interface. The current guild interface was quite simple. It only consisted of member information and guild construction. The member information listed the level and class of each member. Aside from him, the other 9 members were basically Tier 1 level 0. It seemed they had only just arrived in the main city. Their classes varied as well. There were conventional classes like warrior and mage, as well as hidden classes whose names he had never heard of. The 2 female players both played support classes. One was an alchemist and the other was a yin-yang priest. He could understand the alchemist. Girls often disliked fighting and killing. Crafting potions, helping others, and earning some money was quite a nice choice. But this yin-yang priest class made him pause in surprise. However, he didn't dwell on it at the moment. Instead, he opened the guild construction interface first. Establishing a guild for the first time in his life, he felt a spark of anticipation. The guild currently stood in its initial state with only 2 lone structures, one being the treasury and the other the warehouse. To unlock more buildings, the guild level needed to be upgraded. It required 1000 prosperity points to reach level 1. And at the current stage, the only ways to increase prosperity were monster hunting and merchant runs. For monster hunting, guild members needed to accumulate kills of 100 normal monsters equal to or higher than their own level. This number was far beyond quick accomplishment. As for merchant runs, completing one task granted between 10 and 50 prosperity points. Fortunately, so many people were online. There was also a 10 bonus to prosperity acquisition. If everyone worked together, the guild's upgrade speed would be remarkably swift. With that in mind, Yi Feng greeted Brother C from the Imperial Guild and began his operations. He first appointed 5 members as merchants, then tossed over a dozen Tier 1 level 5 excellent grade equipment pieces into the warehouse. He set them available for rental at 100 prosperity points. With this arrangement, he believed the guild members would have motivation to boost the guild's prosperity. After some thought, he threw his 5 unidentified rings, crafted by his own hand, into the treasury, setting a 20 chance of obtaining them upon completing merchant runs. Once everything was ready, Yi Feng spoke in the guild channel. Thank you all for the support. I've dropped some benefits in the guild, oh please don't mind them. Yu Jian and Yu Kong, the twin brothers, were feeling somewhat bored at the moment. They had joined the guild merely to help and were just about to log out. But upon seeing the equipment in the warehouse, their eyes lit up. Such top-tier attributes were only found on the elite squad members of the Imperial Guild. Just kill 50 monsters and get 50 prosperity points to borrow them for free. Doesn't even require skill. The twins felt a stirring interest. Guild leader is too kind. We'll go hunt monsters now and strive to help the guild reach level 1 sooner. They had previously heard Brother C from the Imperial Guild mention this. As the guild's level increased, it would grant various bonuses. This guild leader must be using such tactics, essentially spending resources to accelerate progress. The 2 brothers quietly conferred with several friends via private chat and decided to help raise the guild to level 1 before leaving. It was a matter of seeing things through properly. They also harbored their own private thoughts. Who didn't dream of commanding an army? Perhaps they would start their own guild someday. Seeing Yi Feng's message, the guild members' attention was captured. Those appointed as merchants had been somewhat resistant at first. Helping out with a response was one thing, but now they were expected to run merchant missions. Based on the guild's description, they needed to purchase goods from NPCs and sell them at different locations. Only after accumulating enough profit from the received bills would a mission count as complete. Without even operating it, they could imagine how time-consuming it would be. 3 players were on the verge of quitting. Just then 2 girls stepped forward, proactively volunteering to begin merchant runs. With their leadership, the other 3 barely restrained their complaints. Fine. They would help to the end. Just run a few trips and then leave this guild. This guild only had a handful of members and clearly lacked development potential. Those guilds frantically recruiting members had far more promise. The Tier 1 Level 5 excellent grade equipment may have looked tempting, but it certainly would not be easy to obtain. It was clearly a price designed to entice them into continuous merchant runs. Who knew how low the drop rate might be? As for the 5 unidentified rings in the treasury, they paid no attention. Those must be trinkets crafted by the guild leader since he practiced a side profession. They had already made up their minds. They would run 2 or 3 missions perfunctorily. Once the guild reached level 1, they would collectively quit and return to the Imperial Guild. And so every player in the guild sprang into action. Brothers Eugene and his companion along with 2 other friends, 4 in total, chose to venture outside the city to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, the 5 designated as merchants collectively collected the guild's silver notes and set out to find the corresponding NPCs for merchant runs. As guild leader, Feng also held the privilege of running merchant missions at any time. He simply claimed his own task and began with great interest. While Feng, accompanied by 4 others, and the 5 merchants from the Imperial Guild chatted cheerfully and labored together. On the other side, Brother C from the Imperial Guild naturally understood the importance of guild construction. He too led a large group of players outside the city to hunt monsters and boost prosperity. They had no idea that the outside world was already in an uproar because of these 2 newly established guilds. You spent 18.5 million gold coins and successfully auctioned the guild establishment certificate. Qian Duo gazed at the system notification before her and the item she had received in her inventory, unable to suppress the smile on her face. That Brother C from the Imperial Guild thought he could compete with her. She longed to say to him, competing against me, Qian Duo, do you have the strength? Although he had lay low for several hours in the middle. In the final half hour he suddenly appeared and started raising the bid. Qian Duo was not frightened in the least. Her account held a staggering 50 million gold coins. She had come fully prepared. She simply did not believe anyone could outbid her. As expected, in the final 5 minutes, Brother C fell silent. Whether he had run out of money or given up, Qian Duo had ultimately triumphed. Pure domination. Next, she would lead people to formally establish the guild. She would savor the astonishment and admiration of all players in the game. Just as she was about to take a step forward, several system announcements suddenly appeared in unison. Player Imperial Brother C has established the Imperial Guild. Player Imperial Brother C was the first to establish a guild, earning a reward of 5 authority points. The Imperial Guild's prosperity acquisition speed has been permanently increased by 20. The Imperial Guild's member capacity has been increased by 20. Qian Duo was dumbfounded. Someone had beaten her to establishing a guild, and that someone was Imperial Brother C, the rival she had just battled in the auction. She turned her head and saw Qian Shaodun, equally bewildered. Qian Duo felt her head ringing. In a hoarse voice she asked, the Treasures Pavilion only had 1 certificate. Where did he get another guild establishment permit? Qian Shaodun shook his head, equally confused. At that moment a player timidly stepped forward and said, I just saw someone list a certificate for sale in the Treasures Pavilion. Qian Duo exclaimed angrily, then why didn't you tell me? The player replied quietly, it was sold by designated ID to Imperial Brother C. There was no way for us to buy it. Qian Duo shook her head and asked unwillingly, how much did the other party sell it for? 20 million gold coins. This figure made Qian Duo's vision dim. She desperately wanted to curse loudly. What the? It was only over 1 million more than her auction price. Which fool sold it? If only she could contact them. Not even 20 million. She would pay 30 million without hesitation. But anger aside, the honor of the first guild had already been stolen. She could only grit her teeth and say, gather up quickly. Let's establish our guild. If she could not be first, she would rush to be second. Before other guilds could form within a short time, she could still seize the initiative. With proper management, using her wealth, surpassing the Imperial Guild would not be difficult. Just as everyone nodded and Qian Duo was about to step forward, another system announcement drifted by. Player SwordSwordSword has established the Divine Domain Guild. Player SwordSwordSword received a reward of 3 authority points. The Divine Domain Guild's prosperity acquisition speed has been permanently increased by 10. The Divine Domain Guild's member capacity has been increased by 10. Qian Duo's expression went blank. Another one. Was this that extraordinarily powerful solo player? Why was he also starting a guild? Qian Duo felt a wave of crisis. Moreover, what caught her attention even more was that the rewards for the second guild establishment differed significantly from the first. Not only were the authority points reduced by 2, but the increases to prosperity and member capacity were also halved. That meant when she finally established her guild, she would not only fall to 3rd place. Furthermore, the rewards she would receive would be meager, or possibly none at all. Realizing this, Qian Duo staggered and collapsed. Feng led several merchants from his guild on a series of back-and-forth trading runs. Armed with the experience of his past life, he knew precisely which NPCs would offer the highest prices for their goods. Under his guidance, their efficiency soared dramatically. Within a single round trip, they had already completed 1/3 of the total profit required for their silver note quota. At this pace, 2 more runs would suffice to finish an entire trading quest. Meanwhile, several merchants from the Imperial Guild were still deliberating over which commodities to purchase. Some of them had even completed 1 run only to find their silver notes diminished, leaving them on the verge of tears. Yet when Feng led the group on their second trading route, they fortuitously encountered a massive price surge on a particular commodity. In a single stroke, they completed the entire profit target on their silver notes, filling everyone with elation. In less than 10 minutes, they had completed the trading quest. The rewards left them somewhat astonished. This experience gain is remarkable, faster than grinding levels. And earning 5,000 copper per run means a full day of trading would outperform hunting monsters. Feng offered a smile. But it was hardly so simple. Setting aside the exhausting stamina drain of an entire day's trading, this run had only succeeded so swiftly because he, an experienced veteran, had guided them and fortune had smiled upon them. Under normal circumstances, the average merchant would complete only 2 runs per hour. 3 would already count as proficient operation. Of course, he had no intention of elaborating on such matters. They would all come to understand it in time. Oh my, I also received a ring. Diwang Xiaoxi exclaimed in pleasant surprise. She was Diwang Haiji's younger sister, a Yinyang priest by class. Another pharmacist, her close friend, named Diwang Xiao, chimed in. Xiaoxi, your luck is fantastic. Let's appraise it and take a look. She too was somewhat curious. After all, as fellow support class players, she wondered about the crafting capabilities of the guild leader. The other merchants also expressed their interest. Feng accompanied them to the blacksmith shop and offered some insight along the way. Depending on the maximum potential of the recipe, you'll need to purchase an appraisal talisman of corresponding quality to identify it. Otherwise, if the equipment could potentially be excellent grade, but you only bought a fine grade appraisal talisman, the resulting stats would be considerably lower, and that would be a tremendous loss. The others nodded in understanding. Without prior warning, such knowledge could easily lead one astray. Their guild leader truly seemed to possess a wealth of expertise. The gazes directed at Feng had already begun to shift. Guild leader, then what quality should I use? Diwang Xiaoxi asked in a subdued voice. The group exchanged glances, each finding the notion almost absurd. How could it possibly be true? Equipment of such quality could only be obtained in the wilderness by defeating BOSSES with an exceedingly slim chance of dropping. As for dungeon runs, one would need to tackle the highest difficulty to have any chance at all. In the current state of the game, legendary grade equipment remained the stuff of legend. How could it possibly be crafted? Even granting for argument's sake that such a recipe with that crafting ceiling existed, the game had only just launched, and the guild leader was merely a part-time support class player. The probability of crafting the lowest grade was already considerable. The odds of producing a top-tier piece were vanishingly slim. Forget legendary grade. At present, if a crafter could directly produce even a fine-grade piece, it would already rival the gains from monster hunting in the wilderness. As for excellent grade, they couldn't imagine the guild leader would be willing to deposit such a low-probability outcome into the guild treasury. Legendary grade. You must be joking. Diwang Xiaoxi, however, did not overthink it. Since the guild leader had given his word, she was willing to show proper respect. Even if the legendary grade appraisal talisman cost significantly more than other qualities, it mattered not to her. Money was no object. After purchasing the appraisal talisman, she applied it immediately. Yet the moment she laid eyes on the ring's attributes, her entire body froze in place. Diwang Xiao leaned over with curiosity. What did you get? Let us see. Diwang Xiaoxi's eyes brimmed with shock as she swallowed hard. I think my eyes are deceiving me. What do you mean? Diwang Xiao asked in bewilderment. I posted it to the guild channel. Everyone help me check. Are these attributes real? Diwang Xiaoxi shook her head, her expression somewhat dazed. What on earth did you get being so mysteriously secretive about it? Diwang Xiao muttered. The other merchants were equally taken aback. What could it possibly be? Unable to contain themselves, they all opened the guild channel. Then they saw the screenshot of the equipment that Diwang Xiaoxi had sent through her message. Universal Salvation Ring, quality legendary, required level tier 1 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 60 constitution, 20 endurance, 20 casting range, 2 meters, recovery type, skill effectiveness increased by 20. Universal Salvation, when using single target recovery skills, 50 chance to add 1 additional casting target. When using area of effect recovery skills, 30 chance to double the recovery effect. Player Jian specially crafted. Holy. At the very moment they laid eyes upon the ring, every merchant simultaneously blurted out an expletive. The next moment the guild channel erupted into chaos. What kind of divine ring is this? Its defense is higher than my level 10 excellent grade armor, and it covers both physical and magical defense. Constitution and endurance each increased by 40 points. That's stronger than what I'd gained from leveling up multiple times, good lord. Not only does it boost casting range, but it amplifies recovery effects too. This is literally stuffed with top-tier attributes. Witnessing everyone's stunned reactions, Diwang Xiaoxi realized she had not misread. She could not help but exclaim in admiration. This special effect is incredibly powerful, far stronger than any of the excellent grade skills I've learned. At this point she instead offered a bitter smile. Guild leader, this equipment is far too extraordinary. I'm afraid to accept it. Let me return it to you. The others promptly came to the same realization. That's right. They had never laid eyes upon a ring bearing such exquisite attributes. Even by the most conservative estimate, its value could not possibly be insignificant. In fact, one might say that this ring bestowed upon any support class player specializing in recovery could elevate them to become the foremost healer currently in existence. Even being thoroughly conservative, this ring's value would not fall below 2 million Huaxia coins. How could such a treasure of immense worth be granted freely for the sake of a mere 10-minute trading run? The group nodded in agreement. This must have been an oversight on the guild leader's part. He would surely want it back. After Diwang Xiaoxi spoke the words of returning it, she felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Yet after reviewing the attributes once more, she found herself genuinely reluctant to part with it. Guild leader, how about we consider it a purchase? I'll transfer 3 million to you at a discounted price. Her offer left the others momentarily stunned. This ring was truly worth such an astronomical sum. But upon careful reflection, an item of this caliber belonged to the absolute pinnacle of godly artifacts. Acquiring it meant pure profit. Even paying a premium would still be worthwhile. Nevertheless, they secretly marveled at Diwang Xiaoxi's financial prowess. She didn't hesitate at 3 million. This woman was truly wealthy. Diwang Xiaoro, upon hearing her best friend's offer, was thoroughly startled. She had originally intended to dissuade her. But upon further consideration, she held her tongue. Even if the ring was not worth quite that much, the difference would be marginal. More importantly, the ring was exceptionally suited for Xiaoxi's use. She could already envision the title of First Priest being claimed by her best friend. A surge of excitement welled up uncontrollably within her heart. 3 million it is then, we're taking it. Feng was surprised by the ring's properties, but crafted it himself. His reaction leaned more toward joy. Being suitable for the other party's hidden class priest felt like a match made in heaven. He did not agree with the other party's proposal. Although the item could be sold for a good price, he had initially intended to use it himself to motivate the merchants. It's fine. You don't have to return it, and there's no need to pay. Feng's words left them agape. This is the normal reward for merchants' runs. What you got is your luck, just take it. Feng's words left them agape. Diwang Xiaoxi stuttered, but this is legendary with such an exquisite stat, really free. It's only legendary grade, I can forge more if needed. With Feng's affirmative reply, Diwang Xiaoxi and Diwang Xiaoro both cried, with joy, hugging each other in excitement. The other three couldn't believe it. Was it really given? Their eyes reddened at once. A top-tier item worth 1 million could really be obtained just by running a merchant's trade. Although they knew the remaining 4 unidentified rings might not reach legendary, even if they were only excellent or superior. That's not bad at all. They spotted a blind spot in high quality. This ring possessed such extraordinary special attributes and traits that alone testified to the guild master's crafting prowess, which was almost ridiculous. Even if the remaining rings yielded lower qualities elsewhere, their overall attributes would still be strong. With that, their resolve surged. I announced that I will take all 4 of the remaining rings. I'll run to the death today if I must, and I'll still come away with 1. Patience. I'm never afraid of anyone. They watched the merchants lay down their bold words one after another. Even the 2 normally sullen girls couldn't help but cover their mouths to giggle. Feng, seeing this, felt greatly reassured. Guild cohesion was forming. The screenshot Diwang Xiaoxi posted in the guild channel was naturally seen by the 5 others out hunting monsters. They had thought at first that Diwang Xiaoxi had paid a high price. They admired the other's wealth. But the last attribute on the ring, SwordSwordSword, signified special crafting. All of them grew unsettled. Such a monstrous attribute crafted by the guild master himself. They hadn't realized the master had this trick. And when they learned that the ring didn't cost money, but was obtained for free by Diwang Xiaoxi after merely 10 minutes of merchant running. Diwang Jinji, is there still room for merchants? Leave me 1 spot, I'll be there soon. Diwang Kongji, I beg you as well. When they learned the merchant slots were full, Diwang Jinji, 100 silver, to secure a merchant position. Brothers, lend a hand. Diwang Kongji, I'll offer 200 silver, please have mercy. The 2's plea left the 5 merchants astonished, but no one replied. With this amount of scattered silver, who are you looking down on? We run merchants for the guild's construction and prosperity. Such a meaningful thing cannot be bought with a few coins. Diwang Xiaoxi stared dumbfounded at her best friend. She couldn't understand. Why would such a principled person repeatedly fail the civil service exam? The other 3 merchants were more determined. Xiaoxi is right. The merchant's noble post is a trust from the guild master. No amount of money can replace it. I have nothing against merchant runs. I simply want to admire the master's craftsmanship and pay homage. You clumsy fools would never master merchant running. The high-skill job. Better to stay in the wild and kill monsters. Yu Jin and Yu Kong along with the other two teammates saw the chat and were left heartbroken. If they'd known merchant runs could yield such rewards, what use would they have of the wild? Since money was useless, they gave up. Yet between fighting monsters, they kept their eyes on the guild channel, praying silently. Only 4 rings remained unidentified. When you grew tired of running, leave 2 for my brothers. 1 hour later, after several people had run 12 rounds in a row, the remaining 4 unidentified rings in the treasury were claimed by the active players one by one, exactly 1 each. Yet others weren't as lucky as Diwang Xiaoxi. Only 3 were identified as excellent. The sole superior grade ring went to Diwang Xiaoro, and she was so angry that tears almost fell. However, they were shocked to find that even if their rings weren't as superb as Diwang Xiaoxi's, their attributes were still quite good. Flipping through the treasure vault, nothing of the same quality could compare. And unlike other non-crafted gear that requires first rank 5th level or first rank 10th level to wear, these were not crafted gear. The ring crafted by the guild master could be worn immediately at first tier 0 level, which left them even more astonished. This was basically a bug. If this continued, they'd be ahead of other players. They all stared at Yi Feng as he watched. Just as they hoped for more unidentified rings, a barely noticeable message appeared. Diwang Guild has risen to level 2. The understated message left all 9 dumbfounded. They remembered they were only members of Diwang Guild here to help. Then Diwang Haiji posted a screenshot in the world channel, drawing players' attention. Diwang Guild level 1 buff. Final experience gained by guild members increases by 10, applies in the wild and in dungeons. This message sparked discussion among players. This information screenshot stirred many players who weren't in the guild. The appeal of joining a guild became obvious. Diwang Haiji's recruitment post drew countless inquiries in an instant. With the efforts of Yu Jin and Yu Kong and the others, things began moving. Yi Feng's guild also rose to level 2. Yet when everyone gathered after the upgrade, they fell silent. Seeing their hesitant looks, Yi Feng understood what they were thinking. He spoke up. You all came to help, and I am very grateful. I know you all want to return to the Diwang Guild, so I won't hold you back. The merchant's harvest is my small token of gratitude. As for the brothers out there grinding monsters, the borrowed equipment doesn't need to be returned. Oh, I've already set it up. You can take and use it. Silence fell again. A strange feeling crept into their hearts. Yes, they were here to help. The guild master offering rewards was for rapid leveling. Rewards can't keep coming forever. Eventually, they would have to return to Diwang. Beep beep. Diwang Xiao, she opened the chat bar. Diwang Haiji Xiao, she have you helped the big boss reach level 2. When will you be back? Just as she was about to reply, then she saw a notice on the guild interface. Divine Realm Guild level 1 buff. Final experience gained by guild members increases by 20, effective in the wild and in dungeons. God tier guild exclusive buffs amplified by 100. Why is our guild's buff different from your brother's guild? Seeing the God tier guild exclusive tag below, she was even more unsettled. The others also gradually realized this. Expressions varied. They all looked at Yi Feng. He didn't hide anything and explained to everyone directly. This was a chance coincidence. I completed a special task that upgraded the guild's credentials effect. In the game, it's perhaps the only God tier guild. Guild Master, is this doubling effect permanent? Yu Jin asked. Yi Feng nodded. It doubles with every level. And it will even manifest in reality in the future. Yi Feng didn't say this out loud, because even if he did, no one would believe it. But even so, the 9 were torn. The guild they hadn't intended to join turned out to be the server's only God tier guild. Would they still return to Diwang? This thought left them hesitant. Emperor Xiaoru felt as though 2 little figures had appeared within her mind. One little figure insisted that she must return to her old brother's guild. The other, however, wore an expression of exasperated disappointment. This is the only divine tier guild in existence with a legendary expert whose own backers we can cling to. What is there still to hesitate about? She asked with some hesitation. President, will there be additional rewards for trading runs in the future? Yi Feng remarked with surprise. Merchants are the backbone of guild advancement. Of course there will still be rewards. It's just that today I've only forged these few rings and my vitality is currently insufficient to craft any more for the time being. In the future, when I forge items or obtain skill attribute fruits and the like, I will deposit them into the treasury from time to time as well. At Yi Feng's words, everyone's eyes widened in unison. Rewards of this caliber aren't just a one-time offering. There are skills too, even attribute fruits. Within Emperor Xiaoru's mind, only a single little figure remained in that instant. Old brother, I'm sorry. In but a single moment, everyone had collectively made their decision. President, am I not already one of our guild's people? What emperor? I don't know them. Exactly. Back then I specifically joined out of admiration for the president's distinguished bearing. The Emperor Guild was merely a temporary arrangement on my part. That's right. The two of us brothers have always been searching for a guild with a wonderful atmosphere, and we've finally found one. From now on, Divine Realm shall be our home. Watching the others speak with such eloquent words one after another, Emperor Xiaoru refused to be outdone. You've all already obtained excellent grade rings from your very first trading run. Don't even think about leaving me behind. From now on, I shall be our guild's professional merchant. Having made her decision, she glanced at Xiao Shi and heaved a sigh. It was fine that she herself wouldn't be returning. But her dear close friend Xiao Shi, being Brother Hai's younger sister, could never possibly remain in another guild. The inseparable pair of close friends was destined to be torn asunder. Yet what she had not anticipated was that at the very moment she finished speaking, Emperor Xiaoxi also stepped forward. If all of you are staying, how could I possibly be absent? I am our guild's foremost priest. Without me to heal you, would you dare challenge high-difficulty dungeons? Her playful tone filled everyone with great delight. That's right. With Sister Xiaoxi on our side, won't clearing hard-difficulty dungeons be a breeze? Hard difficulty. I'd even dare give nightmare difficulty a try. Feng had not anticipated that everyone would suddenly switch allegiances. Beyond his surprise, he was somewhat touched. But your names still bear the Emperor prefix. It wouldn't be very convenient for you to remain here with me in the future, would it? Before his words had even faded, the Health brothers waved their hands in unison. President, this is no problem at all. The Treasure Pavilion has name change cards. We'll change them right away. Feng nodded. Since the other party had spoken to such lengths, he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the professions of these individuals were all impressive, with star ratings, not one falling below 3 stars. The two young ladies were even rare 5-star rated talents. They could be considered exceptional finds. Having them join his guild was an unexpected blessing. Then I'll cover the cost of everyone's name change cards. At this, Emperor Xiaoxi grew displeased. President, you're being unfair now. If you put it that way, it makes us sound like leeches, enjoying the guild's resources without contributing anything in return. I alone obtained the sole legendary grade item, so I've already received far more benefits than anyone else. Stop arguing with me. Everyone's name change fees, I'll cover them all. Feng nodded with a wry smile. Well then, it's only been such a short while since joining. Yet they've already developed guild cohesion. Could I truly possess the makings of a commander? Even Feng was beginning to doubt his own understanding of life. Emperor Hage watched as message after message flickered frantically across his friend list. Upon opening them, he merely stared in a daze. Emperor Xiaoxi, brother, I'm not coming back. I'll be developing over here. You keep at it too. Emperor Xiaoru, brother, Hai Xiao Shi and I aren't returning. Things are pretty good over here. Emperor Zhang, a brother, thank you for recommending such an excellent guild. The two of us are very satisfied. Emperor King Little Hai, the two of us brothers have finally found our true home. If we happen to meet in guild wars in the future, we'll go easy on you. Emperor Hage was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be just helping out the expert by responding to the guild and making up the numbers? When he had called upon them earlier, each and every one had been utterly reluctant. How could it be that in the span of a single moment they had clung to the expert's side and refused to return? Could the expert's charisma truly be this overwhelming? Emperor Hage felt his own mind struggling to keep pace. However, since everyone had declared their stance and refused to return, there was nothing he could do. On the contrary, with these close associates of his now formally joining the expert's guild, it would indirectly serve to deepen his own connection with the expert. That didn't seem so bad either. It was entirely possible that in the future these individuals' development might well not fall short of his own. After replying to each of them in turn and offering his blessings, Emperor Hage began assembling his people. Now that the guild had been formally established, it must carve out a name befitting its standing. He had already decided dungeon records shall be their opening act. First, he would level all his main combatants up to Tier 1 level 10 and purchase the complete set of premium equipment offered by the expert. Fully armed and outfitted, their blades would be pointed toward the dungeons. Their Emperor Guild must, with a bearing that would astonish every player in existence, rise to instant fame upon their very first battle. Once the guild had been upgraded to level 1, Feng temporarily ceased paying close attention to this matter. Although the current guild member cap stood at 100, no small number of people were drawn by the prestige of being the second guild established, while others were drawn to him personally. Over 1,000 applications had poured in, yet he approved not a single one. As the sole divine tier guild, he harbored no worry about a shortage of aspirants. Moreover, this was something that could one day be manifested into reality. The people within the guild, if not all his own relatives and friends, must at the very least possess both character and strength sufficient to meet his standards. Better to lack than to accept the unworthy. After some thought, he sent out guild invitations to a few individuals, including Uyazazai. He also deposited a dozen or so Tier 1 Level 5 outstanding grade pieces of equipment into the treasury as encouragement for the merchant's trading runs. Although his own backpack still contained a considerable number of excellent grade, and even legendary grade pieces of equipment. He did not place any of those into the treasury. Once benefits were granted to others too readily, all manner of problems would inevitably arise in the end. He understood this truth well. In fact, outstanding grade equipment alone now commanded an easy value of over 5 silver apiece. Converted, that amounted to nearly 100 Huaxia currency units. The opportunity to obtain such items after a few trading runs made for an exceptionally favorable arrangement. For those who desired superior equipment, they could use guild contribution points to rent equipment from the treasury. After Feng completed his settings, he gave the members a word and ceased monitoring the guild channel. What followed was an unwavering focus upon elevating his own strength. The 95 rings identified from his backpack could now be put to proper synthesis. Feng's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint. With his accumulated experience from numerous prior syntheses, his current approach to the process had grown remarkably clear. Since the base attributes on rings, whether attack or defense, at most amounted to only a third of those found on weapons and armor. When distributed across both defenses, the numerical values became even lower. Choosing the defensive variant was hardly cost-effective. Given his possession of skill bonuses that granted overwhelming crushing effects, naturally, selecting the offensive type rings would prove the more economical choice. Having determined the type to synthesize, he began selecting appropriate base items. Given that the crafted pieces possessed no meager quality or attributes, it was not long before he synthesized a rather impressive finished product. Bloodthirsty Battle Ring 5. Quality Legendary. Required level Tier 1. Physical attack 400. Strength 90. Agility 90. Constitution 90. Damage 10. Critical damage 30. Bloodthirsty. Each of your normal attacks will absorb 2 of final damage as health. If the attack results in an instant kill on the target, it will instead absorb 3 of final damage as health. This effect does not apply to epic grade monsters. Player Jin's special craft. The selected base item had been synthesized 5 consecutive times, advancing all the way from outstanding grade up to legendary grade. Its attributes had undergone a transformation entirely. In fact, it could even hold its own against Feng's epic grade weapon before its upgrade. A Tier 1 legendary, terrifying beyond measure. And the reason Feng had ceased after only 5 syntheses was that no more legendary grade rings remained. From the leftover materials, after careful selection, he managed to synthesize only a single outstanding grade piece. Eagle Eye Ring 4. Quality Outstanding. Required level Tier 1. Physical attack 240. Strength 60. Agility 60. Attack range 2 meters. Player Jin's special craft. Although both the dual bonuses and base attributes of this ring fell considerably short of those on the legendary grade piece, its single unique special attribute was fortunately quite practical. It aligned well with Feng's current needs. And after he had equipped these 2 brand new Tier 1 rings, his attack power surged directly to 5000 points. His attack range, moreover, had reached a staggering 13 meters. If he were now to face a Tier 1 level 10 legendary grade boss once more, Feng could absolutely ensure that the creature would be unable to lay so much as a single finger upon him. Having finished updating his equipment, Feng's heart stirred with restless anticipation. Out of the city, let's get to it. After a wave of progression, Feng chose to venture out of the city once more. Although he still possessed nearly 10 million experience points, seemingly a vast fortune, he had yet to learn any new skills after his recent advancement. Tiers 1 through 3 were collectively known as the novice stage, during which the highest quality of skills one could acquire was legendary. Fortuitously, Feng possessed the unique talent of all things synthesis. Not only did he intend to maximize the level of every skill, but he also planned to synthesize them all to his complete satisfaction. Learning an excellent grade skill demanded 100,000 experience points. As for legendary grade skills, they required a staggering 1 million experience points to master. 3 skills would thus cost 3 million. Furthermore, upgrading them further would double the required experience with each subsequent level. 10 million might have seemed like a substantial amount, but once invested into skills, it would quickly prove insufficient. Upon exiting the city, Feng made a beeline straight for the Tier 1, level 10 map. With an agility stat exceeding 800 points, his movement speed far eclipsed that of ordinary players. Within a mere few minutes, he had returned to the location of the Tier 1, level 10 dungeon. Continuing his exploration nearby, he encountered a diverse array of monsters, among which were several at Tier 1, level 15. The ordinary monsters of this level possessed health pools exceeding 10,000 points. Yet with a mere 200 points of defense, they stood absolutely no chance against a casual sweep of Feng's sword chi. However, even under the dual effects of the leapfrogging level bonus and the guild buff, such monsters yielded only 480 experience points. This instantly killed any interest Feng had. Shifting his focus entirely to locating a dungeon, he traversed one region after another. There was no lower limit. As long as Feng wished with his current level of Tier 1, Level 5, he could freely enter any dungeon within the Tier 1 map. Thus facing this Tier 1, a Level 15 dungeon, he felt not apprehension, but delight. As was his custom, he first entered the dungeon on easy difficulty. Instant kill. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The ordinary monsters could not withstand a single strike of his sword. With the splash damage effect, the entire area was instantly cleared. Even the elite monsters, despite boasting a whopping 40,000 health points, were instantly obliterated whenever a critical hit landed. Feng cleared the dungeon with ease in no time. In the normal difficulty dungeon, aside from the experience being slightly higher than in the wild, there were no worthwhile spoils. Without a single moment of pause, Feng plunged straight into the hard difficulty dungeon. Taking a mere 20 minutes to successfully clear it, his SSS evaluation yielded several additional excellent grade attribute fruits and excellent grade skills. This added substantial reserves for his future syntheses. Emerging from the 2 dungeon runs, he had gathered over 1.2 million experience points, which pleasantly surprised him. One must realize that this was achieved without the aid of any experience pills. Yet with a brief calculation, he understood. The monsters inside the dungeon not only possessed superior attributes compared to those in the wild, but their base experience coefficient was also significantly higher. This was further multiplied by a massive 200 leapfrogging bonus for being 10 levels under, alongside the final 20 guild buff. Most crucially, the experience originally meant to be divided among a 5-player party was entirely monopolized by him alone. Only thus could such an extraordinary result be achieved. Riding the wave of excitement, he did not let today's extra dungeon entries go to waste, running both difficulties once more. His clear times improved slightly with each run. Since the Tier 1 Level 15 dungeon was already so rewarding, Feng couldn't help but look forward to the Tier 1 Level 20 dungeon. Across the vast wilderness, he darted like a soaring dragon, constantly weaving through the terrain. None of the monsters along the way could make him pause until he arrived before a wide, flowing river. You have reached the boundary of the Tier 1 map. You must complete your second advancement to proceed further. Your barrier-breaking medal has taken effect. You may enter this map. Beyond the river lay a continuous chain of towering mountains. Is this the Tier 2 map? Feng murmured with a hint of yearning. Thanks to the special effect of the barrier-breaking medal, he could cross over into this high-tier map right now. However, suppressing his curiosity for the moment, he walked along the riverbank. I should clear the final Tier 1 dungeon first. The portal here was exceptionally massive. Even its radiance shone with greater brilliance. This was indeed the entrance to the Tier 1, Level 20 dungeon. Feng took a deep breath and stepped inside. In the wilderness outside of Mingguang City, Yu Jian and Yu Kong, who had already renamed themselves Xinyu Jiangu and Xinyu Konggu, were diligently slaying monsters alongside several members of the Xinyu Guild. 2 melee players held the front line, while the 2 brothers stood in the back line, dealing damage. Several ice spikes suddenly rained down from the sky. The bodies of the 2 monsters were instantly frozen stiff. A wall of fire erupted from the ground, causing the monsters' health to slowly deplete. Once the freezing effect of the ice spikes wore off, the 2 monsters lunged forward, biting down on the same player simultaneously. -260. -380. The player's health instantly dropped by a third. Just as panic began to set in, a soft green light drifted above his head in the next instant. 420. Thanks, Xiaoxi. The player's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but look back and shout. Not far from him, an exquisitely beautiful female player named Xinyu Xiao. She was waving her staff. She was none other than the former Diwang Xiaoxi, who, like the others, had just changed her name. Seeing that he still had the leisure to chat, her face darkened slightly. Don't lose focus. Even as she spoke, Yu Jian and Yu Kong unleashed another round of skills. Before long, the 2 monsters collapsed one after the other. You have slain a Tier 1, a Level 5 monster. Based on party distribution, you have received 176 experience points. The guild buff has taken effect. You have received an additional 35 experience points. You have contributed 2 prosperity points to the guild. You have slain a Tier 1, Level 5 elite monster. Based on party distribution, you have received 880 experience points. The guild buff has taken effect. You have received an additional 176 experience points. You have contributed 10 prosperity points to the guild. A succession of system notifications floated before everyone's eyes. The experience from leapfrogging levels is truly fantastic. Even when split among the party, our share of experience from a single mob is higher than what others get from soloing a monster of the same level. Our guild buff is also incredibly powerful. Won't it be absolutely amazing once the guild level goes up? It's all thanks to Xiaoxi's potent healing that we have the ability to fight higher level monsters. The teammates' joy and gratitude made Xiaoxi feel a bit embarrassed. It's all because the guild leader's equipment is so powerful. Speaking of which, the 2 Yu brothers immediately wore bitter expressions. The equipment the guild leader put in the vault is so mouth-watering, but our levels are too low to equip them. Sigh. Going from Tier 1 Level 0 to Level 5 requires over 80,000 experience points. We're still quite far off. Their words instantly resonated with the other two players. Exactly. If we could equip excellent grade gear, our strength would skyrocket. We could go straight to clearing dungeons on hard difficulty, and our experience gain would soar. It's a pity we don't have Xiaoxi's incredible luck to obtain crafted Tier 1 equipment, otherwise we could be running dungeons right now. As the team leader, Yu Jian was also somewhat conflicted. Although they could slay higher-level monsters by relying on Xiaoxi's exceptional healing abilities, and their small party could even handle elite monsters, they still lacked confidence when it came to dungeons. Just as he was about to instruct two members to pull more monsters. Guild channel welcome Ojizi Zai Shi to the guild. Guild channel welcome Zhuanya Quangong 1 how to the guild. Guild channel welcome Zhuanya Quangong 1 how to the guild. 3 consecutive notifications left them all momentarily dazed. In the next moment, smiles bloomed across their faces. Oh wow, we have new guild members. Indeed, that's not easy to come by. Our guild isn't exactly open to just anyone. Judging by the names, these must be dedicated support class players, right? After exchanging a few private words, everyone opened the guild channel. Guild channel Shinyu, King welcome 3 new friends. Are you all support class players? Guild channel Shinyu Jianga, have you guys advanced yet? Do you need someone to power level you? Guild channel Shinyu Baki, the new brothers are in luck. Our Xiao, she has plenty of healing to spare, and in real life, she's an absolute stunner. Xiao, she caught sight of this message and couldn't resist glaring at the speaker. The player known as Shinyu Baki let out a sheepish chuckle, and just as they finished welcoming the newcomers. Guild channel Atizi Zaishi, thanks to all you experts. We were brought in by the big boss, Jian. From now on, we're at the service of the boss and all the experts here. Guild channel Professional Miner No. 1. The Atizi team. 3 decades of dedicated mining. Guild channel Professional Miner No. 2. We offer a long-term supply of all kinds of basic and special ores, as well as rare items like experience pills of various qualities. Guild members enjoy a 10 discount. Yu Jian's eyes lit up. Though this little team appeared to consist of only 3 people, they certainly looked professional. What caught his attention most was that they had been personally invited by the guild leader. After those few had confirmed their entry into the guild, he had wanted to bring along several more of his own friends. Yet when his friends applied, they complained to him that the guild leader had turned them down. Unable to join, he hadn't had the nerve to ask the guild leader about it. He figured the leader must have his own standards and requirements. Ordinary players likely wouldn't be accepted. That these 3 had been personally invited by the guild leader meant they were anything but ordinary. And upon seeing what the newcomers claimed to sell, the group grew even more thrilled. Experience pills. Those were precious commodities indeed. They had once spotted someone selling them at the treasure pavilion. But before they could make a purchase, the listing had vanished. The few pills currently listed were all priced outrageously, nowhere near a good deal. They had assumed such items had been monopolized by some of the major guilds. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected that their own guild would harbor such talents. After making some inquiries, they discovered that the experience pills on offer were by no means overpriced. With the guild discount on top of that, the deal could fairly be called excellent value for money. None of them were short on funds. They each eagerly spent their coins purchasing 2 rare grade and 1 fine grade pill. Yu Jian wanted to ask whether superior grade pills were available for purchase. Utizi Zaishi replied frankly that superior grade pills did exist, but they were exclusively supplied to the big boss Jian. So the guild leader has such exclusive resources at his disposal. No wonder he's so powerful. After marveling at this, the group felt grateful for the fortunate chance that had led them to join the Shinyu Guild. Otherwise, they might never have gotten their hands on such fine goods at a fair price. Bolstered by their new experience pills, they found renewed motivation when they encountered another level 5, Tier 1 elite monster. Each of them activated their experience pills before delivering the killing blow. When the elite monster fell, they discovered that even after splitting the experience evenly among the party, each of them had gained a whopping 1584 experience points. They were overjoyed. Level 5 of Tier 1 suddenly felt within their grasp, and just as the duration of their rare grade experience pills had finally worn off, and they were preparing to activate the fine grade ones. Guild channel Atizi Zaishi brothers, is anyone in the field? We've been camped. Yu Jian's expression darkened. The guild had finally gained a few rare talents. We couldn't possibly let anyone bully our own brothers. Who would dare to harass the men of our guild? Guild channel Shinyu Jianga, brother, send us your coordinates. We're on our way. When the coordinates came through, they were astonished to find that the spot was not far from where they were. They hurried over at once. Upon arrival, they found that it was unmistakably a mine cave. And at the entrance of the cave, 2 groups of players were squaring off against each other. One group of 3 was none other than the Atizi Zaishi team. The other group numbered 7 in total. All of them bore the title of the Money Empire above their heads. Yu Jian stepped forward at once, the others following closely behind. My patience has its limits. I've already been more than generous by saying this much. Please leave immediately. Why should I leave? This spot was here first. There's no rule that says we have to clear out just because you've shown up. Isn't that just bullying? Their exchange instantly made the situation clear to him. He carefully sized up the opposing group. The man at their head was named Jean-Baptiste. He bore the title of Vice Hall Master of the Money Empire's Combat Hall. His tone was insufferably arrogant. Hutizi Zaishi, on the other hand, wore a look of indignant grievance. Yu Jian played the part of a casual bystander and tossed in a remark. Listen, buddy, they got here first. What gives you the right to order them away? Jean-Baptiste turned around and glared back. They got here first. Don't make me laugh. There was a level 10 tier 1 monster right at the cave entrance. Our 5 elites spent 10 minutes taking it down just so our gatherers could get in. Are you saying that's not effort? They must have snuck in while we weren't looking. Isn't asking them to leave perfectly reasonable? Hutizi Zaishi's face flushed crimson with anger. Bullshit. We got here 2 days ago and have been mining here ever since. What business is it of yours? 2 days ago. Jean-Baptiste let out a cold snort. Advancement only just happened 2 days ago. Who could have possibly taken down a level 10 tier 1 monster, let alone escorted you lot here? Hutizi Zaishi tried to explain. Back then the big boss brought us here. Before he could finish, Jean-Baptiste raised the long blade in his hand. Take my advice or face the consequences. I don't care how you got here. This mine is reserved by the Money Empire. Leave or die. Watching the man finally reveal his true colors, Yu Jian caught Hutizi Zaishi's eye with a subtle glance. The latter immediately bolted into the mine. Enraged, Jean-Baptiste made to lead his men in pursuit. But Yu Jian stepped in to block him. You want to die too? Jean-Baptiste viciously swept his long blade through the air. Yu Jian first revealed his own title, then gestured toward the companions beside him. Listen, friend, that's quite enough. We're from the Xinyu Guild. The gatherers you just met were personally recruited by our guild leader at great expense. You can push around lone players all you like, but don't overstep your bounds. Jean-Baptiste was momentarily stunned, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He was well aware that only 3 guilds had been established in the game so far, apart from their own. The other 2 were the veteran guild emperor and the mysterious Xinyu Guild. Faced with such a situation, he found himself unable to make a decision. He immediately reported to Qian Duo. Guild leader, we found a mine in the field where we can gather resources. We were about to drive off their gatherers when we ran into members of the Xinyu Guild. They claim they've been mining here since 2 days before. What should we do? How about we negotiate with them and split the mine evenly between our guilds? He offered his suggestion with utmost caution. Before a tier 1, a level 5 dungeon, Qian Duo and 4 other players materialized in a flash of light. Young Master Tsong, your damage output is absolutely insane. You cleared this hard mode dungeon without breaking a sweat. An A rank evaluation. It must be the first one at this difficulty. The boss truly is the boss. Facing the flattery pouring in from her subordinates, Qian Duo squinted her eyes and accepted every word with a satisfied smile. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of the message Jean-Baptiste had sent. Instantly, irritation flared up within her. Xinyu, wasn't that the second guild to be established? The Emperor Guild had snatched the guild establishment token out from under her at a hefty price, which had already infuriated her back then. And where on earth had this Xinyu Guild obtained theirs? She had specifically sent people to investigate. Apparently that guild didn't accept applications from the public. Right now they seemed to have barely a dozen players. With that kind of strength, they dared to contest territory with her. She swallowed hard, then grit her teeth as she typed out her reply. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Split the mine with them. Since when has the Money Empire ever groveled like this? How many of them showed up to scare you into looking like a damn fool? Jean-Baptiste, they also have 5 people. Qian Duo, it's an even 5-on-5, and you, the Vice Hall Master of the Combat Hall, don't even have the guts to fight. Jean-Baptiste, what do you mean, guild leader? Qian Duo, beat them down hard. If they won't scram, kill them. Jean-Baptiste understood. Qian Duo, don't worry, I'm sending 2 more squads over right now. After sending off the messages, Qian Duo finally felt some of the rage in her chest subside. She glanced once more at the dungeon rankings, where her team's name sat above that of Emperor Haiji, and a satisfied smile curved her lips. But upon seeing that lone name, Jian, at the very top of the rankings, her mood soured once more. How on earth did that guy grind that record? 20 minutes faster than me. It's absolutely ridiculous. But no matter how skilled you are, you're still just one person. Against our Zerg tactics, you're useless. Watching the messages in the guild channel announcing that the other 2 squads had already set out, a fierce glint flashed in Qian Duo's eyes. With the guild leader's instructions, Jean-Baptiste instantly gained confidence. Looking at Yu Jian again, a hint of disdain naturally crept into his eyes. I don't mind telling you our people will be here any second. Xinyu, is it? You are far from being a match for our Money Empire. It would have been better if he had kept his mouth shut. Those words instantly sparked Yu Jian's fury. In the real world, he was a young talent worth hundreds of millions. How could he let himself be intimidated while playing a mere game? Making up his mind, he abruptly took a step back. Mengzi, charge, he shouted. Two melee players immediately rushed forward while Yukong, with perfect coordination, unleashed his ice spike. Seeing his opponent retreat, Jean Baptiste thought they were intimidated by him. He never expected them to actually strike. His reaction slowed for a fraction of a second, and he was hit dead on by the ice spike. In the next instant, the attacks of the two melee players landed squarely on him. Immediately after, a meteor plunged from the heavens. This coordinated combo was a testament to the tacit understanding they had forged over hours of grinding monsters together. Caught off guard, Jean Baptiste was thrown into complete disarray. By the time the freezing effect of the ice spike wore off, more than half of his HP had already vanished. Gritting his teeth in fury, he resolved to trade his life to take down one of the melee warriors in front of him. To his surprise, the opponent didn't even bother to dodge, and the two clashed head-on in a fierce exchange of blows. Even when the other four members of Jean Bastien's party closed in to surround them, they paid no heed. Just as the two were about to fall into critical health, two beams of green light illuminated above their heads. 468. 468. There was actually a priest. Jean Baptiste was startled. Fortunately, although the healing was substantial under the onslaught of all five of them, this recovery would at most allow the targets to withstand 2 or 3 more hits. But just as this thought crossed his mind, 636. 636. 636. 5 consecutive beams of pale green light rose in unison. The entire members of Yu Jian's squad recovered health simultaneously. Jean Bastien's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. An area of effect healing skill, and it could restore so much. What kind of god-tier priest was this? Amidst his shock, Yukong's firewall swept over. Minus 358. Jean Bastien's remaining sliver of HP was instantly emptied, and his body collapsed to the ground. The spreading firewall engulfed 2 other players besides Jean Baptiste, with Yu Jian's coordination and the 2 melee players swiftly redirecting their focus. Before long, 2 more players were slain. The remaining 2 retreated in panic. The squad did not give chase, though Xiao Shi looked somewhat worried. Aren't they expecting reinforcements? Should we leave? Yu Jian shook his head. What is there to fear? This game had rekindled a long-lost sense of thrill within him. He was loath to walk away now. Seeing his persistence, Xiao Shi nodded in agreement. However, she still opened the guild channel and sent a message. Feng had just emerged from a Tier 1, level 20 dungeon. Although it was only on easy difficulty, it had taken him a full 40 minutes. The attributes of monsters at this level were already remarkably high. Even ordinary mobs possessed 1500 attack and 400 defense. Fortunately, their HP was only slightly over 2000, making them still easy targets for Feng to dispatch with a single sword strike. Even the elite monsters with over 600 HP only required a bit more effort on his part. However, the excellent grade boss proved to be a real challenge. With a staggering 2500 HP and over 500 defense, Feng was unable to secure a swift kill. Furthermore, its 1800 attack caused him immense trouble, as even its basic attacks dealt over 1,000 points of damage to him. Its skill activations easily inflicted 200 to over 300 damage. Fortunately, relying on his impressive 13-meter attack range, Feng was able to employ a kiting strategy. However, the boss possessed a speed-boosting skill which it would trigger periodically to close the distance and deal damage to him. Had it not been for the lifesteal attribute on his ring providing him with constant sustain, even with his 200 HP, he would have struggled to survive. Fortunately, relying on his high agility, excellent mobility, and wealth of experience, Feng managed to slay the boss when his HP had dwindled to a mere 200 points. Yet he only received a B-grade evaluation in the end with no bonus item rewards. Stepping out of the dungeon, Feng still felt a lingering sense of apprehension. Clearing a dungeon 20 levels above his own was indeed pushing his limits. Just as he was preparing to upgrade his gear, he caught sight of the messages in the guild channel. Guild channel Xinyu Xiao, Shi Ojizi Reborn, and the other 2 were bullied by the Money Empire. Our party is currently confronting them here. They just lost 3 people and more are on their way. Are there any experts from our guild nearby? Please come support us. At the end of her message, she attached a coordinate. Her words immediately stirred up a commotion in the guild. Guild channel Xinyu Shura, I'll head over as soon as I finish this trade run. Guild channel Xinyu Shirshin, same here. Give me 10 minutes to hand in this quest. Guild channel Xinyu Xiao, I just brewed some potions, I'll bring them to you right away. Feng took a look, except for Xinyu Yema, who was offline. Everyone else was eagerly preparing to head over. Such cohesion brought a sense of gratification to him. However, how could he, the guild leader, be absent from such an event? Guild channel Jianjian guild leader, those of you with tasks can go ahead and attend to your own business. It'll be enough for me to go. Guild channel Jianjian guild leader, don't worry, I'm on my way. His message instantly triggered a flood of responses. Guild channel Xinyu Xiaoxi, awesome. We'll wait for you, guild leader. Guild channel Xinyu Konga dominant, as always, guild leader. We'll wait for you. Guild channel Xinyu Jianga dominant, as always, guild leader. We'll wait for you. Guild Channel Shinyu, Shura Mighty Guild Leader. Guild Channel Shinyu, Shurshin Mighty Guild Leader. Guild Channel Shinyu, Xiao Mighty Guild Leader. Facing the uniform spam of messages, Feng found himself caught between laughter and tears. Yet a surge of excitement also welled up in his heart. Leaving the dungeon, he dashed all the way toward the coordinates Xiaoxi had sent. By the time he arrived, he saw that a battle had already erupted at the entrance of the mine. The five-member party tightly encircled Xiaoxi, constantly shifting their positions. On the opposing side was a force of over a dozen players. Jean-Baptiste stood in the midst of the crowd shouting provocatively, "Weren't you acting all tough just now? Why are you so quiet now? If you've got the guts, wipe out all three of our parties. Come on." Yu Jin's brow furrowed deeply. He had not expected the enemy to be so utterly shameless. To think that after having one party routed, they would summon two more in addition to the revived solo players. The five of them now had to face a total of 15 players. Although the opponent's strength was uneven and lacked top-tier experts, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage was daunting. Moreover, they had to actively protect Xiaoxi from being killed. After all, Xiaoxi was wearing a legendary grade ring. If she were killed and the ring dropped, it would not only be a personal loss for her, but also a heavy blow to the entire Shinyu Guild. The fact that they had survived up to this point with all five members alive was largely due to the powerful effects of that ring. "What are you so smug about? Once our guild leader arrives, it will be your funeral," Yukong said resentfully. His words caused Jean-Baptiste to freeze for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. "Huh, your guild leader. Man, we have three whole parties here. What kind of god is your guild leader supposed to be? What difference could he possibly make?" His teammates also exchanged knowing smiles. If the opponents had claimed they were bringing in several parties to fight, then, with equal numbers, the outcome would indeed be unpredictable. But a single guild leader showing up, what could he do? It was an absolute joke. And right at that moment, Feng stepped forward, sword in hand. "What difference can I make? This sword strike will give you your answer." Following his voice, a surge of sword chi erupted. Shinyu Xiaoxi's eyes widened with delight as she beheld Feng. "President, you've come." Yu Jin and the others were equally thrilled. At last they would witness the president's prowess in action. They were nothing like that fool Jean-Baptiste and his ilk, who paid attention to nothing. Feng's previous television appearances had already earned their earnest consideration. First kills of BOSSES, pioneering clears of difficult dungeons, the first to advance. They knew him to be the foremost elite player the game had ever known. They had merely never witnessed his true capabilities firsthand, and curiosity stirred within them. How devastating would the president's sword strike prove? As the five pondered thus, Feng's blade of chi had already descended. Feng's arrival sent a tremor of unease through Jean-Baptiste. Yet upon seeing that he came alone, his composure returned. When Feng launched his assault from a distance of some 10 meters, he nearly burst into laughter. At such a range, even a boss could never land a strike upon its target. Who did he think he was frightening? But the instant such thoughts crossed his mind, a brilliant flash pierced his vision. 35,070. Instant death. Jean-Baptiste's health bar was emptied in a heartbeat. And this strike of chi, after obliterating him, splintered into several projectiles that hurtled toward those at his side. 49,098. Minus 49,098. Minus 49,098. 6 blades of chi in all, each finding its mark upon 6 players with unerring precision. 6 figures crumpled to the earth without so much as a twitch. This single strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. Every soul present stood dumbstruck. The 8 remaining members of Jean-Baptiste's faction were paralyzed with terror. The members of the Shinyu squad were equally thunderstruck. Good heavens, damage in the tens of thousands. Mother of mercy, one sword felled 7. Are we truly playing the same game? Wife, come quick and behold God. Having dispatched half his foes with that strike, Feng noted the remaining few stood frozen and promptly delivered another. 35,420. This strike's devastation surpassed even the last. Needless to say, it too was an instant kill. Splash effects rippled outward once more, claiming 6 more souls. And so, only one solitary player remained standing upon the field. He was a ranged combatant and archer by class. Watching Feng draw ever nearer, he could not restrain himself and loosed an arrow. Seeing Feng make not the slightest move to evade, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Moments before, he had activated a skill that boosted attack power by 20% for 10 seconds. And what he unleashed next was an excellent grade single target skill, though its cooldown was considerable and its mana cost steep. Once elevated to level 2, it bestowed a staggering 200% amplification to attack. He was confident that with his base attack of 350, augmented by these twin enhancements, he would surely inflict no small measure of harm upon his adversary. A glimmer of fantasy even stirred within his breast. One whose offense was so monstrous must surely possess pitifully meager defense and vitality. Should this arrow land as a critical strike, might he not fell him in an instant? Upon such hopes he dwelled. The arrow found its mark true. Minus 510. Critical hit. The archer's frame went rigid. What? I have amassed over 800 points of accumulated damage, and with a critical strike should it not have dealt over 1,000? How could it have done so little? This man's defense is absurdly high as well. And in the depths of his despairing gaze, Yifeng spoke at last. Return to your guild and deliver this message. Should any among you dare provoke our Shinyu again, we shall slay each one we encounter. No sooner had he spoken than a blade of chi drifted past, and the archer too collapsed in slow motion. Having vanquished every enemy, Yifeng turned to the five with a faint smile. I arrived in the nick of time, did I not? Not at all, not at all. President, you're absolutely incredible. Xiaoxi's eyes shimmered with brilliant adoration. The others redoubled their sycophancy. The president is the president indeed. Such damage is invincible. The president truly lives up to his title as the game's foremost champion. Absurdly powerful. Those fellows thought to overwhelm us through sheer numbers, but beneath the divine might of the president's blade they are not, but refuse. Enough. Sensing the tide of flattery about to crest, Yifeng swiftly interjected. As the fervor subsided, Yu Jian found himself somewhat abashed. It's all our fault for being so weak. We made you make the trip, President. Xiaoxi lowered her head as well. She had been so occupied seeking rescue moments ago. But now beholding the president's prowess, she understood the gulf that lay between them. He was surely engaged in grinding high-level dungeons or challenging bosses. To summon him with a single word felt rather unwarranted. Witnessing their remorse, Yifeng smiled instead. Truth be told, were it not for the guild having only just formed with everyone still finding their footing, they had sought to protect Atizi Zaishi and the others. Yifeng's sudden departure had truly cost him grinding efficiency. Yet their words of gratitude made him feel the journey was worthwhile, all the same. I'll take you to grind some experience. Once your strength rises, no one will dare bully you. Yifeng's proposal drew eager nods from all five. Their hearts swelled with anticipation. To prevent the Gold Coin Empire's players from returning and disrupting Itizi Zaishi's group's harvest, Yifeng summoned the three as well, preparing to relocate them elsewhere. You're telling me your 15 were routed by a single man? He casually swung his blade a few times, and not one of you even grazed him. Qian Duo stared at his guild member's report, trembling with disbelief. The archer who had fallen last ventured a feeble response. President, I did land one strike on him at the end, though I only managed about 500. These words instantly doused Qian Duo's fury into cold calculation. He recalled this player well enough. His talent was S-rank, 50% extended attack range. He also possessed a skill that enhanced attack and a first-tier level, 5 superior grade bow of exceptional quality. His attack prowess ranked among the finest within the entire guild. If even he could deal so little, then the enemy's defense must be equally monstrous. With their guild numbering but a mere 50 souls, even a swarm assault would likely fail to fell him. For now, pay them no mind. Focus on leveling. Once our strength rises, we'll strike back. Qian Duo issued the command through gritted teeth. Enjoy your little moment of glory. Once our guild's numbers swell, no matter how fearsome you are, you'll kneel before us. Outwardly composed, inwardly, he seethed with venomous resolve. He turned at once to Qin Shaodun and commanded. Keep a keen eye out for attribute fruit skills and experience pills. Acquire them all at any price. I mean to break through to Tier 2 at the earliest opportunity. Leading 7 companions, Yifeng pressed deeper into the unknown. The various monsters of escalating levels along the path kept the others on high alert. The occasional creature that struck first was casually obliterated by Yifeng. After nearly half an hour's journey, Yifeng and his party arrived at the entrance to a Tier 1 level 20 dungeon. Beside the dungeon lay a sizable mine. After clearing the dozen-odd Tier 1 level 20 common monsters and a single elite boss that prowled the entrance, Yifeng sent Atizi Zaishi and the other 2 inside the mine. Given the map's tier and the surrounding monster distribution, no other players would likely possess the strength to reach this location for mining anytime soon. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 followed Yifeng. Upon beholding the dungeon's level, they were seized with astonishment. President, can we possibly survive such a high-level dungeon? We'll be fighting monsters 20 levels above us. Won't we just drag the president down? Yifeng replied with calm assurance, it's fine. You won't need to lift a finger. Just stay put once we're inside. Joining Yifeng's party meant one slot too many. One of the 2 melee fighters stepped back and the remaining 4 reformed a party with Yifeng. Before entering the dungeon, Yifeng opened his skill panel. Recalling how arduous it had been to clear the dungeon before, Yifeng had spent a staggering 4.8 million experience points to elevate both critical damage amplification and crushing aura from level 3 to level 5. This further raised his damage ceiling. After some consideration, he invested an additional 1.6 million experience points to bring Rainstorm Sword Art up to level 5 as well. As for why he did not push them straight to level 6 maxed in one go, it was because advancing from level 5 to level 6 required 3.2 million experience points. Upgrading all 3 skills simultaneously would have cost over 9 million. Level 5 should suffice for now, Feng reasoned. Having made his preparations, he selected easy difficulty and entered the dungeon. The moment the party of 5 had taken their positions, Jian could not wait to ask, "Guild leader, should we use experience pills?" Feng had been about to say no, but upon noticing that they had all prepared excellent grade pills granting 100 bonus experience for 60 minutes, he changed his mind. At this duration, there should be enough time to clear the dungeon twice, should there not? Begin. The party's spirits lifted instantly, and all of them activated their experience pills in unison. Feng, however, did not use one. The experience pills he had synthesized were limited, and he did not wish to waste them within an easy difficulty dungeon. Instead, he even adjusted the experience distribution ratio. Out of the total 200 experience available with a full party of 5, he allocated only 10 to himself, while distributing the remaining equally, 47. 5 to each of his 4 companions. Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise, "Guild leader, isn't that far too disadvantageous for you? I am not short on this much." "It is fine," Feng replied nonchalantly. In truth, had the minimum distributable ratio not been capped at 10, Feng would have even been prepared to give the entire share to his teammates. Since Feng had spoken thus, the others no longer raised any objections. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude and anticipation. Roar! Even as they spoke, several wild wolves had already charged toward them from the distance. Jian instinctively moved to investigate them. Yet before he could act, Feng's sword Qi had already whistled forth. -44640. Crushing damage. -62496. Splash -62496. Splash -62496. Splash. Just as when slaying players. A single instance of fundamental crushing damage was enough to instantly slay the wolf leading the charge. With splash damage activating sword Qi scattered in all directions. The ferociously charging monsters were wiped clean in an instant. Jian stood dumbfounded. Incredible. Just as he was marveling, Xiaoxi's voice jolted him back to his senses. Wow, so much experience. He hurriedly checked the system notification. Jian has slain the normal grade monster Gale Warwolf. Based on party distribution rules, you have obtained 1425 experience points. Beginner experience pill is in effect. You have obtained an additional 1425 experience points. Guild bonus effect is in effect. You have obtained an additional 570 experience points. You have ultimately obtained 3420 experience points. Jian could hardly believe his own eyes. Over 3,000 experience points from a single minor monster. With Feng's single sword strike, he had slain 7 minor monsters in one go. That translated directly into 23940 experience points credited to their party. Jian felt almost dizzy with disbelief. The guild leader's single strike surpassed what their entire squad could grind from wild monsters in a full hour. Were dungeon experience gains truly this generous? Most importantly, this was experience earned under a laid-back party distribution setup. If one were to solo clear like the guild leader, just how astronomical would the experience gains become? This very thought crossed all 4 of their minds simultaneously. As they exchanged glances, each was utterly tongue-tied with astonishment. Feng, having not activated his experience pill, received only 576 experience points per monster. Yet he paid it no heed. With his skills enhanced, his damage output had surged dramatically once more. In fact, by capitalizing on the area of effective splash damage, he could now instantly eliminate even elite-grade monsters. And when they encountered the first checkpoint's outstanding grade BOSS, Feng seized the initiative before the boss could launch its attack, unleashing Rainstorm Sword Art. 110662. -137075. -159845. In merely 3 strikes, the boss's health bar had been completely depleted. The entire process had taken less than 3 seconds. Gazing at the fallen BOSS, even Feng found himself momentarily stunned. Were the effects of his enhanced skills truly this pronounced? Still, he understood that this was primarily attributable to the overwhelming power of Crushing Aura. Upon reaching level 50, it now inflicted an additional 900 crushing damage. Combined with the inherent multiplier of Rainstorm Sword Art, such a staggering result was made possible. For an ordinary player, even with defense reduction effects, achieving crushing damage against a boss would yield a mere 200 bonus at most. It would have been utterly impossible to produce damage on this scale. It could only be concluded that Feng's initial choice to select Crushing Aura and synthesize it to its cap had been the correct decision. Having now clarified the upper limits of his current attack power, Feng loosened his reins and began pushing forward in a sweeping advance. Normal monsters and elites alike were slain in a single strike. When encountering a BOSS, he simply cast Rainstorm Sword Art directly upon it. Although the mana cost had risen to a hefty 300 points after reaching level 5. With the bonuses from his fully equipped gear, Feng's total mana pool reached 3850 points, more than sufficient for the casting. Under such a lightning-fast strategy, Feng led his 4 companions to clear the dungeon successfully in a mere 7 minutes. The only expenditure had been 2 bottles of beginner-grade mana potions. Truth be told, much of the credit belonged to Xiao Ro of the Divine Realm Guild. After obtaining an outstanding grade formula, she had devoted herself to continuously crafting potions. She had ultimately succeeded in producing a potion capable of restoring mana even in combat state. Moreover, it restored based on a percentage. This effectively transformed Feng into a perpetual motion engine with skills flowing without interruption. Such an absurdly swift clear naturally earned an SSS-rank evaluation. It was Yu Jian and the others' first time receiving such a rating, and upon learning that additional rewards were granted, they were all left dumbfounded. They had never encountered this style of play before. How were they to handle it? Since item drops had been set to leader distribution, the 4 of them could not personally select from the drops. Feng instructed them to all select the option of randomly receiving 2 items. As the sole melee class among them, each obtained 2 pieces of outstanding grade equipment, thrilling them immensely. Feng, however, shook his head. The equipment drops within the dungeon were considered merely average. The brothers Yu Jian and Yu Kong had each obtained 2 attribute fruits apiece, which could be considered rather fortunate. Just as they inquired whether Feng wished to use them at this stage, he persuaded them to refrain. If your financial circumstances allow, it is best to use the highest quality attribute fruits at every advancement stage. The same applies to skills. The 2 brothers fell into thoughtful contemplation and tucked the attribute fruits away. Xiaoxi, meanwhile, had directly received 2 skill books, both of excellent grade. She was still lamenting her own lack of luck. Yet upon observing the skill's effects, Feng was somewhat taken aback. Mana enhancement excellent. Increases mana by 200 points. Mana regeneration excellent. In non-combat state, automatically restores 50 mana points per second. 2 seemingly mundane attributes appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet Feng was well aware that while these 2 skills-based attributes appeared ordinary, their final special effects upon reaching max level were exceptionally potent. What made it even more remarkable was that this was the sole mana-type skill combination among excellent grade skills capable of producing a synergy effect. He instructed Xiaoxi to search the treasury. She actually managed to locate a copy of Mana Reduction. Mana Reduction excellent. Cooldown time of your learned skills is reduced by 2 seconds. Spells with cooldowns below 5 seconds are not affected, outstanding grade and above skills are not affected. Xiaoxi gazed at these 3 skills with evident surprise. Didn't you just say, guild leader, that we should learn the highest quality skills available at our current stage? Shouldn't we be learning legendary grade skills instead? Feng nodded. That is correct. However, before reaching tier 1, the highest available skill grade is outstanding. I suspect none of you have managed to learn skills of that quality. The others all nodded in agreement. Learning an outstanding grade skill required 100 experience points. Utterly unaffordable during the newbie village stage. Xiaoxi in particular wore an expression that seemed difficult to voice. Before tier 1, I directly learned 3 excellent grade passive skills. Utterly useless, and everyone made fun of me for it. Yu Jian and the others all wore expressions of schadenfreude. Feng, however, was overjoyed. Then these 3 skills can truly only be learned by you. Upon his explanation, the others finally learned that skills could indeed be replaced. But only skills of the same grade could be substituted. As long as one had learned the highest quality skill available at the current stage, regardless of how mediocre its effect might seem, one could later replace it with one possessing superior attributes. Moreover, the category must remain identical. Passive replacing passive, active replacing active. Feng could not help but sigh with deep emotion. I had originally assumed you would have to sacrifice a tier 1 passive skill slot to learn an excellent grade skill. I never expected you to possess such foresight. Xiaoxi was left utterly bewildered by his words. Nevertheless, following Feng's counsel, she obediently complied, reallocating her 3 pre-tier 1 skill slots to replace her original 3 passive skills. Advancing an excellent grade skill from its learned state to level 5 max required merely 15500 experience points. Under normal circumstances, accumulating that much experience would have required a considerable period of effort. Yet after this single dungeon run, she had obtained nearly 1 million experience points. All 3 skills were successfully maxed out using only half of that experience. How could it turn out like this? Xiaoxi excitedly clamped her hand over her lips. The other 3 were consumed with curiosity. Under their relentless prodding, Xiaoxi posted the effects of her 3 max skills in the party channel. Mana Enhancement Excellent, 55. Increases mana by 360 points. Max level effect increases mana by an additional 10. Mana Regeneration Excellent, 55. In non-combat state, automatically restores 90 mana per second. Max level effect remains effective in combat state as well. Mana Reduction Excellent, 55. Cooldown time of your learned skills is reduced by 2.8 seconds. Skills with cooldowns below 5 seconds are not affected, outstanding grade and above skills are not affected. Max level effect cooldown of excellent grade skills further reduced by 100, cooldown of outstanding grade skills further reduced by 50. A legendary grade and above skills remain unaffected. The originally unremarkable attributes of all three skills had undergone a complete metamorphosis upon reaching max level. Each skill now rivaled the potency of an outstanding great skill, more than enough to fill Xiaoxi with delight. And when all three skills were equipped together, an additional effect was activated. Synergy effect, Mana Transcendence, 22, Spirit Attribute, 10, 33, Casting Range 20. The others all possessed keen eyes for such matters. They could naturally perceive how tremendous the enhancement was, whether from each skill's individual max level effects or from the overall synergy effect, for a ranged spellcasting class, particularly for a priest such as Xiaoxi. Most importantly, the synergy effects. Both bonuses remained immensely practical even in the late game. Though these were merely 3 excellent grade skills, the combined result surpassed even that of 3 outstanding grade skills. Such a build configuration was something they had never heard of before. The gazes they directed toward Feng brimmed with veneration. The guild leader truly lived up to his reputation. He was simply a godlike existence. Xiaoxi in particular gazed at him with tender emotion, at a loss for words. An ineffable sentiment stirred softly within her heart. Under the others' repeated urging, she also revealed the brand new effect of her sole active skill. Universal Healing, Grade Outstanding, 36, consumes 300 mana to perform single target healing on a target, restoring 400 HP plus Spirit 4. Cooldown 10 seconds, -4. 2 seconds. Consumes 500 mana to perform area healing on party members, restoring 200 HP plus Spirit 3. Cooldown 30 seconds, -4. 2 seconds. Holy hell, a complete transformation. Yu Jian was the first to cry out in astonishment. He well knew that when this skill had been at level 2 before, it could only restore 300 HP plus Spirit 3. Given Xiaoxi's Spirit of 84, she could now heal a single target for 736 HP, and 402 HP for group healing. Combined with the special effect from her legendary ring, the healing efficacy was even greater. Most crucially, the single target skill's original cooldown of 10 seconds had been reduced to 8 seconds. Coupled with the mana regeneration effect restoring 90 mana per second, this meant that should she only cast single target healing, Xiaoxi could effectively achieve infinite healing without expending mana. Upon realizing this, all 4 of them collectively drew sharp breaths of astonishment. If previously Xiaoxi had perhaps been the top healer in the game thanks to her legendary grade ring's effects, then now she had undergone a complete transformation, surpassing every other healing class player. Even Feng found himself somewhat surprised. He had originally only intended for his guild members to possess a modest degree of self-preservation, to elevate the guild level more swiftly and prepare for the future. He had never anticipated that he would inadvertently cultivate a powerful support. Feng's heart stirred with anticipation. If other members could achieve comparable growth, then when the game eventually invaded reality and they faced that despair-inducing army from another world, perhaps he might have a few comrades capable of fighting alongside him. Continue. Feng eagerly led the 4 of them back into the dungeon once more. Entering the instance once more this time, the lineup had changed. Except for 3 who stayed the same, the melee class had been replaced by another. Feng intended to ensure that the entire original 5-man team could soak up the experience. Seeing that it was a hard difficulty instance, Xinyu Shirshin was itching to try. Guild leader, shall I pull the aggro? Yu Jian wanted to say that with the leader's power there was no need to pull the aggro. But unexpectedly, Feng spoke up. This dungeon isn't easy, I'm afraid you can't hold them. At this, Xinyu Shirshin grew a bit vexed. Our strength isn't as great as yours. The monsters are high level, they're certainly not weak. But you say I can't even pull the monsters in or lure them in. That was truly contemptuous. He lunged forward, charging straight at a lone wild wolf. Hey, wait. Yu Jian didn't have time to call out. Xinyu Shirshin had already raised his shield and struck the wolf. Miss? Yu Jian couldn't help covering his face with his hands. Xinyu Shirshin blinked in surprise. Defensive this high, eh? And in the next moment the wolf lunged and bit down, dealing 3012 damage. With just a single basic attack, Xinyu Shirshin's HP was left at a sliver. Oh my god! The damage sent a chill down his spine. He turned and ran quickly, shouting, Xiaoxi, help me. Healing numbers appeared, 883 and 964. Xiaoxi did not dare slow down either. 2 emerald lights flashed in quick succession, 1 single target, 1 AoE unleashed in sequence. In the presence of a roughly 30 chance of a 100 buff for the group, the total healing restored 1847 HP to him. Xinyu Shirshin's expression brightened a little. He hadn't expected Xiaoxi to heal him from that distance. Having recovered half of his HP gave him a sense of safety, yet the relentless pursuit from the monsters behind him sent a chill down his spine. If another hit came, he would be slain in an instant. At that moment, Feng moved. A sword light swept past Xinyu Shirshin and instantly slew the wolf behind. Unfortunately, this lone wolf was too far from the rest of the pack for the splash effect to trigger. Shinyu Shirshin turned back and froze. That ferocious wolf. One sword could kill 7. Yu Jian stepped forward, not hesitating to criticize. You're really counterproductive. The guild leader could have slain 7 with one strike, but you're pulling the monsters and got you only 1. Shinyu Shirshin felt his mind go numb. So fierce a wolf 7 cut by a single sword. And in the next moment, he saw something unforgettable. Yi Feng only took 2 more steps forward. With the wolf pack still about 10 meters away, he swept his sword with grace. The sword aura roared as it surged into the wolves. A flurry of high damage numbers floated up as several wolves dissolved into white light and fell. It really was 7. Shinyu Shirshin blinked in disbelief. Only then did he realize how ridiculous his earlier thoughts had been. Embarrassed, he could hardly speak and looked down at the system prompt. Jian killed the normal grade monster ferocious war wolf. According to the team distribution principles, you gained 2,137 experience. Guild buff took effect. You additionally gained 427 experience. You ultimately gained 2,565 experience. What the? His cry drew Yu Jian's displeasure. Don't shout, stop disturbing the guild leader from fighting monsters. Shinyu Shirshin whispered, the experience here is so high, one minor monster yields more than 2,000 XP. Yu Jian looked at him strangely. We are all over 5,000. How come you only have this little? Shinyu Shirshin felt as if struck by lightning. Oh. He realized that compared to them, he lacked the bonus from an experience pill. He quickly chose to use one. Sure enough, after the next monster was slain by Yi Feng, he also gained 5,128 experience. That felt exhilarating. He groaned inwardly. Meanwhile, Yi Feng continued to sprint ahead. Even in this hard difficulty instance, the monster's attributes were a notch higher than in the easy mode. Yet for him the difference was minor. Normal mobs still fell in a single strike. Bosses might take 2. The boss's HP rose to 400,000. But under his torrential swordplay, even that could be slain with reluctance. It took less than 10 minutes to clear the run. The group again earned an SSS rating. Yu Jian and the others braced themselves as Shinyu Shirshin was so excited he didn't know what to say. Going 20 levels above the standard for a hard difficulty, they still earned an SSS rating. He wanted to tell Yi Feng, don't stop, leader. Under Yi Feng's guidance, everyone chose 2 extra rewards at random. Because this was their first time clearing the dungeon and their first SSS rating on hard difficulty, everyone received quadruple rewards. Shinyu Shirshin's initial loot consisted of equipment and attribute fruits. He received 4 pieces of legendary equipment and 4 legendary attribute fruits. He still regretted why not all items were gear. Yu Jian simply used the 4 pieces of equipment to swap for the attribute fruits. Seeing Shinyu Shirshin grin with satisfaction, she shook her head. This guy is truly foolish. After the exchange, Yu Jian promptly chose to use them. For legendary fruits, added 120 points to his free attributes. Yukong received 4 legendary skill books and 4 outstanding grade pieces of equipment. Fortunately, one of the skill books was Good Ice Shield Legendary. It costs 500 mana to conjure a shield whose HP equals 50 of HP, plus 10 times spirit as extra HP. Duration 60 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Though the shield's initial HP seems modest, with Yukong's S-rank talent active, it becomes formidable. All ice-type skill effects are boosted by 100 when cooldowns are reduced by 50. This is exactly why he had learned Ice Lance earlier. Even an ordinary Ice Lance wielded by him was more powerful and cooled faster. The Ice Shield was the same. With the talent boost, it can grant a shield equal to 100 of his HP with spirit multiplied tenfold. Although his spirit stat was not high at the moment. But taking Yu Jian as an example, he calculated that after he used legendary fruits, his spirit would reach at least 200. Then it would amount to a shield of 5,000 HP, and with the cooldown reduced to 1 minute 30 seconds, it would be nearly an endless shield. That is only the level 1 effect. When it levels up, he laughed foolishly. The others looked on with envy. She felt a touch of gloom. This time she did not randomly obtain a skill or attribute fruit, not even gear. She directly received 8 recipes. Still the same, a tier 1 outstanding grade armor recipe. When Yi Feng expressed interest, her expression brightened a little. She directly traded it to Yi Feng, saying money wasn't essential and that it was compensation for obtaining a legendary ring. Yi Feng, seeing this, accepted. On the surface calm as a breeze, inside he was thrilled. Having experienced the benefits of crafting, he began to search for more recipes. Sleepiness unexpectedly settled in. With these 8 recipes, even with poor luck, they could probably forge at least 1 legendary quality item. Regarding his own gains, it was fairly standard: 4 legendary attribute fruits and 4 legendary skill books. The attribute fruits were purchased by Yukong for a friendly price of 200 gold ingots. And among the legendary skills, 2 passive abilities caused a stir among the team. These are 2 magic-oriented skills. Mental Enhancement Legendary. Increases spirit by 100 points. Spell Critical Strike Legendary. When casting spell skills, critical strike rate is increased by 10 and critical strike damage is increased by 50. Although the added attributes are relatively simple and direct, yet anyone could see just how practical they were. With the precedent of Xiaoxi unlocking additional effects after leveling a passive skill to the maximum, they understood the immense potential of this skill even more. Following the group's discussion, mental enhancement was ultimately allocated to Xiaoxi, as a support healer spirit was her most crucial attribute. Meanwhile, spell critical strike was claimed by Yu Jian, who currently possessed the highest spell damage. The two originally intended to pay 5,000 gold ingots, but Yifeng only accepted 4,000, claiming it as a guild benefit. This deeply moved them both. After completing this dungeon run, the group collectively gained over 1.5 million experience points. The three of them also immediately learned their newly acquired legendary grade skills. Stepping out of the dungeon, Xinyu Shilua, who was waiting outside, was filled with envy upon learning of Xinyu Shirshin's harvest this time. Xinyu Shirshin was also highly generous, directly gifting him 4 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Xinyu Shilua was so thrilled he nearly knelt down to call him daddy. Looking at his utterly undignified display, Xinyu Shirshin could not help but sigh inwardly. Silly boy, these are just my leftovers, the others' gains are truly staggering. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, although everyone could see that there was still a nightmare-level difficulty, they possessed enough self-awareness not to ask Yifeng to continue carrying them. Instead, they quickly bid farewell, and the 5 of them reformed their team. Though their rank remained at Tier 1, Level 0, clad in brand-new equipment and armed with their newly acquired skills, they were already impatient to showcase their prowess. After watching them depart, Yifeng began to inspect himself. From these 2 dungeon runs, he had only gained fewer than 4,000 experience points. It was practically negligible. There were nearly 100 pieces of various equipment. Although none of them caught his eye, selling them would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. 6 legendary skill books, 31 excellent skill books, 3 legendary attribute fruits, and 12 excellent attribute fruits. This added a great deal of stock to his synthesis inventory once again. Although he had easily cleared the normal and hard difficulties, he still treated the nightmare difficulty with great gravity. Should he synthesize the recipe and head back to town to obtain a piece of armor before returning? Just as he was considering his options, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, an alert from his helmet chimed. This indicated that his phone connected to the world outside was receiving an incoming call. Before entering the game, Yifeng had specifically configured his phone to only alert him after receiving more than 10 missed calls. Who could be in such a hurry? Coincidentally, he had spent a considerable amount of time in the game and felt slightly fatigued. Yifeng quickly logged off. Unlocking his phone, the first thing that caught his eye was a call from someone named Pao Ge. Seeing this name, a smile played on the corner of Yifeng's lips as he drifted into memory. Pao Ge's real name was Ma Penglu, his high school classmate. He was also one of Yifeng's best friends during high school. Having performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, he had been admitted to a prestigious university. After graduation, he had even co-founded a startup with a group of friends, building an impressive enterprise from scratch. Despite his own success, he had never forgotten his friend Yifeng. However, in his past life, Yifeng's circumstances during this period had been extremely destitute. When Pao Ge reached out to him back, then he had felt too embarrassed to respond. But in this lifetime, his situation was entirely different. He confidently dialed back the number. Only after the 2 of them had chatted warmly for a full half-hour did Yifeng finally hang up. As it turned out, Pao Ge had just packaged and sold his company at this time, cashing out a massive sum of capital. Leading his team, he wanted to embark on another promising project. The city he chose happened to be where Yifeng resided. He wanted to ask if Yifeng had any interest in joining him. Yifeng's eyes flickered. In his past life, the last time he heard news of Pao Ge was a news report detailing his investment failure, which had bankrupted him completely. He was cornered at home by angry shareholders weeping bitterly. At that time, the game had already partially merged with reality. Yifeng had wanted to help him, but was never able to establish contact. In this life, he naturally would not stand by and let such a tragedy unfold. Therefore, during the call, although he declined the invitation to co-found another business, he invited Pao Ge to join him in the game instead. Although Pao Ge was somewhat skeptical of Yifeng's claim that one could make a fortune by playing games, out of respect and trust for his friend, he still agreed to give it a try. He even made plans to meet Yifeng 2 hours later. Yifeng picked up his phone again and discovered that another contact had also called him about 10 times. And this person was someone even more familiar to him. His name was Gao Fei, Yifeng's cousin. The two had grown up together and shared a deep bond. However, since graduation, Yifeng had been building his life here in Chang'an, and he had not returned home in nearly 2 years. In his past life, it was precisely at this time that Gao Fei came to Chang'an for a visit. Yifeng dialed back this number as well. This time the call lasted less than 10 minutes before they hung up. Gao Fei directly asked for his address, intending to head over. Yifeng put down his phone, his face filled with ease. Just like in his past life, during this period Gao Fei's family had fortunately undergone demolition and relocation. receiving tens of millions in cash compensation. Gao Fei's parents were simple farmers with little use for such a vast sum. So they handed all the money over to Gao Fei, who held a stable government job, for him to manage and use. With this fortune, Gao Fei completely lost interest in working. He resigned from his job, planning to enjoy himself for a while first. Yet it was precisely this mindset that led to trouble. In his past life, it was after arriving in Chang'an that Gao Fei befriended a few wealthy second-generation heirs. They lured him into illicit gambling dens to play cards, trapping him in their schemes. Within a few days, he squandered the tens of millions he had on hand, and even incurred substantial debt. By the time Feng found out, and wanted to report it to the police, Gao Fei had already vanished without a trace. "My good brother, you helped me so much in our past life. In this lifetime, let me be the one to save you." Feng's gaze grew resolute. In his past life, when Gao Fei wanted to visit him, Feng had been unwilling to let his brother discover the embarrassing reality of him living in a basement. He had only arranged to meet Gao Fei at an outside venue. Later, he repeatedly used the excuse of being busy with work to decline Gao Fei's invitations to hang out. This boredom ultimately drove Gao Fei to make the acquaintance of strangers, culminating in the tragedy of being swindled. In this life, Feng would naturally welcome his good brother with open arms. After giving the apartment a quick sweep, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and changing into fresh clothes, Feng went downstairs to wait at the entrance of the residential community. Within a few minutes, a taxi pulled up and Gao Fei stepped out. Gao Fei possessed a robust physique, but was blessed with a baby face. Having shaved his head, he bore a striking resemblance to a Buddhist monk. "Are you planning to join a monastery?" Feng teased. "Not at all, not at all. Though this poor monk is a Buddha, my heart still yearns for the mortal world." After exchanging some casual banter, the two walked into the community. Upon opening the door, Gao Fei's mouth fell wide open. "Brother Feng, did your family get a demolition payout too? Looking at this place, it doesn't seem any less than what my family got." Upon learning that it was merely rented, the shock in Gao Fei's eyes dissipated slightly. But when he discovered that this money was earned by Feng playing games, a sharp light instantly erupted in his eyes. "What game is so fun? Bring me along, brother Feng. If nothing else, when it comes to pay-to-win spending, I'll definitely make sure it's fully covered." Feng smiled with gratification. Without him having to say a word, his brother understood. Now this was a true brother. The two reminisced in the living room for a while. Seeing that the time was ripe, Feng stood up. "Let's grab a bite to eat, and I'll introduce you to a good friend of mine." At the lakeside Chinese restaurant of the Hyatt Hotel, the three of them met. Upon meeting, Feng and Ma Penglu shared a fierce embrace. Ma Penglu was slender and lean with delicate and refined features, the very antithesis of Gao Fei's appearance. The two of them standing beside Feng made for a rather striking sight. After Feng took his seat in the restaurant, he surveyed his surroundings. This establishment was reputed to serve the most authentic Qin-style signature dishes in all of Deqin province. He had heard of this place back when he was attending university in Chang'an. But being financially strapped at the time, he could only keep his distance from a venue where the average bill exceeded 1,000. He never imagined that one day he would dine here, funded by his earnings from gaming. As they savored the exquisite flavors of various specialty dishes and basked in the restaurant's Chinese service with its lavish Tang Dynasty decor, all three were in excellent spirits. After some casual conversation and mutual introductions, Feng broached the main topic, inviting the two of them to join him in the game. Gao Fei naturally was brimming with enthusiasm. He had time in abundance, and in his own estimation, more money than he could ever spend. Being able to play games with his closest friends, wasn't this the very thing he had yearned for as a child? Ma Penglu only hesitated briefly before agreeing. Having just sold his company with his team, he was preparing to take some time off to rest and recuperate before diving back into work. He had contacted Feng partly to give him advance notice. With both friends in agreement, Feng wasted no further time. He led them past a specialty shop for Tianyu, where each purchased a helmet. Although Feng had intended to pay, the two stopped him. Instead, they declared that once inside the game, they would leverage their financial prowess to take care of him. At this, Feng simply smiled without a word. Ma Penglu, reunited with an old friend, held his helmet with eager anticipation. After sending word to his team members staying at the hotel, Heath and Gao Fei followed Feng back to his residence. Though the villa was not particularly expansive in area, there was more than enough room to spare a room for the two of them. Feng shared his in-game name with them, instructing them to contact him as soon as they logged in. The three of them entered the game individually. Spending 1 silver coin, Feng made his way back to the beginner village via the teleportation array. At the village center, he spotted the two of them glancing around in all directions. Ma Penglu's in-game name was Pao Lai Pao Chu, and he had chosen the avatar of a coldly handsome young man. Gao Fei, on the other hand, had opted for the straightforward moniker Violent A Fei. His character was even more massive than his real-life build. Not only did he retain his shaved head, but he had also adorned himself with a thick ring of beard. The sight left Feng torn between laughter and tears. Gao Fei claimed he wanted to break convention by playing a violent, bloodthirsty monk. He proudly flaunted his talent before Yifeng. SS-rank talent, War God of Combat. Description: when wielding special heavy weapons, Zen Staff Precept Blade final damage increases by 100. When equipped with class-specific weapons, base attributes increase by 50 and special attributes increase by 20. When using beneficial buff skills on oneself, their effects increase by 100. Yifeng's eyes widened with astonishment. An SS-rank talent with 3 powerful effects, no less. But then again, Gao Fei's chosen appearance truly suited weapons like the Zen Staff and Precept Blade. He looked every bit the martial monk. And Ma Penglu delivered an equally delightful surprise. SS-rank talent, Master Strategist. Description: when using beneficial buff skills, their effects increase by 100. While in a party, for each additional player in the team, personal dual defense increases by 10, a max HP increases by 1, and final damage absorption increases by 1. Although his talent possessed only 2 effects as another SS-rank ability, it was in no way inferior to Gao Fei's. The talents of these two filled Yifeng with immense astonishment and delight. One was clearly a brutal damage dealer, the other a top-tier support. Talents such as these would be coveted treasures anywhere. For Yifeng, their value extended far beyond the game itself. They would be tremendous assets. When the game eventually merged with reality, these two might well prove instrumental. With this thought in mind, he resolved to nurture them properly. He led the two of them straight out of the beginner village. As the sole player to have broken through the barrier, only he possessed such a privilege, being able to escort players below level 10 out of the beginner village. Taking full advantage of this privilege, he brought them directly to a Tier 1, level 20 dungeon. After purchasing 2 fine-grade experience pills from OGZ Resurrected, and having the two consume them, Yifeng cleared both the easy and hard difficulty dungeons with practiced efficiency. Let's get you to level 10 first, and see how much experience is left. The two of them mechanically nodded as golden light enveloped their rising levels. Still have over 5.28 million. Yifeng hadn't expected the results to be this spectacular. Nevertheless, this made implementing his plans all the more straightforward. He rummaged through his own inventory and scoured the treasure pavilion extensively. He finally found 2 excellent skill sets for them. Brutal Enhancement Excellent Grade, 46. Critical Rate increases by 8. Critical Strike Enhancement Excellent Grade, 46. Critical Damage increases by 80. Defense Reduction Aura Excellent Grade, 46. Reduces target's defense by 32. All 3 passive skills were simultaneously raised to level 4. There were also 2 yet-to-be activated bond effects. 22-12-18, when triggering a critical hit, final damage is further increased by 50. 33-12-18, when triggering a crushing effect, final damage is further increased by 50. This set of skills was one of the bond skill combinations Yifeng was familiar with. It leaned heavily toward damage output. As an excellent grade bond skill set, it was a tier above what Xiaoxi had learned. Were it not for his synthesis talent, he might very well have pursued this exact set during the early game as well. Though Gao Fei had just entered Tianyu, his prior gaming experience allowed him to immediately recognize the value of having such skills at this early stage. After consulting Treasure Pavilion market prices, he insisted on transferring 1 million directly to Yifeng. After considerable back and forth, Yifeng ultimately accepted only 5,000 at cost price. As for Ma Penglu's side, fortune was not as kind. When it came to support-oriented talents, Yifeng had never encountered an exceptionally powerful bond skill set for supports in his previous life. Nevertheless, he still found 3 solid passive skills and had him learn and level them all to 4. Double the results. Excellent grade, 46. When using support skills, effect increases by 80, ineffective on legendary grade and above skills. Defense enhancement. Excellent grade, 46. Defense increases by 160 points. Experience privilege. Excellent grade, 46. When serving as party leader, gain an additional 15 final experience. With their skills settled, next came the attribute fruits. Each received 2 excellent grade fruits, netting them 10 attribute points apiece. As for equipment, level 10 equipment on the Treasure Pavilion was not particularly expensive at the moment. Yifeng assembled a suitable set for each of them before sending them off to tackle their advancement quests. Yifeng had assumed that the slots for legendary grade advancement were likely already filled. To his surprise, both of them managed to arrive just in the nick of time. After swiftly completing their excellent grade advancement, they immediately challenged the legendary grade advancement. They seized the final 2 slots. And when it came time to choose their classes, the two of them delivered yet another small shock to Yifeng. Gao Fei 5-star melee class hidden martial monk. Ma Penglu 5-star ranged class strategic strategist. This left Yifeng somewhat suspicious. Was it possible that the reason Blue Star failed to withstand the invasion from the otherworld in his previous life was precisely because these two had not begun developing within the game earlier? Their luck was even more outrageous than his own. Nevertheless, Yifeng felt genuinely happy that his close friends had encountered such fortunate opportunities. After briefing them on some important matters to note, he let the two, who had already joined the guild, go mingle and freely explore with the other members. As for himself, he returned once more to the blacksmith shop. He began synthesizing using the Tier 1 armor recipe contributed by Xiaoxi. The 8 recipe copies were synthesized one by one. Then he continued pushing upward. Finally, after a total of 7 syntheses, an entirely new recipe emerged. Tier 1 armor blueprint. Craftable quality range excellent to legendary. Craft count limit 1000 times. Alas, this time the permanent blueprint failed to materialize. Yet the minimum craftable quality had elevated to excellent. The upper limit remained bound by the constraints of this stage. It was by no means a poor result. Next came the crafting. Feng first consulted SSS only to discover an unfavorable turn of events. Though the latter's gathering efficiency in the new mine showed promise, one person's gathering capacity proved woefully inadequate, far short of his requirements. After broadcasting a request across the world channel and observing the sluggish pace, Feng opened the guild channel. Guild channel Jian Guild Master Tier 1 Armor Blueprint Guild courtesy rate of 50 silver for crafting fees materials provided by yourself, first come first served. Though 50 silver translated to roughly 100 RMB, and players would need to source their own ores, those who had witnessed Feng's ring crafting prowess found the price entirely reasonable. Some grew excited, harboring a flicker of fortune that they belonged to the guild. Otherwise, the guild master would never have offered crafting services to outsiders. After all, a basic excellent tier blueprint guaranteed steady profits with minimal effort. As the crowd scrambled to hoard ores, SSS deep in the mine made his decision and logged off. Removing his helmet, he picked up the phone. Mom, it's me. What do you mean the bride's family raised the betrothal gift to 300? I thought we'd agreed on 18800. How did it jump so much? They say she's a local with registered residency, while I'm an outsider without stable employment. They worry their daughter would suffer marrying into this. Absurd. Mom, please don't sell the house. What would you live in? Don't worry, Mom. I'll put off the wedding for now. My business is just getting started and needs capital. I'll invest this money and make a fortune soon. When that happens, I'll find you a better daughter-in-law. All right, Mom, I'll go get to work. Take care of yourself. He hung up and wiped his tears. No anger flashed in his eyes, only a deep desolation. But his resolve hardened instantly. For someone like him rising from a rural background, the emergence of Tianyu and the guidance from Jian represented the greatest opportunity of his life. He felt deeply ashamed that he couldn't even supply the materials Feng requested during their gaming session. In reality, the blunt truth of arranged marriages, where families pushed for unions after only a handful of meetings, opened his eyes to society's harsher realities. He resolved to invest everything, his meager savings and every connection he had, throwing himself into this gamble wholeheartedly. Picking up the phone again, his voice carried newfound decisiveness. Xiao Jun, it's your brother Tai here. I've got a promising venture. Want to join me? It's similar to our old gold farming days, but steadier with higher ceilings. You could earn enough for a house within a few years. Got it. Let me know how many are coming. I'll arrange housing in advance. Satisfied with the affirmative response, Wang Tai smiled faintly before dialing the next number. Dahua, what you been up to lately? Fancy working alongside your old buddy again. You're arriving tomorrow. Excellent. I'll make sure you rise above the rest, brother. After finishing each call, Wang Tai's face lit up with renewed hope. The brothers he'd met in the game trusted his character and chose to join his cause. Several childhood friends from his hometown decided to come immediately as well, bringing his team to nearly 20 people. He made a few more calls, securing 3 adjacent apartments in a suitable complex. Only after settling everything did he return to the game. Work hard. Our team is about to grow significantly. When the time comes, we'll live in prosperity together. His sudden declaration left the other 2 miners momentarily stunned, but they quickly nodded in agreement. Let's strive together. A larger team meant greater strength, driven by the allure of top-tier equipment and unwavering confidence in Feng's abilities. Guild members fanned out through various channels, rapidly gathering resources. Back at the forge, Feng received a steady stream of materials and crafting fees from his guild brothers. He crafted piece by piece, shipping unappraised equipment through mail. Cheers erupted across the guild channel. Some flaunted their legendary grade armors, posting screenshots for everyone to see. Yet most turned out to be merely excellent grade. Superior pieces were surprisingly rare. Not a single legendary quality item had emerged. Still, those who received excellent tier equipment were thoroughly pleased. Crafted excellence pieces far surpassed anything dropped by monsters in the wild. During this period, SSS sent over a large batch of materials, catching Feng off guard. Only after persistent questioning did Feng learn that Ozi had purchased them at premium prices. Anxious not to delay his work, a wave of warmth spread through his chest. He wouldn't let such loyalty go unrewarded, so he sent copper coins back at 10% of the purchase price, a gesture of gratitude. Speaking of which, through all these dungeon runs his copper coins had accumulated to several hundred silver, equivalent to tens of thousands of RMB in the real world. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of Lucky Rabbit's foot. However, upgrading this epic tier item required massive synthesis attempts. Given his current synthesis level and remaining attempts, he couldn't address it just yet. He had to set it aside for now, after crafting nearly 100 armors and depleting his daily vitality potion limit. Feng finally paused when no one else was messaging in the guild. He prepared to appraise and synthesize all the crafted pieces. At that moment, Gao Fei, who had recently joined the guild, suddenly spoke up. Damn brothers, I've ascended. Curious, Feng opened the guild channel and saw the equipment screenshot Gao Fei had posted. Azura Divine Armor. Quality Legendary. Required Level Tier 1. Physical Defense 108-54. Magical Defense 108-54. Strength 24-12. Constitution 24-12. Endurance 24-12. Damage received reduced by 24-4. 8. War God's Retribution. When struck, there's a 50 chance to automatically counterattack for 70 of normal attack damage. Exclusive to player Violent Afei. Special crafting by player Jian. Such stats, even Feng couldn't help but swear in astonishment. The guild members were nearly driving themselves mad with excitement. Shenyu Luo, how is your defense so high? My superior tier only has 80 physical defense, less than half your combined defenses. Shenyu Shun, why do your stats have plus signs? That's not how the game works. Shenyu Konggu, an armor piece giving nearly 200 defense plus damage reduction and counterattack. I'm completely floored. As Gao Fei flaunted his talent effect, everyone finally understood. Equipment could indeed have exclusive effects usable only by the designated player, pushing the upper limits even higher. They were envious beyond words of Gao Fei's talent. With exclusive equipment, his stats received even further enhancement. That was overwhelmingly overpowered. How could the gap between people be so vast? Nevertheless, Gao Fei's rise also opened new possibilities for Yu Jian and Yu Kong. The two began enthusiastically extending invitations, claiming the strongest squad in Shun Yu had reserved the most crucial position specifically for him. As for who among the original members would have to leave, Shen Yu Shun and Shun Yu Luo, tears in their eyes, silently began a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide. Gao Fei's appraisal of this super divine equipment only fueled the passion of other guild members. We want to take off too. If not for the scarcity of special ores on the market, and Feng's claim that he had no stamina left, they likely would have forced him to craft the full 1000 piece limit under their watchful eyes today. After appraising all 100 crafted armors in Feng's backpack, and after exhausting all his synthesis attempts for the day, he managed to create one impressive piece himself. Vajra Battle Armor 5. Quality Legendary. Required Level Tier 1. Physical Defense 450. Magical Defense 450. Strength 120. Constitution 120. Endurance 120. Max HP 30. Vajra Bodyguard. When HP drops below 30, both defenses increase by 100 for 2 minutes. Special crafting by player Jian. After 5 synthesis attempts, the final result thoroughly satisfied Feng. Whether base stats, special attributes, or passive traits, each substantially bolstered his survivability. Once prepared, he returned to the entrance of the Tier 1, Level 20 dungeon. Nightmare difficulty, engage. Feng entered the dungeon for a solo run. The moment he spotted the monster, he had already opened his inventory. You have used a low-tier experience potion. Excellent. Your final experience gain will increase by 400. After Feng's single sword strike instantly killed the small monster with 500 HP, you have slain a normal grade monster, Dark Demon Cat. You gain 600 experience points. The low-tier experience potion Excellent has taken effect. You received an additional 2400 experience points. Guild buff effect activated. You received an additional 600 experience points. Your final reward was 3600 experience points. In Nightmare difficulty dungeons, monsters inherently grant a 5-fold experience bonus. Combined with Feng's 300 level breakthrough bonus, his experience acquisition reached an astonishing level. Yet this was entirely within his expectations. What surprised him most was that the guild buff effect calculated separately after the experience pill bonus. Having understood this priority order, he secretly approved of his decision to establish a guild. He was also eager to see how his stats would change upon leveling up. Compared to hard mode, nightmare mode monsters had significantly boosted attributes. Even the elite mobs only boasted 280 attack, 650 defense, and 800 HP. Such stats would easily overwhelm other players. But to Feng it simply meant one extra strike. He only grew serious when facing the boss. Yet the excellent rank bosses in the first 2 stages only had 500 and 800 HP respectively. With his current attack power, the Storm Sword technique could still one-shot them. It wasn't until the third stage where the final boss appeared that his momentum began to slow. Two-tailed Demon Cat Quality Legendary Boss, Level Stage 1, Level 20 HP, 2 Magic Attack, 5 Physical Defense, 0 Magic Defense, 1 Seductive Scream, deals 250-300 Magic Attack damage to the target, with a 50 chance to stun for 5 seconds. Flowing Light Attack Power increased by 50, Movement Speed increased by 50, Attack Speed increased by 30, lasting 1 minute. Demon Cat's true form: when HP drops below 10, it summons a clone with 50 of the original stats. The clone cannot be destroyed, and the main body remains immortal. During the clone's existence, the main body's dual defenses increase by 100, lasting 3 minutes. Dignity of Legend: upon taking any damage, forces a block of 300 damage. When HP drops below 20, healing speed increases by 300. These boss attributes weighed heavily on Yifeng's heart. A full 2 million HP, over 1,000 in dual defenses, and no fewer than 4 skills. Truly terrifying. He tested with a tentative slash. 47700. Overwhelming damage. Seeing this, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could still deal overwhelming damage, it was fine, even though the boss blocked 300 of the final damage. But for Yifeng's output, that was virtually negligible. He maintained distance and attacked continuously. Until he closed in to within 10 meters, his eyes narrowed. Storm Sword Technique activate. 4 sword chi bursts followed in succession. The boss's HP bar plummeted instantly. Under such fierce assault, the boss's massive body swayed violently. After 4 strikes, Yifeng had dealt a full 600 damage. The boss's HP had dropped nearly a third. 2 more skill rotations, and it would be dealt with. Just as Yifeng thought a legendary boss was nothing special, a dazzling pink light rose from its body. The next moment, the boss before him had become a blur. Yifeng cursed inwardly, but it was already too late. The opponent darted to his side in an instant at tremendous speed. Oh! An E6 note, even higher than Vita's highest vocal range, rang in his ear. The piercing high frequency made his scalp tingle and his head spin. -8300, -10375, -12450. 3 consecutive massive attacks caused Yifeng's expression to change. Even relying on the armor's high magic defense, the boss failed to deal overwhelming magic damage to him. Yet even so, those 3 hits were deadly. Yifeng, caught in the stun effect, could do nothing but watch helplessly as the boss rained down attacks. -4150, -4150. Despite having consumed 3 pills of varying qualities during this time, he had only barely recovered a few thousand HP. Just as he thought he was about to taste his first blood in the game, the Vajra battle armor flashed. The Vajra body trait activated. Dual defenses increased by 100. The next moment after the boss's identical attack struck Yifeng, -3320. The damage was noticeably reduced by over 100. But the 2 consecutive hits still caused Yifeng's HP to plummet by over 600. At this moment, his HP was down to just 900 points. And the stun effect expired at this exact moment. Just as the boss prepared another attack, Yifeng swiftly retreated. Narrowly dodging, Yifeng broke into a cold sweat. But he didn't lose his composure. Seizing the boss's momentary hesitation, he created distance and calmly launched his counterattack. 174930. This strike happened to crit. Instantly, overwhelming damage, critical hit damage, skill fixed damage, and class sword type fixed damage all triggered simultaneously. A damage number exceeding 1700 floated above the boss's head. At the same time, 3498. A green number appeared above Yifeng's head. This was the inherent trait of the blood-drinking ring. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yifeng had triggered it. After Yifeng repositioned and dealt consecutive damage to the boss. Through continuous lifesteal, he gradually recovered some of his HP. After controlling the attack range, Yifeng regained the initiative in battle. Within a few strikes, he landed 2 or 3 critical hits. Watching closely, the boss's HP had dropped below 5000. The cooldown for Storm Sword technique was less than 10 seconds away. The boss's body glowed once more. Flowing light. Yifeng hastily moved to reposition. But it was too late. The boss's speed was simply too fast. 3E6, frequency high note struck again. Yifeng's HP plummeted, instantly dropping to the brink of death. Fortunately, this time, it didn't trigger the stun effect. Yifeng gritted his teeth and traded a few blows during the enemy's attack, forcefully driving the boss's HP down to just 300 remaining. At this point, slow recovery was no longer an option. It came down to who would die first. And as Yifeng closely monitored the Storm Sword technique's cooldown, the moment it reset, his eyes flashed with realization. He quickly operated the skill command. Then he directly released it toward the boss. "I'll fight you to the death." And at the instant he released the skill, the boss's figure suddenly shifted. A giant demon cat identical to it replaced its original position. Meanwhile, its true body had gracefully moved over 10 meters away. Demon Cat's true form. This was the boss's ultimate skill. Hung hung hung. The raspy howl signified the boss's triumph. The three sword lights from Storm Sword technique had simultaneously struck the boss's clone. Seeing Yi Feng's skill miss its true body and hit the clone instead, the boss sneered and advanced again. At this moment, it not only had the clone absorbing damage, but its defenses were also temporarily boosted by 100. Facing the nearly dead Yi Feng, a single attack would be enough to one-shot him. Just as its figure swayed and it drifted forward, a bizarre smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng's face displayed a faint, mysterious smile. The boss's massive form faltered for an instant. After Yi Feng's three sword lights had been unleashed, a staggering 7,000 damage was dealt. Yet the clone still retained 3,000 HP. The boss's main body likewise still possessed 2,000 HP. Just as the two colossal figures closed in seeking to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, ethereal and composed, delivered a single sword strike. Far from being alarmed, the boss rejoiced, willingly meeting the attack with its main body. So long as the clone endured, it enjoyed the boon of double defense by 100. What can you possibly do to me? 46305. Overwhelm effect. Huh. Witnessing such a feeble strike, the boss could not contain its uproarious laughter. And when faced with Yi Feng's subsequent sword, it paid it no heed whatsoever. 176385. However, the damage unleashed by this strike caused the boss's expression to freeze. It watched helplessly as its HP was instantly emptied. And just as the boss turned its hopeful gaze toward the clone, it discovered an even more extravagant damage figure floated above the clone's head. 529155. Two beams of light ascended almost simultaneously. Tier 1 level 20 legendary BOSS, twin-tailed demon cat. Slain. Gazing upon his own remaining 7500 HP, Yi Feng could not help but swallow hard. This battle had been exceedingly perilous, and his dramatic turnaround at the final moment stemmed from a stroke of inspiration, enhancing critical damage amplification. Critical damage amplification excellence 66. When your attack effect triggers a critical hit, critical damage increases by 300, and an additional fixed damage equal to 75 of total damage is generated. Your total damage effect bonus will not be influenced by other damage amplification methods. A critical hits can coexist with other bonuses. After being elevated once more from its original level 5, both the critical damage triggered and the additional effect increased once again. But this was not the crux. Upon reaching max level, an additional effect emerged. Max level trait, to the death. Passive effect: when your current attack triggers a critical hit and slays a target, it will deal additional true damage equal to 100 of total damage to each of the three nearest targets. If fewer than 3 valid targets exist within range, the damage will concentrate upon the available target. Active effect: designate release guaranteed to trigger one critical hit effect. Additional effect activates. Cooldown 10 minutes. It was precisely this active effect that Yi Feng had exploited, activating the designated release against the momentarily careless boss. Leveraging the effect of to the death, he not only landed a critical hit upon the main body, but also inflicted additional damage upon the clone, achieving the effect of slaying both in a single strike. This counted as his most harrowing challenge yet. He had nearly met his end. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. You have slain the Tier 1 level 20 legendary boss monster, twin-tailed demon cat. You have obtained 3,000 experience points. You have obtained 30 silver, 450 silver. You have obtained a guild establishment certificate. You have obtained low-tier evolution stones, Epic X5. You have obtained the Demon Cat Leather Armor Legendary. You have obtained the Demon Cat Cloak Legendary. You have obtained the Shadowy Bracers Legendary. You have obtained the Shadowy Bracers Legendary. You have obtained the Second Clone Legendary. You have obtained Flowing Light Legendary. You have obtained Tier 1 Attribute Fruits Legendary X6. You have obtained Tier 1 Attribute Fruits Excellent X12. The boss's drops were quite satisfactory to Yi Feng. Although no epic equipment had appeared as it had during his first nightmare difficulty raid, the value of the guild establishment certificate alone was already sufficient. Not to mention, there were a full 5 epic grade low-tier evolution stones. Yi Feng surmised this was very likely due to the substantial level gap between himself and the boss, yielding the bonus effect from fighting above one's level. As for the remaining legendary equipment, it leaned toward evasion and attack speed categories. For Yi Feng, these could merely fetch a modest sum. Attribute fruits, on the other hand, served as hard currency. One could never have too many. As for the 2 skill books dropped, the effect of the second clone, Yi Feng found rather ordinary. But the effect of Flowing Light truly stirred his heart. The boss had employed it twice, and both times it had inflicted near-fatal damage upon him. The effect was extraordinarily potent. He resolved to find an opportunity to synthesize and enhance it properly. It would surely prove even more serviceable. This dungeon clear had cost Yi Feng a full 40 minutes, truly grueling, earning him only an A rank evaluation. with no additional item rewards. Yi Feng reckoned that even with improvement upon a second attempt, the best he could achieve would be S-rank. He thus temporarily abandoned the second nightmare difficulty run. Instead, he swiftly cleared both the normal and hard difficulties, just in time to utilize the remaining duration of his experience pill. And after these 2 dungeon runs, he obtained 10 million experience points. Combined with the 12 million plus from nightmare difficulty, his current remaining experience amounted to a full 25 million. And across the 2 dungeon runs, aside from the massive haul of equipment and skill books, he had also plundered a substantial bounty of attribute fruits. Stirred by enthusiasm, Yi Feng set about another thorough round of synthesis. After expending a full 70+ attribute fruits of various qualities, he succeeded in synthesizing 2 finished products. Upon using them together, they granted him a total of 520 free attribute points. He first allocated 200 points to agility, discovering that factoring in equipment bonuses, his agility had surpassed 1000 points. This number seemed to carry some special significance. It had been so long ago that he could not recall it for the moment. He paid it no further heed, and allocated the remaining 320 points to strength. Owing to the additional damage bonus from his equipment, his damage surged once more by 1024 points, soaring directly to 6464 points. His synthesis attempts for the day had been exhausted, and all Tier 1 dungeons had been cleared twice. Yi Feng also felt a hint of weariness. After selecting option for the newly acquired Guild Establishment Certificate, he also deposited some Tier 1 Level 5 and Tier 1 Level 10 excellent grade equipment into the guild warehouse. He even placed several Tier 1 Level 10 legendary grade pieces, prompting waves of astonishment from guild members. Observing the lively scene of everyone in high spirits, forming parties to hunt monsters, traveling together for trade, Yi Feng felt reassured. After exchanging greetings with Gao Fei and Ma Penglu, he logged off. Before long, the 2 of them also logged off in succession and made their way to his room. The moment Gao Fei laid eyes on Yi Feng, he was overcome with excitement. Bro, this game is way too fun. My class is absolutely brutal. I tear through dungeons with guild mates at lightning speed. Ma Penglu's eyes likewise gleamed with admiration. This game's mechanics are genuinely impressive. It has real potential. Seeing how thoroughly engaged the 2 were, Yi Feng held nothing back from them. He revealed how he had auctioned off 2 guild establishment certificates, drawing shock from both men. What? A single game item for 20 million? Gao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always thought the tens of millions in his account were more than enough to live comfortably. But at this rate, wouldn't they only buy a handful of items? Ma Penglu meanwhile had a gleam in his eyes. With his background in investment, he immediately caught the scent of opportunity. A game he had merely accompanied his brother in playing to pass the time. How could it harbor such tremendous economic value? He carefully reflected upon the various items he had obtained within the game. Following Yi Feng's meteoric rise, the items he had effortlessly acquired each possessed considerable real-world worth. He made only a rough estimation, yet arrived at a conclusion. His own equipment and skills were worth no less than 1 million. This discovery gave him quite a fright. Recalling Yi Feng's status as the unrivaled top player within the game, as well as the hidden class he had obtained, could it be that quite by chance he had stumbled upon another golden opportunity? Ma Penglu fell into deep contemplation. Ma Penglu did not dwell on it long. Out of trust in Yi Feng, he decided to fully commit to this game, treating it as a significant investment. At the very least, even if the investment failed, he had already liquidated sufficient funds to live comfortably for the rest of his life. With his decision made, he planned to return home with his brothers one by one to visit their parents and relatives, then come back to work together with Yi Feng. Gao Fei's situation was far simpler. He already enjoyed playing games, and now he could play alongside his good brothers with the added opportunity to earn money. He also hurriedly boarded a flight home to inform his family. After spending time chatting with them and sharing a meal together, the 3 of them even went to a KTV and sang. After letting loose, Yi Feng felt considerably lighter in spirit. Once he had rested, he re-entered the game. It was a brand new day. Synthesis attempts refreshed and dungeon runs reset as well. Yi Feng sensed a fresh challenge ahead. He first cleared all dungeons except the Tier 1, Level 20 Nightmare difficulty. More than half the time went to traveling, costing a full 3 hours. But the returns were substantial. Over 500 pieces of equipment of varying quality. He sold them in batches to Brother Hai of the Imperial sect, who had just established a guild and was expanding rapidly, desperately in need of large quantities of gear. Deeply grateful for Yi Feng's assistance, he generously paid no less than 3 million. Of course, this did not include several legendary and outstanding grade items sold separately. Added to 3 legendary attribute fruits, Yi Feng netted 5 million in total. While this income was not as staggering as guild certificates, it was steady and reliable, which left Yi Feng reasonably satisfied. During his runs to various dungeons, he encountered only 3 bosses in the wild. 2 were already engaged by other teams, so he did not join in. Only one Tier 1 level 10 outstanding grade boss remained undiscovered. After dispatching it swiftly with his Rainstorm Sword technique, he unexpectedly obtained a fine skill book. Swift as Wind quality outstanding max level 6 cost 800 mana movement speed increased by 20, lasting 3 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Can be used in combat. The effect of this skill is quite simple. It only increases movement speed. Even at max level 6, it only adds 32 movement speed. For most players, this is far inferior to an offensive skill that boosts damage output. But what Feng valued most was the ability to activate it during combat. He had solo cleared numerous dungeons many times and deeply understood the importance of speed, especially as a ranged class. Speed was the most crucial factor under his spellcasting range. The modest boost meant nothing to him. His 200 synthesis attempts for the day were still unused. In his inventory, he had over 200 outstanding grade skill books and 7 legendary grade ones. More than enough to work with. You used Swift as Wind outstanding and Magic Ice Shield outstanding for synthesis. You performed a normal synthesis proficiency 1. You synthesized Swift as Wind outstanding. Setting the primary item, Feng conducted 3 consecutive syntheses, but his luck was mediocre. After 3 attempts, the skill remained at outstanding grade. The duration was unchanged. Movement speed increased to 50. However, the cost rose to 2,000 mana. For ordinary non-magic classes, this could lead to an awkward situation where they lack sufficient mana to cast it. But even without allocating points to Spirit, Feng still had nearly 4,000 mana thanks to equipment bonuses. Naturally, this was not a problem for him. He continued synthesizing. On the 5th attempt, something finally changed. You used Swift as Wind outstanding and Rapid Shot outstanding for synthesis. You experienced an extraordinarily lucky major critical hit during synthesis, boosting quality by 2 tiers proficiency 100. At the current stage, this item has reached the maximum synthesis limit of legendary grade and cannot be upgraded further. The skill's characteristics have undergone partial evolution. You synthesized Swift as Wind legendary. Feng's eyes lit up. Not only did it critically upgrade, but it leapfrogged 2 tiers. It was as if the legendary grade skill had evolved once again. He eagerly examined the new skill. Swift as Wind, 5, quality legendary max level 7 cost, 3,000 mana movement speed increased by 100, lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Can be used in combat. While the skill is active, attacking will grant an additional 30 range compensation. Feng's eyes widened. Not only could it be used in combat, but it also extended his attack range. Even the duration had increased to 5 minutes. This evolution was incredibly useful. He immediately took out 2 more legendary grade skill books and continuously synthesized with them. In the end, the effect of this skill, which had reached the synthesis ceiling, was almost unbelievable even to Feng. Swift as Wind, 7, quality legendary max level 7 cost 5,000 mana movement speed increased by 200, lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Can be used in combat. While the skill is active, attacking will grant an additional 60 range compensation. This round of synthesis had truly proven rewarding. So he brought out the Flowing Light skill obtained from clearing the Tier 1, level 20 Nightmare dungeon. Flowing Light quality legendary max level 7 cost 1,000 mana, attack power increased by 30, attack speed increased by 10, lasting 1 minute. For Feng, who already possessed Swift as Wind, it hardly mattered. What he valued was the option that simultaneously boosted both attack power and attack speed. With only 5 legendary grade skill books remaining, there were not enough for further synthesis. Feng then used 10 outstanding grade skills to randomly synthesize 2 additional legendary grade ones. Using these 7, he maxed out Flowing Light's synthesis count. And on the final attempt, another lucky evolution occurred. Flowing Light, 7, quality legendary max level 7 cost 5,000 mana, attack power increased by 100, attack speed increased by 50, lasting 3 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. During the skill effect, critical rate increases by 20. That single sentence of evolutionary effect thrilled Feng immensely. The initial effect already granted 20. What would it be at max level? He had completed 9 runs through the Tier 1 map, accumulating tens of millions of experience points. Including previous accumulations, he had a full 40 million. There was naturally no hesitation as he learned both skills. What had once seemed unattainable with its 1 million experience requirement now came effortlessly. However, after learning the skills, Feng fell into an awkward situation. His current maximum mana was only 3,800 points. Both skills had initial requirements of 5,000 mana. Could he really allocate points to Spirit? Feng was somewhat torn. After a moment's deliberation, Feng ultimately decided not to invest his attribute points into increasing his mana. Instead, he searched through the treasury pavilion. In the end, he acquired 16 Tier 1 level 5 helmets. He selected one that boosted both spirit and mana as his primary piece. Then, He proceeded to synthesize them without hesitation. Arcane Secret Helm 5, quality excellent. Required level tier 1, level 5. Physical defense 150. Spirit 100. Mana 4000. Maximum mana 20. Although this piece was somewhat shabby compared to the other equipment Yifeng wore, it possessed no special traits whatsoever. Yet upon equipping it, Yifeng's mana surged directly to 15240 points. Both newly learned legendary tier skills could now be cast normally. Confidence blossomed within Yifeng. He entered the tier 1 level 20 dungeon without hesitation. Difficulty Nightmare. The first 2 stages passed with effortless ease thanks to the devastating instant kill capability of the Rainstorm Sword art. 2 skill activations had consumed 600 mana. After clearing the 3rd stage's minions, and its commander, Yifeng, seeing his mana had not yet fully regenerated, promptly consumed a high-grade mana potion. It instantly restored 3000 mana. The potion carried a substantial 10-minute cooldown, and Yifeng only employed it at such critical junctures. His mana was pushed back above the 100 threshold. Yifeng activated both skills in rapid succession. Whoosh! Before the boss could even react, Yifeng's figure vanished from sight. A damage value instantly materialized above the boss's head. 102340. Although the boss possessed a staggering 2000 HP, such damage merely caused the health bar to dip slightly. Yet Yifeng's heart surged with excitement. The potency of this skill was truly formidable. The BOSS suddenly assailed roared with unbridled fury. It scanned its surroundings, but caught no glimpse of Yifeng. Instead, it suffered another strike from Yifeng's ultra-long-range sword chi. 102340. 100293. Critical hit. This time a critical strike was triggered. Moreover, the follow-up skill's fixed damage and the innate talent's sword chi damage subsequently shaved off another 1500 plus HP. The boss's health bar plummeted once more. Now the boss was genuinely unsettled. Whoosh! A radiance illuminated its form as it activated flowing light. Its eyes blazed crimson as it bellowed without cease. Unable to even glimpse its adversary, yet suffering blow after devastating blow. This was something it could not tolerate. However, despite gaining a 50 increase in movement speed, it still could not match Yifeng's pace. A tremor of unease stirred within the boss. True to his calculations, Yifeng had been awaiting precisely this moment. With his mana restored above 300 points, the Rainstorm Sword art erupted once more. 4 consecutive sword chi strikes materialized simultaneously. Damage exceeding 1 million instantly drove the boss's health bar to its nadir. Meanwhile, green radiance continuously flickered above its head. Legendary Dignity had been triggered, boosting HP recovery speed by 300. Yet even so, Yifeng's attack speed under his skill's empowerment was simply too overwhelming. In less than a single heartbeat, the boss's HP was nearly depleted. A faint figure emerged from within the boss's body. Its lifebound clone had been passively triggered. The boss's main body's dual defenses increased by 100. But before it could celebrate, Yifeng's sword chi arrived without the slightest impediment. 82460. 78566. Although the boss's defenses had doubled, Yifeng's 2 auxiliary skills remained active. With his amplified attacks, he could still effortlessly deliver crushing devastation. Having traversed this dungeon before, Yifeng naturally understood the vexing nature of this boss ability. He decisively abandoned the main body. He redirected his full assault upon the clone instead. Under his blistering attack speed, the boss couldn't even unleash its offensive skills before Yifeng effortlessly shattered its clone. In the end, within less than 2 minutes, this legendary boss that had once proven so formidable to Yifeng was swiftly vanquished. Yifeng had not sustained even a single wound. You have slain the tier 1 level 20 legendary boss monster Twin-Tailed Demon Cat. You obtained 300 experience points. You obtained 30 silver, 450 silver. You obtained the Demon Cat Leg Guards legendary. You obtained the Demon Cat Cape legendary. You obtained the Demon Staff legendary. You obtained a tier 1 necklace recipe excellent. You obtained tier 1 attribute fruits legendary X5. You obtained tier 1 attribute fruits excellent X10. Congratulations. You have cleared the tier 1 level 20 nightmare dungeon. The absence of any epic tier advancement stones this time left Yifeng somewhat regretful. The equipment drops were also considerably fewer compared to his first run. Nevertheless, the necklace recipe proved an unexpected delight. For his additional rewards, he naturally selected the necklace recipe and the attribute fruits. Since this wasn't his first completion, only evaluation rewards were granted. However, the synthesis of the 2 recipes delivered him an extraordinary surprise. A divine super critical strike occurred during synthesis, elevating quality by 3 tiers at 100, with proficiency 1000. This item's current maximum synthesis ceiling is legendary tier and cannot be further elevated. The item's effects have undergone a partial transformation. You have synthesized tier 1 necklace recipe. Tier 1 necklace recipe. Craftable quality excellent to legendary. Crafting uses 2000. Although it lacked the permanent effect of the ring recipe, 2000 uses would prove more than sufficient for Yi Feng's needs. Moreover, the minimum craftable quality being excellent tier offered a measure of compensation. What delighted him further was that alongside this super critical strike, his innate talent had once again leveled up. SSS talent synthesis of all things. Level 5. Synthesis uses available 578500. Proficiency 010000. Special effect: any and used synthesis attempts at the end of each day will automatically accumulate to the following day with a maximum cap of 10 times the daily synthesis limit. At this, Yi Feng was thoroughly elated. This effect was absolutely magnificent. Henceforth, whenever he lacked suitable materials for synthesis on any given day, he could simply bank his synthesis attempts for future use. When valuable materials emerged, he could synthesize them all at once. Yi Feng's heart stirred with anticipation. It appeared his rabbit's foot project could soon commence. Upon exiting the dungeon, he lingered in place for a moment. He waited until his mana had fully regenerated before re-entering the dungeon. Having such privileges was truly the height of extravagance. This time he cleared the dungeon in even less time than before. Regrettably, no recipes dropped this time. Fortunately, 5 epic tier advancement stones were obtained. With the SSS rank evaluation's optional bonus, this count increased to 10. His inventory had likewise grown by several dozen equipment pieces along with numerous skill books. Although he had already sold the majority of the equipment to Emperor Hai-Go, the various reserved skill books, attribute fruits, and miscellaneous items still occupied more than half of his little lotus bag, an inventory with over 800 slots following 2 equipment syntheses. For Yi Feng, who planned to explore Tier 2 maps, the remaining space would certainly prove insufficient. He contemplated returning to the city to sort through his belongings. Yet gazing at the map barrier not far beyond the dungeon entrance stirred an irresistible yearning within him. He had essentially conquered all Tier 1 maps. The Tier 2 zone lay right before him. Making a round trip back and forth seemed rather wasteful. Just then a notification flickered within his friends list. The message had been sent by Synthesize. It contained a screenshot of an item asking whether Yi Feng had any need for it. Basic small pouch recipe. Craftable quality common excellent. Crafting limit 500 times. Although Synthesize felt somewhat embarrassed believing the recipe's craftable quality range was too low, he thought it was unworthy of Yi Feng's exceptional crafting standards. When Yi Feng learned that Synthesize actually possessed 3 such recipes, he simply took all of them. Yi Feng offered to pay him, but Synthesize refused adamantly. Yi Feng could only promise to craft several items of superior quality for him. After obtaining the recipes, Yi Feng searched the treasure pavilion once more. Fortuitously, he found another one. With 4 recipes in hand, he finally felt some confidence in synthesizing them. After 2 syntheses, the recipe underwent a transformation. Basic small pouch recipe. Craftable quality rare supreme. Crafting limit 2000 times. Special effect: when a supreme quality item is crafted, all vitality consumed will be fully restored. Although the improvement was not as substantial as that of the ring and armor recipes, it was still considered quite good for an item equipped in a special slot. The recipe required only a single type of black rock, or which was not difficult to find. After purchasing a batch from Synthesize, Yi Feng began crafting. As special equipment, the small pouch had an exceptionally high crafting requirement. Each craft consumed 50 points of vitality. Your vitality is insufficient and crafting cannot proceed. After crafting only 5 items, a system notification suddenly appeared. At the same time, another notification appeared, as well as talent had leveled up. Heavenly Artistry. Rank 4, 11000. Vitality cost reduced by 50 while crafting. Crafting time reduced by 50. The probability of producing high-quality items during special crafting increased by 50. The daily usage limit for vitality restoration items increased by 100. At rank 4, Heavenly Artistry not only reduced crafting costs further, it had even gained another special effect. If an ordinary player could use at most 10 vitality potions per day, Yi Feng could use 20. Moreover, the 20 potions Yi Feng used had all been synthesized. The amount of vitality they restored far exceeded that of ordinary potions. His interest was thoroughly piqued. He was eager to craft all 2000 of them at once and completely resolve the problem of limited inventory space. Unfortunately, he was in the wilderness and could not return to the city to purchase vitality potions. He therefore opened the search function of the treasure pavilion. Among the sellers listed across several pages for small vitality potions, he spotted a familiar name. Xinyu Xiaoro. His heart stirred, and he sent her a message. Do you have any higher quality vitality potions? Not at the moment, guild leader. Higher quality recipes and materials are only produced in Tier 1 or higher maps, and there is nothing like that in the game yet. Yi Feng contemplated this and made a mental note of it. The vitality potions sold through the treasure pavilion were slightly cheaper than those in NPC shops. Yi Feng consequently began purchasing in bulk buying and synthesizing as he went. He spent more than 5,000 copper coins to purchase approximately 100 potions and consumed 84 synthesis attempts. In the end, Yi Feng successfully synthesized 25 item potions. 20 of them were supreme quality. Each could restore an average of 300 points of vitality. Upon using them directly, Yi Feng's temporary maximum vitality rose to over 6,000 points. The other 5 were legendary quality and were incorporated into an item he had synthesized earlier. Regenerative Vitality Elixir. Quality Legendary. Restores 500 vitality upon use. Storage limit 28005000. It can be replenished using items of the same quality, and the stored vitality can be used at any time without a usage limit. With a maximum vitality exceeding 8,000 points, Yi Feng began crafting. Under the effect of his talent, the vitality cost for each craft was reduced from 50 points to 25, while the crafting time was also halved from 6 minutes to 3. Although the recipe's quality was not particularly high, offering no special crafting option, and thus no chance to trigger the corresponding effect, Yi Feng still made a modest gain after spending 3 hours crafting 60 items. Resilient Small Pouch. Quality Supreme. Slot Special. Endurance 10. Health 200. Inventory slots 100. A total of 20 of them were supreme quality. In other words, 1/3 of the items he crafted had attained the recipe's highest possible quality, surprising even Yi Feng. It seemed the hidden bonus provided by his talent was far from insignificant. In accordance with his earlier promise, Yi Feng mailed 3 supreme quality pouches to Atizi Zaishi first. The other man repeatedly exclaimed that they were far too precious. He believed Yi Feng had given him every supreme quality pouch. Only after Yi Feng repeatedly assured him that he still had more did the other man accept them with effusive gratitude. Yi Feng synthesized the remaining 17 supreme quality pouches together with 30 excellent quality pouches and 10 rare quality pouches, matching the appropriate quantities accordingly. In the end, he synthesized an item with impressive attributes. Energized Small Pouch 5. Quality Legendary. Slot Special. Vitality 50. Mana 2000. Mana Recovery 100. Inventory slots 800. Compared with the legendary small pouch Yi Feng had previously equipped, this one provided substantially greater bonus attributes. It also granted the mana capacity and recovery speed he urgently needed, while offering over 100 more inventory slots than before. He had just been about to replace his other excellent quality small pouch when he suddenly remembered that he was heading to a Tier 2 map. The barrier-breaking metal was mandatory, while another slot was occupied by the Lucky Rabbit's foot. Only one small pouch could be equipped. Thinking of this, his heart stirred. He placed the 2 small pouches together. Let's do it. As light flashed, Yi Feng's breathing quickened. Had the color of the light changed? He hurriedly opened his inventory. Bottomless Small Pouch 6. Quality Epic. Slot Special. Vitality 150. Spirit 150. Health 5000. Mana 5000. Mana Recovery Speed 100. Health Recovery Speed 100. Infinite Space grants inventory space equal to the total value of the 5 basic attributes. It was truly epic quality. Yi Feng swallowed hard. The simultaneous boosts to health and mana along with the doubled recovery speeds had already pleased him greatly. Yet its sole special ability made his eyes shine with delight. After equipping it, he impatiently checked his inventory capacity. It displayed 3192. His initial inventory had contained 100 slots. The remaining 3192 slots were exactly equal to the current total value of his 5 basic attributes. As his attributes continued to increase, his inventory capacity would rise accordingly. Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief, barely resisting the urge to laugh aloud. He would no longer have to worry about finding nowhere to store the items he obtained. With such a powerful piece of equipment, there was nothing else for Yi Feng to be concerned about. He stepped toward the glowing red area at the edge of the map. Tier 2 map, here I come. Yi Feng's barrier-breaking medallion glowed faintly. He stepped onto the riverbank. You have entered the Tier 2 map. You were the first to discover the Tier 2 map, earning 2 permission points. You were the first to cross a tier and discover the map, earning 3 permission points. Having just arrived at the new map, he hadn't had time to look around yet. Yi Feng then saw several system prompts in succession. He earned 5 permission points, feeling smug. He glanced at his panel and saw 13 permission points. To upgrade the dungeon permissions he had learned, he was 7 points short. He needed to search for other places to gain permission points. Yi Feng thought so. Huh. A muffled rumble rolled from far to near. Yi Feng hurriedly sidestepped. Not far away, a humanoid archer drew back his bow, glaring at him. Yi Feng cast a probe spell. Dense Forest Bowman. Rank Common. Level Tier 2, Level 5. HP 25000. ATK 2000. DEF 600. Although the opponent's HP wasn't high, but the attack and defense still surprised Yi Feng. This was almost on par with a Tier 1, a Level 20 legendary boss. The advancement in power was evident. Yet Yi Feng was not afraid. He simply stepped back 2 paces, escaping the foe's attack range. A casual sword aura swept out and instantly slain it. You gained 350 experience points. Killing it after surpassing level 20 grants an extra 400 experience. You completed a kill across a tier, gaining an extra 100 bonus. Guild buffs are active. You additionally gained 630 experience points. You finally gained 3780 experience points. Feng's eyes narrowed. Under the effects of tier crossing and guild buffs, the experience had actually multiplied tenfold. In other words, defeating a single monster by himself was equivalent to 10 players defeating the same monster. It essentially offset the drawbacks of a 9-star profession. And more crucially, this was only a tier 2 a level 5 ordinary monster. What if it were tier 2 a level 10 or tier 2 a level 20, even higher tier boss level monsters? A faint smile tugged at Feng's lips. This tier 2 map had come at the right time. After he charged into the monster haunt of tier 2 level 5 and killed a boss level monster, such thoughts were even more confirmed. 18900 experience points. For reference, an ordinary player rising from tier 1 level 3 to level 4 would require 16900 XP. It would require up to 130 kills of monsters of the same level. Feng's tier crossing kills boosted efficiency by more than 100-fold. And moreover, this was still without using experience pills. Thinking of that, Feng sent a message to OGZ Sure. The other side soon replied with an email. Inside were all novice experience pills, 12 rare, 6 excellent, 4 outstanding. There was even 1 legendary. Novice experience pill. Quality legendary. Increases base experience by 300, lasts 120 minutes. Daily usage limit 3. Effective on tier 2 maps and below. Compared with the excellent and outstanding pills Feng had seen before, the legendary pills not only offer a larger experience boost, but also last longer. As for the usage limit, it was not a problem for Feng. He synthesized all the other qualities and finally produced a legendary and a superior pill. The superior one increases experience by 500 for 2 hours. As for the legendary, its duration stretched to a full 6 hours. Feng fused it with the initial pill to forge a brand new experience pill. Enhancing experience source 4. Quality legendary. Final experience gain increased by 1000, lasting 12 hours, and can be paused or activated at will. Effective on tier 3 maps and below. Although it remained legendary, it heightened final experience, something Feng had experienced before. Knowing how powerful this effect was, the 12-hour duration and the ability to pause and resume at will pleased him greatly. Having just cleared the earlier monsters, he spotted a humanoid figure clad in robes. Feng immediately used the enhancing experience source. Before the other party could swing a staff, he unleashed his sword. With an astonishing 1241 points of agility, the sword aura blasted above the foe's head in an instant. Several damage numbers floated up. The well-equipped monster fell in a single blow. You defeated tier 2 level 10 boss monster Dense Forest Mage Leader. You gained 2000 experience points. You completed the kill at level 25, gaining an extra 500 experience. You killed it after crossing tiers, gaining an additional 100 bonus. Enhancing experience source is active. You gain an additional 200 experience points. Guild buffs are active. You additionally gain 48400 experience points. You finally gained 290400 experience points. Feng looked at the XP needed to level up to 56000. Even for a special class, 10 times the required amount. One monster could level you up. Feng was stunned. Tier crossing monster hunting was terrifying indeed. Besides the experience, you also obtained 3 silver and 500 copper coins, 52 silver and 500 copper coins. The copper drop was on par with a tier 1 level 10 excellent boss's loot. A veritable double blessing. In addition, a few pieces of equipment dropped. Dense Forest Staff, quality excellent. Required level tier 2 level 10. Magic attack 330. HP 30. Spirit 30. In general, boss level monsters tend to drop ordinary quality gear. Low probability rare drops. The chance for excellent quality is even less than 1. Feng might owe to tier crossing bonuses and a lucky rabbit's foot for such an haul. And this staff, though of excellent quality, already surpasses the attack and dual bonuses of a tier 1 level 20 legendary weapon. Only the number of stat lines is somewhat fewer. Overall, it still cannot compare. Yet it makes Feng realize just how great the upgrade is in every aspect. Moreover, he wore synthesized gear and wielded higher quality skills. He held no fear toward tier 2 monsters. After gathering the drops, he kept moving to clear the area. In this region, roaming monsters were mostly tier 2 level 5 and tier 2 level 10. The strongest, just like the Dense Forest Mage Leader earlier. Though its attack reached 3500 and its defense hovered around 1150. Most players currently would likely fail to breach this boss's defenses, and a player's own defense might be crushed by the opponent's overwhelming damage. It was essentially unreachable. Even Yi Feng, if struck by it, would suffer significant damage. Fortunately, with 2 weapon traits that reduced defense, he could still deal crushing blows. After all, no matter how high its base stats, it was still only a boss-level monster. In terms of skills, it lagged far behind true bosses. Its HP was only 100,000. If Yi Feng could land a critical hit, he would certainly kill it in one strike. Therefore, these bosses mixed with ordinary monsters were basically indistinguishable to him. Sword Chi filled the air among groups of monsters, clearing them rapidly. Just as Yi Feng finished off the last tier, 1 level, 10 monster, a system prompt jolted him. Within 1 hour, you have killed over 100 monsters of a higher tier than yourself, activating the hidden quest tier crossing genius. Seeing the prompt, Yi Feng hastily opened his quest log. The leapfrogging genius. Battles within the same tier have already become dull and tasteless to you. Your unparalleled strength, standing proud and solitary at the peak, compels you to issue a challenge to enemies of higher tiers. Unleash your inner potential and bravely battle against more formidable foes. Such an experience will benefit you for a lifetime. This is a hidden quest. Upon failure, you will receive milestone rewards. Completing it entirely will grant you a unique, exclusive title. Primary phase: kill 100 ordinary monsters of a higher tier than yourself. Time limit: within 1 hour. Progress: 100,100 ordinary monsters. You have completed the primary phase of this quest. Do you wish to activate the next phase? Although he did not know what the specific rewards of this quest were in his past life, he had never heard any news regarding it. Either someone had completed it and kept it a secret, or simply no one had ever managed to finish it entirely. Yi Feng leaned toward the latter. After all, the requirements for just this primary phase were already difficult enough. In the mid to late game, if players pursued the absolute pinnacle of equipment and skills, they might stand a chance at attempting it. At the current stage, he estimated that no one besides himself could possibly complete it. Not only was it a hidden quest, but it also rewarded a unique title upon completion. Naturally, Yi Feng could not refuse. Accept. The quest has been updated. Yi Feng opened the quest log once more. Where the completed primary phase once was, he now saw the new content. Intermediate phase: kill 100 ordinary monsters and 5 boss class monsters of a higher tier than yourself. Time limit: within 6 hours. Progress: 100,100 ordinary monsters. 25 boss class monsters. Although the quest had only advanced by 1 phase, the difficulty had surged significantly. Fortunately, he was currently the only player in the Tier 2 map. Looking out across the hills and fields, there was no one to compete with him for the monsters. Yi Feng delightedly began an indiscriminate sweeping campaign. Tier 1, level 20 ordinary monsters. With 400 HP, they couldn't even withstand a single strike of his sword. Tier 1, level 20 ordinary monsters. With 500 HP, a casual swing of his sword still resulted in excess damage. Even the bosses of these 2 levels only possessed 18000 and 25000 HP respectively. For Yi Feng, defeating them was merely a matter of a few sword strikes. The only actual boss he encountered was merely of Tier 1, level 20 with excellent quality. Although its 2200 defense made it somewhat durable, even with the double buffs of Yi Feng's weapon, he failed to inflict crushing damage. However, once he activated Flowing Light, it ceased to be an issue entirely. With the opponent possessing 3500 HP, Yi Feng easily dispatched it without even resorting to his torrential rain sword technique. You have slain the Tier 2, level 20 excellent grade boss monster, Third Chief of the Dense Forest. You have obtained 400 experience points. You surpassed 35 levels. You jumped tiers. You ultimately obtained 73920 experience points. You have obtained 11 silver and 200 copper coins, 168 silver. Perhaps it was due to the first clear bonus. This boss also dropped a legendary grade skill book and a legendary grade weapon, which was an exceptional stroke of luck. The Tier 2, level 20 legendary weapon boasted an attack damage of up to 120 points. It also provided an additional 80 points to basic attributes. However, compared to the epic grade equipment Yi Feng currently wore, there was still a noticeable gap. Moreover, the 2 traits of the Wind Rain Thunderstirring Sword possessed very high priority, remaining effective against Tier 2 monsters to reduce their defense. Yi Feng had no intention of replacing it for the time being. Unless he had to face Tier 3 monsters where the trait effects would diminish, he would adapt to the circumstances when the time came. With the death of the sole boss in this vast region, the remaining monsters could no longer pose any threat to Yi Feng whatsoever. He simply dashed back and forth, frantically pulling mobs. Although his defense was not particularly high, at only 1200 points. These monsters, which easily possessed 200 to 300 attack power, could still inflict damage on him. Damage numbers in the thousands continuously drifted up from Yi Feng's body. However, under the Blood Feast trait of his ring, given his current output of at least 500 damage per strike, he could absorb at least 100 HP with each hit. If he instantly killed a monster, he could absorb nearly 2000 HP. Furthermore, his attack speed was incredibly fast. Therefore, although it appeared as if he was constantly taking damage from countless monsters at every moment, his HP remained fully topped up due to his relentless attacks. It was both thrilling and perfectly safe. Just like that, when barely 2 hours of the quest time had elapsed. You have completed the intermediate phase of this quest. Do you wish to activate the next phase? Yi Feng's spirits lifted. Here it came. Accept. The quest has been updated. Yi Feng opened his quest log. Advanced phase: kill 100 ordinary monsters, 20 boss class monsters, and 3 excellent grade boss monsters of a higher tier than yourself. Killing a larger quantity and higher quality of monsters within the time limit will grant a very small probability of triggering the ultimate phase challenge, which rewards a mysterious prize upon completion. Time limit within 12 hours. Progress: 110000 ordinary monsters, 220 boss class monsters, 12 excellent grade monsters. With this quest update, not only did the number of monsters and the difficulty continue to rise, but there was also an added chance to trigger the ultimate phase challenge. This piqued Yi Feng's interest. As for the 12-hour limit, Yi Feng felt it would not be much of an issue. It just so happened that his synthesized fountain of experience still had a little over 10 hours of duration left. Even factoring in the time spent searching for monsters and pulling them, he would be able to enjoy the experience bonus throughout the entire quest duration while slaying monsters. Being able to complete the quest and farm experience at the same time. Was that not wonderful? Filled with motivation, Yi Feng began to sprint across the wilderness. His elegant figure, like a roaming dragon, constantly darted through the hordes of monsters. And whenever he finished gathering the monsters under the howling of his sword, chi bursts of white light flashed alongside the resentful roars of the monsters, making his presence appear exceptionally imposing. The massive amounts of experience, the wealth acquired, and the drops of countless high-tier equipment and skill books of various qualities kept him highly motivated at every single moment. By the 5th hour of the quest, he had already completed the requirements for the advanced phase, finishing it 7 hours ahead of schedule. However, he did not choose to submit it. Instead, he continued his search. Surely a map this vast wouldn't lack even a single legendary grade boss. And after he had slain over 1,000 more ordinary monsters and several excellent grade BOSSES, finally, Yi Feng encountered his target. It was a harpy-like monster shrouded in a white glow. Though its figure was massive, its movement speed was incredibly swift. Without activating any skills, Yi Feng could barely make out its movements. Yi Feng guessed that its agility must be exceptionally high. Out of caution, he did not rush forward blindly, but instead cast an appraisal spell first. Wind-chasing human-faced eagle. Quality legendary boss. Level tier 2, level 30. HP 500000. Magic attack 10000. Physical defense 3000. Magic defense 3500. Favored son of wind. Ruler of wind. Armor-piercing wind blade. Legendary dignity: upon taking any damage, blocks a flat 500 damage. When HP falls below 10, health regeneration speed increases by 500. Although this boss only possessed 4 skills, 3 of them yielded no detailed information. Only legendary dignity as skill Yi Feng had appraised before was visible. Its effects were considerably stronger than those of the tier 1 legendary boss he had faced before. Aside from its mysterious and powerful skills, the opponent's basic attributes had reached a terrifying level. This put a significant amount of pressure on Yi Feng. He tentatively took a step forward. 18746. A pale green light instantly struck Yi Feng's body. Simultaneously, a massive damage number popped up. Yi Feng was thoroughly startled. Was this boss's damage output really this high? He checked his magic defense, which was a pitiful 600 plus points, and realized he had suffered crushing damage from the opponent. What alarmed him even more was that the boss's attack range was actually longer than his own. His pupils contracted slightly as a sense of foreboding washed over him. If that were the case, not only would his defense and HP fail to hold up, but he might even be kite tactically. Yi Feng felt unwilling to back down. He immediately activated Flowing Light and Swift as Lightning. Under the enhancement of these 2 legendary skills, Yi Feng charged forward, unleashing several rapid sword strikes. 103840. Evaded. Evaded. 103840. For consecutive waves of sword chi poured out, yet only 2 managed to inflict damage. Seeing evaded pop up twice in a row caused Yi Feng's heart to sink. The urge to retreat began to take root. Meanwhile, the BOSS, having taken damage, seemed to grow angry. A hint of rage surfaced on its human-like face. Under Yi Feng's watchful gaze, a deep green light suddenly flared around the boss. In the next instant, its figure appeared directly in front of Yi Feng. What on earth? Yi Feng was greatly shocked. What kind of speed was this? Unable to dodge in time, he hastily executed several actions simultaneously. First, he downed a synthesized super recovery potion that he had kept on hand. His HP instantly recovered by 20 of his maximum limit. 8200. Immediately after. 410. The continuous effect of regenerating 1 HP per second also kicked in. At the same time, he unleashed his torrential rain sword technique, hurling it entirely at the boss. 252331. 312559. 364478. 420552. A staggering 1.3 million plus damage caused the boss's health bar to instantly drop by more than a quarter. Yet Feng had no time for celebration, because just as his torrential rain sword technique hit the target and successfully stunned it, the boss's attack also landed on him. 37492. This single strike instantly brought his HP down to the very bottom. What was even more absurd was that continuous damage ticks kept popping up. 3749. 3749. Every second a damage number floated above Feng's head, even when the trait of his Vajra battle armor activated, doubling his physical and magic defense. The damage value did not change at all. It was true damage. Feng's heart sank to rock bottom, but he still refused to give up. Taking advantage of the stun duration triggered by his torrential rain sword technique, he continuously attacked the boss. Relying on his blood feast trait, he gradually restored a portion of his lost HP. However, due to the boss's extremely high evasion, he failed to inflict decisive damage. Seeing that only 1 second remained on the stun, while the boss's HP had dropped by barely half, Feng decisively withdrew. He couldn't win this fight. The very instant the boss recovered from the stun, Feng had already retreated dozens of meters away. Seeing that the boss made a move to pursue him, he took advantage of the remaining duration of flowing light to retreat further, which finally made the boss stop. Although his decisive actions had saved his life, Feng's expression was grim. This boss was entirely different from the ones he had dealt with before. Not only was it fast, but its evasion was also high, and its attack power was terrifyingly immense. His attributes, which normally crushed players and monsters of the same tier, in every aspect were simply not enough to withstand it. Following that brief exchange, he had also roughly figured out the effects of the boss's 3 hidden skills. One was an offensive skill that dealt extremely high damage along with percentage-based true damage. Another was likely a skill that increased evasion probability, though whether it was active or passive remained unknown. And finally, an active skill that increased speed and possessed a teleportation effect. The mobility provided by these skills was far too high. Feng's usually invincible speed and attack range were completely suppressed. To be honest, had his torrential rain sword technique not undergone a transformation after multiple syntheses, possessing a legendary priority despite being only of excellent quality, and fortunately triggering the stun effect against the BOSS, he probably would have perished under the boss's talons during that earlier assault. Was he forced to give up on this one? Feng furrowed his brows. However, the moment this thought arose, he immediately dismissed it. The quest he had just accepted made it very clear only by slaying higher tier bosses could he trigger the ultimate quest rewards. The baseline requirement was already excellent grade. Thus only by slaying a legendary grade boss would he have a chance to unlock the quest. Even though he was the sole player on the tier 2 map, finding a legendary boss was still incredibly difficult. If he let this one go, it would not be easy to find another in the remaining time. So how could he defeat it? Feng inspected his equipped gear. Although they were of various qualities, none of them were currently suitable for further synthesis or upgrades. In the short term, he couldn't achieve any significant improvements in terms of equipment. Aside from gear, what else was there? Right skills. Feng's eyes lit up. The 2 legendary skills he had newly acquired had not been leveled up yet. During these past few hours on the tier 2 map, he had slain over 10,000 tier 2 monsters, so he must have accumulated a substantial amount of experience. So Feng thought. Yet when he opened his status panel, he was still thoroughly shocked. 810 million experience points. With this much experience, he could afford to make any attempt. Feng's mind settled. He began to upgrade. You have consumed 2 million EXP to upgrade Flowing Light to level 2. You have consumed 4 million EXP to upgrade Flowing Light to level 3. You have consumed 64 million EXP to upgrade Flowing Light to level 7. The skill Flowing Light has reached its maximum level. Its max level trait has been activated. For each level a skill is upgraded, the EXP required doubles. To raise a legendary grade skill, which initially required only 1 million EXP to learn, to its maximum level, Feng had consumed a staggering 127 million EXP. If this immense amount of EXP were given directly to a tier 1 player, it could propel them all the way to the maximum level of tier 4 in one go. Of course, with the various advancement quests required between each tier, it was not actually that simple. However, this was enough to demonstrate the astronomical cost of upgrading skills. In his past life, many players below tier 4 did not suffer because they could not afford or acquire legendary grade skills. Rather, they simply lacked the massive amount of EXP required to upgrade them. Even though a legendary grade skill was inherently stronger than an excellent grade 1, a level 5 or 6 excellent grade skill was bound to be more powerful than a level 2 or 3 legendary grade skill. Consequently, players could usually only enjoy the true power of legendary grade skills after reaching Tier 3. Someone like Feng who maxed out a legendary grade skill while still at Tier 1 was absolutely unprecedented. In fact, even upgrading an excellent grade skill to its maximum level was something typically achieved only by Tier 2 players. Having consumed so much of his EXP, to what heights would this skill be elevated? Feng opened the newly upgraded skill with high anticipation. Flowing Light 7. Quality 77 Legendary. Consumes 3000 mana points. Increases attack power by 280 and attack speed by 140 for 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. During the skill's active duration, critical rate is increased by 56. Max level effect. During the skill's active duration, insta-killing a target restores 1 of your health and mana. Despite being mentally prepared, Feng was still stunned by the max level Flowing Light. With such an exaggerated boost, Feng figured that even mythic grade skills were probably only on par with this. Not to mention the max level effect also tremendously enhanced his sustain. However, the required mana cost made him furrow his brows. Even though he had already equipped gear that increased his mana pool, with his current mana standing at 25850 points, he could not even cast it a single time. He cast a glance at his inventory. Several hours of continuous combat coupled with a 1500 drop rate bonus had nearly filled up his massive inventory of over 3000 slots. The countless Tier 2 equipment pieces inside were a breathtaking sight. However, because he had not slain many elites and bosses, the number of skill books was quite low, totaling only a dozen or so. Attribute fruits were even scarcer. Feng estimated that they weren't even enough to synthesize a single attribute fruit that he could use. He immediately sent a message to Diwang Haigu asking him to help purchase a large quantity of attribute fruits. In return, he offered to pay a 10 premium over the market price. He was even willing to trade legendary grade attribute fruits for them if necessary. Initially, Diwang Haigu was slightly displeased. For a powerhouse to ask for his help was an absolute honor. Offering a premium was simply too formal. But upon hearing the final condition, he was instantly thrilled. Legendary grade attribute fruits. These were absolute rarities at this stage of the game. As far as he knew, they currently only had a decent drop rate in nightmare grade dungeons. Yet even within their guild, his team was the only one capable of challenging such dungeons. Even if they successfully cleared it once, there was only a chance of obtaining 1 or 2 fruits. That was not even enough to satisfy a single person's needs. Furthermore, as high-end resources essential for advancement, other players capable of obtaining them would basically never sell them. On the market, they were practically non-existent regardless of the price. Hearing that Feng had spares made him want to weep tears of joy. Although he did not understand why the powerhouse would use legendary grade attribute fruits to have him buy excellent and outstanding grade ones, he could easily distinguish whether this deal was beneficial or detrimental to him. He immediately ordered his subordinates to start spamming the world channel. After handing down the instructions, Feng opened the treasure pavilion. Since the attribute fruits issue could not be resolved immediately, he decided to try approaching the problem through skills. He had just learned 2 active skills, but he still had a vacant slot for a passive skill. He wanted to see if he could find a passive skill related to increasing mana capacity or spirit. Setting the search filters to passive skills and the quality range to excellent and legendary, Feng began browsing through them one by one. Excellent grade skill increases strength by 50 points. Excellent grade skill increases attack by 150 points. Excellent grade skill increases defense pierce probability by 2. Excellent grade skill. Feng passed on all of them that only granted flat attribute points or stats. Although the stat increases seemed decent and provided noticeable immediate boosts, they would become virtually negligible in the mid to late game. Unless they offered percentage-based effects, they were of little use, and such effects were exceedingly rare among excellent grade skills. Finding one that increased critical rate like the one he got for Gao Fei was truly 1 in 10,000. Feng continued flipping through the pages. Although there were some that increased maximum mana or spirit attribute points, they all fell short of his expectations. Soon he had browsed through all the excellent grade passive skills, leaving only 5 legendary grade skills. With a single glance, Feng spotted exactly what he needed. Mana Overlimit. Quality legendary max, level 7. Increases max mana by 20 and mana regeneration speed by 20. This skill was listed at a staggering price of 500 gold ingots. For magic-based classes, although these 2 attributes were important, they were not as desirable as a direct increase in spirit. After all, spirit also boosted magic defense. Furthermore, when it came to legendary grade skills, players preferred passive skills that reduced casting time or offered cooldown reduction. While this skill's effects were good, its cost-performance ratio was low. Consequently, listed at this price, the skill had absolutely no buyers. But for Feng, having 2 percentage-based effects simultaneously was the perfect fit for his needs. As for the percentages being too low, they would naturally increase once synthesized. Having made up his mind, Feng did not bother haggling with the seller and bought it outright. His inventory held only about 10 excellent grade skill books. He performed fixed synthesis 3 times, obtaining 3 random legendary grade skill books. After checking their effects, he found none of them to be top tier, so he used them directly to synthesize with this skill. After 3 rounds of synthesis, although it remained legendary grade, the max mana increase had reached 50, and the mana regeneration speed had risen to 75. He then inquired with Diwang Hai Gu and purchased 20 outstanding grade and 4 excellent grade skill books from him. Synthesizing 5 books of the same grade guaranteed an upgrade in quality, allowing him to produce another legendary grade skill book. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. To defeat powerful bosses now he absolutely needed the empowerment of skills. However, the powerful skills he synthesized had extremely high mana costs. In a way, his mana capacity determined his current ceiling. It was a critical necessity. This skill had to be upgraded to its absolute limit. He simply opened the treasure pavilion and made a series of purchases, gathering enough skills of various qualities to synthesize 3 more legendary grade skills. With everything prepared, he synthesized them in one go up to the maximum limit. On the very last attempt, a notification finally popped up indicating a breakthrough beyond the quality limit, a metamorphosis. With a trace of excitement, Yi Feng opened his inventory and looked at the final product. Mana over limit 7. Quality legendary max, level 7. Increases max mana by 200 and mana regeneration speed by 200. When you allocate spirit points excluding equipment bonuses, your mana and magic defense scaling coefficients will increase by 25. Although the base stat increases were predictable, the final 200 boost to both stats still made Yi Feng overjoyed. And the metamorphosis effect made his breath hitch. This effect was simply heaven-defying. Unable to wait any longer, he learned the skill and upgraded it to the maximum level in one go. Mana over limit 7. Quality 77 legendary. Increases max mana by 560 and mana regeneration speed by 560. When you allocate spirit points excluding equipment bonuses, your mana and magic defense scaling coefficients will increase by 70. Max level effect: when allocating spirit points excluding equipment bonuses, your mana and magic defense scaling coefficients will increase by 30, and you will obtain a hidden bonus to the maximum spirit points for ranged magic classes. The max level effect was terrifyingly powerful. Needless to say, compared to the initial values, the base attributes were like heaven and earth. The massive increase in max mana made casting skills much more effortless, while the 560 boost to mana regeneration speed tremendously enhanced his sustain. Even more crucially, the coefficient provided by spirit points was directly doubled. This meant that in the future, every single point of spirit Yi Feng allocated would grant him 100 mana points and 3 magic defense points. This was even comparable to the A-grade talent effects of some magic-based classes. As for the special effect of obtaining a hidden bonus to the maximum point limit, it made him nearly doubt his own eyes. He wished he could instantly allocate hundreds of spirit points to test it out. However, since he currently lacked enough attribute fruits to synthesize, he would have to wait until later to uncover how effective this truly was. Opening his status panel, Yi Feng looked at the changes in his mana pool. 170610. A staggering 170000 mana points. This was more than enough to cast the max level Flowing Light. Yi Feng estimated that even the highest level magic-based class currently, even if they allocated all their points into spirit, would likely fail to reach this figure. With such a plentiful supply of mana, he could rest easy. Spending another 100 million plus EXP, he upgraded his other legendary grade skill to its maximum level. Swift as Lightning 7. Quality 77 legendary. Consumes 3000 mana points. Increases movement speed by 560 for 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Can be used in combat. Attacking while the skill is active grants an additional 168 range compensation. Max level effect: consumes an additional 100 mana to increase the skill's duration by 100. Although this skill still seemed somewhat ordinary even after being upgraded to its maximum level, and its max level effect was rather simple, Yi Feng felt it was extremely worthwhile just thinking about the effect of having his movement speed boosted by over 5 times for 10 minutes. With such a long duration, it could even be used for daily travel. With the stellar performance of these max-level skills setting the standard, and with plenty of EXP to spare for now, he decided to raise the 2 skills he had learned before Tier 1 to their maximum levels as well. Crushing Aura 6. Level 66 excellent. When dealing crushing damage to a target, inflicts an additional 1000 damage. Triggering this effect while using a skill makes it valid. Priority legendary grade BOSS. Max level effect: when facing a target 1 priority tier higher, the skill's effectiveness is reduced by 50. When facing a target 2 priority tiers higher, the effectiveness is reduced by 90. When facing a target 3 priority tiers higher, the effect becomes invalid. Yi Feng sighed. This skill was incredibly strong right now, and could even be called the main reason behind his massive attack power. It was after all only an excellent grade skill. Even though it had undergone a metamorphosis and its priority had increased, it would still fail to take effect when facing higher quality bosses in the future. Under its max level effect, although it still possessed some potential, it certainly would not be as effective as it was now. It seemed he would have to look for another high-quality skill with a similar effect in the future. Yifeng made a mental note of this. The last skill he upgraded was his only offensive active skill. Torrential Swordplay 6. Level 66 excellent. Consumes 5000 mana points. Ignores 75 of the target's defense, dealing consecutive attacks of 270, 330, 390, 450 of attack power with a 90 chance to inflict a 15-second stun. Cooldown 60 seconds. Priority legendary. Max level effect consumes 100 times the base mana cost to increase the priority tier by 1 level. Upon reaching max level, Torrential Swordplay saw another increase in its attack scaling. Although the stun probability capped at 90, the stun duration was increased by 5 seconds. Moreover, the max level effect gave Yifeng a massive surprise. As an excellent grade active skill, it normally would not be able to affect legendary grade bosses. Under Yifeng's synthesis talent, it had undergone a metamorphosis, raising its priority to legendary grade, making it absolutely on par with any normal legendary grade skill. This was already a minor miracle. What he did not expect was that upgrading it to maximum level would actually allow its priority to be elevated once more. This meant it could even take effect against epic grade bosses. Although it required 100 times the base mana cost, amounting to a whopping 5000 points. And he could not meet this condition at the current stage. Yifeng believed that by the time he actually faced an epic grade boss, he might already have the capability to do so. With all 6 of his skills fully maxed out, Yifeng instantly felt a surge of confidence. He returned to the vicinity of the boss. This time he was going to get his payback. Perhaps because their previous clash had left a deep impression, the moment Yifeng's figure appeared, the boss charged at him with blistering speed. Not daring to be careless, Yifeng immediately activated Swift as lightning. To play it safe, he even expended double the mana to extend its duration. The moment the skill took effect and his movement speed increased by 560, the world in his eyes instantly changed. Colors blurred into a vibrant kaleidoscopic rush. The surrounding scenery became completely indiscernible, only sharpening slightly when he focused his gaze with intense concentration. And in his eyes, the boss, who had previously been as swift as flowing light racing freely through the wind, had also slowed down. At this moment, the boss was radiating brilliant light, yet a trace of bewilderment flickered in its eyes. It seemed unable to comprehend where the human whom it had easily toyed with just moments ago had vanished to. Knowing that his speed now completely outclassed his opponent, Yifeng put his mind at ease. Activating flowing light, his sword, chi, erupted. Minus 212,340. With but a single ordinary strike, a sizable chunk was carved from the boss's health bar. And Yifeng, in his flowing light state, still benefited from a 140 boost to his attack speed. Seizing the moment before the boss could retaliate, he drove his blade home in swift succession. 5 cuts in total. Though 2 of those strikes were deftly dodged by the BOSS. The remaining 3 all triggered critical hits. Through this devastating burst of 4 blows, he inflicted a staggering 2 million points of damage. By the time the boss came to its senses, its vitality had already dwindled by half. Its body blazed with ever more dazzling radiance. The unmistakable prelude to that blinding technique it had wielded before. Yet Yifeng had anticipated this. The instant its form began to shift, he retreated without hesitation. Boom. The boss materialized precisely where Yifeng had stood a heartbeat earlier, its furious strike meeting only empty air. Having evaded the attack with composed grace, Yifeng's confidence swelled. He did not even unleash his Rainstorm sword art, choosing instead to test the effects of Gale's Embrace. His base attack range of 13 meters, augmented by 20% from his equipment, reached 15 meters, still falling short of the boss under ordinary circumstances. But during the activation of Gale's Embrace, a 168 range compensation came into play. This catapulted his effective attack distance to a formidable 40 meters. Step by step he retreated while the boss could do naught but pursue in vain. When Yifeng calmly released his sword chi to strike true, the outcome had long been sealed. Even when the boss's vitality fell to 10%, triggering its passive skill, Legendary Dignity, and restoring its health regeneration by 500. Yifeng's own class specialty activated upon dealing sword-based damage, diminishing the foe's health recovery. Though the effect was somewhat weakened given he stood 1 tier below the BOSS, it still served to suppress it. Most crucially, his attack speed was simply overwhelming, releasing 4 to 5 sword chi strikes every single second. Even though the boss could evade the majority of them in those final moments, its entire form trembled and its stature shrank. Its evasion surged dramatically, so much so that only 1 in 10 of Yifeng's strikes found their mark. But that single connecting blow was utterly beyond its capacity to endure. When Yifeng landed yet another critical strike, the boss finally collapsed beyond salvation, its gaze dimming with unwillingness as it fell. Renowned as the swiftest of its tier, with evasion unmatched, It could never have imagined that it would be tormented to death by a mere kiting strategy. Yi Feng strode forth triumphantly to collect his spoils. The glittering array of loot strewn across the ground filled him with immense joy. You have slain the Tier 2 level 30 legendary boss, Stormwind Human-Faced Eagle. You have gained 3009600 experience points. You have gained 60 silver, 900 silver. You have obtained Beginner Epic Advancement Stone X10. You have obtained Stormwind Human-Faced Boots Epic. You have obtained Stormwind Cloak Legendary. You have obtained Human-Faced Eagle Staff Legendary. You have obtained Gale Boots Legendary. You have obtained Child of the Wind Legendary. You have obtained Sovereign of the Wind Legendary. You have obtained Armor-Piercing Wind Blade Legendary. You have obtained Beginner Attribute Fruit Legendary X10. You have obtained Beginner Attribute Fruit Exceptional X20. You have obtained. Beyond the extraordinary experience and coin, the epic advancement stones had dropped in a single haul of 10. More than enough for Yi Feng to upgrade his weapon to Tier 2. The sole epic grade equipment required reaching Tier 2, level 30 before it could be equipped. Should he choose to sell, there was presently no one capable of equipping it. Yi Feng gathered it alongside the 3 legendary pieces. These 3 legendary skills were all abilities the boss had employed, yet they had all dropped in a single instance. The armor-piercing wind blade ignored 70 of the target's magical defense, inflicted 200 magical damage, and caused an additional 10 true damage per second for 30 seconds. A formidable magical offensive skill, one that had nearly killed Yi Feng in an instant. Sold to a magic class, it would surely fetch a handsome price. The other 2 skills, one increased the user's evasion rate by 50, though at the cost of a 20 reduction in attack power. Its duration was remarkably long. Yi Feng felt it ill-suited to his style. The other was the teleportation-type skill he had witnessed the boss use twice. Sovereign of the Wind. Quality legendary, maximum, level 7. Consumes 5,000 mana to teleport to any location within 10 meters. Cooldown 10 minutes. This effect cannot be interrupted by skills of a quality not exceeding one's own. Yi Feng carefully stowed it away. Though the skill was singular in effect and possessed a lengthy cooldown, its immunity to interruption by lower quality abilities was worthy of his consideration. All skills available at Tier 1 had already been fully learned by him. Upon reaching Tier 2, he could synthesize it further. The effects would surely prove even more remarkable. Worth learning indeed. Compared to the equipment and skills that couldn't yet be liquidated, the attribute fruits were tangible resources he could immediately put to use. A full 30 of them, the largest single harvest Yi Feng had acquired since entering the game. He opened his friends list and inquired of Emperor C Brother about the progress of the attribute fruit acquisition on his behalf. Meanwhile, Emperor C Brother was currently haggling with a merchant. He had originally intended to purchase all the attribute fruits the merchant possessed, yet the merchant, perhaps sensing his urgent need, had demanded a price 50% above market rate. Given the sheer quantity he required, this was hardly worthwhile. Just as he wrestled with his decision, Yi Feng's message arrived. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and agreed to the merchant's asking price, acquiring the lot in its entirety. He then sent it over to Yi Feng. Moments later, Jian Brother, see, impressive efficiency, thanks. What do you want, silver coins or something else? Emperor C Brother considered briefly. He had no particular pressing need for silver at the moment. Moreover, given the merchant's inflated price he had just paid, it wouldn't be fair to the boss. Emperor C Brother, boss, do you have any equipment, weapons, or skills I could use? Or perhaps a spare legendary attribute fruit? Even one would do. He sent the message with a hint of nervous anticipation. Top-tier equipment, weapons, and even skills. He was certain the boss was hardly lacking. But legendary attribute fruits were simply too rare. Last time Yi Feng had sold him 3. Rather than hoarding the benefits for himself, he had generously shared 1 each with 2 core members of his guild. Even now, if the boss still had legendary fruits to spare, trading him a single one would already be a tremendous kindness. Ding ding ding. The friend's notification chimed. Emperor C Brother hastened to open it, his heart brimming with expectation. Would the boss agree to a trade? But upon reading the message, he was struck dumb. Jian, aren't you a 4-star class? Will 1 legendary fruit even be enough for you? Emperor C Brother was somewhat puzzled by the boss's meaning. It was true. He was a 4-star class. He could use up to 4 attribute fruits at most. Legendary grade fruits would undoubtedly yield the best results. But where on earth would one find so many? His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be? Emperor C Brother, that's right, boss. As per your guidance, I've been using only the best quality skills and attribute fruits at each tier and pursuing hidden advancement for my class. So far, I've only consumed 1 legendary fruit. 3 remain unused. But I know you need legendary fruits too. I can't possibly hold up your progress. Jian, enough nonsense. Your little needs won't affect me in the slightest. Emperor C Brother was momentarily stunned. Then a mail notification arrived. Upon opening it, he found 5 legendary attribute fruits. Jian, attribute fruits convert at a 2:1 ratio between qualities. with the surplus continue helping me gather excellent and superior grade attribute fruits. At that moment, Emperor C Brother's heart overflowed with wild elation. Heavens above, the boss had actually produced 5 legendary attribute fruits in one go. With this, wouldn't he be able to max out his fruit slots directly? The remaining 2, he could show them off to those 2 bosom buddies of his. Wouldn't they be on their knees calling him daddy, begging to buy them at a premium? The more Emperor C Brother contemplated, the more thrilled he became. He excitedly selected one-click accept on the mail. Emperor C Brother received boss. On my knees with gratitude. He immediately consumed 3 legendary attribute fruits and watched as 60 additional strength points and 30 agility points materialized. Emperor C Brother felt he could burst into maniacal laughter. The random rolls were simply too perfect. He had saved himself the cost of stat resetting items entirely. With 2 more legendary skills learned, he could already begin preparing for his Tier 2 advancement. He now felt profoundly grateful that he had clung to the boss's coattails early on. After all, regardless of the current market price of 200 gold ingots per fruit, the equivalent of 20 superior grade attribute fruits. In reality, even if you offered 3,000, no one would sell. Only from the boss could one obtain such top-tier resources with such ease. All he had paid was ordinary money. With this thought, he immediately posted a message on the World channel. Unlimited acquisition of excellent and superior grade attribute fruits. 50 above market price, massive quantities, can accept 100 premium. At this, the merchants were sent into an uproar. Holy crap, has this guy gone mad? A premium for legendary fruits is one thing, but now even excellent grade is being bought at a premium. I can't hold on to these prices anymore. Brothers, I'm cashing out first, hahaha. A flood of merchants began reaching out to Emperor C Brother. Countless solo players hounded him with messages. Even 1 or 2 fruits could be sold at a 50 premium. They could sell now and simply buy back once prices dropped. Advancement? What's the rush? Among them, the very merchant who had just dealt with Emperor C Brother was nearly in tears. He sent Emperor C Brother a message. Boss, how are you messing with me? Just now you haggled with me over a 50 premium, and now you're offering 100. Emperor C Brother didn't waste words. That was then, this is now. If you have more, I'll still pay 100 premium for them. In no time, Emperor C Brother's name resounded throughout the entire game. His magnanimous spending left everyone green with envy. Qian Duodua, witnessing this scene, was absolutely furious. He began interrogating Qian Xiaodun. Didn't I order you to go all out acquiring attribute fruits? Surely you can match a mere premium like this. Qian Xiaodun said reproachfully. I'll immediately offer a 150 premium for acquisitions. I won't let them act so arrogantly. Qian Duo shook his head. Offer 200 outright. It's just a contest of money. I won't lose to anyone. Before long, an even more explosive announcement appeared on the World channel. The Money Empire is conducting an indefinite acquisition of attribute fruits, 200 premium for excellent superior grades, 300 premium for legendary grade. Higher than any other offer. At this, players were dumbfounded. What the hell, I just cleared my stock and someone raises the price again. There's actually someone going even higher. Others were overjoyed. Haha, I was busy hunting monsters and didn't sell earlier. The price went up again during this time, how wonderful. Are these tycoons squabbling with each other? Let it get even more heated. Not long after Qian Xiaodun's message went out, Emperor C Brother promptly updated his acquisition prices as well. In this back and forth escalation, players stopped rushing to sell. Looks like there's still room for appreciation here. No rush, no rush. Let the prices fly a while longer. Feng paid no heed to the chaos unfolding on the World channel. The batch of attribute fruits Emperor C Brother had mailed over was quite substantial. A full 180 excellent grade and 41 superior grade fruits. After combining the excellent grade fruits in fixed batches of 5, he obtained 36 superior grade fruits. Combined with those already in his inventory, his superior grade attribute fruits surpassed 100. He began synthesizing them one by one. After 3 consecutive batch syntheses, he obtained 17 superior grade and 8 legendary fruits. Then, taking out the 15 legendary fruits from his inventory after several more syntheses, he obtained 2 legendary fruits of transcendent quality, as well as 1 standard legendary fruit that had reached the synthesis limit of 7 times. These 3 fruits respectively granted him 224, 238, and 400 free attribute points. Staring at such an enormous windfall, he was momentarily at a loss. Where should he allocate them? He glanced at his base attribute points. The highest was agility at 620 points, followed by strength at 521 points. Among his other attributes, the highest was vitality at 200. Recalling the description in his mana overflow skill hint about the special effects of reaching the upper limit, his heart stirred, and he first allocated 380 points to agility. The moment he finished, a system notification popped up. Your base agility has reached 1,000 points. You have gained a hidden bonus effect. Your evasion has increased by 5. Your critical resistance has increased by 5. You are the first to reach the first stage of agility points. Your evasion has increased by an additional 5. your critical resistance has increased by an additional 5. In his past life as a high-level player, Feng had naturally witnessed attribute points reaching into the thousands or even tens of thousands. Yet back then the increases had been only marginal. He hadn't expected that completing this milestone so early in this life would yield additional bonuses. A cumulative 10 boost to evasion was certainly a respectable effect. What delighted him even more was the increase to his critical resistance. As the name suggested, this countered critical hits, neutralizing critical rate, an attribute possessed only by high-tier advanced classes or high-quality bosses. It almost never appeared on standard equipment. This was a tremendous gain. Feng was thoroughly pleased. But the system notifications weren't over yet. You are the first to raise agility to the first stage. You have gained 2 permission points. You are the first to raise any attribute to the first stage. You have gained 5 permission points. Feng laughed with sheer delight. Such incredible bonuses existed. Feng fell into thought. As a ranged melee hybrid class, both strength and agility counted as primary attributes. If agility possessed special effects, strength should as well. He immediately allocated his strength points to 1,000 as well. Sure enough, your base strength has reached 1,000 points. You have gained a hidden bonus effect. Your critical rate has increased by 5. You are the first to reach the first stage of strength points. Your critical rate has increased by an additional 5. Although this was merely a single special attributes effect, a 10 increase to critical rate was still highly practical. Feng expressed considerable satisfaction. As for the 2 additional notifications that popped up, they pleased him greatly. You are the first to raise strength to the first stage. You have gained 2 permission points. You are the first to raise dual attributes to the first stage. You have gained 7 permission points. You are the first to raise dual attributes to the first stage. You have gained 7 permission points. Reaching 1000 and 2 attributes did not just unlock hidden bonuses for both, it also brought about a significant increase of 16 authority points. This filled Feng with eager anticipation. What if he raised the remaining 3 attributes to 100 points as well? How many more authority points would that yield? Right then the second batch of resources from Diwang Haigu arrived, 511 excellent grade and 73 outstanding grade attribute fruits, totaling nearly 800 in all. Calculated at the exchange rate of 1 to 20 for a higher tier of quality, the value already exceeded the 5 legendary grade fruits Feng had prepaid. He took screenshots of the newly acquired skill books, Favored Son of Wind, and Armor-Piercing Wind Blade, and sent them to Diwang Haigu through the chat. I'm temporarily out of legendary grade fruits. Would you be willing to take these skill books instead? Absolutely. These 2 skill books are far more valuable than the fruits I gathered. I'll get right back to acquiring more fruits for you, boss. Even through the chat window, Diwang Haiju's sheer excitement was palpable. After sending the skill books via mail, Feng resumed his synthesis. He fused the excellent grade fruits into outstanding grade ones, then pushed the outstanding grade ones toward the legendary tier. With ample synthesis attempts remaining, Feng operated with swift efficiency. Before long, the first completed product was created, yielding 310 free attribute points. Instead of rushing to use it, Feng chose to press on. A second one, then a third. Just as his supply of fruits was about to run dry, Diwang Haigu delivered yet another batch. Though the quantity was far smaller than before, with Diwang Haigu claiming that prices had skyrocketed, making them difficult to acquire, it was still enough for Feng to successfully synthesize a 4th fruit. Coincidentally, his synthesis attempts for the day had also been exhausted. Feng sent a message instructing Diwang Haigu to temporarily halt the acquisitions. Since he had already consumed 6 attribute fruits, using 4 more would bring him to the absolute limit for Tier 1. The first one he retrieved was the very last one he had synthesized. Chaotic Novice Attribute Fruit. Quality Legendary. Requirement Tiers 1 to 3. Effect grants 300 free attribute points or 350 random attribute points. Once added, cannot be adjusted using items. This particular fruit was quite unique. It was rare for an item to offer 2 choices. For ordinary players, although the random option offered more points, the inability to reset them made it far too restrictive. What if a strength-based class randomly rolled 350 points of spirit? That would be an absolute disaster. However, Feng harbored no such concerns. With his unique synthesis talent and class characteristics, nearly every single attribute point was highly valuable to him. He could accept whatever the random roll yielded. You have consumed the Chaotic Novice Attribute Fruit. You have obtained 350 points of spirit. Feng was momentarily startled, then smiled. This was actually quite excellent. He quickly consumed the remaining 3 fruits as well. In total, he gained another 740 free attribute points. Aided by his skill bonuses, his natural first choice was to boost his spirit. After allocating 580 points to spirit, your base spirit has reached 1000 points. You have obtained a hidden bonus effect. Your mana regeneration speed has increased by 100. You are the first player to reach the first stage of spirit. Your mana regeneration speed has increased by an additional 100. Yi Feng continued reading the notifications. As the first to raise spirit to the first stage, you have obtained 2 authority points. As the first to raise 3 attributes to the first stage, you have obtained 10 authority points. Nice. Yi Feng pumped his fist in excitement. A 200 boost to his mana regeneration speed elevated his natural sustain and endurance to a whole new level. His accumulated authority points had now reached 41. As for which permissions he should unlock with them, that would require some careful deliberation. After maximizing his spirit, Yi Feng had 202 points remaining, which was not enough to raise either constitution or endurance to 1000 points. Pushing those thoughts aside for the moment, Yi Feng opened his quest log. There were still over 5 hours left before the quest deadline, and he had no intention of wasting a single second. He resumed his sweeping campaign. The Tier 2 map was incredibly vast, of which he had previously explored less than a third. Now with his agility enhanced, his movement speed was swifter than ever. Combined with the occasional skill buffs and his heightened attack power, Yi Feng's clearing efficiency reached an absolute peak. For 5 straight hours he pushed forward almost without pause. Until finally, you have completed the quest Leapfrogging Genius. You have successfully completed the novice stage. You have successfully completed the intermediate stage. You have exceeded the requirements for the advanced stage, unlocking the ultimate stage challenge. You may choose to initiate this challenge at any time. It remains valid until your next advancement quest. Would you like to begin immediately? This quest alone had consumed over a dozen hours of Yi Feng's time on top of everything else he had been doing. He felt utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. No, he desperately needed to log off and rest. Without even organizing his inventory or reviewing the rewards from the earlier stages of the quest, Yi Feng logged out immediately. He didn't even notice the line of system notifications popping up as he logged off. Removing his gaming helmet, a wave of profound fatigue washed over his body. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, unable to stay open. He crawled straight into bed and fell into a deep slumber. Yet shortly after he drifted off, an unexpected anomaly occurred. His body suddenly began to tremble violently as countless currents of air surged toward him. Deep within him, a faint vortex slowly materialized. In an instant, the vortex devoured all the surrounding air currents. Yet the trembling did not cease. Instead, the vortex grew larger and larger. His body began to undergo an alarming transformation, starting to shrivel and look emaciated. If this continued, even his flesh and blood might be completely consumed. Right at that critical moment, a milky white glow suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him. Its essence seemed similar to the air currents that had gathered from all directions earlier. However, in terms of concentration, it was infinitely denser than the previous currents. As the milky white light enveloped Yi Feng, it was instantly sucked in by the insatiable vortex. As the light integrated into his body, Yi Feng's trembling began to subside. The destructive deterioration halted, and a healthy flush gradually returned to his complexion. And so the light continued to pour forth, merging into Yi Feng's body. It was as if a mysterious evolution was taking place, though Yi Feng remained entirely oblivious to it all. He slept soundly, though the shifting expressions on his face from time to time proved that this sudden transformation was far from a mere dream. Ma Dong stepped out of the Chang'an railway station and took a deep breath. Though he possessed handsome features and a tall, slender build, making him a first-rate attractive man by all outward appearances, the weariness in his eyes and his quiet demeanor carried a faint aura of gloomy dejection that warned others to keep their distance. Waving off several taxi drivers trying to solicit his business, he walked briskly toward Ma Penglu, who was waiting for him nearby. A smile returned to his face as he gave his friend a tight, hearty hug. Long time no see, Pao Good. Long time no see, Dong Good. The two had only come to know each other because of Yi Feng. Ma Penglu was Yi Feng's high school classmate. Ma Dong, on the other hand, was Yi Feng's college classmate. Although both were Yi Feng's closest confidants, they hadn't known each other originally, having met only through gaming with Yi Feng. A few years ago, Yi Feng had organized a meetup in Chang'an, which was the first time they met offline. This was only their second face-to-face meeting. Although they were sworn brothers and part of the same group in the game, they still felt a slight touch of awkwardness in reality. Ma Dong, not being one for small talk, got straight to the point. I won't be staying in Chang'an long this time. I just wanted to see you and Yi Feng before heading back. Ma Penglu nodded, though a puzzled expression crossed his face. I don't know what's going on with Feng Ge. He isn't answering his phone, and he's offline in the game too. But don't worry, I know where his new place is. I'll take you straight there. Ma Dong smiled and thanked him. The two climbed into Ma Penglu's car and headed toward Yi Feng's residence. They soon arrived at Zhonghai Bagong. As they reached the entrance, Ma Penglu's Panamera was stopped by the security guard, which caught Ma Dong somewhat by surprise. What kind of neighborhood was this where even a luxury car couldn't enter freely? However, the moment the guard saw Ma Penglu roll down the window, he saluted politely and waved the car through. Ma Dong's gaze toward Ma Penglu shifted with newfound respect. Pao Ge, you've really made it big, haven't you? Ma Penglu shook his head with a smile. I'm just riding on Feng Ji's coattails. Ma Dong grew even more astonished. When he had last contacted Yi Feng, hadn't his friend just resigned from his job living penniless in a basement? How did he suddenly strike it rich? Ma Penglu didn't offer a detailed explanation. He knew that once Ma Dong met Yi Feng, especially after he started playing Tianyu, he would understand why Yi Feng commanded such immense respect. Yet when they arrived at the door of Yi Feng's villa, their persistent knocking went completely unanswered. When they called his phone, they could faintly hear the ringtone echoing from inside, but no one picked up. Ma Penglu's expression darkened as an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Had something happened to Yi Feng? Having spent years in the business world, he knew all too well that when someone rose too fast, disaster often followed close behind. As the undisputed #1 player in the game, Yi Feng was incredibly powerful, which bound to draw envy, jealousy, and even sheer hatred. It was entirely possible that someone had tracked down his real-life information to seek revenge. He quickly pressed his thumb against the fingerprint scanner. Before leaving last time, Yi Feng had registered both his and Gao Fei's fingerprints into the smart lock system. Yi Feng had told them they could drop by whenever they wanted to hang out. He hadn't expected those fingerprints to come in handy so soon. Verification successful. Welcome. The moment the door unlocked, the two rushed inside. The living room was empty, showing no signs of a break-in. Ma Penglu quickly led Ma Dong toward the bedroom. Pushing the door open, they saw Yi Feng lying there with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. His entire body was flushed deep red, radiating waves of intense heat. Ma Dong's pupils contracted. He stepped forward and grabbed Yi Feng's hand. SSS. It was burning hot. Ma Dong stared at the blister forming on his hand, utterly shocked. What kind of bizarre illness was this? How could a human body reach such an extreme temperature? Just as he was about to dial for an ambulance, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. Yi Feng felt as though he had just awakened from an incredibly long dream. In that dream, he seemed to have undergone a massive trial. His body was forged by various mysterious energies, molded and reshaped like clay. Though the process was agonizing, he could feel his strength and growth with every passing second. It was a state of painful ecstasy. Only after his body had undergone countless compressions and transformations did a signal of satiety finally emerge, putting an end to the energy absorption. Yet once this state stabilized, his body began to grow increasingly hot, as if a raging fire were trapped inside on the verge of exploding. He desperately wanted to release this inferno, but found himself powerless to do so. Right then, a cool energy made contact with him, giving the overwhelming heat an outlet to surge out. Instantly, his body temperature plummeted. And so he opened his eyes only to see Ma Dong grimacing in pain from the burn. And Ma Penglu, who was holding a basin of cold water poised to pour it all over him. Stop, he quickly croaked out, halting Ma Penglu mid-motion. Ma Dong looked up as well. Both of them were overjoyed, asking in unison, "You're awake." Yi Feng propped himself up with his hands and sat up. Frowning, he asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Ma Penglu shook his head. "I don't know either. Ever since you went offline in the game yesterday, you never logged back on. If Ma Dong hadn't come to visit, I wouldn't even have known something was wrong." Offline since yesterday. Yi Feng glanced at the time on his phone. Sure enough, a full day and night had passed since he went to sleep. Sensing the subtle changes in his body, he felt a wave of uncertainty. "Go please look after Dong for a bit. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable, so I'm going to take a shower." Ma Penglu nodded while Ma Dong added with concern, "Shout if you feel unwell." Yi Feng entered the bathroom and turned the shower to cold. As the freezing water washed over him, the lingering heat within his body gradually dissipated. Looking at his midsection, his slight belly had completely vanished, replaced by beautifully defined muscles and a sleek athletic physique. Yi Feng finally understood the cause of this bizarre phenomenon. A portion of his in-game strength had materialized in the real world. In his past life, this phenomenon had occurred much later, roughly 2 months after the game's launch, when players were nearing Tier 4. Once a base attribute reached 1/0, a fraction of that power would manifest in reality upon logging off. Although the conversion rate was minuscule, only 1%, which meant a single attribute would manifest as 10 points in reality, it was still enough to nearly double the physical capabilities of an average adult male. Back then, the manifestation was limited to a single attribute. Moreover, because a faint trace of spiritual energy existed in the real world, the process was usually completed seamlessly over a single night's sleep. But Yi Feng had reached 1,000 points in 2 attributes simultaneously. Furthermore, at this point in time, there should have been virtually no spiritual energy in the real world. This was why the reaction had been so violent. Yi Feng turned off the shower and suddenly sensed a faint, subtle aura rising from beneath his feet. This had to be spiritual energy. He suddenly realized why he had felt so remarkably comfortable when he first toured this villa with the real estate agent, despite not knowing the reason at the time. As it turned out, a spiritual vein actually existed right here. Although its range of influence was quite small, not even enough to cover his entire villa, it had provided crucial support at the critical moment when his body desperately lacked energy during the dual attribute manifestation. Without this spiritual vein, his body would likely have withered and died. The thought sent a shiver of fear down Yi Feng's spine. At the same time, he felt deeply grateful to Ma Penglu and Ma Dong. If they hadn't come looking for him and interrupted that abnormal state, his body would have suffered severe lasting trauma by the time he woke up on his own. Getting dressed, he looked into the bathroom mirror. In the mirror, Yi Feng's features remained unchanged, yet something about his entire presence seemed subtly different. His eyes shone brighter, his skin smoother and more radiant. He swung his arms swift as a gale. Reaching out, he easily lifted the washing machine with both hands. Was this the enhancement from merely 1% of his manifested power? But before Yi Feng could celebrate, a tremendous hunger gnawed at his body, a sensation he knew all too well. Although spiritual energy had facilitated his successful manifestation, his body's original reserves had been greatly depleted. Such sudden, strenuous movement pushed his flesh beyond its limits. What he needed now was replenishment of qi and blood. Stepping out of the bathroom, he offered sincere thanks to the two men seated on the sofa. "Thank you both, brothers. I'm perfectly fine now." Yet the two couldn't resist giving his arm a playful squeeze and patting his shoulder. Only after confirming his body temperature had returned to normal did they truly set their hearts at ease. "Brother Dong just got off the train without eating right. Let's head out somewhere and relax." Yi Feng had originally planned to take them to the Qin Flavor signature restaurant from last time, but no sooner had they stepped out of the neighborhood than his stomach began rumbling furiously. Yi Feng felt no embarrassment letting out an easy chuckle. "I feel like I could devour an entire cow. Shall we hit up a buffet instead, eh?" Being close friends, they paid no mind to such trifles and agreed wholeheartedly. The three found a nearby buffet restaurant. Within mere minutes, Ma Penglu and Ma Dong realized that Yi Feng's claim about eating an entire cow was no exaggeration at all. Before the dishes in the hot pot had even cooked through, he had already devoured several plates of prepared food and a dozen small cakes. When Yi Feng began sweeping entire plates of beef and lamb, Ma Dong couldn't help but ask, "I don't recall him having such an appetite before." Ma Penglu was equally dumbfounded. Damn, has this guy undergone some kind of mutation? Jokes aside, neither truly suspected anything amiss with Yi Feng. They simply attributed it to his long sleep and the body's nutritional deficit. Watching Yi Feng wolf down his food awakened their own appetites, and they too began feasting heartily. The trio ate for a full hour. Toward the end, the other two barely managed a bite every few minutes, content to simply watch Yi Feng's performance. Gazing at the towering pile of empty plates that exceeded them in height, the two sighed in wonder. A contender for the eating champion title, he'd be absolutely invincible. When the three went to settle the bill, the owner, drawn by the commotion, stood stunned at the sight. Enough food for over a dozen people had been consumed. "Mate, you've got quite the appetite." Seeing the owner's good humor, Yi Feng felt a twinge of guilt. "Sorry for the trouble, boss. How about I pay a little extra?" The owner waved dismissively. "What are you saying, brother? The ability to eat is a blessing. I envy it truly. Feel free to come back anytime you crave it. You're always welcome." Yi Feng nodded. The boss certainly had magnanimity. At other places, he likely would have already been blacklisted. The three left the buffet in high spirits. Just as Yi Feng was about to suggest somewhere to unwind, Ma Penglu picked up his phone, his expression suddenly grave. "Brother Feng, troubles brewing in the game." Yi Feng halted his steps. After hearing the account, he finally understood what had transpired. It turned out that during his unconscious slumber, the Emperor Haiji and Qian Duoduo had clashed viciously over the acquisition of attribute fruits. Qian Duodua, assuming Emperor Haiji intended to compete for resources, had raised the purchasing price of attribute fruits repeatedly. But when the price had climbed to 5 times the market value, Emperor Haiji abruptly withdrew. Although with Haiji's exit, Qian Duodua's prices gradually began to fall. The earlier escalation had been too steep. By the time prices dropped to 4 times the market rate, acquisitions had already become difficult. At 3 times the rate, no one would sell to him at all. Qian Duoduo felt he'd been played by Emperor Haiji, yet the other insisted he had simply been in urgent need. Having acquired enough, he naturally stopped buying. Furious, yet with nowhere to vent, Qian Duoduo refused to log off. Steeled with determination, he purchased every experience pill available on the market, and led his guild's core members in a tireless grind, vowing to become the first player to complete the second-tier advancement. Initially, Emperor Haiji paid his words no heed. What a joke! With the legendary Jian in play, how could Qian Duoduo possibly seize the lead? Not to mention the master himself. Even at his current strength, he lacked only a legendary grade skill to advance perfectly. How could Qian Duoduo's audacity stand a chance? Yet as Qian Duoduo's progress accelerated, Yi Feng remained conspicuously absent from the game. Many speculated that Jian must be dealing with real-life matters, temporarily unable to play. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Duoduo pushed his advancement relentlessly, even leading his team to the advancement NPC to begin attempting his trial. This put Emperor Haiji in a state of alarm. He considered hastily acquiring an outstanding grade skill to learn, hoping to beat Qian Duoduo to the punch. Yet he feared such a move would prove futile and betray the trust the master had placed in him. Unable to reach Yi Feng in-game, he contacted Ma Penglu through Xiaoxi and Xiaorou, hoping he could reach out to Yi Feng in reality for guidance. After a moment's reflection, Yi Feng made his decision. Let's log in first and handle the in-game situation. He turned to Ma Dong with an apologetic look. Brother Dong, it's not that I don't want to host you properly. This matter is too complex to explain in a few words. Once we've resolved it, we'll drink to our heart's content. Ma Dong nodded understandingly. It's all right. I'm sure you have your reasons. I'm in no hurry. Though he said this, he sighed deeply within. His own troubles could wait. The three hurried back to Yi Feng's apartment. Yi Feng and Ma Penglu swiftly donned their helmets and logged into the game. The moment he came online, Yi Feng saw the friend list flooding with notifications. Messages of concern from Emperor Haiji and inquiries from Ma Penglu. He sent Emperor Haiji, but one reply, "Don't panic, I'm here. Master, you're finally online." Emperor Haiji was overcome with excitement. He explained his dilemma, wanting to advance and outpace Qian Duodua, yet fearing it might backfire. Yi Feng showed no sign of anxiety. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to complete a normal outstanding grade advancement or challenge yourself with a legendary grade 1? Emperor Haiji responded swiftly. "Master, what do you mean?" Jian, based on my assessment, the second-tier legendary grade advancement likely requires challenging a second-tier outstanding grade boss. Do you think Qian Duoduo can pull it off? Emperor Haiji, he can forget it. I heard that in his rush, he learned 1 legendary grade and 2 outstanding grade skills. 1 at level 3, 1 at level 4. The legendary skill is barely at level 1. His chances of even passing the outstanding grade trial are slim, let alone the legendary one. Jian, then what are you worried about? Build a solid foundation and aim for the legendary grade advancement. Emperor Haiji, master, I understand now. Yi Feng closed the dialogue. Now aware of Qian Duodua's progress, he had his counter-strategy. Although the opponent stood no chance of completing a legendary grade advancement, an early outstanding grade completion would still pose some threat. If he could advance swiftly, he would also secure corresponding authority points. Yet before advancing, he still had unredeemed quest rewards. You have completed the hidden quest Transcendent Genius. Having consecutively completed the beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages, you have flawlessly fulfilled this quest. As accumulated rewards, you have obtained the title Proof of Genius. Proof of Genius, unique special title. When attacking targets above your own tier, you inflict an additional 100 damage that cannot be negated. This effect upgrades with each kill of a higher tier target. When facing higher tier targets, the target's tier suppression effect is reduced by 10. This effect also upgrades with each kill of a higher tier target. When this title is maxed out, it can be manifested into reality. Yi Feng examined the title in meticulous detail. Seeing the bonus damage and weakened tier suppression, he merely nodded slightly. Only upon learning it could be further enhanced did he recognize its true value. It was the final line that instantly electrified him, manifestable into reality. This was the first item in the game bearing such a notation. In other words, once he maxed out this title, he would possess its power in the real world. As a reborn individual, he knew that invaders would one day descend upon reality, and beings of higher tiers would surely exist. With this title, he would at last possess the strength to face them. The title activated passively, without requiring equipment. Yi Feng therefore made no effort to display it visibly. This quest also came with an ultimate challenge, one that could be activated at any time before advancement. Since he was now prepared to advance, he activated it directly. You have received the challenge quest Dungeon Ravager. Dungeon Ravager quest requirement: complete a dungeon with an SSS rating within 3 hours. To unlock the designated sweep function, automatically receive loot equal to the daily entry limit. The quest description sent a tremor through Yi Feng's heart. He first made his way to the first tier map, spending 20 authority points to raise his learned Dungeon Expert 2 by 1 level. Dungeon Expert 2 current level 2 authority required for next level 30 daily dungeon entries increased by 2. With this, he could now run each dungeon 3 times daily. After activating the authority, he swiftly swept through all available dungeons. Thanks to his lightning-fast movement, speed travel time was vastly reduced. In just over an hour, he cleared every first-tier dungeon across all difficulties 3 times over. Given his current offensive prowess, he naturally secured SSS ratings across the board. He harvested 20 legendary grade attribute fruits, nearly 200 outstanding grade 1s, as well as a considerable quantity of lower-quality fruits. The skill books were a bountiful harvest as well. Legendary grade alone yielded 18 volumes. Outstanding grade exceeded 100. After a cursory glance at the equipment, finding nothing worth synthesizing, he paid it no further heed. After mailing Emperor Haiji a legendary grade skill suited to him, he sold the remaining ones to guild members at market price. Even so, the core squad members still lacked sufficient skill books. Yi Feng simply replied that they should wait a moment, then made his way once more to the second-tier map. He opened the authority interface, and after some searching found what he needed. Dungeon Expert 3 lowers dungeon entry level by 1 tier, authority cost 20 points. Compared to Dungeon Expert I, which raised entry requirements by 5 levels, Dungeon Expert 3, which lowered the entry tier, required a full 20 authority points just to learn. Double the cost of Dungeon Expert I. Fortunately, Yi Feng had sufficient authority points and learned it directly. Upon successful activation, he could now challenge second-tier dungeons as a level 5 first-tier character. Before entering the dungeon, he first tidied up his inventory. Even with his current storage of a staggering 481 slots, he found it somewhat insufficient. Yi Feng resolved to upgrade and synthesize his pouch when time permitted. Equipment meant for the guild warehouse went there. Items that could be sold went to the treasure pavilion. A gear that friends needed was dealt with at market price. Skill books were too numerous to appraise individually, so he stored them all in the warehouse. To accommodate them, he spent 100 silver to unlock 10 additional warehouse pages. Attribute fruits were stackable and occupied little space. With preparations complete, the quest had 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. Fortunately, from his previous leveling in the second-tier map, he was already familiar with the locations of dungeons at various levels. Hence, travel time was minimal. Both the level 10 and level 20 second-tier dungeons were completed in a single sweep, earning SSS ratings across the board. To save time, he cleared each only once before exiting. But upon reaching the level 30 second-tier dungeon, he encountered a snag. The normal and hard difficulties were completed with ease. It was only the nightmare difficulty that brought him his first defeat since beginning the game. Although the enemy's 5000-point defense still crumbled under Yi Feng's weapon's defense reduction effects once he activated his skills, dealing crushing damage. With basic attacks exceeding 2,000, the foe, boosted by the nightmare difficulty, boasted a terrifying 20 million health points. An order of magnitude beyond any field boss. Worse still, the enemy's attacks exceeded 2,000 points. Against Yi Feng's mere 1,200 defense, they were unstoppable. In a single exchange, a skill from the enemy instantly cut him down. You have been slain by the second-tier level 30 legendary boss White Crane Cloud Hand. You have lost 5247326 experience points. You have lost 12 silver and 3210 copper. Yi Feng's heart sank. Of his remaining 500+ million experience, 10 had been deducted, leaving him with just over 400 million. As for coin, the loss was negligible. Pondering this, he felt puzzled. Normally, a death also costs 10 of one's coin. He had slain tens of thousands of monsters. He should have accumulated several gold coins by now. How had he lost so little? Scrolling up through the system notifications, he finally discovered the reason. Your attribute points have met the manifestation standard. Would you like to spend 10 gold to manifest? 2 of your attribute points have met the manifestation standard. Would you like to spend 20 gold to manifest? You are the first player to meet the manifestation standard, enjoying a 90 discount. Would you like to spend 2 gold to manifest? You made no selection within 5 seconds. Detected sufficient funds, the system has automatically deducted the cost and proceeded with manifestation. Only then did Yi Feng understand. Now he grasped the system notification he had overlooked before logging off last time. In that case, did he have barely over 100 silver left? Opening his inventory, Yi Feng saw it confirmed in his coin balance 117 silver 2540 copper. He couldn't help but smile wryly, which meant that had he not manifested, this death would have cost him over 200 silver. Could this count as a blessing in disguise? Now that he understood the situation, Yi Feng found himself facing a fresh dilemma. With just over 50 minutes remaining on the quest, how was he to grow strong enough to defeat the boss and earn an SSS rating at that? Yi Feng examined himself closely. His current attack power was sufficient, but his health and defense were far too low, making it utterly impossible to withstand the boss's onslaughts. However, he had already consumed the maximum limit of Tier 1 attribute fruits. Thus, Yi Feng turned his attention to his equipment. Since armor provided the greatest boost to defense, it naturally became his top priority. The Vajra battle armor he currently wore had been synthesized 5 times. Based on its quality, it could still be synthesized 2 more times before reaching its limit. Yi Feng checked the Tier 1 armor recipe he had learned in the crafting interface. He still had 880 crafting attempts remaining. That was more than enough. He sent a message to Ojizi Reborn instructing him to prepare a large quantity of the necessary ores. Yi Feng planned to synthesize a batch of vitality potions first. However, upon opening the synthesis talent interface, he froze in surprise. SSS talent synthesis of all things. Level 5. Available syntheses 108-0500. Proficiency 1920100000. Only then did he remember. He had previously slept for an entire day and night. Once his talent reached level 5, any unused synthesis attempts from the previous day would automatically accumulate. Now his available synthesis attempts had reached a staggering 1000. This instantly energized him. To save trouble, he didn't even bother contacting Shinyushiro. Instead, regardless of the price, he swept clean all the vitality potions in the treasure pavilion. Although this cost him over 700 gold ingots, it was utterly negligible compared to his balance of 49.5 million. After consuming over 100 synthesis attempts, he had not only crafted 20 vitality potions with various attributes, but also fully replenished his limit of regenerative vitality, divine water. A staggering vitality cap of 3000 points filled him with immense confidence. However, after crafting a mere 8 pieces, he stopped. It was not due to a lack of materials. The resources OGZ Reborn had mailed him earlier were more than enough to forge 100 sets of armor. The primary reason was that synthesis was far too time-consuming. Although his talent reduced the time required by 50, crafting a single piece still took 3 minutes. Having crafted only 8 pieces, 24 minutes had already slipped away. He feared that if he continued, he wouldn't have enough time to clear the dungeon. Fortunately, perhaps because he had added rare or materials to all 8 pieces, every single one of them was a special craft. Combined with the probability boost from his talent, he ended up with a whopping 6 excellent grade and 2 legendary grade pieces. After synthesizing the excellent grade pieces, he obtained 2 more legendary grade ones. Time to get to work. Feng silently cheered himself on. Using 2 legendary grade armors, he locked the unique properties of his original equipment. You have synthesized Vajra Battle Armor Legendary and Bloodbath Battle Armor Legendary. You have performed a standard synthesis. Proficiency 1. Seeing the system prompt, Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. Luck was not on his side this time, as no critical strike occurred. After the synthesis, only his overall attributes were enhanced. However, it failed to advance in rank, remaining legendary grade. He pulled out the Vajra Battle Armor, which had been synthesized 6 times along with his last legendary grade armor. This is my last chance, let's do this. You have used the Vajra Battle Armor. You have triggered an extremely lucky grand critical strike during synthesis. Grade increased by 2 ranks with 100 certainty. Proficiency 100. You have synthesized. First time synthesizing mythical grade equipment. Reward breakthrough attribute. Feng stared blankly at the brilliant red light shining before him, and the succession of system prompts utterly dumbfounded. Mythical grade. Originally, even if this final attempt failed to upgrade the armor to epic grade, he had still planned to challenge the dungeon. He never expected such a massive surprise. It didn't just advance, it leaped 2 entire ranks. It was an epic grade. It was mythical grade. He hurriedly opened his inventory, looking inside with intense excitement. The Invincible Sacred Barrier, 7, Evolvable Breakthrough Capable. Quality Mythic. Required level Tier 1. Physical defense 1200. Magic defense 1200. Strength 500. Constitution 500. Endurance 500. Agility 300. Spirit 300. Max health 100. Max mana 100. Final health recovery speed 100. Final mana recovery speed 100. Recovery item effects 200. Divine Vajra protection. When your health drops below 50, a dual defenses increase by 200 and health recovery speed increases by 100 for 3 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Divine Rampart Barrier. When your health drops below 10, you gain an absolutely invincible defensive state and automatically recover 1 of your health per second for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Divine Sacrifice consumes 50 of your mana to restore 90 of your health. Cooldown 1 minute. Specially crafted by player Jian. In his past life, Feng had indeed seen mythical grade equipment before. However, back then it was only on the online forums where he stared at screenshots posted by other players. Furthermore, that had occurred in the late stages of the game. A top-tier Tier 7 player utilizing the entire strength of their guild to slay an epic grade boss had been lucky enough to obtain just one. At that time, he had fantasized about when he might acquire a mythical grade item for himself. Wouldn't his powers soar straight to the heavens? He never expected that in this life, while only at Tier 1. In less than 10 days after the game's official launch, he would already possess a mythical grade piece. Not only were its attributes comprehensive, but its unique traits were also incredibly powerful. In addition to being evolvable, it also possessed a breakthrough effect. He had heard whispers of this effect before. Supposedly one could use special materials to further enhance mythical grade equipment. In his past life, he had only ever seen a Tier 7 mythical grade item that had undergone 2 breakthroughs. It was even stronger than a Tier 8 mythical grade item, its growth potential completely off the charts. Yet such an effect was rare, even among mythical grade gear. For him to obtain it simply because it was his first time synthesizing a mythical item was truly a stroke of immense fortune. Given the current progress of the game, there was naturally no way to obtain breakthrough materials yet. Thus Feng equipped it directly. Glancing at the remaining 20 minutes of his quest timer, he felt reassured. It should be more than enough time. Entering the Tier 1, level 30 Nightmare Grade dungeon once again, he no longer felt the trepidation he had during his first run. It took him a mere 9 minutes to clear all the monsters in the first 2 stages. By the 11th minute, he stood before the final boss once more. When bitter enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Feng ignored the opponent's strike and thrust his sword forward. -304800-253270, 558070-43143. With just a single ordinary slash, Feng dealt over 1 million damage to the boss. Yet against a health pool of 20 million, this only caused the health bar to budge slightly. At the same time, the boss's counterattack arrived. 44900-22450. With just a casual basic attack from the boss, and its accompanying true damage, Feng's health plummeted by over 6000. Even with his newly equipped armor boosting his physical defense to a whopping 2372, the opponent could still land crushing damage. Feng's heart sank. Fortunately, thanks to his gear's bonuses, he possessed a massive health pool of 1000. He had barely managed to withstand the blow. This strike also triggered his equipment's passive trait automatically. As the boss's next attack arrived, -1820, 2191, 10117. The boss's damage numbers instantly plummeted, and Feng felt the pressure ease significantly. The automatic health and mana regeneration made his eyes light up. The recovery speed boost from the mythical grade equipment was no simple additive stacking on top of his base regeneration. Normally, an ordinary player's natural health recovery rate was 0.01 per second. It would take 1,000 seconds, nearly 3 hours, to fully recover naturally. The rabbit's foot added a 1 effect, and his inventory added 0.01. Originally, he could only recover slightly over 1000 points. However, under the final multiplier of his equipment, it surged directly to 2191 points. This meant that as long as his base recovery effects increased in the future, they would always be multiplied through his mythical grade equipment. Mana was calculated in the exact same manner. However, after upgrading his spirit attribute and equipment bonuses, his maximum mana limit had already soared to a terrifying 6600. His natural regeneration was thus frighteningly strong. Even so, his health was down to just over 1000 points. In his flowing light state, Feng went all out. Seizing the moment the boss raised its hand again, he executed a graceful sidestep, dodging the attack. After opening up some distance, he unleashed several consecutive sword chi waves. With the critical strike rate bonus from flowing light and the extra critical rate from reaching 100 strength, Feng's critical strike rate had already exceeded 100. Every single strike was guaranteed to be a critical hit. Consequently, each slash not only shaved off over 1 million of the boss's health, but also provided over 2000 points of lifesteal. By the time the boss roared and closed in on Feng once more, his health had already returned to full. Just as Feng felt a wave of relief thinking he had a real chance, countless handprints flashed before his eyes. A succession of 5 damage indicators floated above his head. 47050-56460. Invincible. 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 The boss had unleashed some unknown skill. The first 2 strikes alone had nearly instant killed Feng. Fortunately, the trait of his mythical grade equipment triggered activating the invincibility effect, causing the subsequent 3 strikes to deal 0 damage. Otherwise, even if Feng's health had been doubled again, he would not have escaped death. If he died this time, there wouldn't be enough time left to complete the quest. This realization broke Feng out in a cold sweat. Seizing the window of invincibility, he had no time to test his opponent's strength further. Torrential swordplay. For consecutive sword chi waves poured out, dealing a cumulative total of over 4 million damage. The boss's health bar finally took a significant hit. Feng didn't bother calculating how much health the opponent had left. He simply focused entirely on dealing damage. Just as the 15-second stun duration was about to end, Feng unleashed a 4-in-1 combined strike infused with crushing effects, critical strikes, critical true damage, and sword chi damage, successfully slaying the boss. You have slain the Tier 2 level 30 legendary boss monster White Crane Cloud Hand. You have gained 64800 experience points. You have obtained 300 silver, 4500 silver. You have obtained Novice Epic Advancement Stone X15. You have obtained White Crane Destiny Fist Epic. You have obtained Breeze Leather Armor Legendary. You have obtained Legendary. You have obtained Legendary. You have obtained Legendary. You have obtained White Crane Burst Fist Legendary. You have obtained White Crane Sacred Fist Excellent. You have obtained Tier 2 Vitality Divine Water Recipe Legendary. You have obtained Novice Attribute Fruit Legendary X15. You have obtained Novice Attribute Fruit Excellent X25. You have obtained. Even though time was tight and he hadn't used an experience potion, this boss still contributed over 600 experience points to Feng. The monetary reward not only restored his assets, but also left him with several thousand more silver than before. As for the loot, he swept his gaze briefly over the items. Whether it was the single epic grade gear or the other legendary grade items, they were all geared toward melee agility-based classes, meaning none of them were usable for him. He had already experienced the effects of the 2 skills. They could only be used when equipped with fist weapons, making them completely useless to him as well. On the bright side, the quantity of epic advancement stones and attribute fruits was quite substantial. Furthermore, Xiaoro in the guild could learn the vitality divine water recipe. In the future, when he wanted to restore his vitality, the materials would be a tier higher. With the boss slain, the dungeon was successfully cleared. Congratulations, you have cleared the Tier 2, Level 30 Nightmare Grade dungeon. Your rating is SSS grade. As a clearance reward, you may randomly choose 3 items dropped by the final boss or specify 2 items of your choice. Yifeng pondered for a moment. Specified selection: Novice Evolution Stone, Epic Novice Attribute Fruit, Legendary. You are the first to clear this dungeon. Difficulty. Rewards doubled. You are the first to achieve an SSS grade rating. Rewards doubled. You are the first to clear a Nightmare grade dungeon above your tier and simultaneously achieve an SSS grade rating. Item quality is increased by 1 rank and quantity is doubled. Novice Attribute Fruit, Legendary, cannot have its quality increased further. You may make another selection or swap the item. Yifeng had not expected such a pleasant surprise from clearing a dungeon above his tier. This was a perk he hadn't seen in any of the previous dungeons. Could it only be triggered in the highest level dungeon of a given tier? After some speculation, he had originally intended to choose an excellent grade attribute fruit, but by some strange twist of fate, he selected an epic grade equipment instead. You have obtained Novice Evolution Stone Mythic X90, Burning Crane Dance Mythic X6. Although the doubling bonus from clearing a higher tier was additive rather than multiplicative with the first 2 bonuses, which disappointed Yifeng slightly, the staggering 90 evolution stones still left him thrilled. Now, once his lucky rabbit's foot upgraded to mythic grade, he would have plenty of materials to raise its tier. Even the armor he wore could be upgraded to tier 2. As for his other specified selection, the upgraded mythical grade equipment, while its attributes far exceeded other gear of the same tier and level, and was enough to drive any player wild, it fell quite short compared to the mythical grade armor Yifeng had synthesized himself. He simply kept it in his collection. Such an item completely exceeded the current purchasing power of players. Keeping it might serve other purposes down the road. As he stepped out of the dungeon, a quest notification immediately popped up. You have completed the quest Dungeon Ravager. Yifeng touched the dungeon entrance with his mind, and a prompt instantly appeared. You possess the sweep function. Would you like to use it? The following instances can be swept. Tier 2 Level 10 Instance Easy Difficulty, 23 Hard. Tier 2 Level 20 Instance Easy. Tier 2 Level 30 Instance Easy Difficulty, 23 Hard Difficulty, 23 Nightmare Difficulty, 15. Since Yifeng had already exhausted all his attempts for Tier 1 instances, only Tier 2 instances remained available for sweeping. He gave it a try. You have swept the Tier 2 Level 10 Instance Easy Difficulty. You have gained 1.96 million experience points. You have received 1200 silver, 1 gold, 800 silver. You have obtained 168 normal grade equipment, 66 rare grade equipment, 25 excellent grade equipment, and 7 outstanding grade equipment. You have obtained 14 rare grade skills, 6 excellent grade skills, and 3 outstanding grade skills. You have obtained 16 rare grade attribute fruits and 7 excellent grade attribute fruits. Yifeng did the math. The rewards were nearly identical to what he would have earned by clearing the instances himself. If there was any difference at all, it would only lie in the bonus rewards granted after achieving an SSS evaluation. However, easy difficulties held little of real value anyway. He swept several more times, selecting all easy and hard difficulties across every level tier. He would clear the nightmare difficulties in person when he had time. With the sweeps complete, another massive haul naturally followed. No need to list the equipment and skills. The attribute fruits alone had accumulated into hundreds, providing ample materials for post-tier 2 synthesis. Now that the task had been successfully completed, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was time to proceed with his advancement. Upon returning to the main city, Emperor C. Brother and his companions eagerly surrounded him in the advancement hall. Big shot. Guild Master. Guild Master. Yifeng looked at his guild members in surprise. Are you all preparing to advance as well? Yu Jian and Yu Kong, the 2 brothers, wore smug expressions. With your usual support as Guild Master, meeting the advancement requirements was quite straightforward. Yifeng glanced at them dismissively. Is legendary tier advancement also simple for you? Their expressions instantly fell flat. That kind of difficulty is probably only achievable by someone like you, Guild Master. Yifeng shook his head speechless. Xiaoxi stood nearby, covering her mouth to stifle giggles. Emperor C. Brother looked on with envy at the members of the Divine Realm Guild. He had originally assumed that, as a guild leader with the full support of his entire organization, and with access to top-tier equipment sourced directly from the Big Shot, such resources should have been second to none server-wide. His overall strength should have ranked just behind the Big Shot, but he had not expected that. After conversing with these few individuals, he would discover otherwise. It was simply not so. Not only were Yu Jian and Yu Kang's equipment and skills no inferior to his own, but even his own younger sister, equipped with the legendary ring and legendary armor crafted by Feng, seemed no weaker than him. Ah, he cried out inwardly. Did merely joining the Big Shots Guild grant such generous benefits? If he did not already have his own guild, he would have seriously considered joining the Divine Realm as well. After a few pleasantries, Feng and the group made their way together to the advancement NPC. Everyone watched him with hungry expectation, waiting for him to go first. Feng made no further pretense of politeness. He began leveling up immediately. You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 6. You have received a 10 bonus to all attributes from leveling up. You have obtained 15 free attribute points. You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 7. You have received a 10 bonus to all attributes from leveling up. You have obtained 16 free attribute points. You have advanced to Tier 1 Level 20. You have received a 10 bonus to all attributes from leveling up. You have obtained 29 free attribute points. Golden light erupted around Feng with each level up, leaving everyone nearby staring in utter amazement. Good heavens! How many levels has the boss been holding back? The guild master is feasting on cross-level experience. It must feel incredible. Feng's golden radiance completely shattered everyone's expectations. Among them there were also those who had deliberately stalled their progression, but most had capped at Tier 1 Level 10 or Level 15, enjoying only a portion of cross-level experience within Tier 1 maps. Absolutely no one could match Feng stacking golden flashes so relentlessly while holding back his level so severely. Moreover, this was merely the surface phenomenon. If they knew that Feng had already blitzed through the Tier 2 maps across multiple tiers, enjoying both cross-tier and cross-level bonuses simultaneously, they would not know what to think. Feng surged straight to Tier 1 Level 20 in one breath. Even with the tenfold experience requirement, he had consumed only over 2 million experience points. Compared to Feng's current pool of over 600 million experience, it was merely a fraction. While this expenditure was not significant to him personally, the boost to his overall power was substantial. 150 points across all attributes. 330 free attribute points, including the unused portion from before. He now possessed a total of 532 free attribute points. Feng pondered briefly, then poured them all into stamina. His stamina soared past 800, a full tier above what normal players who max stamina could achieve. His HP instantly skyrocketed to over 170,000, reaching a figure utterly unattainable by ordinary players. With everything prepared, Feng opened the advancement menu. Would you like to spend 100 experience points and 1 silver to accept the second advancement quest? Upon advancing, your attributes will receive proportional percentage boosts based on the difficulty of the advancement quest. Rare difficulty and above will also grant permanent special attributes. Normal tier advancement, learn 2 rare grade skills and 5 normal grade skills completed. Proceed with advancement. The base requirements for the second advancement had increased considerably compared to the first. The mere 100 experience cost alone would frustrate players who had just reached Tier 1 Level 20 and presumed themselves qualified. Not to mention the 1 silver expense, which was hardly a trivial amount either. Feng directly skipped past those earlier options. Having made such thorough preparations, he would obviously not choose normal tier advancement. Scrolling further down, rare tier advancement, defeat 1 Tier 2 Level 0 normal monster within 2 minutes. After failure, rechallenge available in 2 hours. Accept. Excellent tier advancement, defeat 1 Tier 2 Level 0 elite monster within 3 minutes. After failure, rechallenge available in 6 hours. Accept. Outstanding tier advancement, defeat 2 Tier 2 Level 0 elite monsters within 6 minutes. After failure, rechallenge available in 12 hours. Accept. For difficulties above normal, the challenge content remained largely similar to Tier 1. Only the monsters to be challenged had shifted from Tier 1 to Tier 2. For ordinary players, this was already a barrier too daunting to overcome. Cross-tier combat was extremely difficult. Yet, Feng had long treated transcending realms as casually as drinking water, feeling no psychological resistance whatsoever. He swiftly selected the outstanding tier advancement. The moment he entered the trial zone, Feng faced a freshly spawned test monster and dispatched it with a single sweeping strike. 97856-4892. A routine strike, without even triggering a critical hit, was sufficient to knock down the Tier 2 elite opponent. You have completed the outstanding tier advancement quest in 1 second. Your mission evaluation SSS. You have earned the opportunity to attempt the legendary tier advancement. Accept. This challenge opportunity is limited in count. Currently, the remaining attempts server-wide total 4. This option will close permanently once all attempts are exhausted. Failure in this challenge will result in forfeiture of further attempts, and you will automatically receive the outstanding tier advancement reward. Challenge legendary tier. Once the prompt appeared, Feng immediately selected to accept. A new line of text materialized on the NPC's advancement interface. Legendary Tier Advancement, defeat one Tier 2, Level 5 outstanding tier boss monster within 10 minutes. Failure will cause the quest to expire, and you will automatically receive the outstanding tier advancement reward. Accept. I knew it was you, kid. Feng clicked accept without hesitation. Upon entering the space and seeing the boss's HP totaled a mere 25000. Feng was too lazy to activate even his auxiliary skill bonuses. He simply unleashed a torrential rain sword technique obliterate the boss in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous firecracker sounds echoed throughout the hall. Golden fireworks once again illuminated the city sky. Many players stopped and looked up. What monumental event had just occurred? At this moment, Feng's screen was flooded with dense system notifications. Congratulations, you have completed the second advancement. Your level cap has been raised to Stage 2, Level 30. You have obtained 3 skill slots with a maximum of 1 passive skill slot. Before the 4th rebirth, you can use items to replace and relearn skills at any time. You have completed a legendary tier advancement and received a reward of 50 to all attributes. Remaining legendary tier advancement quota 3. You have obtained a 5 critical hit rate bonus. As the first to complete the advancement, your special attribute increase effect receives an additional 50 boost. Your cumulative critical hit rate bonus is now 7. 5. Your stage suppression has been upgraded. Stage suppression 2. When facing targets that are half a stage or more below yours, effective against both monsters and players, you gain 1836 bonus to final damage dealt and 1836 reduction to initial damage received. This effect cannot be negated by equipment attributes, characteristics, or skill effects. Upon successful advancement, Feng's base attributes all increased by another 50. Strength, agility, and spirit each reached 1725 points. Even his lowest stat, stamina, had reached 375 points. As for vitality, it had broken through the Phase 1 cap and surged to 1323 points. However, vitality was not the primary attribute for his class, so it did not provide any hidden bonuses. Beyond his base attributes, Feng gained another 7.5 critical hit rate increase. Even with just his equipped gear, his critical hit rate was already an impressive 42. Once he activated his skills, it would directly surpass 100. But what he valued most was the further breakthrough in stage suppression. Having completed the legendary tier advancement first twice in a row, his stage suppression effect far exceeded that of others. When facing a boss 1 stage higher, he would no longer be suppressed. Even against bosses 2 stages higher, he would only suffer a 4 suppression effect. This gave him much more confidence in his subsequent plan to hunt monsters beyond his stage. In addition, there were rewards in the form of permission points and free attribute points displayed one by one through the system notifications. When he finished advancing and slowly returned to the group, he instantly caught several pairs of eyes with varying expressions, shock and admiration. Xiao Rou shouted even louder, "President, you're so fast." Feng was somewhat at a loss for words. That wasn't exactly a compliment. The Imperial Sea brother looked bewildered. His head was buzzing. In less than a minute, the boss had successively completed both the superior level and legendary level advancements. Was there really anyone this extraordinary? He even began to doubt whether the Stage 2 advancement quests had become easier. But when he couldn't wait to start challenging them, he discovered he was wrong. Granted, the superior level difficulty wasn't too high for him. With skill bonuses, he unleashed his full firepower. It only took 1 minute and 40 seconds to defeat the trial boss, while his HP remained above 80, barely earning an SSS-rank evaluation. But when he thought everything was going smoothly and started the legendary level advancement challenge, he felt immense pressure. The boss's attack exceeding 3,000 was truly staggering. A casual strike from the boss could deplete nearly 1/10 of his HP, yet his own attacks only dealt over 1,000 damage to the boss. Against the boss's massive 2500 HP, it was practically insignificant. Even when he unleashed his skills for a burst dealing over 1,000 HP damage at once, it still couldn't pose a real threat given the boss's enormous health pool. Before the challenge time limit ended, he died to the boss's sword at the 7-minute mark. Sadly, he failed. He had been feeling somewhat disheartened, wondering how big the gap was between himself and the top players. But after anxiously waiting for over a minute, and saw that Yu Jian and Yu Kong, who had started their advancement right after him, also failed their legendary level challenges one after another. Only then did the Imperial Sea brother feel reassured. "Ha, weren't you bragging just now? Looks like you can't do it either." The two glared at him angrily. What a jerk. It felt like poor company. Just as everyone thought this batch of top players would all end with superior level advancements, Xinyu Xiao, she happily bounced over. "President, I succeeded." The Imperial Sea brother and the two brothers instantly widened their eyes in shock. "What? All 3 of our main combat classes failed. How did a healer like you manage to complete it? Is this some kind of joke?" But Xiaoxi didn't pay them any mind at all. She stood obediently in front of Feng, curiously observing everything like a child. "President, the system notified me that I received 10 free attribute points and 2 permission points as rewards. What are these permission points used for? Seeing that Xiao Shi wasn't joking and had genuinely completed the legendary level advancement, the Imperial Sea Brother felt his heart breaking. He was the president of a major guild, yet he was performing worse than those who used to just fill spots for others. Disgraceful. The two brothers were equally ashamed. They usually boasted about leveling up with Xiao Shi and running dungeons together, always treating her as a support class. But they never expected that she would be the one to succeed in the end. The two exchanged glances as if they had just seen the Joker in a deck of cards. After these few who completed their advancements shared their experience and key points with their companions, the others also successively finished their superior level advancements. It was quite satisfactory all around. As several guild members advanced, Feng received a series of system notifications. Guild member Xinyu Jiange has completed the second advancement, and guild prosperity has increased by 100 points. Guild member Xinyu Jiange has completed the second advancement, and guild prosperity has increased by 100 points. Guild member Xinyu Xiao Shi has completed the second advancement, and guild prosperity has increased by 1,000 points. Feng was somewhat surprised. He was surprised not only that guild members' advancements could provide prosperity to the guild, but even more so that the legendary tier advancement brought significantly more. It was only then that he realized his own advancement had also added 1,000 prosperity to the guild. An idea struck Feng. Having accumulated so much prosperity and consecutive gains combined with what he had previously saved, he should be able to upgrade the guild rank right. As he thought this, he opened the guild interface. Prosperity 971-851-0000. Was he seeing things? Feng rubbed his eyes. He looked again. It was correct. 1,000 prosperity points were enough to reach level 2. Yet the current guild had over 9,000 prosperity points. Feng was simultaneously amused and exasperated. In his past life he had never managed a guild, and yet he had made such a fundamental mistake. The prosperity was more than sufficient long ago, but he had simply forgotten to perform the upgrade action. An embarrassing blunder. He immediately clicked to upgrade. Though the gold required to upgrade the guild level was no small sum for Feng, it remained a trivial matter. For some smaller guilds, however, it would have been an arduous endeavor. Even with sufficient prosperity, amassing such a fortune would not have come easily. Having caused such an absurd blunder, Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He surmised that the Imperial Guild had long since reached level 2. His own progress was admittedly a touch sluggish. Nevertheless, though tardy, the benefits of advancing to level 2 had not eluded him. Divine Domain Guild Level 2 buff. Final experience gained by guild members increased by 40, effective in both wilderness and dungeon settings. Divine Grade Guild exclusive buff effect increased by 100. Beyond this buff, which doubled the effect enjoyed by other guilds. The guild's member cap had also been raised to 200. Yet his focus did not presently lie in recruitment, so it mattered little. What truly seized his attention was, after the upgrade there still remained a prosperity score of 87185. Feng's spirits lifted. At this rate, only a little over 10,000 more stood between him and the next advancement. To reach a level 3 guild, where the buff effects would surge once more. Who could possibly resist? Feng immediately set about devising a plan. At present the members had only just advanced, so grinding level 2 monsters would yield dismal efficiency. Trading runs by contrast would prove far swifter. He opened the guild warehouse and deposited several dozen pieces of level 2 superior equipment of varying tiers in a single stroke. Guild channel Jian guild leader, I've tossed in some gear, everyone get to trading. The guild is about to level up. Feng's message ignited the members' enthusiasm. Guild channel Xinyu Jianji, we're about to level up. No easy feat. Our guild still has too few people. I saw Imperial and Money Empire both hit level 2 yesterday. Guild channel Xinyu Kangji, that's because you've never bothered running trades, holding back our guild's progress. Guild channel Xinyu Xiaoru, enough lip flapping, everyone run trades together. Once we hit level 2, we can enjoy that 40 experience boost. Guild channel Xinyu Jianji, holy, am I seeing things? I just killed a monster and actually got a 40 experience bonus. Guild channel Xinyu Kangji, same here. Is this some kind of bug? Guild channel Xinyu Xiaoru guild leader, the upgrade you mentioned surely you don't mean. Guild channel Jian guild leader, that's right, I just pushed us to level 2. Everyone charge toward level 3. Guild channel Xinyu Kangji, holy. The guild leader is unstoppable. I'm running trades right now. Guild channel Xinyu Jianji, I'm on it too. Level 3 guild, here we come. Guild channel Xinyu Shiluo 1. Guild channel Xinyu Xiaoxi 1. Watching the fervor swell among them, Feng felt a quiet warmth of satisfaction. Guild channel Jian guild leader, I've got some vitality left today. I'll craft gear for everyone at half price, first come first served. Level 1 necklace recipe, level 1 armor recipe, level 1 ring recipe. The 3 recipes Feng released drove the guild members into absolute frenzy. After a flurry of reverent declarations toward Feng, they each threw themselves into frenzied scavenging for the corresponding materials. Uyazazai's team had by now grown to 12 members, and their mining efficiency had become remarkably impressive. But under the ravenous demands of the Yu brothers, their stockpiles were swept clean in an instant. The remaining guild members had no choice but to throw themselves into massive purchasing sprees on the World Channel. Although they had reaped the equivalent of 6 Huaxia coins in one stroke, Uyazazai felt a twinge of crisis creeping over him. If they couldn't even meet the demands of their own guild brothers, how could they still call themselves a professional team? Nobody sleeps tonight. We mine through the dawn and bonuses are doubled. Uyazazai's thunderous roar sent a surge of fervor rippling through everyone in the mine. Damn it all, we're going for broke. Meanwhile, in the advancement hall of another main city, Qian Duo waited with mounting impatience. She had brought along more than a dozen guild members who had met the advancement requirements, all to seize the first mover advantage, to carve out her own renown and the fame of Money Empire. To ensure the completion of a legendary grade advancement, she did not act rashly. Instead, she dispatched the strongest tank player in the guild to attempt the superior grade advancement trial, intending to have him thoroughly probe the true capabilities of the trial boss. That way, when her own turn came to advance, she could target its weaknesses and complete the trial swiftly, thereby seizing the chance at a legendary grade advancement. Yet barely a minute later, a player clad head to toe in heavy armor suddenly materialized, his expression rather grim. Guild leader, I couldn't take down the boss. The superior grade advancement failed. Useless wretch. Qian Duo cursed inwardly, though her face wore a mask of concern. It's fine. Afterward, you can borrow a few pieces of gear for free from the guild and challenge it again next time. She then pressed on with barely concealed impatience. How much HP did it have roughly? What were its attack and defense stats? What skills did it use? Hearing that he could mooch gear for free, the player's expression instantly brightened. He dutifully recounted. HP was around 800, and as for the attack. Just then, boom, boom, the explosive crackle of fireworks erupted from outside. Streams of system notifications unfurled before everyone's eyes in colossal multicolored lettering. Player Jian has completed the second advancement legendary grade, as the first to do so, earning a reward of 100 free attribute points and 5 permission points. Player Jian has completed the second advancement as the first to do so. The current tier suppression effect has been increased by 50. Qian Duo froze. She could no longer bring herself to listen to the boss stats being reported. Her features instantly contorted with rage. She wheeled upon Qian Xiaodu, her voice sharp with accusation. Didn't you tell me he hadn't been online recently, and that before logging off, he wasn't even level 1 rank 10? So how has he suddenly completed an advancement? A legendary grade 1 at that. Qian Xiaodan was equally dumbfounded. I don't know either. Qian Duo gritted her teeth, feeling the blood rush so furiously to her head, she thought she might explode. She had poured forth such an extravagant cost. Experience pills replenished without limit. She had even refrained from logging off for 2 consecutive days, grinding monsters without pause. Was it not all for the sake of pressing one step ahead of him? Yet in the end, all her efforts had been for nothing. What baffled her further was that this had happened despite Jian not having logged in for almost 2 days, which meant the gap between them was far vaster than she had ever imagined. Qian Duo's fury was so terrifying that the others stood mute with fright. Only after a long while did Qian Xiaodan venture cautiously. Guild leader, shall we still continue? Continue my ass. Qian Duo could not help but let fly a coarse curse. Although she had not caught every detail of his report just now, she could roughly estimate that achieving an SSS rating on her own superior grade advancement still fell short by a hair. Out of the city, we grind for experience. A surge of pent-up fury surging within her, she spun on her heel and stalked out. Once she grinds enough experience to push her legendary grade skill to level 2, or even level 3, she will unquestionably be able to blast through both the superior grade and legendary grade advancements in one fell swoop. You got the first slot. I'll swallow that bitterness. But the second slot shall belong to Qian Duo. If I can't outmatch Jian, surely I can outmatch everyone else. Feng was utterly relaxed at this moment. Having completed his second advancement, he had earned an authority point and an extra rank suppressing effect. The quest he had temporarily, the game had been completed for once Ma Penglu had also advanced, he would log off with him. Although the opponent was a support type class and his personal combat power wasn't very strong, he benefited from near legendary over his body and 3 legendary grade skills. Nevertheless, he completed the outstanding grade advancement with ease. In the attempt to reach the legendary grade advancement, his own attack power wasn't high enough to defeat the boss within the time limit. That was a failure. Yet even so, he still earned the outstanding grade advancement reward. His personal strength had grown quite a bit. After logging off, the two of them along with Ma Dong left the complex. Having wasted several hours in the game, it was already evening. After a quick discussion, the three headed to a bar to unwind. There were no earth-shattering DJ tracks or waves of heat from crowds. Instead, countless individual tables or private booths with patrons chatting softly and sipping tea or wine. Only the shop's quiet, elegant decor and a range of premium craft beers at various prices signaled that this place was not of low class. Yifeng picked up the menu and casually asked Ma Dong, "What would you like to drink?" Ma Dong leaned and glanced and pointed to the top option. "That Lost Coast will do right. One can cost 32. Yifeng shook his head. "You hardly come here. I don't drink often either. I'll try something else." He pointed at the menu to signal the waiter. "Let Julie Yi see of the treehouse start with 10 cans. And just bring some refreshing bar snacks as well." Ma Dong looked at the price, his eyes widening. "A single can cost 188. Brother Feng, you can't possibly handle that." Yifeng waved him off. "It's nothing new. I've made some money lately," Ma Penglu sneered. "Tens of millions. You call that small change?" Ma Dong looked at Yifeng with a nonchalant expression and didn't push. They are all brothers. They wouldn't pretend to be rich. Seeing Yifeng emerge from past poverty and even bare sustenance, he felt a sense of relief. But his own situation, he feared, could only be accepted as fate. He sighed inwardly. When the beers arrived, the three of them clinked glasses. Yifeng took a mouthful and tasted a blissful sweetness. The flavors of tropical fruits flooded his mouth, rich and smooth. After swallowing, the aftertaste was refreshing and long-lasting. All three were trying this brand's craft beer for the first time, and they all praised it. At that moment, a faint melody drifted from the stage. "What brings tears to my eyes is not only last night's wine," he sang softly, "the things I must part with." A young man with a guitar murmured the lines. With the song finished, Yifeng and Ma Penglu gave him a respectful round of applause. Though it was a simple song, the singer's rendition carried genuine feeling. That was encouraging indeed. Ma Dong's mood surged, and he stood up. "I want to go on stage and sing a song." Ma Dong and Ma Penglu's eyes lit up. When they played games together before, everyone often chatted in voice chat, and sometimes they'd sing when in the mood. In their impression, Ma Dong's singing wasn't bad. Such an opportunity was rare. The two naturally supported him. But when Yifeng signaled the waiter over, the staff member looked hesitant. "I can't decide this on my own. Oh, I need to consult our boss." He darted off, went to a secluded seat under the stage, and whispered with a middle-aged man. The other person looked toward Yifeng. Yifeng lifted his beer and smiled. The other man stood nodded. When the waiter returned, it was clear the boss had agreed. Ma Dong stepped onto the stage under the two waiting glances. Having no rehearsal, once the staff learned Ma Dong's chosen song, they immediately played the appropriate backing. A gentle, flowing melody filled the air. Yifeng searched his memory. This sounded a bit familiar. When the rhythmic drums started, Ma Penglu tapped the table to keep time. "If I am different from the world, let me be different." Ma Dong's voice rose quietly. "Perseverance to me means meeting strength with strength." Yifeng and Ma Penglu exchanged looks, both suddenly understanding. So this is that song. In fact, it was an old tune. Since its release, it had almost 20 years behind it. "If I compromise with myself beneath Ma Dong's bright timbre," he sang with a sense of inner conflict. This surprised Yifeng and Ma Penglu. The guy seemed off. As the verse progressed, Ma Dong's emotions grew more and more intense. His voice trembled slightly, but it was highly infectious, as if telling his own story. This unusual performance aroused the interest of the patrons below the stage. The previous Chengdu singer had finished. A few patrons were ready to request songs. Unexpectedly, a stranger suddenly took the stage. Seeing the other person wasn't carrying a guitar, but using a backing track, his voice began a bit unsteady. Many people lost interest. Perhaps a patron from a high-spending table had come up to join in. Yet as the song progressed, Ma Dong's nerves eased, and he sang with his own flavor. Some people had set down their drinks, fixed their gaze on the stage, and listened quietly. As the song progressed, Ma Dong's voice grew steadier. Emotions grew more intense. The audience with hopeful eyes grew in number, until the song reached its climax. Ma Dong rose from his chair, gripping the microphone with flushed cheeks. "I, in my last stubbornness, I will hold tight with both hands and never let go. Is the next stop heaven? Even if I am disappointed, I cannot despair." As his voice rose nearly to hysteria, many people's hearts trembled. They seemed to see themselves in Ma Dong's voice. That self that refuses to yield to reality, that keeps striving and not giving up. He remembered the hard years, the days when he walked alone in the dark, seeing no light. Gradually, someone began to sing along. "This time for myself, just this time me and my stubbornness." By the end, more people stood up from their seats. Holding beers, they sang aloud, "Me and my proud stubbornness, I sing loudly in the wind." More and more joined in the chorus. Though voices varied and some even sang off-key under Ma Dong's lead, everyone managed to blend their emotions together in a surprisingly harmonious fusion. It formed a harmonious beauty. Many in the bar joined in, following the rhythm loudly or softly. Some sang while drinking. Some felt choked up, tilting their heads back to drink. As the song neared its end, "La la la. Even if I am disappointed, we cannot despair. La la la. Me and my stubbornness." Ma Dong gasped, his voice already hoarse. Those singing along gradually set down their glasses, and the mood slowly eased. Ma Dong's voice came through the microphone. This stubbornness I dedicate to myself and to you all. Thank you, everyone. Applause rang out, and whistles sounded as Ma Dong took a perfect bow. When Ma Dong descended from the stage, he was truly in his element. Along the way, numerous people extended their thumbs in admiration, their eyes filled with praise. In the mere few dozen meters of his walk, no fewer than 5 groups of patrons intercepted him to toast and clink glasses together. Several young and beautiful women gazed at him with burning eyes, eager to obtain his contact information. This left him somewhat disheveled by the time he returned to his seat. You sang brilliantly, Brother Dong, you're amazing. Why didn't you add those beauties' contacts? Feed your fans' adoration a little. Facing the slightly teasing tones of Yi Feng and Ma Penglu, Ma Dong couldn't muster a smile. Instead, he heaved a sigh. Oh, there's no need to add them. I can barely save myself, so I shouldn't hold anyone back. Yi Feng had long suspected that this sudden visit was motivated by something. Seeing him in such a state only confirmed his suspicion. In a solemn voice he said, "What happened? If we're brothers, don't hide it from us." Ma Dong offered a wry smile and finally spoke. It turned out that he had been working in Jinsheng over the past few years and had just been promoted this year. Working in automobile finance, he had seized the opportunity to open a used car company with a friend. He had assumed that leveraging his platform's advantages and the connections he had cultivated over the years, the business would flourish splendidly. Yet unexpectedly, it attracted the covetous eyes of petty people. Because he had heedlessly trusted others' advice and made hasty, ill-considered decisions, he lost a massive sum of money. Furthermore, he was framed and entangled in a lawsuit. Now, not only had he squandered all his savings accumulated over the years, but to plug the gaping holes, he had borrowed money everywhere, his debts piling ever higher. His friends and classmates, in their efforts to help him, had given all their own lives affected as a consequence. Yet the sum he required was no small amount, and in just 2 days court proceedings would commence. If he could not gather the compensation money, judgment would be passed against him. The crushing debt, the sense of obligation to those around him, it drove him to the brink of collapse, and dark thoughts of ending his life had taken root. After visiting his parents and soothing his wife, he had prepared to bid farewell to his dearest friend, Yi Feng, before taking his own life. Upon finishing, he bowed his head deeply, and a damp patch had already formed on the table. Bang! Ma Penglu slammed the table in fury. Brother Dong, you're truly disappointing. It's just money. Why suffer in silence when you have brothers? Why make it sound like life and death? If you die, what about your parents? What about your wife? Ma Dong shook his head. Brother Pao, I understand your intentions, but I cannot drag anyone else down. Ma Penglu sighed. Truth be told, he and Ma Dong could only be considered ordinary friends at best. Their connection was primarily through Yi Feng. If Ma Dong were to suddenly bring up the matter with him directly, even if he agreed, it would only be out of respect for Yi Feng. Ma Dong likely realized this too. Fearing it would affect his bond with Yi Feng, he had never spoken of it. Yi Feng felt a tightness in his chest. In his past life, at this very moment, Ma Dong had suddenly vanished without a trace. He had even asked around among classmates, yet no one knew his whereabouts. Until later, when the game could be materialized into reality and the world transformed, he had lamented that among all his friends, only Ma Dong was missing. He had failed to keep pace with the changes of the new world. Only now did he learn that at this juncture his friend had run into trouble. You felt too awkward to ask, Brother Pao, so why not come to me? The moment Yi Feng spoke, he fell silent. In his past life at this time, he himself had been living in a basement gnawing on instant noodles. There had even been times when life grew so difficult that he had turned to Ma Dong for help. Knowing Yi Feng's circumstances, how could Ma Dong possibly speak of his own troubles and cause Yi Feng further worry? Yi Feng slowed his pace and spoke in a gentle voice. Brother Dong, don't be afraid. I've had some fortunate breaks recently and made some money. I'll take care of your problems. Ma Dong wiped his tears, his voice trembling. But I need several million in total. Surely you don't have that much to help with. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Are you underestimating your brother? Ma Penglu chimed in. Your brother Feng is now the #1 player in the realm. Millions are nothing. Tens of millions wouldn't be a problem either. Ma Dong stared at Yi Feng in astonishment. This game really makes that much money? Yi Feng nodded, then took out his phone and showed him. This is just a portion of what I've cashed out before. There's still over 10 million on the account that I haven't withdrawn. I'll transfer it to you later. Use it first. Ma Dong stood there in a daze. The problem that had robbed him of sleep, the one he had even contemplated death to escape, was it truly resolved just like that? A joy akin to that of a narrow escape from death blossomed across his face. Yet the next moment his expression shifted again. But the person who framed me holds considerable power locally. If I resolve the monetary issue, he won't be able to seize my company at a low price. He might very well seek revenge against me. Ma Penglu's eyes grew solemn. Although he had returned with an enormous sum of money, he truly knew no one in Huaxia who could handle such matters. Don't worry. Get the money sorted out tomorrow first, and the rest won't be a problem. Yi Feng's confident assurance left both Ma Dong and Ma Penglu somewhat astonished. Brother Feng had merely made money from a game. How did he sound as though he had also established himself in reality? Yet neither of them pressed further. Since their good brother had spoken thus, it was certainly no idle boasting. With the crisis resolved, a smile resurfaced on Ma Dong's face. The three chatted about old times drink after drink, thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the end, they drank a whopping 30+ cans of beer. Combined with the other dishes, the total came to nearly 7,000 yuan. Upon leaving the bar, the owner even sent a Qian to drive the three of them home. The three men were partly from joy and partly from the sheer volume of alcohol consumed, all somewhat tipsy. Upon returning to Yi Feng's villa, each found a room and fell into a deep slumber. When Yi Feng awoke the next day, it was already 10 in the morning. Seeing Ma Penglu and Ma Dong chatting in the living room, he did not approach them. Instead, he first logged into the game and withdrew 20 million gold ingots. 3 minutes later, upon seeing the notification of 18 million Huaxia yuan deposited into his bank card, Yi Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. He was a multimillionaire just like that. After composing himself, he walked over to the two of them. "Tell me how much you need, and send me your account number." Ma Dong clenched his teeth. "Including the company compensation, it'll be over 6 million. If you don't have that much, lending me half first would still help tide things over." Yi Feng shook his head. "Cut the nonsense." Entering the account number Ma Dong provided, he transferred 10 million over. "Check and confirm." Ding. Ma Dong picked up his phone, read the text message, and stared blankly. "10 million. That's too much." Yi Feng patted him on the shoulder. "We're brothers. Cut the crap. Hurry up and settle your affairs. Don't bother running that company anymore either. Come join Brother Pao and me in the game." Ma Dong had initially wanted to refuse. But upon reflection, if he were to continue in his original industry, earning this much money would take countless years. From the way Yi Feng and Ma Penglu spoke, this game truly was profitable. If he threw himself into it, there might genuinely be an opportunity. Most importantly, it would allow him to repay Yi Feng's money as quickly as possible. Seeing Ma Dong agree, Yi Feng spoke with profound meaning. "With the foundation I've built, making money in the game is child's play. More importantly, it can grant you the ability to exact revenge in reality." This time it wasn't just Ma Dong who failed to comprehend. Even Ma Penglu felt somewhat puzzled. Yi Feng, however, did not elaborate much. "If you trust me, then pour all your time, energy, and even money into the game. Believe me, one day you'll thank me for this. I'll follow your lead." At this point, Ma Dong had complete faith in Yi Feng's words. Ma Penglu was also lost in thought, but deep down he arrived at the same decision as Ma Dong. At noon, and none of the three went out. They simply ordered takeout and ate casually. By the time Ma Dong finished handling all his affairs, it was already afternoon. The helmet Yi Feng had reserved for Ma Dong had also arrived. After Yi Feng told Ma Dong his and Ma Penglu's in-game names, the three of them entered the game together. Under Ma Penglu's guidance, Ma Dong quickly became familiar with the game. With the help of a set of excellent grade equipment suitable for pre-tier 1 use that guild members had pulled together for him, along with excellent quality experience pills, he rapidly began leveling up. Meanwhile, Yi Feng opened his own interface. With his advancement, all his attributes had improved by a certain margin. However, since he hadn't yet equipped tier 2 gear, the increase wasn't significant. Thus, Yi Feng simply skimmed past the other content and went straight to his talent. SSS talent, synthesis of all things. Level 5. Available syntheses 1325500. Proficiency 305210000. A new day had arrived, and the available synthesis count had increased by another 500. He took out the rabbit feet he had been hoarding in his backpack for so long. Over 2,000 rabbit feet. Synthesizing them one by one would be a massive undertaking. Naturally, this many synthesis attempts wouldn't be enough. But Yi Feng had his own clever method. He simply placed 5 together. "You have synthesized lucky rabbit foot, excellent." This was precisely the designated synthesis option. Consuming 5 items of the same type guaranteed a 1-tier quality increase. Not only did this allow for faster synthesis, but a single synthesis attempt also yielded 5 points of proficiency. When Yi Feng consecutively used nearly 100 designated syntheses, he triggered critical effects over 100 times, pushing his proficiency past 100 in one go. His talent leveled up once more. SSS talent, synthesis of all things. Level 6. Available syntheses 132810000. Proficiency 11055000. Seeing that his available synthesis count had increased rather than decreased, Yi Feng blinked. "It won't even let me rest. Keep synthesizing." He repeated the same trick, once again using designated synthesis. Another 1000 excellent grade lucky rabbit feet were produced. Not only did he gain over 600 proficiency points, but he also obtained an additional effect. You have cumulatively consumed 1000 identical materials for designated synthesis, activating the cross-tier effect of designated synthesis. Consuming 25 identical materials yields a guaranteed 2-tier quality increase. Consuming 125 identical materials yields a guaranteed 3-tier quality increase. Although this method of synthesis consumed the same amount, its advantage lay in speed. Moreover, the rate of proficiency gain had increased substantially. Feng immediately gave it a try. From the over 2000 excellent grade rabbit feet just produced, he split out 125 of them. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Epic. Only one synthesis attempt was consumed, yet his proficiency skyrocketed by 125 points. Feng laughed. What a brilliant function. He simply took out all the remaining initial rabbit feet. You have consumed 15000 Lucky Rabbit Feet Rare. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Legendary X120. You have consumed 1875 Lucky Rabbit Feet Excellent. You have synthesized Lucky Rabbit Foot Legendary X75. He did not use the designated synthesis function to elevate them directly to epic grade. Instead, he stopped after combining them all up to legendary grade. In this way, his over 2000 rare grade Lucky Rabbit Feet had become 195 legendary grade ones. Changes instantly appeared in his talent. Available syntheses 133-1000. Proficiency 229-805-0000. Seeing that only slightly over 100 synthesis attempts remained, Feng finally stopped. The rabbit foot progress had advanced by a significant margin. He would soon be able to push for mythic grade. There was no rush. However, the vitality upper limit that had surged up earlier exceeded the base cap by far too much. As a temporary effect, it came with a duration. Your temporary vitality upper limit remaining time 14 hours. Feng immediately dove into crafting. Having consumed a great deal of vitality divine water, he still had over 20 points of temporary vitality upper limit. If it were reset to 0 when the time expired, the loss would be devastating. You have crafted Night Demon Leather Armor unidentified. You have crafted Vajra Battle Armor unidentified. You have crafted. He consumed everything in one go. Feng crafted a full 100 pieces of corresponding armor. 5 hours had already passed in the process. During this time, Gao Fei became the third player to complete legendary grade advancement. His talent granted substantial bonuses to equipment effects, making his attack power second only to Feng himself. Through his relentless fighting style, he had forcefully defeated the trial boss. This left the guild members green with envy. As for the side of the Money Empire, according to Emperor Haigu, the core members were all at excellent grade, while the rest had barely managed to reach excellent grade. Compared to Feng's side, they were lagging considerably. At this moment, Ma Dong was still grinding levels in the newbie village, having just reached level 10. However, bolstered by his equipment, he was now tackling monsters 5 and even 10 levels above him. In at most another day, he should be ready for his first advancement. Feng turned his attention back and saw that the guild's prosperity had also reached 1000 points. He spent 100 silver to upgrade it to level 3. The member cap was also raised to 400. The experience bonus provided by the guild buff had now reached 60. This made the guild members cheer with joy. The Yu brothers both felt grateful that they had joined the divine domain back then. As for Xiao Shi and Xiao Rou, they now rarely even replied to Emperor Haiji's messages, afraid of being misunderstood by their guild leader. Everything was proceeding smoothly on the right track, so Feng withdrew his gaze and continued with his own affairs. He bought 100 legendary grade identification scrolls for 10 silver, then applied them one by one to the unidentified armor. You have identified Tier 1 excellent grade equipment talent proficiency 4. You have identified Tier 1 outstanding grade equipment talent proficiency 4. You have identified Tier 1 legendary grade equipment talent proficiency 8. You have identified. As each piece of equipment was identified, the crafting talent's proficiency also increased accordingly based on the quality of the item identified, until Feng had identified all 100 pieces of armor. To his astonishment, his crafting talent had actually leveled up too. Heavenly Craftsmanship. Rank 5, 32000. Energy consumption during crafting reduced by 50. Crafting time reduced by 55. Probability of high quality during special crafting increased by 55. Daily limit for energy recovery items increased by 100. Equipment and weapons can be dismantled to obtain corresponding crafting materials, and proficiency current recovery ratio is 7035. Current maximum dismantleable quality, outstanding quality limit increases with talent level. Aside from the further enhancement of several basic effects, the newly emerged function caught Feng somewhat off guard. Dismantle. He attempted to toss in a Tier 2, level 20 piece of equipment. You have dismantled a Tier 2 outstanding equipment and obtained 14 copper ores and 3 glacial stones. You have obtained 1 point of proficiency. Feng was deeply shaken. Aside from basic ores, he could actually dismantle special ores as well. even though it was only 70% of the materials required for crafting. But compared to selling the equipment directly for gold, and then purchasing the ores, the price difference was negligible. Most importantly, this saved so much trouble. Once the talent upgraded again, it might even be more cost-effective than selling the equipment directly. Although the proficiency gained through dismantling was at a lower ratio than the materials. It was only 35 of normal crafting. Yet many a little makes a mickle. It was still quite impressive. Conveniently, he still had thousands of pieces of equipment stored in his warehouse. Feng immediately rushed over. Opening the warehouse, he began sorting through the equipment he had accumulated earlier. Aside from the legendary pieces with relatively good attributes, he chose to dismantle all the remaining rare, excellent, and even outstanding grade items one by one. During the dismantling process, Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that dismantling self-crafted equipment returned 70 of the proficiency. This caused his proficiency to surge even faster. By the time he finished dismantling all the unwanted equipment, in addition to over 7,000 common ores and several thousand special ores, his talent had also risen by 2 consecutive levels. Heavenly Craftsmanship. Rank 7410000. Energy consumption during crafting reduced by 55. Crafting time reduced by 65. Probability of high quality during special crafting increased by 65. Daily limit for energy recovery items increased by 100. Duration of temporary energy limit increased by 50. Equipment and weapons can be dismantled to obtain corresponding crafting materials, and proficiency current recovery ratio is 8040. Current maximum dismantleable quality legendary quality limit increases with talent level. Not only did every attribute see a comprehensive upgrade once more, but the maximum quality limit for dismantling was also raised to legendary. Feng tossed in a piece of armor he had just crafted. This piece increased both physical and magic damage, and its additional traits were rather mediocre. It wouldn't fetch much money if sold, so he might as well try dismantling it. You have dismantled a Tier 2 legendary equipment self-crafted, and obtained 18 copper ores and 4 mithril stones. You have obtained 7 points of proficiency. The ores were one thing, but the proficiency gain made Feng ecstatic. This is awesome. From now on, crafting a legendary item would be equivalent to directly obtaining 15 points of talent proficiency. And as the talent leveled up, it became increasingly powerful. Thus a virtuous cycle was formed. Having just upgraded the talent, it couldn't be leveled up again in the short term. So Feng stopped tinkering. In any case, with the temporary energy limit extended, the duration had increased from the standard 24 hours to 36 hours. The remaining 8-hour limit had also extended to 20 hours. He prepared to log off and grab a bite to eat first. Your attribute points have met the manifestation criteria. Would you like to spend 10 gold to manifest them? 2 of your attribute points have met the manifestation criteria. Would you like to spend 20 gold to manifest them? Seeing the system prompt pop up, Feng finally remembered. After his second advancement, both his constitution and spirit had surpassed 100 points, reaching the threshold for the first manifestation. However, this 20 gold made him hesitate. Not to mention that he didn't have that much gold on him right now, and would need to sell some more items first. The last manifestation had tormented him for a day and a night, leaving him with lingering dread. If he underwent it again, now he might not be able to endure it. He decided to prepare thoroughly before attempting to manifest again. Selecting No, he logged off directly. After taking a stroll around his villa, Feng noticed that the spiritual vein that had previously provided him with a massive amount of spiritual energy seemed to have weakened slightly. This filled him with concern. At this rate, the underground spiritual vein might be completely drained after only a few more manifestations. Where else could he find such resources? Feng instinctively walked out of the villa, strolling around the neighborhood. Suddenly he froze in his tracks. He sensed a spiritual energy even richer than the one in his own villa. Walking toward it, he discovered it was actually another villa right next to his. He knocked on the door, but received no answer. Just then a security guard happened to ride past on a patrol vehicle. Spotting Feng, the guard immediately approached and spoke to him respectfully. Mr. Yi, there's no need to knock, no one lives in this house. Feng was taken aback. Unoccupied. Inquiring further, he obtained a useful piece of information. The owner of this villa seemingly knew the owner of the one he was renting. In that case, things would be much easier. He immediately contacted the real estate agent. Lu Peng, who had helped him rent his current villa, quickly sent over a phone number. He dialed it directly, and a pleasant female voice answered from the other end. Upon learning that he was interested in her property, she was quite polite to Feng as a potential tenant. However, when she heard Feng inquiring about her villa and the neighboring one, her stance became firm. She was not short of money at the moment and had no intention of selling her villa. As for the other one, it did indeed belong to her friend, but it was not for sale individually either. If Feng wanted to buy either of the 2 villas, he would have to purchase both of them together. A flat price of 50 million for both villas. Feng did not give a definitive answer, stating instead that he would consider it first. He made a phone call to have Lu Peng make a trip over with the keys to the neighboring villa, so he could inspect the house. This villa was even larger than the one Yi Feng resided in, and the interior decor was incredibly luxurious. All things considered, the price was actually quite reasonable. Most importantly, Yi Feng indeed felt an even more intense aura of spiritual energy beneath this villa. In fact, it was superior to the one beneath his current residence. Particularly in certain locations inside the villa, the spiritual energy was more than 10 times stronger than what could be faintly sensed from the outside. Yi Feng quickly made his decision to buy both villas. With these two natural spiritual veins, they should last until he manifested the second stage. By then, his physical body would likely transcend mortal limits, earning him the title of a superhuman. Compared to such a temptation, what did tens of millions matter? Although he had just transferred 10 million to Ma Dong, and even if he withdrew all the gold ingots from the game into Huaxia currency, he would still fall slightly short. But the gap was not that wide. He rested briefly in his house, ordered a luxurious takeout, set 8 to his heart's content, and then logged back online. Upon entering the game, Yi Feng chose to clear the dungeons first. You have swept Tier 1, Level 5 Dungeon, Easy Difficulty. You have obtained. You have swept Tier 1, Level 5 Dungeon, Hard Difficulty. You have obtained. Since he had already advanced to Tier 2, he could no longer enter Tier 1 dungeons. However, with the effect of the Dungeon Ravager, he could still choose to sweep them. He quickly swept through several levels and difficulties one by one. As for Tier 2 dungeons, he swept all the easy and hard difficulty dungeons, then personally ran to each location, clearing the nightmare level dungeons one by one. Back in Tier 1, he could already easily obtain SSS ratings. Now that his Tier 2 strength had increased further, it was naturally even more effortless. Completing all of this took less than 2 hours. Most of that time was actually spent sorting through the various spoils from the dungeons. Since experience potions did not take effect during the sweeping process, the experience gained was not substantial. Even after sweeping everything, it amounted to less than 100 million experience. In terms of gold, he had accumulated nearly 30 gold, which was enough to cover the manifestation requirements for the other two attributes. As for equipment, previously he would have had to painstakingly categorize and store them, which was a huge hassle. Now it was much simpler. Everything below legendary quality was dismantled. You have dismantled Tier 1 excellent equipment and obtained. You have dismantled Tier 1 outstanding equipment and obtained. You have dismantled Tier 2 outstanding equipment and obtained. Across Tier 1 and Tier 2, there were a total of 7 dungeons and 16 difficulties. With his dungeon privileges, Yi Feng had effectively run them 48 times. Under the 1500 drop rate bonus, he obtained more than 1500 pieces of equipment. Even though dismantling 101 pieces of equipment had unlocked the options to batch dismantle 10 and 100 pieces respectively, it still took Yi Feng a full hour to complete the dismantling. However, the results were gratifying. 11000 common ores and over 10000 special ores of various properties. The total amount of ore he possessed alone was likely dozens or even hundreds of times more than what a team led by a reincarnated OGZ could mine. And dismantling yielded more than just materials. Tens of thousands of proficiency points caused his crafting talent to rise by another 2 levels consecutively. Heavenly Craftsmanship. Rank 92133450000. Energy consumption during crafting reduced by 60. Crafting time reduced by 75. Probability of high quality during special crafting increased by 75. Daily limit for energy recovery items increased by 100. Duration of temporary energy limit increased by 50. Equipment and weapons can be dismantled to obtain corresponding crafting materials, and proficiency current recovery ratio is 9045. Current maximum dismantleable quality legendary quality limit increases with talent level. Unfortunately, the improvements in the synthesis talent after upgrading were not very substantial. Now energy consumption only decreased by 5 every 2 levels. The reduction in crafting time had also dropped from 10 per level to 5. Several special effects remained unchanged as well. Fortunately, the proficiency required for the next level was not far off. After another sweep tomorrow, he should be able to reach level 10. The quantity of skill books was not as staggering as the equipment. 320 excellent grade books, 260 outstanding grade books, 50 legendary grade books. After learning about Ma Dong's talent, Yi Feng had also sent him several corresponding skill books. Speaking of which, the other's talent was rather interesting. Ranged Monarch. Your final damage increases by 10 for every 1 meter your attack range increases. And given Ma Dong's desire to play a mage-type class, Yi Feng selected several skills that increased attack range and attack speed. Surprisingly, these 3 randomly selected skills actually triggered a synergy effect. Synergy effect. 22. Attack speed 20. 33. Casting range 20. Combined with the effects of the skills once fully leveled, it was quite remarkable. And when Ma Dong challenged his advancement equipped entirely in outstanding gear with 2 outstanding skills and 1 fully leveled excellent skill, he easily completed the outstanding grade advancement. Furthermore, he obtained a unique class Soul Mage. The class's exclusive trait was that attacks were guaranteed to hit, making them unavoidable by targets below the legendary grade. This trait combined with his talent effect was a perfect match. Not only that, but as Ma Dong continued to advance in the future, this trait would keep upgrading. Its priority effect would also gradually increase. Imagine how powerful it would be when one day his attacks were guaranteed to hit even mythical grade targets. Yi Feng was also genuinely happy that his close friend had found such an opportunity. And once Ma Dong joined the guild and revealed his talent and class, he was immediately sought after. Yu Jian and Yu Kong immediately felt a sense of crisis. Originally, they were the strongest magic-based classes in the guild, and they barely had any rivals even in the wider game. Yet now this newly joined member not only possessed infinite potential, but was also rumored to be the guild leader's real-life friend. This sent them into a state of panic. If the other party had the backing of the guild leader's resources in the future, how could they ever catch up? Could there come a day when the two of them wouldn't even be able to secure their spots in the core team? Sharing similar thoughts with Xinyu Xiaoxi, she had originally believed that as a powerful support, she would be everyone's darling. But with one powerful player after another joining, unless it was a nightmare-level dungeon, other difficulties didn't even require her support healing. Thus, after her advancement, she discovered that due to her legendary grade advancement, she possessed a buff that increased her attribute fruit consumption limit by 40 for 3 days. This could raise her original consumption limit from 25 to 35 fruits. She immediately expressed her request to Yi Feng. You want to buy 35 legendary grade attribute fruits? Yi Feng asked in surprise upon seeing Xiaoxi's request. Xiaoxi was somewhat embarrassed. Guild leader, I know my request is a bit excessive, but it's rare to get such an opportunity. Yi Feng interrupted her. Even at market price, a single legendary grade fruit costs 3,000. 35 of them would be over 10 million. Are you sure you want to spend such a massive sum? This time it was Xiaoxi's turn to be shocked. The guild leader's implication was not that he couldn't produce 35 fruits, but rather that he was worried she couldn't afford them. Money is not an issue. If we go by the market price, you'd be at too much of a disadvantage, guild leader. Let's make it 12 million. Yi Feng did not decline this time. Having just cleared the dungeons, he had naturally harvested a large number of attribute fruits. 330 excellent grade fruits. 315 outstanding grade fruits. Even legendary grade fruits numbered a full 60. Selling 35 to her was not much of an issue. Thus, once Xiaoxi confirmed her intent to purchase, he listed them on the treasure pavilion, selling 35 legendary grade attribute fruits in a single package for 12 million gold ingots. The next second, your item, basic attribute fruit, legendary X35, has been purchased by player Xinyu Xiaoxi for 12 million gold ingots. Seeing the balance of 41.5 million gold ingots in his treasure pavilion account, a ripple of excitement stirred within Yi Feng's heart. He was already so close to his target of 50 million. Yi Feng's transaction occurred silently, having been purchased by Xiaoxi the very instant it was listed. It went entirely unnoticed by anyone else. However, Yu Jian, who was running the dungeon alongside Xiaoxi, was the first to sense something amiss. Her healing output had suddenly surged by a massive margin. Transforming from a potent support into a god tier 1, she left them utterly astounded. Upon inquiring, they learned she had purchased attribute fruits from Yi Feng. Moreover, it was a bulk purchase that completely maxed out her tier 2 attribute fruits. At this, the Yu brothers could no longer sit still. Although they lacked the unique buff Xiaoxi possessed that raised the limit of attribute fruits as 4-star classes, they each still had a cap of 20 attribute fruits. Even with a slight premium, it would only amount to a few million in value. They had initially thought these would be difficult to acquire in the outside market and planned to gather them slowly, only to find the top-tier players selling them in bulk. What were they waiting for? They had to buy them. Consuming 20 attribute-boosting fruits all at once would surely make their stat panels soar. The two brothers finally saw the dawn of rapid progression. However, bombarded by an endless barrage of messages from the Yu brothers, Yi Feng found himself struggling to cope, relying on his lucky rabbit's foot and bonuses from defeating higher-level and higher-tier targets. The rate at which he obtained rare items was indeed slightly higher than others, but it was hardly limitless. From the tone of these brothers, they seemed to treat him as a wholesaler of legendary attribute fruits. I haven't even consumed a single tier 2 fruit myself. Yet to Yi Feng's surprise, this was merely the beginning. It was not just the main combat members who were growing restless. Even Xinyu Xiaoro, a support class, joined in on the excitement, hoping to buy enough attribute fruits from Yi Feng all at once. Only then did Yi Feng realize the severity of the situation. The members of his guild were truly not lacking in funds. He had no choice but to issue an order within the guild. A maximum of 30 legendary attribute fruits will be released daily with priority given to exchanges for other qualities at a ratio of 1 to 20. Only then did everyone quiet down slightly. They turned their efforts toward purchasing excellent and superior attribute fruits instead. Meanwhile, Xinyu Xiaoxi, whose stats had surged, felt her confidence swell following her power boost. She insisted on dragging the Yu brothers along with Ma Penglu and Gao Fei to clear a Tier 2, Level 10 hard difficulty dungeon above their levels. They even secured an A-grade evaluation. Amidst the excitement, Xiaoxi, who had been playing the game all day, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her and decided to log off to rest. However, as she was about to exit, a popping system prompt left her utterly bewildered. Attribute points have reached the first stage limit. Materialize. She recognized every single word, but combined they made no sense to her. Though she wished to ask Feng, she was afraid of disturbing him. Fortunately, the system prompt indicated a discount for the first materialization, and since she had enough funds, she chose to agree. Upon logging off, an overwhelming fatigue immediately washed over her body. Despite her usual obsession with cleanliness, she fell fast asleep without bathing or changing her clothes. Much like Feng, she felt as though she had entered a long, deep dream. Unlike him, however, her mind felt as though it was undergoing a fierce battle within the dream. It was not until 6 hours later that she slowly awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she immediately sensed something different about her body. Although an intense hunger gnawed at her, as if she had not eaten for an entire day and night. Strangely, her mind was extraordinarily clear, as if she had become exceptionally intelligent and perceptive. With a mere passing thought, a vast wealth of knowledge surfaced. The effects of the equipment in the game, the precise attributes of the monsters, and even the texts she had memorized during her school days were all vividly clear in her mind. One had to know that literature class used to be her greatest headache. Now Xiaoxi was completely shocked. What had happened to her body? Without even pausing to put on her shoes, she jogged all the way to the study. She picked up a copy of Love in the Time of Cholera and casually flipped through a few pages. After putting the book down, the contents she had just glanced at appeared crystal clear in her mind. Xiaoxi was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Had she slept her way into becoming a super brain? It was as if she had directly added dozens of intelligence points to her real-world body, just like in the game. In an instant, she recalled the prompt from when she logged off the game. Her eyes lit up. Could this be the materialization effect of her spirit stat exceeding 1000? And this materialization effect had actually manifested directly in reality. Her delicate frame trembled slightly as a tempest of emotions surged within her heart. Abilities from the game could actually synchronize with reality. She had inadvertently discovered such a shocking secret. Xiaoxi could not help but cover her mouth in disbelief. In the next moment, a flash of realization struck her. No, she was not the first to discover this. As the guild leader Jianjian, who had completed legendary advancements twice in a row and remained the undisputed top player, his strength was bound to be far greater than hers. He had likely discovered this long ago. Perhaps he had even materialized his stats in reality ahead of her. The power he manifested in reality would be even more astonishing than hers. At this thought, countless ideas swirled through her mind. If so, this game was no longer merely a globally popular game that everyone loved to play. It could not only influence the economy, but even reshape the world. Although a spirit stat of 1000 only translated to a 10-point increase in reality, it was more than enough for Xiaoxi, who was already highly intelligent and a graduate of a prestigious university, to instantly organize her thoughts. Having figured this out, she immediately went into action. Having graduated only recently, and being reluctant to work at her father's conglomerate, her family had not provided her with much money. Her previous gaming expenses had all come from her hard-earned allowance. Purchasing the attribute fruits from the guild leader had completely depleted her savings. If she were to ask her family for money, her parents would certainly not believe the claim that a game could change the world. It was better to take action herself first. She recalled that she still owned a vacant villa in Chang'an City. It had originally been purchased so she could keep her college classmate and best friend company. Now was the time to put it to use. She immediately grabbed her phone and located the contact details of a real estate agent she had saved. Mr. Luden, you mentioned before that someone wanted to buy my villa. If they can pay in cash immediately, I can offer a 10% discount. Yes, selling it individually is fine, but if sold together with my friend's villa, I can offer an additional 10% off. Hanging up the phone, she still could not suppress the excitement in her heart. The fact that the game could merge with reality would absolutely reshape the future world. She had to seize this head start and strive to invest all her resources into the game. What she could do right now was to sell the villa as quickly as possible and pour the funds into the game. Only by using this capital to promptly enhance her in-game power, which would then materialize in reality, could she maximize her benefits. As for why she had included Xiao's villa in the deal, Xiaoxi had carefully considered it. Her best friend had only bought it to live close to her for convenience. Now that she was selling hers, her friend would certainly not keep hers alone. Xiao's standing in her own family was even lower than Xiaoxi's and hers. If she was lucky, she might become a carefree caged bird in the future. If unlucky, she might very well be used as a tool for a political family marriage to expand their interests. Using the game to strengthen herself early on was undoubtedly a life-changing opportunity. She believed that once Xiao understood, she would be grateful. A sweet smile graced Xiaoxi's face. After Yifeng finished processing all his spoils from the dungeon, he let out a sigh of relief. The harvest had been immense, and he felt rather fatigued. He glanced once more at the remaining duration of his temporary vitality cap, 9 hours left. Gritting his teeth, he got back to work. Although crafting equipment of the same quality yielded the same amount of proficiency for both Tier 1 and Tier 2 gear, he was now at Tier 2 strength, so he naturally looked down on Tier 1 crafted equipment. Wouldn't synthesizing already crafted Tier 2 equipment yield an even greater boost? Unfortunately, he did not possess many Tier 2 recipes at the moment. The drop rate for these items was incredibly low. Even after sweeping through the dungeons, he had only obtained 3 recipes: a Tier 2 saber, a Tier 2 ring, and Tier 2 greaves. As for weapons, he had no plans to replace his current one for now. The Tier 2 saber was useless to him, and he had only 1 recipe each for the ring and the greaves. The base and maximum qualities of these craftable items were not very high, and the number of times they could be crafted was limited. Crafting them directly would yield minimal returns. He planned to find another identical recipe to synthesize and upgrade them to a satisfactory level. Before proceeding with the crafting, scanning his options, he realized that the most suitable item for immediate improvement was actually the small pouch. After all, it was a basic recipe. Even at Tier 3, the best drops would still only be at this level. Crafting a few more to upgrade his current one would also provide an opportunity to expand his inventory space. What he had once thought of as a permanent solution was now proving insufficient, even with inventory slots converted from thousands of attribute points. With an abundant supply of ores obtained from dismantling equipment, Yifeng was in an incredibly comfortable position. Under his level 9 crafting talent, each craft required only 20 vitality points and 90 seconds. As Yifeng immersed himself in the work, time seemed to slow down. Placing the materials, crafting, waiting, retrieving the unidentified item, and then placing more materials to craft again. One after another, Yifeng eventually grew somewhat numb. His mechanical operations grew faster and faster. By the time he finally stopped, he realized he had crafted around 200 items in a single breath. Halting the crafting process, he began identifying them. Once he had identified them one by one, he ended up with 40 rare, 100 superior, and 60 excellent items. These were small pouches of various qualities. Even the lowest rare grade ones were comparable to the superior grade ones circulating in the market, top-tier attributes that the vast majority of players coveted but could not purchase. However, to Yifeng, these were barely qualified, even as synthesis materials. He first chose to dismantle all of the rare and superior ones, and then began working on the excellent grade batch. Utilizing targeted synthesis on all 60 items, he directly obtained 12 legendary ones. After synthesizing these 12 legendary items in pairs a few times, he ended up with only a single epic grade item. Yifeng shook his head. It seemed 200 items were far from enough for synthesis. Back to crafting. This time he kept crafting without pause until the duration of his temporary vitality cap expired. Unfortunately, despite his relentless crafting, he had still only consumed 100 vitality points. The remaining nearly 100 points of his vitality cap vanished immediately once the time ran out. This pained him deeply. After all, these points had been accumulated by drinking bottles of divine vitality water that he had spent a long time synthesizing. It seemed that for future crafting sessions he could not be so reckless as to go all in directly. He even had a bizarre thought: having a crafting talent that was too powerful and consumed too little vitality was not always a good thing. Fortunately, this wave of continuous crafting yielded excellent results, producing a cumulative total of 300 items of various qualities. Yifeng's operations had become exceptionally proficient. He swiftly completed the dismantling. The dismantled items combined with the previous batch increased his proficiency by over 2000 points. He was now only 2600 proficiency points away from upgrading his talent again. Gratifyingly, his luck with synthesis this time was quite good. After several rounds of synthesizing 20 legendary items, he obtained a total of 3 epic grade items. This gave him 4 epic grade bases in total. Yifeng believed these synthesis materials would be enough to significantly upgrade the small pouch he was currently wearing. Since the small pouch had already been synthesized 6 times, and was only 2 syntheses away from its epic grade limit, Yifeng first synthesized the 4 items in pairs. Then he synthesized them one by one with the original pouch. On the 7th synthesis, the quality remained unchanged, though its attributes received an all-around boost. However, its unique trait did not upgrade, which made Yifeng grow somewhat anxious. Had he labored in vain? Fortunately, the final synthesis finally yielded results. Sumeru mustard seed 8. Quality mythic. Slot special. Vitality 1000. Spirit 1000. Endurance 1000. Maximum health 30. Maximum mana 30. Initial mana recovery speed 0. 1. Mana recovery speed 200. Initial health recovery speed 0. 1. Health recovery speed 200. Infinite space grants inventory slots equal to the value of 5-dimensional attribute points, including base and equipment effects. Swift pilferage automatically loots items that exclusively drop for oneself and categorizes them. Categories must be set manually up to 9 types. Before the synthesis, Feng had been filled with anticipation. Yet once he actually synthesized the mythic quality item, he grew calm instead. Fortunately, this piece of equipment was indeed powerful enough. The massive boost to various attributes brought an all-around improvement to his sustain. His most relied upon infinite space had finally undergone a change, as even the attribute points from equipment could now take effect. This elevated the growth potential of this gear by a massive step. As for the newly synthesized swift pilferage trait, it was an unexpected pleasant surprise that would save him a lot of trouble. The categorization effect included within was an absolute lifesaver for Feng. From now on, when dealing with massive harvests, he would no longer have to painstakingly organize them one by one. Having crafted continuously for over 10 hours, even with all the gains and upgrades, Feng inevitably felt a tinge of exhaustion. Since his equipment was now complete, he logged off with satisfaction. This time he slept exceptionally soundly, only slowly waking up when someone knocked on his door. Feng stretched lazily, savoring the soft and comfortable bed beneath him and the room's refined, elegant decor. The him draw a deep breath. Compared with his past life, his fate had undergone earth-shaking changes. He vowed to seize the opportunity to reshape his destiny. After changing into his, he opened the door. Gao Fei stood there, his face shining with excitement. He had just returned from his hometown, and as soon as he got off the plane, he took a taxi straight to Feng's place. He clutched Feng's hand, talking nonstop. His parents had once worried about him venturing out alone, but they agreed once they heard he would be with Feng. Brother now I can really show what I can do. Gao Fei held a helmet, bursting with excitement. He ignored Feng's suggestion to rest, and insisted on jumping straight into game battles. At last, after some persuasion, the two ordered a bite to eat. Gao Fei hurried into the room prepared for him, and squeezed on the helmet in a rush. Feng, however, did not hurry. He stepped out to take a look around, and when the mood hit him, he even jogged a few laps on the community's plastic track. As his running speed grew, Feng began to feel faint, subtle changes in his body. He thought it was just the aftereffect of long inactivity. Only after he had run for half an hour and stopped did he truly sense that his physical condition had improved. Feng carefully reflected on it, and suddenly understood. So that was it. When game attributes manifest in reality, there is an obvious initial boost, but some energy still remains untransformed. The subsequent training would gradually fuse them into his body and help him adapt, especially since Feng had manifested 2 attributes at once. The biggest boosts came from his physical strength and agility. That was why his villa happened to have a micro-spiritual vein. That meant he would continue to absorb spiritual energy even while sleeping. Otherwise, someone else might have to take his place. It would likely require heavy, high-intensity training to absorb it completely. Feng finished the run and stretched some more on the spot. When he felt there was no more room for improvement, he stopped satisfied. He sauntered home feeling clear-headed and full of energy. He could endure hundreds more rounds of battles in the game before resuming. Feng realized he hadn't checked his attributes in a long time, and the panel confirmed it. Except for Sumi Jezi, a basic universal special equipment, everything else was first-tier gear. The leg guards were epic, but they were the product of only 3 syntheses and sheer luck. Their base attributes were not high, and even evolving them brought only a marginal improvement for Feng. Epic-grade upgrade stones were limited, so he did not upgrade them yet. Instead, he planned to invest in weapons and armor. Would you spend 20 epic evolution stones to evolve Gong Wu Bu Pi Dai Shun Sheng Ping Zhang? Yes. The evolution stones disappeared, and the previously first-tier weapon rose directly to second-tier. Feng Yulei Dong Jin Bound synthesized to the max can evolve. Location, main hand weapon. Quality epic. Required level second tier. Damage 3000, strength 300, agility 300, attack speed 16, critical rate 14, critical damage 120, damage 50. Pajun, when attacking, the target's defense is reduced by 60, and it deals an initial splash damage of 80 to 6 surrounding targets. If a killing blow is dealt to the target, splash damage increases by a further 60. This effect is halved against targets of 3rd tier and higher, and is ineffective against 4th tier and above. Puyuan attack reduces the target's defense by 500 for 5 minutes. This effect is halved against targets of 3rd tier and higher, and is ineffective against 4th tier and above. This weapon is Jian's exclusive and cannot be traded. Although the weapon evolved, Feng merely smirked. Base attributes and stat points doubled, but the special attributes remained unchanged. The trait besides Pu also raised the defense reduction value. Pajun remained almost unchanged. Fortunately, the trait's priority effect also rose a little enough for now to challenge up to 3rd tier monsters. Weapons were only the appetizer. Feng's focus was still on the armor. Would you spend 20 mythic evolution stones to evolve Gong Wu Bu Pi Dai Shun Sheng Ping Zhang? Yes. Several red lights wove back and forth and burst apart with a roar. Gong Wu Bu Pe Da Shun Sheng Ping Zhang 7. Can evolve, can break through. Quality mythic. Required level 2nd tier. Physical defense 2400, magical defense 2400, strength 1000, vitality 1000, stamina 1000, agility 600, spirit 600, HP max 100, MP max 100, final HP recovery speed 100, final MP recovery speed 100. Using healing items increases effect by 200. Shin Jin Gang, Hu Ti Shin Barrier Shin Sacrifice. Jian special crafted. When Yifeng saw the base attributes doubling like a weapon, he was quite happy. Such numbers and defense pushed his resistances to a new level, but the special attributes remained unchanged and a sense of foreboding grew in his heart. When he saw that the 3 traits were identical to before, he accepted this fact. After a moment he pondered further. Technically, special attributes and traits shouldn't be fixed. Perhaps the number of evolutions isn't enough. For example, changes might occur when progressing from the base tier to mid-tiers around 4th to 5th. Or perhaps breakthroughs are needed. But there is no news of mythical breakthrough stones yet, so he had to wait. Next there was another potential stock. It was a new day and the talent synthesis count refreshed again. Yifeng began working on the prepared Lucky Rabbit's Foot embryo. A full 195 legendary grade items, plus the epic gear already equipped. He refused to believe he could not forge a mythic item. Legendary plus legendary. Legendary with legendary epic. Epic with epic. He kept selecting suitable qualities and pairing them. Very soon, from 195 legendary grade items after several syntheses, they had become 7 epic items. He immediately took one and synthesized it with his own gear. The result remained epic. Yifeng was hardly discouraged. Materials still remained continue. 6th time still epic. 7th time epic. This time Yifeng grew a bit panicked. He feared all the syntheses would fail to produce mythic. He knew the Lucky Rabbit's Foot could no longer be mass-produced. What he held in his hand was basically a one-of-a-kind item. On the 8th attempt, the cap for epic-grade equipment synthesis was reached, and the dazzling golden light finally appeared as promised. Fortune Goddess's Blessing 8. Can evolve. Type special accessory. Quality mythic. Defense 1000, HP 600, stamina 600, agility 600, spirit 500, strength 500, HP max 20, evasion 10, regenerate 5 HP per second out of combat. Loot drops 3000, money drops 3000 only on tier 6 maps. The final effects of this gear had been pushed to the limit. It even gained an extra special attribute. One should feel content. The 8th synthesis cap was visible, and there were still 2 epic Lucky Rabbit's feet left. Yifeng could not help but feel a flutter of desire. He immediately clicked to synthesize again. He used epic Lucky Rabbit's Foot with another epic Lucky Rabbit's Foot to synthesize. In the synthesis, there was an extremely lucky critical hit, raising 2 tiers by 100 and increasing proficiency by 100. You forged Fortune Goddess's Favor mythic. A mat also appeared. Yifeng was stunned. Fortune Goddess's Favor 4 can break through. Type special accessory. Quality mythic. Attack 600, strength 300, HP 200, stamina 200, agility 200, spirit 200, mana max 20, critical rate 10. When you encounter judgment type effects, you are highly likely to obtain the highest grade result. When killing targets beyond the tier, the chance to drop the highest quality item increases to 20. Although the upgrade spans 2 ranks, it only raises from epic to mythic. Yet it yielded a breakthrough effect. The overall attributes were a notch below Yifeng's gear, but it had its own unique advantages. Especially the 2 exclusive special effects. Both of them attracted Yifeng. While he hesitated about which to equip, his mind instinctively placed the 2 together. Try it. The synthesis might change how the base attribute bonuses apply. Do you want to continue? Could it really work? Yifeng widened his eyes. He did not fully understand how the bonuses would be applied, but he gritted his teeth and chose to press on. Fortune favors the bold. You used Fortune Goddess's Blessing mythic and Fortune Goddess's Favor mythic to synthesize. In the synthesis, there was an invincible lucky super crit boosting 3 ranks by 100 and proficiency by 100. You forged Fortune Goddess's Affection mythic. Yifeng blinked. Is today the day he truly earns Fortune Goddess's favor? Fortune Goddess's Affection 9 can evolve 19, can break through 0-1. Type special accessory. Quality mythic. No level requirement. Attack 20, all defenses 20, HP 10, stamina 10, agility 10, spirit 10, strength 10, evasion 15, anti-crit rate 10. When you encounter judgment type effects, you are guaranteed the highest level result. Loot drops 5,000, money drops 5,000 only on tier 9 maps. When you encounter judgment type effects, you are guaranteed the highest level result. Upon killing targets beyond the tier, the chance of dropping the highest quality item rises to 50. Skipping 2 tiers increases it to 75. Skipping 3 tiers or more increases it to 100. Seeing the final gear effect, Yifeng goes insane. Base attributes have shifted from fixed increases to percentages. Given his current attributes, such bonuses are even less favorable than before. Yet the potential and ceiling have risen by an unknown amount. Especially with evolvable limits and the possibility of breakthroughs, this gear's potential is pushed to the max. As for the final upgraded effects, Feng had never heard of them in his past life. In his view, this is not just Fortune Goddess's affection. It is basically Fortune Goddess's husband. With this gear, he is the ultimate lucky charm. And yet this gear is only at tier 1. He could not wait to upgrade it. Would you spend 20 mythic evolution stones to evolve Fortune Goddess's affection? Yes. After evolution, the bonuses to base attributes rose from 10 to 15. Even dodge and anti-crit improved each by half of their previous effects. Only HP recovery and the loot boosting effects remained unchanged. Although a little disappointing, Feng had expected it. He glanced over and was about to equip it when he noticed the required level column and his heart skipped a beat. Could this mean another evolution with 30 mythic evolution stones? Yes. Yes. Compared with before, this time he hesitated. After evolution, he did not immediately check the upgraded stats. Instead, he operated with bated breath and equipped it. When the item appeared in the special accessories slot beside his small pouch, Feng felt a buzzing in his head. It really had been equipped. Fortune Goddess's affection, 9, can evolve, 39, can break through 01. Type special accessory. Quality mythic. No level requirement. Attack 40, all defenses 40, OHP 20, stamina 20, agility 20, spirit 20, strength 20, evasion 30, anti-crit rate 20. Regenerates 3 HP per second, cannot be interrupted by skills, equipment, traits, or class talents. Loot drops 5,000, money drops 5,000 only on tier 9 maps. When you encounter judgment type effects, you are guaranteed the highest level result. After 2 consecutive evolutions, it truly reached tier 3. Relying on this no tier restriction effect, equipment could evolve ahead of time. It actually evolved 1 tier ahead and was equipped successfully. If this keeps up, could he push it to tier 4 or 5 at tier 2, or even higher? He glanced at his bag and felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. A total of 90 mythic evolution stones remained. After advancing the armor once and using 2 lucky rabbit's feet, there were only 20 left. Only 20 stones remained, far from enough to continue evolving. Yet the fire in his heart had not been extinguished. If he could gather 20 more mythic evolution stones, then he could attempt to push it to tier 4. And perhaps once a method for mythic grade breakthroughs was found, he could break through. There was no harm in attempting a breakthrough early and then re-equipping. For now, all upgrades had been completed, and Feng's mood grew calm. Unable to resist, he opened his status panel and studied it closely, eager to know how strong he had become. Player Jian. Class, Sword Cultivator, Divine, Artificer, 9-star. Class traits: Frost Edge. When wielding a sword-type weapon, critical hit rate 10, critical damage effect increased by 20, ignores 20 of target's defense, current tier 2. Bloodbreaker. Each of your attacks automatically deals an additional 10 of total damage as sword-type damage, and upon triggering reduces the target's health regeneration by 50. Current tier 2. Lightness. Attack range 20, attack speed 10, current tier 2 legendary. Advancement record 1 legendary. Attribute fruit consumption limit 0.4545, remaining time 2 days, 1 hour 12 minutes. Titles: Proof of Genius, Hidden Dungeon, Ravager, unique. Level tier 2, level 0.61578352565100. Attributes: Strength 3570, Agility 2653, Endurance 2465, Vitality 2429, Spirit 3730. Attack 23,815. Defense 8,713. Magic resistance 11,279. Health 282,785. Health regeneration speed. Base recovery 0. 11 second. Final bonus 300. Mana 295,0650. Mana regeneration speed. Base recovery 0. 11 second. Final bonus 860. Critical rate 41. Critical resistance 40. Critical damage 509. Dodge rate 46. Free attribute points 0. Permission points 9. Gold 49, gold 12, 87 silver, 4,366 copper. Equipment: Fortune Goddess's Favor, Mythic Mustard Seed, Mythic Impregnable Sacred Barrier, Mythic Storm Thunder, Sword, Epic Monarch's Wind Spirit Leggings, Epic Sturdy Ancient Belt, Epic Barrier Breaker, Metal Legendary Swift Step, Novice Cloth, Shoes Legendary Blood Drinking, War Ring Legendary Eagle, Eye Ring E. In his past life, he had only reached this level of 5-dimensional base attributes when he was nearing tier 4 at tier 3. As for the specific attributes, he was far ahead of his past self. Moreover, he had long since acquired several attributes with special effects, like the base health and mana regeneration effects. Aside from Feng, everyone else likely still had the initial 0.01 regeneration. Not to mention attributes like critical resistance, which only became available at mid-tier. Yet Feng had already accumulated it to as much as 40. although there was still considerable room for improvement in his leg armor belt and necklace ring slots. Replacing them with ordinary Tier 1 equipment wouldn't yield significant results, so Feng decided to hold off for now. He planned to wait until he had suitable Tier 2 recipes, then craft and synthesize them all at once for an upgrade. Nearly 2 days had now passed since Feng became the first to complete his second advancement. In the main city where he resided, players had begun to appear one after another, no longer as desolate as before. However, although these players were already part of the minority among the overall player base, belonging to the first tier sequence, the gap between them and Feng remained vast. It could even be said that Feng currently found it difficult to have any meaningful interaction with ordinary players in his pursuit of progress. He quickly departed the city. Feng advanced steadily along the way. In the Tier 2 Level 5 and Level 10 zones, players could still be spotted sparsely. Feng happened to spot a few guild members and greeted them. The few players were overjoyed to see Feng. They excitedly exclaimed about seeing the guild leader alive, leaving Feng both amused and exasperated. After bidding farewell to his acquaintances in that area, he ventured further inward, whether traversing treacherous terrain or crossing great rivers. Tier 2 Level 15, Tier 2 Level 20. The monsters that appeared grew progressively higher in level, while player figures became increasingly rare. Yet Feng did not take this opportunity to slaughter them all, he merely passed through in haste. Unless a group of monsters happened to cluster together without requiring him to draw aggro. Only then would he step forward and dispatch them with a few sword strikes. This was because he now completely looked down upon such meager gains, although he hadn't leveled up after reaching Tier 2. As a Tier 2 Level 0 player facing any monster in the Tier 2 maps, he still received the experience bonus for fighting higher level enemies. But after experiencing the exhilaration of fighting across tiers, he could no longer muster any interest in these same tier monsters. However, the Tier 2 maps were extraordinarily vast. Even with his agility bonus of over 3,000 points and the occasional activation of skills to further boost his movement speed, it still took him over an hour. He barely reached the edge of the Tier 2 map. As for how he knew this was the boundary, a familiar notification appeared once again. You have reached the edge of the Tier 2 map. You may proceed further after completing your third advancement. Your barrier breaker medal has taken effect. You may enter this map. You are the first to discover a Tier 3 map. You have gained 2 permission points. Although he no longer received the permission points reward for first crossing a tier, as before he still earned a guaranteed 2 points for entering a new map. The Tier 3 map appeared no different from the Tier 2 map. Perhaps due to the complete absence of other players, it looked even more expansive and desolate at a glance. Feng searched left and right for several minutes before finally spotting a single monster. Obsidian Guard Captain. Tier Elite. Level Tier 3 or Level 10. Health 250,000. Attack 11,000. Defense 3,900. Skills Thunder/Warding Shield Summon Guards. Feng had not expected that the very first monster he encountered would be an elite. It was a dark-faced man clad in resplendent attire wielding a long saber. Upon noticing Feng's arrival, he immediately brandished his long saber, muttering some unintelligible incantation under his breath. In an instant, several humanoid monsters charged forth from his side, though their attire was far more humble compared to his. Feng nimbly sidestepped, evading the simultaneous thrust of several spears. Instead, he waited until these monsters had nearly clustered together before swinging his treasured sword. 228,500. Minus 22,850. The elite's health instantly plummeted to its lowest, leaving only a sliver of blood remaining. The splash damage unleashed by this strike scattered in all directions, instantly obliterating the 6 ordinary monsters in the vicinity. These monsters each possessed only around 9,000 health, utterly unable to withstand the 80 splash damage effect. Yet even the 10-fold damage from the crushing effect failed to instantly kill the elite monster. This came as quite a surprise to Feng. It seemed crossing tiers was no longer as straightforward as before. He mused silently to himself. Fortunately, the experience gained was still quite decent. You have gained 3,350 experience points. You have completed a kill across 30 levels, gaining an additional 600 experience. You have completed a cross-dire kill, gaining an additional 100 bonus effect. Your guild's enhancement effect has activated, granting you an additional 26,130 experience points. You have ultimately gained 69,680 experience points. Although Feng hadn't yet synthesized experience pills that could function in Tier 3 maps, relying on the bonuses from fighting across levels and tiers, as well as the powerful buff from his Divine Tier guild, it was enough to amplify the base experience of 3,350 points from this elite monster to over 20 times its original value. Just this single elite monster was enough to level him up directly. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do so. Beyond the substantial experience boost, there was another crucial reason. Loot. After he had just finished clearing these dozen or so monsters, a full 15 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book dropped. Most importantly, among the ordinary monsters, 9 pieces of rare grade equipment dropped. The elite monster dropped an even more impressive excellent grade piece. Obsidian long saber. Slot main hand weapon. Quality excellent. Required level tier 3 or level 10. Damage 1126. Strength 60. Agility 60. Damage 5. Normally weapons of this quality would only drop with high probability from excellent grade bosses. Elite grade monsters are more likely to drop common grade items with a small chance for rare grade. The probability of an excellent grade drop is less than 1. However, with the enhancement from his special accessory, this probability was forcibly raised to a minimum of 50. This allowed Feng to achieve such a haul from just a single kill. Moreover, the formidable power of tier 3 weapons left Feng somewhat astonished. This was merely an excellent grade weapon, yet it already delivered over 1,000 damage points. And when he ventured deeper into the map, after slaying a tier 3 level 20 excellent grade boss, this impression grew even more pronounced. This boss possessed 15,000 attack and 5,500 defense, surpassing even the tier 2 level 20 epic grade boss that Feng had previously challenged. The only saving grace was its mere 8,000 health points, which couldn't withstand more than a few of his sword strikes. A relatively effortless dispatch. Over 2,600 experience points allowed Feng to truly appreciate the advantage of fighting across levels. But the drop of a legendary grade weapon left him even more astounded. Holy Light Sacred Spear. Quality legendary. Required level tier 3 or level 20. Damage 3,000. Strength 140. Agility 140. Endurance 140. Damage 10. Critical rate 5. Defense penetration 10. Holy Judgment. Consume 100 mana to unleash an attack, dealing 300 base damage with a 1 chance to instantly kill the target. Priority legendary. The base attributes of this weapon were even on par with Feng's current epic grade weapon. Its base 5-dimensional attribute bonuses were half of those on Feng's weapon. Combined with its practical special attributes and powerful trait skill, it could be called a tier 3 divine weapon. This made Feng feel a sense of urgency. As the monsters he faced grew increasingly powerful, the weapon he had painstakingly upgraded step by step from a novice wooden sword purchased at the starter village weapon shop was beginning to falter. Were it not for the 2 extremely powerful traits attached to it, the decisive factors enabling him to consistently deliver crushing damage, he would have wanted to immediately gather a pile of tier 2 weapons for synthesis. Nevertheless, the drops from this excellent grade boss served as a stark warning, elevating the urgency of upgrading his weapon to a matter of considerable importance. Even so, with his current offensive and defensive capabilities, clearing the map presented virtually no obstacles. Common and elite monsters naturally went without saying. Even a tier 3 level 40 elite monster with its attack and defense reaching 18,000 and 7,600 respectively exceeded the base attributes of even the strongest tier 2 epic grade boss. Despite Feng's weapon possessing 2 defense reduction traits, the enemy still retained 3,000 defense, preventing him from inflicting crushing damage. However, once Feng activated his flowing light skill, the situation was completely different. His damage surged to over 9,000, allowing even a basic attack to instantly kill an elite monster with 8,000 health. As for excellent grade bosses, given the vastness of the map itself, although they could be encountered in various monster zones, Feng had nearly traversed the entire tier 3 map, and only managed to slay 7 of them. Yet from these 7, he obtained 6 legendary grade equipment pieces and weapons, as well as 4 legendary grade skill books. Among attribute fruits, he acquired 2 legendary grade and 9 excellent grade fruits. It might not seem like much, but one must remember this was the wilderness. Monsters would respawn. Given the current pace of player progression, no one would be able to reach a level capable of completing tier 3 in the short term. Feng still had ample time to enjoy the tier 3 map all by himself. Most importantly, during his continuous journey of exploration, he also located the various level dungeons of tier 3 one by one. The first he attempted was the tier 3 level 10 dungeon. Normal and hard difficulties were naturally completed with ease. Even the legendary grade boss of nightmare difficulty bolstered by dungeon modifiers. The final boss only possessed 8,000 health. With Feng activating flowing light and rainstorm sword art, the boss never even had a chance to retaliate before meeting its game over. This prompted Feng to clear it 3 times consecutively, yielding over 40 primary epic grade advancement stones. Legendary grade attribute fruits numbered over 20 as well. Even among legendary grade skills, one useful to him dropped. Vitality Transcendence. Quality legendary max, level 7. Vitality cap increased by 25, mana regeneration speed increased by 25. This was a passive skill similar to the previously learned mana overload. One could aptly call it the estranged half-sibling of mana overload. Although as a ranged physical damage class, he should prioritize skills that boost attack power rather than defensive capabilities. But the greatest benefit Feng had gained from mana overload wasn't merely those 2 percentage values. It was the coefficient boost brought about by his vitality points, as well as the special effects granted when spirit points reached a certain threshold exclusive to ranged spirit-based classes. He chose this skill intending to replicate that same strategy, and as he pulled out his stockpile of several hundred skill books, through repeated targeted enhancement, he produced 7 various legendary grade skills, and synthesized them one by one with vitality transcendence. Obtaining a maxed out legendary grade skill with maximum synthesis count, he spent 1 million experience to learn it, and then expended over 100 million more experience to max out its level. 1 tier 2 skill slot consumed. A max level passive skill was now his. Stamina limit break, 7. Quality, 77 legendary. Maximum HP increased by 600. Health regeneration rate, increased by 600. When you increase your stamina points, your mana increase and magic defense increase coefficients will be enhanced by 90. Max level effect: when you increase your stamina points, your mana increase and magic defense increase coefficients will be enhanced by 60. You will acquire the special effect of the melee physical class's stamina point cap, along with an additional 50 boost. Upon upgrading it to the maximum level, this skill delivered an absolute surprise to Feng, and a massive one at that. Not only was its base percentage increase slightly higher than that of mana over limit, but even the coefficient increase had been further elevated, soaring directly to 150. If the coefficient increase of mana over limit could rival the A-rank talent effects of certain mage classes, then stamina limit break was equivalent to an S-rank talent tailored for tank-oriented melee classes. Once this skill was equipped, Feng received the long-awaited system notification. Your base stamina points have reached 1000. You have unlocked a hidden bonus effect. Your health regeneration rate has increased by 100. You are the first to reach the first stage of stamina points. Your health regeneration rate has received an additional 100 boost. Under the skills enhancement, you have obtained another 100 increase to your health regeneration rate. Feng was absolutely ecstatic. Even if others managed to raise their stamina to 100 points, they would only obtain a 100 increase in health regeneration. Yet with the dual bonuses of being the first to achieve this and his skills enhancement, he directly secured a staggering 300 boost. Furthermore, this enhancement applied to his baseline stat. Feng's original health regeneration rate of 0.11 was instantly propelled to 0.44. Compounded by the final health regeneration multipliers from his various gear, and under the influence of his full equipment and active skills, his health regeneration rate had reached an astonishing 7.76. With his current health pool of over 2800, he could automatically regenerate 21944 HP every single second. What an absolute absurdity. Not only that, but the system prompts continued to roll in. You are the first to raise your stamina to the first stage. You have received 2 authority points. You are the first to raise 4 attribute stats to the first stage. You have received 20 authority points. He had secured another 22 authority points in one go. The only stat that had yet to trigger a hidden bonus was endurance. Currently, his base endurance was the lowest among his 5 core attributes, standing at a meager 375 points. After committing the locations of the other 3 level-specific dungeons to memory, Feng returned directly to the city and sought out a quiet spot. He pulled out his entire stockpile of attribute fruits. It was time to synthesize. He swore he would not log off until he maxed out his endurance.